to Blast Slam 2. We're kicking off day number 3 and we're excited for some more Dota action.
Yesterday, we saw BetBoom team and PARIVISION advance to today, where Team Liquid and Team Falcons are waiting.
Will we see any upsets, new strategies, or maybe even some exciting new hero picks?
Only time will tell. Let's get started. Welcome to Blast Slam 2.
We're here live on the desk. T giving a nice little wave there, and I guess you can answer it first. How are you feeling today? How excited are you for our upcoming matchups?
I mean, I feel like today has to be some 3-game series, right? Like yesterday,
Surely.
we had some 2-0s, you know, it was good Dota, but like today, these are the teams that like are meant to, you know, bring in the all potential grand finalists in some of these 4 teams that we're gonna see here, maybe. So I'm hoping some 3-game series, getting carried away a little bit, but no, it should be a very good day.
Yeah, I feel like I'm asking T like how he is, and he's all like, "Yep." So game
Dota.
3, where is it? Where is it, Misery?
I mean, I also think that the games are much closer than the games we saw yesterday. I think the matchups are good. I think, like we talked about before, that it has these games are kind of like semi-final, final matchups. So it looks pretty exciting. Yeah.
And Rhea, yourself, I know that you like to hype up the most obscure things, so please take it away.
I'm 28 years old. I want to go home and sleep. I hope it's a very quick 2-0 in both series.
That is not true at all. I know how much you were disappointed in the 2-0s yesterday. I know we were as well, but it was still a lot of fun to watch. And if you guys missed it, luckily for you, we got a little bit of a recap video.
Supernova already plays down. All the Suns plays down the Dota. They can't stop the egg. The egg is going to go off, but will they be able to finish off Satanic? Natsumi was stoned up. Now hit by this, but a quick blink back inside the base. But now he just gets hit by the avalanche. Yokum's going to try and put a stop to this one. Tossed up. That means Natsumi's dead, and so is Yokum. Talon is just out of this game.
Leave the bat alone. Have some mercy for him.
He's not even going to live.
Look at the smoke. Oh, here we go. Here goes the Wolves on the way. Sam, Sammy. He Laguna's a creep out of panic. They're like, do we fight this? Do we run? Low. It's going to turn out towards Miro, but GPK's in with the avalanche. Toss cover onto the 3 of them. They want the BKB turn of the world. They will be able to take down Miro. Trying his best, hiding in the trees.
There were some moments that it was looking like we could have been seeing that game at number 3 for the Extreme Gaming and the BetBoom team series, but unfortunately, Misery, it was Extreme Gaming that we had to say goodbye to. The Sven, it felt like came out of nowhere, and then they were able to win a fight.
Yeah, I mean, picking Sven into DK seems kind of like DK is just a better Sven in every way nowadays.
100%, yep.
So we saw him die in like 2-3 hits to the DK. So maybe like a bit experimental choice there. That didn't work out, unfortunately.
I mean, people know, you know, they're aware of it now. Maybe Sven isn't going to be in the meta at all, but T, when you watch back that recap, was there a certain moment, a certain play that potentially stuck out to you as our play of the day?
Yeah, no, I think there actually was. There was one clear play. It was the fact that when I made a desperate plea for Valve to make a patch last night so that we don't have to watch Lycan anymore, they didn't listen. It's fine. I understand that they didn't want to give me a little breadcrumb, but I think the play of the day, of course, was Polisan having to use one of the most vital items in the game, a smoke, just for survival. I personally, in my opinion, yes.
Well, I think a couple other people might agree with you, because if you guys didn't know, you can head on over to Blast TV. You can vote for your play of the day. We turn it into some really cool SFMs, and we're going to see the exact play of our day from yesterday.
Have a bit of fun with.
Oh, and the Wolves, they're ready.
Here they come. Leave the bat alone. Have some mercy for him.
Can he even live?
Disgusting.
He's not even going to live.
Look at the smoke. Oh my goodness.
He actually has to smoke.
He has to.
He has to.
Cheeky little laugh at the end there. He's just like so absurd. The fact that you have to use a smoke just to escape these Wolves in that early game, they are, I don't know, unkillable it feels like too.
The thing is, like, you can buy Ghost Scepter technically, but then the duration of the move speed, the evasion is like 8 seconds. So your Ghost Scepter, it still doesn't last long enough for the Wolves to just still chase you. So it's like, yes, you can buy a Ghost, but you'll still eventually take half of your HP loss. You can buy a Helmet Dominator and take one, but now you're buying a Helmet Dominator. It's like, yeah, it's just so many annoying things. You have to change the hero. Yeah, it is just funny as well, yeah.
Like, if you look through any of these Dota pages and just peruse the items, it's like Ghost Scepter, Shadow Amulet, Ghost Scepter, half of a Helm of the Dominator.
A Dagon, yeah. Exactly.
Yeah, it's like
Do the Dagon one, the Dagon one for sure.
it is absurd, honestly. I mean, you having to itemize that hard, like even cores are doing it. It's not just supports, right? Even the cores. It's
Everyone's
so
going to
dumb.
be very mindful about it. We'll see, you know, just where that mindfulness goes, not just in item builds, but also if you're going to let it through when it comes to the draft. But I'm also getting ahead of myself right now because what we want to walk you guys through is our bracket. It's a single elimination gauntlet. So even though you see two paths to the grand final, it's not an upper and lower bracket by any means. Everyone only has one life left in Blast Slam 2 tournament here. And right now it was Talent and Extreme Gaming that unfortunately had to say goodbye to us yesterday. But it does mean that BetBoom team, they advanced going up against Falcons, and PARIVISION coming up against Liquid. Still with Nigma Galaxy, Tundra, Occult Brothers, and Gaming Gladiators sitting all the way up there, getting a couple of days of free time. I say free time, spare time to scrim, to practice in their pocket there too.
Yeah, no, plenty of time. And this is, of course, where in a couple of days' time, we'll talk about, is the format helping teams like Nigma, where they have a good group stage, but was the time off maybe a detriment, where they wanted to keep playing, they wanted that momentum? In Blast Slam 1, momentum was not a thing. The two teams that were in the semi-finals got to the finals, so I am hoping for a change of script for this slam. But again, the teams that we have here in the round 2, they all have the makings of that kind of run. So yeah, I hope for Blast Slam 2's sake that we do get the true gauntlet run this time.
The team that was closest to doing it actually, Raya, was PARIVISION last time with a slightly different roster, but they were able to make it through 2 best of 3s in that single elimination. Unfortunately, falling just short in that semi-finals for themselves and not making it to the grand finals. But they started all the way in round 1, so they could be the team that goes all the way through.
They could. I think it's hard. I think it's doable for sure because the bracket's not like that long. They got it in them. But it does require, like, every day you're going up against a new team, and you're not going to have any of that, like, repeat where you knock someone down, but then they work their way back up in the lower bracket, and then you fight them again. You're like, oh, well, we beat you once, time to put you down again. It is just like a new hurdle after new hurdle. I do think it's nice for these other teams, though, even though they're not playing, right? They get this chance to just sit here and watch you play every day and see your strats and see what you're coming up with and prepare for it and be ready.
It's always the two sides of the same coin here. What is going to be it? You know, PARIVISION, yes, they've got to try and have that momentum for themselves, but it could fall a little bit short for them because their opponent, Team Liquid, it's first time we're going to get to see them here in the studio, so let's get to know them a bit more.
The Shot Caller, a voice of clarity in the heat of battle. With quick thinking and precise commands, they orchestrate the chaos into victory, and their team marches to the rhythm of their brilliance. The Supreme, a player of unparalleled skill, commanding the battlefield with an air of dominance. When they play, it's not just a match, it's a display of mastery. The Chad, bold, fearless, brimming with confidence. They face every challenge head on. To them, it's not just about winning, it's about doing it with swagger. The Fashionista, bringing flair both on and off the field. Their style is as sharp as their gameplay. Always looking good, always playing better. They make sure victory comes with a touch of class. The all-chat enjoyer, the team's charismatic spark, keeping things light-hearted even in the heat of competition. Whether it's banter or brilliance, their personality shines through, reminding everyone that the game is meant to be enjoyed. Together they are Team Liquid, a mix of strategy, dominance, confidence, style, and fun. Their titles are more than just names. They're a celebration of what makes this team truly iconic.
A fantastic intro into this team, learning more about them and getting to see this roster right there. Post-TI, just a very small shuffle for the Misery, bringing on Saberlight and having a pretty good display. Obviously no wins just yet for themselves, but I would say still just performing, just really putting on good shows time and time again every tournament.
Yeah, I feel like Liquid is a team that thrives when they bust out their own type of strategies, I would say. Like we saw a lot of Nature's Prophet carry, see a lot of TF, Mike, Luna, things like that. See Insania sometimes playing Oracle, like the only team in the whole scene. Yeah. So I think that's kind of what I want to see from them today. Some of their old strategies, their old niche heroes come back, because that's how I think that they're gonna do the best at this event.
Yeah, I mean, naturally for a team, like you win TI, you lose, the big offlaner, and now suddenly your balance of farm is different, right? Like 33 was doing a lot of work, and even though it's been several months since then, I still think they are trying to find that identity to create that confidence for themselves. Like we aren't seeing Liquid enter a draft and it's like, wow, you're gonna have to deal with that pick. That's crazy. I feel like they're back to being kind of like human again, where like every draft before during TI it felt untouchable. Like they pick a hero, it's like, okay, how do you beat it? You can't beat it. And once they refine that form with their current roster, then they once again will be a consistent, finalist. But it's going to be hot and cold. It's going to be like a turbulent journey to get to that position.
Is that a similar thing that you felt when you watched them in the group stage, Rhea?
I definitely feel like you're on the money with their hero picks being kind of out the box sometimes. Like, it's not just this Oracle, it's also they're playing Jakiro on Insania. They're also playing the Slark 4. This is a team that is looking for these different heroes. I think at TI they were like one of the only, if the only team playing like Nature's Carry in the way that they were. They have ideas, and when they execute them, it looks really good. When they are not executing, it looks really, really bad, and they get a lot of criticism for that, which it's hard to say if it's founded or not. I would say it's unfounded, because at some point they're going to find their stride, they're going to come out, it's going to make it look really, really damn good, and at that point you're going to be like, wow, Liquid, what a great team. It's like,
so, innovative.
good.
I can't believe they picked it.
Yeah.
Some of that did come out in group stage as well. We saw the Jakiro coming out for it, and if you guys didn't tune into our group stage, lucky for you, we're going to have a bit of a recap.
But they're chasing him down.
He's too low.
He's gone dead for 80 seconds. And now Saxon's in trouble as well. He's going to be back for round 2. 33, he dies. BZM tries to jump in.
It's awkward.
For one, doesn't get anything. He's going down as well.
The curse of Team Liquid is that no matter how good they do in a year, they must go through a roster change. Despite winning the International, Liquid has had to adjust to losing both their offlane and captain.
Coil on 2. They're going to go straight for Magnus here. Magnus in some trouble. He managed to hit the Ravage on a 3 with the follow-up. Terrorized.
Still, the enduring spirit of this squad has already been proven with a deep run at Thailand, but they'll need to keep it up here in Copenhagen if they hope to stave off the allegations of being washed.
That's some harsh allegations. Cap just went straight in there. He's like, yep, I've been seeing comments. I've been seeing what people are saying right now. And Misery, I feel like you can't even say that, surely. That's a bit of a stretch. That's a bit too harsh.
Yeah, perhaps. But, I mean, you also have high expectations from them, right? Being TI winners and everything. So, yeah. I think it's there's a lot of pressure on them. I think they're in a little bit the same boat as Gaming Gladiators, perhaps, where, results are... like very high results are expected of them, and when they don't perform and they don't get those results over and over again, then they start getting critiqued.
When you say high results, you're talking like top 3, anything out of that.
Yeah, something
Minimum
like top 3 finishes, at least good performances, right? Maybe some events, some teams are really good and they end up top 4, but at least having that consistency and showing up good games. So I think this event is also kind of important for them. I think they really want to show that they still got it. It's going to be interesting to see if they can, they can show their old form.
Yeah, do you think the format leads into that a little bit more for Liquid? Because there's always that divisive, it's single elimination, anything can kind of happen, but there's also anything can happen. Yeah,
I guess it could go both ways for them, for anyone really. Like the single elimination is kind of rough in that way. I do think they're in a kind of good spot. I think they also thrive in a way when they have a lot of games to build their momentum, to build their strategies, and to kind of start playing better and better throughout the tournament. So I think they're in an okay spot here, starting in the second round of the gauntlet. But I mean, it's a tough opponent. So yeah, it's not going to be easy, that's for sure.
I think it actually hurts for Liquid a little bit, just because they are playing up against probably one of the more creative teams. If you compare the other game we're going to see later, it's like BB and Falcons. Like they're not scripted, but you kind of expect what's coming in regards to draft a little bit. Like at least the realm of the heroes. The fact that like PARIVISION is suddenly putting a Morphling to support, they're putting the the Brood carry, and they're doing these other things. It's like that can slightly annoy in a draft, but with the amount of time that teams have to prepare, Liquid are going to have all that prepared. I don't think they should be too surprised in a draft. So yeah, but PARIVISION, a little bit of a scarier opponent compared to the others.
Yeah, I feel like what Ray was saying before as well is we don't even know what Liquid are going to be bringing at times. They have their own unique answers to things, and that normally is shown in their supports, whether it's being picked up for the position 5 for Insania or even for Boxy as well. I feel like he isn't playing those stereotypical position 4s that everyone else loves to pick up at the moment.
Right, and these are players that tend to have so much impact. Sulog, it's interesting. It's a good thought idea. Like
it's interesting
Well, okay, here's the... But
Good or bad?
It's
But no,
also not
it's
working.
like what I said. As soon as they crush with it, everyone's gonna be like, wow, why didn't we think of this? This is literally the coolest shit ever. Everything is always based on results. People will be like, this team sucks. You know, like Liquid go to Dream League last year and they bomb out in last and everyone's like, Liquid sucks. And then they win TI that year. Like, can you really say a team is good or bad based on like results in a moment? You have to look at the big picture, and these guys are smart.
The bigger picture, and I got to have a chat with Boxy, you know, about that bigger picture and just how Liquid have been since we saw them 2 days ago. Boxy, you guys were able to have one free day before coming into this gauntlet, the single elimination. How did you spend it, and what does an off day look like for Liquid?
I mean, we played scrims. Play scrims for like a few hours, play pubs for a few hours, probably talk a little bit. We didn't have the best group stage results. I think it was like okay, but a lot of things we wanted to improve on. So talk a little bit about what direction we want to go in. Play some heroes, play some pubs. I don't know, the usual.
The stand. I didn't know, maybe you guys did some extra team building, some team bonding stuff, or is there not really time for things like that in such a short tournament format?
I mean, there's a little bit of revision of the group stage, and it's not like we're gonna change everything, but just okay, this is working, this is not working. Let's try and like aim towards what's good. Yeah, I mean, there's not really like this is a normal day, I guess.
A normal day. Well, I did hear you talk about or mention that, you know, you guys are still playing pubs, trying out new heroes. And I was looking through right now, it feels like you're one of the few position fours that aren't really looking to play the bounty hunters and the rickies in competitive at the moment. You only have one bounty hunter between last tournament and this one. So is it just not able to get your hands on the draft? You don't have the same faith in it as other teams, or what exactly?
I mean, I think like I've been kind of playing it for months or for years. So for me, it's more like, oh, all of a sudden everyone's just picking these heroes. And I'm like, no, I wouldn't say that, like, because I weren't really playing them that much. But like occasionally I would play it. And I'm like, yeah, it's pretty good. And I guess if we want to play them, like we can play them. And if other people are playing them more, then maybe like they have a different idea. I think they're good, but I think that, you know, it like suits, there's a right pick for the right situation. And I guess I just don't want to all of a sudden first pick this hero just because like everyone else is doing it, I guess, yeah.
We heard it from him there himself, Boxy saying, oh, just because other people are winning with it, just because they feel like they don't have answers to it, doesn't mean we're going to start picking it up. Doesn't mean we're afraid of it all of a sudden. So it's nice to hear a little bit of confidence for the Liquid fans out there coming into this series too.
Yeah, no, I like it because it's like, sure, Slark again in the group stage, he went 0-10 on it. But the logic of it is still, if Bounty's popular, you pick a support Slark. Slark can now walk around. If he sees that he's lost his passive, wait, there's a Bounty, he can dust. Like, you know, there's technically some logic behind it compared to the current meta hero. So I like the fact that Liquid are trying to go a little bit more kind of in a new direction. But of course, you're going to have to calibrate the idea a bit. You're going to have to take some L's to truly understand it. So yeah, that's where the group stage happens. Now we need to see the really good stuff.
Trial it in your phobia ones
Exactly.
over there. Now, though, you're going to focus on a best 3. Did you want to quickly say something, Missouri?
I just think that Liquid is best when I think Boxy is like a driving factor in this team. I think he's very important for the function of their game plan and everything. And when he's playing like a Slark and he's like isolated from everybody else in the team, I think it doesn't seem to be working as well for them. So I think it's better when he's playing something solid like a Hoodwink or a Dark Willow, where he can kind of set up plays with his cores like Nisha and actually play and like kind of dictate the game in that way. So I would prefer that they don't overcook with Boxy's hero, but try to put it on Insania or perhaps Saberlight or something like that instead.
Oh, the Slark, yeah?
Yeah, I think Slark is overcooked for me.
Yeah,
for
okay,
Liquid.
yeah.
That's too much.
You know, we'll see. We'll see if it comes up as well. We've talked a lot about Liquid, but I want to change the conversation to their opponent, a team we saw yesterday, a team we'll be seeing again today. Let's talk about PARIVISION.
Supernova already plays down. All the Suns placed on the Dota. They can't stop the egg. The egg is going to go off, but will they be able to finish off Satanic? Natsumi was stoned up, now hit by the Rolling Thunder.
With the dominant 2-0 over Talon, PARIVISION has begun to pick up steam. The scary part is that this squad has also shown a depth of play and strategy, with Satanic proven to be a versatile force.
It's going to cost Makoto his life. The Supernova is not enough to be able to protect him. A toss away from 9 class, but a quick blink back inside the base. But now he just gets hit by the Avalanche. Yokum's going to try and put a stop to this one. Tossed up before he can get off the cogs. So that means Natsumi.
No longer confined to hard carries, Satanic showed off a rare Broodmother pick. Now we wait to see what else the young prodigy has in his reserves.
A difficult opponent and a great roster looking at these 5 players. Obviously, the org itself has had quite a number of wins over Team Liquid. Now, they've had a bit of a change up there. And yesterday, when we saw them play in this best of 3, 2 different playstyles coming out for them, Rhea. They're quick, close the game in about 20 minutes on a Broodmother. And hey, we can also go late game. Let's farm it up on Medusa, get about a 45-minute win for themselves. And both of them felt like they were executed flawlessly.
Right, they have a very clear understanding of what their win condition is. I think in the interview we gained insight into that and how they understood, yep, we're fine as long as these things are happening. They're showing on the lanes. It means we're free to farm. Satanic's playing absolutely amazingly on both games. I am worried about Liquid with these like Broodmothers and Lycans type things, because I think Liquid's been like at least a 2 times victim of the dog, at least. And it seems like they struggle, especially if they want to play weird kind of supports like, you know, Slark and stuff. I think they might play really poorly into these sort of overwhelming like heroes with lots of summons. I really think PARIVISION have a good idea of combos and things. They're playing like this Snot Rocket Bristleback with like this damaged Pango build, and then you just see these team fights where Pango's rolling through and just dealing like half the hero's health pool and like instantly. And it is super obnoxious to deal with.
Yeah, when I watched it, I was like, I would hate to be playing against this right now.
Yeah, they have great ideas.
But speaking of that, it's also going to show how much Liquid has been looking into the games from yesterday, right? And how the Gauntlet and their position in the second round plays into this this next match, right? They can prepare for this Bristleback, they can prepare for Chen, and then pretend to give it away, or just ban it out and play against something else, right? So the draft's going to be interesting to see in that way, what kind of choices they make.
Yeah, I think for me, what sticks out for PARIVISION is, yes, it's so easy to look at it carry like Satanic and the fact they can last pick and they can pick almost anything. It feels like it makes it work, but something that helps them is definitely Ducalis in lane, right? How they're able to draft for him as a position 5, how they're able to pick up a variety of supports tier to ensure that Satanic is having a stable lane, that he's not coming out of this lane and he's like, I don't even know if I can farm back into it.
No, I mean, does feel like PARIVISION is really leaning on the idea of like win their lanes, make sure they create their own opportunities. I think they are a team that maybe struggles a little bit more than others when their script is broken. I think like if their lanes go well, they take over the map, they get the first Roshan, they're looking to contest second, that's when they're strongest. I think if they don't have this like insane Satanic late game hero like the Medusa or the PA, when they make their mistakes in the mid game, that's when they fall off as a team. That's when they've struggled in some of their games. But I think in the last 3 games that we saw against them, they understood that. Like they've got the Bristle in the offlane, the Chen, the Dazzle from Ducalis that you're mentioning. Like they have all the ways to ensure that the early game is won. So I want Liquid to make sure that they are to make this a competitive series, don't allow PARIVISION to always win this early game, because they seem to create too many opportunities.
I'm glad you brought up those specific heroes, because they are the ones that I actually used in my interview with Ducalis. I got to catch up with him earlier, so let's see what he had to say. Ducalis of position 5, I don't get to talk to too much. You guys recently had a carry change up in Fissure. You guys played with Satanic, and so from a support point of view, how does playing with a new carry change how you play in the lane or even later in the game?
Our laning phase become more stable because also we speak same language, and he just more micro skill player. Also like all CIS players are more like stable on laning because they focus a lot on it. And I think about draft, it became a bit more options for us. Like yesterday we go Brute or Medusa. Yeah, I think so. It's good for us.
And what about you as a position 5? Because you're actually getting to play the Chen, something people are either saying isn't very good or just aren't playing themselves.
I consider it's bad hero after like we won every game with it on some Dream League, and then like game become much faster. But now I still think it's good, and like you have your third spell, which is Undispel, but it gives a lot of armor, so hero is still good.
Is there any other overlooked position 5 heroes out there that you're begging a Steenie to let you play?
It's Elder Titan.
Yeah.
I like this hero a lot. I've played like a lot of games on it, and I'm always ready to play. And destroy people is my hammer. Like.
Yeah, we've already seen that once. It's definitely a scary one. And a final question about being a position 5 or a support is the change up on how you play a lane when you're a melee support compared to a ranged support.
It's actually hard. Because like 1 year ago I was really noob on melee 5s, but then I start learning more and more, and I think the change is like how you position yourself behind the trees. Like on melee, you need to hide and try to get an angle, like on clock, to close the guy in cogs. But on ranges 5s, you need just to overheat and try to not let them block small camp. Yeah.
Just that simple, apparently. Carlos, thank you so much for joining me. Good luck today.
Yeah, thank you. Keep cheering for us, guys.
It's such a sweet little message for all the PARIVISION fans out there right at the end there. But he was so much fun to talk to. Definitely someone that I feel like I haven't had the chance to really get to know or get to talk to. And Misery gave all this information about why he thinks some of these uncontested position 5s are working for them and coming back into their drafting pool.
Yeah, I mean, what I was noticing, he said, was that how they have more hero picks because of Satanic. Like they can both play fast, like we saw with the Broodmother, but they can also go late game, right? Because he's kind of can do whatever. Like, and I think that makes them more scary in a way. We also saw them in the group stage play this Mag PA. They were really far behind. They were experimenting with Dazzle 5, with Spirit Breaker 4, and things like that. But they ended up winning anyway late game, right, with a comeback. So I think this Satanic addition to the team gives them another dimension. That can potentially make them a tournament-winning team consistently.
I'd love to look at Satanic and Mickey, the two carries here in this best of 3, because Satanic, we've talked about it, he is such a young player, someone who's able to play that fast. He's able to go for the late game and always be able to find something on the map for himself there, T.
Yeah, I think the key thing is when you look at the stats, is Satanic, he gets more information in the draft to pick the carry of, I see 4 or 5 heroes, this is my carry. Like he's picking the Medusa or the PA, right? And on the flip side for Mickey, you know, he's getting the TA, the AUG, the Bloodseeker. He's still playing his traditional style of aggression, right? That is why his stats naturally look lower, because he's joining more fights. He's trying to maybe dictate some of the early game of Satanic. He doesn't dictate the early mid game. He joins the fights once DM has created that chance, or Ducalis, or no one. So there is a major difference in how early the two carries want to fight. And if Liquid are to try and contest Satanic, they're going to need to just make sure their early engagements are cleaner, because if they don't capitalize on that fight, Satanic's always going to be farming and always applying that pressure, because he's probably got, you know, the counter carry pick at some point in the draft.
I feel relatively confident about their ability to shut down a carry. If I look at their game playing against Doraccio, they got stomped in lane, right? They had like
this is in the group stage, the Tundra one, yeah.
Yeah, and then they still were able to coordinate themselves to make like, I don't want to say like 4 to 5 back-to-back moves where they were just finding him on the map, killing him over and over and over again until his game was relatively shut down. And then they were right back into it. And like someone like Nisha, you know, especially if he gets like his Pango, is really, really good at spearheading those types of moves.
Yeah. So it's first phase it. There you go. Honestly, as much as joke like a hero like that can already break a lot of this concept. So if there is a hero that Liquid goes, this is our best, you know, anti-big scaling core because we always like to break jungle with it. Yep. They might just randomly promote it into first phase because of the matchup they're against.
Okay. Just to finish off the Satanic Mickey point, it's like Mickey is such a different player in every way, right? He's the kind of the captain drafter now. He's kind of getting more experienced player, getting a bit up in the age perhaps, and has so many tournaments under his belt, whereas Satanic is completely new to the tournament. So it's completely different players, not just in game but also outside the game and what they bring to the table in that way.
That's true. I do remember the previous tournament. I was talking to no one, and I was asking him like how it was having someone so young and fresh like Satanic come on the team, and he said, it's great, but it's also really difficult because we've brought him in and he has a lot of ideas of what he wants to bring to the draft, and it's finding a balance of allowing him to have that freedom, but also making sure that he understands that isn't the specific role that we've brought him on for right now. That's something for later when we establish ourselves more as a roster. So you're right, it's big differences in what they want to bring and what they are currently bringing to their rosters as well. And we've had this Liquid PARIVISION matchup numerous times within the last few months themselves. Let's have a look at what the head-to-head record is between the two of them. One of them, most notably, T, being a grand final, going the way of PARIVISION with a 3-1 win for themselves back in Bangkok.
Yeah, and the fact that PARIVISION has this scoreline of, I think it's, 5 series wins to PARIVISION, excluding here this additional information. There's 1 draw. Liquid is yet to beat PARIVISION in the post-TI kind of season. So I think for Liquid's sake, it's like the concept of PARIVISION, the way they draft, the way they play, they're still yet to actually break that system. So at some point, they're going to find a way to do it. But the fact that with Crystallis, PARIVISION has the edge. Now they have Satanic, and who we're praising, the additional dimension, the additional depth, it's going to be really hard. Because on the stats, it's like, it seems to be PARIVISION every single time.
Taking the stats into account, it's also going to be interesting to see how they actually match up. Like, think about it when you're watching the game, because like, it seems like it's a really bad matchup for Liquid, right? Like having lost so many series to them, there must be something that PARIVISION is doing that kind of breaks Liquid's playstyle or ideas.
I will correct myself. Liquid has won one series.
Okay.
They won an online tournament, and in that they won one. But it's like 5 wins to PARIVISION, 1 win to Liquid, 1 draw. It's like very heavily PARIVISION favored.
I'm sure it doesn't help when, like, I think your mid laner in No One is such an amazing player, right? You on Liquid have Nisha as this like superstar, and when he's being kind of like matched evenly, it becomes a lot of like what's happening in the side lanes. I think no flame, but Saberlight has struggled in a lot of games, and I think if his lane is to go poorly, right, and your mid is going even, I think that maybe that kind of gives a bit of an edge to PARIVISION. Especially if like Satanic is able to just run away with like getting his farm, and if you can't like use your laning phase to kind of propel yourself into being able to take good moves. Like Liquid,
they might have to focus on side lanes.
Yeah.
Is what you're talking about.
Break the early game. That's like the TLDR. Yeah, break
All
the
right.
Yeah,
Well, I like that you summarized it with a TLDR, because I don't want to hold you guys any longer. I have great news. We do have a game #1 draft for our first best of 3 today.
Are they going to be able to break the early game? That's the TLDR of the panel.
I'm actually very excited for this draft because I think we're going to see something a bit unusual. I have a good feeling about that. Yeah, I think Liquid is going to show something perhaps that is not something you see every day.
But I feel like PARIVISION will do that too. I feel like PARIVISION's the type of team, you know, they see the fact that they've beaten Liquid a couple times, 5 times, lost once. Like, I feel like they themselves they understand their opponent here. This is not going to be some brand new matchup that we're seeing. But I would like to think, I agree with you, that I'm hoping some cooking has occurred from either side.
I mean, I also think Liquid is a better matchup in the draft. I think Extreme Gaming gave them a little bit too many good heroes.
Way too much, yeah.
So I think Liquid will not make the same mistakes here. First ban Tiny makes a lot of sense. A hero that Liquid has great success with. I think it was actually Nisha who pretty much brought it back into the mid lane when nobody else was playing it. So not too surprised here. And we have the classic Venomancer ban against PARIVISION.
Every single time.
Yeah. I wonder if we're ever going to see this hero jungle. It could be really fun to see, but not from PARIVISION at least.
Someone might try and steal it, especially. We shall see. Again, Magnus banned out, Tiny banned out. Yeah, I feel like PARIVISION, they just identified the strongest building blocks, right, for Liquid, especially from second pick. When you can control the Tiny, the Magnus to the end of the draft, like, yeah, these are just...
Now, it's kind of curious that they are not, they haven't banned Chen or Bristleback yet, from what we saw yesterday. But that tells me that they probably have a plan against it, perhaps.
And PARIVISION here, they either ban the Monkey King, like other teams have been doing, or depending on, like, it's like right here, it's like you ban Monkey, you pick Bristle. That could be one option for PARIVISION.
I also don't know if they're going to first pick Bristle if they don't have the Chen, perhaps. Another point is that yesterday they were second pick in both games, and now they actually have the first pick, so the draft dynamic does change a little bit in that way.
Actually, let me double check. Did Liquid take priority? Because I feel like PARIVISION has been one of, if not the strongest second pick team so far at the tournament. Like, the way that we see them present their drafts.
I actually, as far as I remember yesterday, they just prefer Radiant on PARIVISION.
And Liquid actually took second pick.
Okay.
So Liquid did take the second pick from PARIVISION. They had the choice.
Makes sense. Maybe the second pick is a little bit favored right now between the teams. Guess we're gonna have to see the future series. So PARIVISION just go with the Phoenix here. They beat it twice yesterday, but obviously it's still a very strong hero.
Yeah, and this is actually pretty smart because, of course, we were talking about Monkey King, right? There's still Bristleback. So the Phoenix is a good counter to Bristle because you have the Sunray.
Yeah.
The Phoenix prevents the Monkey King pick, and then you still get to ban the DK, right? So if you think about those 3 heroes, the Phoenix kind of answers all 3, and also through banning 1. So yeah, I think, smart way to open this draft up.
I think it's also not bad to take the slower approach, right? When you're first pick and when you have to test the waters with Liquid a bit. No pun intended.
Oh, yeah, there was a pun intended. I could see the smirk on your face.
But
and the laugh.
In this way, we have the very slow way of opening a draft, see what Liquid's gonna do, and then take it from there, right? Because you haven't seen that much from Liquid. But the Morphling response, I kind of like it. The question is if we're gonna end up seeing Boxy Morphling. I think I would prefer it on Mickey actually. And you set up some good like to play around this Morphling carry. It seems like a nice approach into the Phoenix as well. Because the egg is not really a thing against Morph carry.
It is not, but also you now need to consider the idea of Beastmaster for PARIVISION, right? Because Beast into Morphling, the Beastmaster can go for the early Helmut Dom, you take the tower, you progress the map, and now it's like, sure, Morphling will counter the Phoenix, but then you have the map play going the way of PARIVISION. And we'll see, depending on their bans, like already the Jakiro ban kind of hints towards maybe the Beast. Liquid, they will have one ban and a pick themselves, so we'll see if they consider it, but it does feel like the natural second phase discussion will be, can we somehow get Beastmaster on the side of PARIVISION?
I mean, yeah, possibly PARIVISION might pick heroes that defer Liquid from playing the Morphling on the carry role, right?
And the Tide ban as well.
Yeah.
I mean,
I think these heroes are, both Jakiro and Tidehunter are kind of underrated heroes. And
Tide is very underrated.
Yeah, these heroes are kind of underrated, and it's easily something that I could see Liquid pick up in this type of series, right? That's kind of what I was thinking about, bringing out something a bit new to the draft that works for them in particular. And I also think that it's a hero. Both these heroes are heroes that both Insania and Saberlight really excels on.
And Liquid, they have played the Tidehunter already, but I think there are certain heroes where if you know your lane will be free, you can just pick it, right? Like PA is a free lane. Sure, the game's weird with a break, but still, the lane's really good. Morphling as well, you are just going to out-deny and be able to pressure. And Liquid, they just take the Beastmaster themselves, right?
Yeah.
Ban the PA, because PA also is a very good carry into Beastmaster. So I like the fact that this has been a key thought now in both teams.
The Morphling also kind of protects you against the Gyrocopter, right? Which is
correct,
a classic counter to Beastmaster, so you're not really going to end up picking that.
No. And also, and if Morphling is the 4th position, it's a fine lane. Beastmaster naturally can be independent, he farms stacks. We saw how 9 class yesterday with the boots first and Morphling, you just drag waves. Like, this could be the lane in itself.
Yeah, we actually also saw the Morphling 4 played into the Phoenix 5, which also seemed like a decent matchup for Morphling, because it's really hard for Phoenix to actually kill the Morphling, right? You could kind of just drag the waves around, Phoenix can't really catch up. There's Bounty Hunter. So a stable in this tournament in the last couple of weeks here.
I guess I'm trying to think of how PARIVISION was to go here. Like, maybe you could just pick up the mid, but then you're still exposed to... I was thinking a little bit of Terrorblade, but so with the mid lane matchup, it's like you can't really pick Pango because Puck's still available. So it's like you're kind of punishing yourself there. You do need to find the core that doesn't really bother, but TB is like into lane, perfectly fine. TB Beastmaster, good lane. Sure, you could argue the whole Morphling versus TB, the Khan to the shotgun, like the way to take over TB, that could be annoying, but...
Gives them the flexibility of throwing it offlane as well, right? I'm sure the Terrorblade offlane should be pretty decent against the Morphling 1, right? You're just gonna sit there and free farm. Morphling won't care as much, but at the same time, you know, you get out of the lane with a Bounty Hunter 4, right, who can rotate easily. Then you can also go for the pipe build potentially and start balling up with the Bounty. And the Zeus, okay. So also a hero that we see sometimes in support, a kind of pseudo counter to the Bounty Hunter in a way that you can scout the invisibility factor, but
it's also nice.
Generally, the hero just offers a lot of damage into the draft.
Yeah, so the thing with Zeus as well, into Bounty, is Bounty with the Shadow Walk naturally goes deeper to place the wards, right? And because sentries are such a finite resource, having a support that can always check for these high grounds,
that's a good point.
You're not wasting sentries. You're just casually putting him there.
That's a good point, actually. The strength of the Invis heroes is these like deep, annoying wards that are really hard to detect, and Zeus can just casually walk around and bolt these areas, right? Where you might consider the ward being.
But a support Zeus into TB, like, sure, I think historically it's like, wow, the Zeus into TB, that's crazy, but like, support Zeus, it can be annoying, but realistically, the TB's gonna have Skadi, BKB, Manta, like, he doesn't really care too much.
But it also makes me think that the pipe looks even better. I don't know if we see that much pipe on Turbo anymore, but this could actually be a game where you
mean if it's the offlane, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Another thing to note here is that the Phoenix could potentially end up being the offlaner as well. That is not out of the question, right, with DM.
That Puck is such a nice pick as well, because I was mentioning Pangler earlier in the draft, and if Liquid was to pick a maybe neutral mid lane, it does open up no one to get that Puck to create those aggressive movements. So
the PARIVISION draft also doesn't really, I mean, they could end up picking the sniper, but it doesn't really look that great with their heroes, considering they have no stuns at all. They have no real catch. So I think.
But also, does Liquid have any catch, right? Like, if you did go down this route, then you could argue, but instead they go for the offlane Enigma.
Yeah. It's kind of interesting. I mean,
it's
technically,
the pipe buyer, right? That's what you wanted, right?
Right.
Pipe. So,
but technically now you still could put the if you don't feel like comfortable putting the Morphling against Enigma, you could still pick up another carry, right, and go Morphling 4, Zeus 5.
I actually completely forgot that Enigma wasn't banned, because normally when teams pick Morphling, Enigma is like one of the big heroes, because in lane, Morphling does nothing to the Enigma.
Yeah, Zeus won't do much either.
No.
It's gonna be a very good lane for him for sure.
They still ban the gyro, of course, because we mentioned the flex. If like a Zeus plus a gyrocopter lane and then Morph goes to 4, yeah, that's perfectly fine.
But just to finish off the Puck pick as well, I think it's a kind of brilliant look that they pick Puck here, because normally you're picking it into an 18 pick where the enemy don't have a pick to counter it. But this way they actually saw that the weakness of PARIVISION's draft limits the mid heroes that they can pick, because they need this like mid hero that doesn't really counter Puck. They don't need the sniper, they don't need the Lina, you know?
Can I go a bit crazy with the idea of carry? How about Dawnbreaker carry for Liquid, right? You then don't care about Black Hole because the Solar Garden will always cancel it.
Sure.
You then join on the Beastmaster, he takes the early Taz, the early Roshan.
Okay, what about this? What about Dawnbreaker for Saberlight?
And then Beast in the carry. I don't care how they want to play it, but if they pick a Dawn,
I think
I'm excited.
That fits better, I think.
Sure.
Then you also don't worry about the Beastmaster getting shut down, because you're now like a beast carry with a
But Dawn brings
lane.
life to this entire idea. Like if they play offlane or carry, it's like they need. I think Dawn is the hero.
I wouldn't hate it. I also think it fits Liquid's playstyle. They already have the Nisha hard carry Puck for mid. They don't need some big carry of Mike. So I like it. I think it allows them to play aggressive.
They only kill in Black Hole. If there's no Black Hole threat, then I think it's...
I mean, if it's any team would come up with this idea, I think it could be Liquid.
Yeah.
So it could be interesting to see, but it's a bit out there.
And PARIVISION, they do need the tempo mid laner, the one that brings a bit more fight. I know that Sniper into Puck will stop the Puck from playing the game early, but I do feel they need additional lockdown, because right now it's all about the Enigma.
What's there? Would we see like a Earth Spirit out of no one? Perhaps they need something like that, right? To go in, to get kills with Bounty Hunter, to play kind of fast. I mean, actually, could they still pick the Sniper, or is that too risky with their draft? Because the Sniper would shut down the Puck. They do have the Enigma now to stun, and they have the potential 5-man ball early with the pipe and the bounty track that could actually enable the draft to play out.
Yeah, because it's more about the momentum of winning enough lanes to then win the game, right? And if that's their logic, then Sniper makes sense. But if they are scared that they might make a mistake, if they need a bit more of that insurance policy, then they're looking at like the Primal or the
so the last pick
might change for Liquid as well,
way against the Sniper pick.
Correct.
But again, like a Earth Spirit or something out of mid, a melee hero that can kind of put
connects the dots in the
a
draft,
little
right,
bit like we see the Liquid bans, like the Earthshaker, the Monkey King. This is kind of the standard type of hero that you're looking for PARIVISION, but I could also see them pick up Invoker, even though it's not the greatest matchup against Puck.
Oh, it's a really bad matchup. Puck has a completely free time.
But Invoker has high BS damage as well. I think he can chill.
Oh, they actually still go for the Pango. All right, fair. I mean, Puck is the counter to Pango often, right? You call, you can't roll, it complicates things, but they go for it. I don't know why, but this Dawn is still talking to me. But maybe there's a... Do you think right now that, like, what's the higher value? More support and a new carry to deal with Enigma? Or we don't care about the lane and we'll find a new position for that will break things?
I don't know. I'm thinking that they're going to pick another carry.
Another carry?
Just because...
Yeah. Liquid, just do the Dawn. Come on.
I don't know if you're really gonna find anything for Boxy here to have such high impact. Maybe you feel like maybe you just feel like your lineup is already good enough to win, and then you just pick a solid 4.
But the issue here is like,
but what else could we see? Like,
actively put Morphling into the core role, then you know you're gonna lose that lane to the Enigma.
So what Mickey heroes do we have then for a potential pick? It could be TA, Furion. Do they look good here?
Dawn, the Bloodseeker, maybe a TA for lane,
I've yet to see a successful Bloodseeker game, kind of.
I know.
I don't love this hero.
You can hear in my voice, like, you know.
But it looks good into Pango, kind of. Can he carry this? It's not the greatest against Enigma, though.
No, it's not. It's not very good. And also in the scaling to TB can just eventually stand his ground and utilize Thunder. Well, they got
I think TA is not good against Terrorblade in theory. Enigma as well.
All right, they got 10 seconds left. And they're going to be picking a Razor, sure.
So they do go for another carry.
Yeah. It'll be
so now they have the 5 Zeus and the Razor 1 against the Enigma Eidolons, which means you can kind of kill them, I think, with the Chain Lightning and the Plasma Field.
Oh, hello, coach. Oh, come here. Hello, boss. Would you like to be live on stream? All right, we've got the coach of PARIVISION live interview happening. So what was the TLDR, sorry?
Very surprised about Razor.
They don't learn that Razor is terrible against Zoo. It triggers me.
It triggers him. Okay, just in case they didn't hear him, Astini's saying that the Razor into Zoo is not very strong.
Zeus and the Razor plasma field can kill the Eidolons early, and that's what they're thinking, that they can kind of shut down Enigma that way.
It's a bit of a bait pick, right? Like,
it was surprising to us as well. Just trying to think about how they're thinking.
I'm not saying like, oh, or grab this battery.
No, of course.
Concept, I don't know. It's crazy for me, this concept.
But what happens now
See how
if
this plays out.
they win the lane, they use the Beastmaster, you never get a good black hole off, and they win the game in 25 minutes. What if that happens?
Unlucky, then we...
Unlucky. There we go, all right.
Knew they want to try this morph against us, and we let them to see like what they got.
Okay.
So game one is to see what they got.
Sure, so game one, just in case you didn't hear Astini, but it was at the experiment, you know, they wanted to test Liquid, you know, allow them to get what they want.
But him being very surprised about the Razor pick. Let's see how this ends up playing out.
A rematch of the Thailand finals has already started a little spicy, with PARIVISION's coach stepping in and giving some unsolicited flame to Team Liquid, saying that they just do not learn. Avery, Razor does not beat Zoo, and he's triggered by the fact that they keep trying it.
I agree with the Liquid never learns part.
Okay.
When is this team going to win a big LAN, Austin?
That's true.
We'll never find that out as Insania goes down. Of course, he just feeds here. We've seen this every game from him.
That
doesn't learn, Austin. He
doesn't learn. How is he walking into the jungle, man? Someday.
I do kind of agree with it conceptually. Like, Razor's a very weak hero versus Zoo lineups.
Yeah.
I also think it's kind of a weak hero versus how PARIVISION plays. We go back to that series. I think one of Liquid's issues in this matchup was how do they push the lanes out? How do they control the map? PARIVISION are a team that's always going to push these lanes into you and not show a lot of heroes to do it.
Yeah.
Razor generally sucks in those types of games. Like, you just don't see heroes to go on. You're getting out-farmed by a lot of traditional carries. You get outscaled. I will say Mickey has one thing going for him, which is the Liquid Razor. It seems like it wins late games more than a lot of other people's.
Yeah.
I don't know what that's about, but they got some secret sauce.
I mean, I know what part of it is about. I've watched Mickey's Razor enough. This guy just uses Eye of the Storm off cooldown to farm creeps nonstop.
But
like, he is not
everybody
afraid.
do that? I don't understand. Isn't that just Razor gameplay?
I feel like he does it way more than other people.
I don't know, man. I remember 6 or 7 years ago, Eternal Enmity was doing that, and people made fun of it.
Well, you know.
Also, there's a question: is too much lightning a thing? Like Zeus Razor lane. Are you mixing
Like,
the currents up here? Lore-wise, it just doesn't add up to me.
You think it's like an AC/DC kind of situation?
Yeah, they're on the wrong levels, and I don't know. This is not a strong lane versus Enigma, and we have seen Enigma be a powerhouse of a hero for PARIVISION. Like, DM just does not feed on this hero, and he rarely loses with it.
Wait, why is it not a good lane against Enigma? Like, don't they have Plasma Field plus an additional round of nukes?
I mean,
to
they don't
kill
have
Eidolon?
magic resist, right? You don't kill them with magic damage anymore.
Okay.
Especially the level 3 to 5 ones. I don't think anybody's fighting Eidolons in this lane. I think if you cannot fight Eidolons, Enigma crushes you. Like, this hero is incredibly strong in the first 15 minutes. He can slay heroes, take towers, backstab tier 1 mid. That's kind of his general game plan, and all he needs to do that is an early drum. So any of this extra gold you get off the courier snipes, Bounty has a free game because Enigma can play the lane 1v2 here. I think it's all playing for PARIVISION's the scariest part of this first 10 minutes for me, and Liquid need to mitigate that damage as much as possible. Look towards the other lanes to build some momentum of their own. Beastmaster can do similar things here for Sableye in that relative off lane, and I mean, Nisha's having a good start here mid, so that part is looking good for Liquid.
Yeah, I assume we're just going to be seeing axe spam constantly against a Terrorblade.
Yeah, I expect so. 50 mana for these things is, I don't know who came up with that number, but they were at an after party somewhere when it happened. That's absolutely ludicrous.
Yeah, it kind of is.
I'm also excited to see what Boxy can do with this Morph lane. I think we saw what 9 class did with it yesterday. Anytime you're against these big stun heroes, that hero just becomes an absolute menace in the fights. Downside for Boxy this game is you're looking at what he's going to steal with the Morph lane here, and it's not the greatest lineup I've ever seen. As another courier goes down, man, 9class doing some mad work up here.
Yeah, he's just terrorizing this lane. If they can't put the pressure on DM when he's kind of solo in lane, the bounty hunter is kind of free to back lane and kill couriers nonstop.
I mean, honestly, I'm surprised Insania hasn't gone for like 1 or 2 blind lightning bolts behind the tower here. Looking for the wards, but didn't want to use the mana for it. You can't blame him. So that ward existing is just scouting everything out. Freebies for 9class, because he does not have to stay on this lane at all. Block the pull, kill the couriers. Your Enigma's going to be happy with the solo XP.
Razor might not do well against Zoo, but it is 7-2 against Terrorblade this patch. That's a little surprising to me.
And they're 2-2 with the double lightning bros. And a loss for OG. That means they're like 2-1. Because we're not gonna count that. I don't know if that.
Oh, mid matchup. Nisha, he almost dies. Fairy Fire. That'll bail him out. Nisha baits him in a little bit, gets some more damage onto no one, but it was kind of a close call there. This matchup seems to be going very well for no one. 17-6 compared to 12-0.
Started well for Nisha. Did fall a little bit behind. He's doing okay though. He's winning the regen battle, and they're pretty even on that experience as well. So yeah, no one putting in some extra denies now. We'll try and open up that gap. And should hit 6 first here, actually, on the Pango. Though I question if PARIVISION are going to be able to do anything with it. With this Bounty Phoenix support duo, not necessarily the best at going into that mid lane and playing around the Rolling Thunder, as
that courier. It's
making a long trek. I think it's dead anyway.
I think 9class is going to find it anyway.
Yeah, he is.
He somehow knows that they're trying courier shenanigans here.
He missed it.
Oh.
He would have had it.
He would have. He just
too
stuck
good for
around
his
for a
own
little.
good.
Wait. He's still going back.
Oh my.
Oh my God. He's just got a sixth sense for this sort of thing, man. He knows.
What? This is just lane losing. Mickey has not received items in 4 minutes, guys. What is happening?
Oh, they spotted the courier. The ward, but it still gets denied by 9class. They're going to try and punish 9class here. Another lightning bolt would do the trick, but he doesn't have the mana.
This is just sad.
This really is.
He has a salve too, so he could suicide here. He could salve back up. He is doing some mental damage for sure. And again, the question is Liquid getting a trade anywhere else on the map while this is all happening and Enigma's free farming? The answer is kind of no. Dude, you gotta be kidding me. Why? Like,
this is the worst game for Avery to watch. Just non-stop courier deaths. He's never been so triggered before. Saberlight getting run down to the bottom lane. This would be disastrous for Liquid, who are already losing their safe lane. They lose their off lane too. They try and get a trade-off of kills, but Boxy is not able to finish off the Phoenix. Instead, it's just Saberlight dying to Satanic.
Honestly, PARIVISION are just playing this laning phase well. They weathered some of the early spell damage on these side lanes, got their timings, made aggressive plays their own. On this top lane, it's the Couriers. On bottom, it's Saberlight. And all 3 of their cores are ahead right now of the pack in terms of net worth. They are cruising up these charts with the inflated gold from the courier deaths. I mean, these couriers are worth a lot. You know, we said Liquid doesn't learn. I don't know. You just keep running in the same place. And the drum is already up for the Enigma. This is where these Eidolons become deadly.
They do get vision of 9class there for a moment, but lack of vision now. Lightning bolt on cooldown. Oh. No detection because no couriers are ever making it out here.
Insania has just not had mana for, feels like 2 or 3 minutes.
And they're going to go for the dive on him. Mickey. He does still have a bit of damage, but they don't really care about that one. With the attack speed slow, the fire spirits, honestly, they probably just need to, somebody needs to die in this lane just so they can get items.
Or just walk to base, honestly.
Maybe.
Walk to the courier, and then go to base. Do it all. It's a disaster of a lane for Liquid. I guess Steenie was right. He picked Razor into a summons hero. Might come to regret it. Oh.
Oh, he doesn't have the mana for it. Oh no. The one good thing that could have happened, well, at least they know this rotation is coming, which could have been a really sneaky play from 9class.
He's just going Wisdom Rune, so you're forced to react to this anyway. And can you? You don't have a stun for this Invis Bounty Hunter. Meanwhile,
Mickey just TP back to lane, and he's dead again.
I honestly don't know why he went back up here. There is no way you're staying on this lane versus a level 5 Enigma with drum.
Oh my God, they don't know he's going for the Wisdom Rune?
It's already gone.
Oh no.
This is collapsing in front of our eyes. This support duo for Liquid is going to be, well, useless. There is no better word for it. They're absolutely useless right now.
I feel like I'm watching the Slark game, the support Slark game all over again.
I guess they don't learn. You know, they said that Slark was one of the more useless supports I've seen. They said, "Hold my beer."
Hold my beer. Oh, and the 9 class sneaks in from behind, and they have the damage to blow him up. Saberlight's not getting out on TP.
This is just getting worse and worse. Dude, hide this net worth chart. We don't need to look at that, man. Like, we don't want to. I don't want to see where this Razor is right now. It's a rough one out here. We haven't even gotten to the point of the game where the track kills are going to add more fuel to this fire. By the way, he's dead again.
Yeah, he is indeed. Caught in a black hole.
Honestly, still not sure why Mickey's up here at all. It's just food.
And Nisha is not having that good a time in mid. He is 900 gold behind no one. He does manage to get an arcane rune, though.
He's got mana this time.
But if you're hoping that Nisha is going to bail out the rest of Liquid in their rough lanes, then you may be in a rough awakening. We'll see, we'll see. Maybe they got it with the coil, get the silence, pull him back from his shield crash. No chance for the shield. Last bit of damage comes through. They do manage to get a kill, get themselves on the board, and with the arcane rune, might be able to get even more. Takalis doesn't have a dive up for 22 seconds.
Okay.
That is far too long. A second kill for Team Liquid. Looks like we shouldn't count Nisha out.
Super pivotal arcane rune. I mean, that's the best you can hope for here because he's your strongest hero, and that's the best rune you can get. And you bring all 5, get the job done. Bounces this out a little bit at least.
You can see Nisha has been dominating mid for most of the tournament. 42.8 average last hits at 7 minutes. #1 on the board. Pretty impressive. But not against no one. Who has really, I mean, the last 6 months has just been no one just crushing it. 9 class almost picking off Saberlight. Instead, will in turn be picked off as he was hoping to get a cheeky little snipe on Saberlight, who was looking at an ancient stack. And that is another road of recovery for Team Liquid.
Yep, this is the big one. They absolutely needed to bring everybody to secure this.
Yeah, you could see PARIVISION. They're making their way over there. The Phoenix is going to try and dip into the triangle. He's met by some resistance, so.
I mean, right now what you want to do if you're PARIVISION is exert pressure on this mid-tier 1 with the Enigma, because that's what's going to break this positioning a bit more from Liquid, and they don't have ways to outspam these Eidolons, so
yep.
It's just gone here, no deny. And now you can move DM into this triangle, threaten the stacks, and just nobody's fighting this Enigma right now.
Yeah, the stacks are at half HP too. They're going to try and finish him up now. Saberlight, fresh mana.
No rune for Nisha either.
I mean, even if 9 class just soaks up a bunch of the experience, that's not the worst. They spot him here on the edge of the sentry. Do manage to hit the roar on him. He'll die a second time here trying to get into this triangle. Or will he dive on through from Takalis, trying to finish off Insania here. The take of the Fire Spirits. The Supernova goes off to finish off El Saberlighto and Insania in one fell swoop. Boxy did manage to pick up that kill on 9 class, but Ancients have been stolen and kills have been had, and even a neutral item is going to be left. Merciful PARIVISION will leave a neutral item down for Liquid.
They're going to scout the other Ancient stack as well. Liquid just lost so much there. They effectively get triple killed. They lost their Observer Ward. They lost 3 or 4 of the big creeps on that other Ancient camp. They're losing this Ancient camp. They lost their mid-tier 1. The Terrorblade took the tier 1 bottom during that fight, by the way. He didn't even join that. They didn't get the power rune. Did I miss anything?
No. Well, I guess you missed the fact that they did go 1-3 against PARIVISION in the finals of Thailand, so a chance of revenge is quickly slipping out of their grasp.
And that diffusal done for the Pangolier, so oof, you're having mana problems on these supports. That's gonna add to it. I mean, just losing those Ancients is so brutal because this Beastmaster has no game right now. This is an Ags Rush Beast that, what are you doing?
Well, not much if he doesn't have the Ags.
Very solid position for PARIVISION, up 7K at the 12-minute mark. Got to keep capitalizing on this, though. Not a team you want to give some freedom or some comeback potential to.
Yeah, you could see they're grouping up quite a bit. 3 heroes in the mid lane, 2 of them being cores. 9 class was the one to push out the top lane with the Shuriken spam.
Another D ward too. They are really limiting the vision.
And Satanic, meanwhile, is having just total free reign of the bottom jungle area. He is going to be stacked.
Oh yeah, he doesn't even know he's in a public game right now, you know. He's playing some PvE.
He's up 2,300 gold on Mickey's Razor.
I'm surprised that's all, to be honest. 1-0 and 2, tier 1 taken on his own. It's the levels that really hurt Liquid right now. Level 10 on this Terrorblade.
Here comes the Rolling Thunder. With the defusal, they just ignore the Zeus, go straight for Saberlight, who does get bumped down to the low ground. No way out, though. So
he just has nowhere to go on the map.
Yeah.
That's the issue right now. At least Mickey's getting top wave out. No black hole committed. You're thinking about it.
DM certainly has the freedom to kind of do whatever he wants. His 9 class continues to terrorize couriers all over the map.
Just got to claim some part of this map if you're Liquid. Get something up. You're still looking for level 6 on the Zeus, by the way. That's how bad the levels are hurting you right now. And again, I go back to the idea of the draft behind the Morphling, like you first picked it. PARIVISION just didn't.
They're going for Nisha. They got him. Coil trying to finish him off with the last bit of Fire Spirits and the Supernova. Surely that's enough, and it is indeed. The last bit of damage over time. And look at the dive behind the tier 2 tower. Saberlight can't even get away, even with the roar being used. He will die here. Satanic.
He just tipped
from
the wall
the
was happening.
jungle. His team is doing all the work, and Satanic is still doing the tipping.
What's this guy's problem, man?
They probably had a run-in a pub or something.
There's no chill. Usually you tip the guy who's not there for that. Instead, he's the guy not there tipping you.
Fighting over Wisdom Runes, quick black hole usage just to make sure there's no chance of Boxy taking that Wisdom Rune. It is going to be grabbed on the other side of the map by Insania. Still, though, a 1-for-1 Wisdom Rune split with PARIVISION getting kills, getting towers. The map is collapsing for Team Liquid, an 11,000 net worth deficit, and it's not going to get any better anytime soon, I think.
Well, you have Thunder God's Wrath up, I guess.
Yeah. I can't see any heroes getting low enough for it to be used in a good way. Mickey spotted out by 9 class, farming out the jungle area. They do manage to get the Thunder God's Wrath kill onto 9 class. Mickey did manage to get some of the experience for that kill too. Meanwhile, Satanic, well, he does have Manta and Sunder, so no real threat, I think, from Nisha.
And there you were saying he's not going to be able to find a kill with it.
I guess I was proved wrong by Team Liquid. Don't think they're too happy about it, but...
I mean, I had Insania on my fantasy, so I'm looking pretty good right now. I need a couple more of those, you know?
I can't remember who I put in. It's probably Nisha or Boxy.
That was a foolish mistake.
I mean, Nisha's last hit's been pretty good. All right, well, he is going to have to do some fancy footwork to get out of this one. Sunder's going to be used to bring him low. Making a break for it. He does not have a dagger, so he's screwed.
And now the track kills are starting to add even more advantage here.
They go through the gate, head to the Razor. Mickey, he's going to be spotted here, just chased away. Not a real attempt at a kill, just controlling the map mostly.
You're just not gaining anything. You're not holding any space.
No.
There's no camps for this Beastmaster to occupy. This game has absolutely spiraled out of control extremely quickly. Just came down to that laning phase.
Diffusal Blade, blink Diffusal Blade into the Rolling Thunder right in front of their faces. He knows that he's just got the freest game on the side of no one. He can't really be stopped. And if he lands the swashbuckle, Mickey's going to die for it. He'll get him eventually. Meanwhile, the Supernova goes off. DM does get caught in the crossfire here, but with a successful Supernova, Liquid are still going to be on the losing side of this engagement with 4 heroes down for the 1 pickup of DM's Enigma.
I might just call it here. This is a beatdown and a half.
Yeah.
It's just getting into unrecoverable territory, especially with a support duo that really needed the levels in this game. It just never got there. And everybody's telling me Satanic's a slow player, man.
Oh, yeah, he certainly has not looked like it since joining PARIVISION.
Yeah, this is a Terrorblade with, you know, 4 assists.
Wow.
Do get the Enigma kill, that's nice. I mean, it's the best target you can get. Didn't have the black hole up anyway, but He'll take anything here.
Yeah, in a way, the black hole can usually protect the supernova. DM set the supernova up in a way of just his threats. Force Team Liquid to all in on him, and Ducalis just had the freest setup for an egg.
Titanic just running into the entire team.
Silenced up, Boxy. He is not quite gonna die.
All right,
He's just gonna go back in, brings him low. Does manage to almost burst him down, but he got off the Sunder on Mickey. Turns around, almost finished him off 10 HP. But a Rolling Thunder hot in his tail, and he's not gonna be able to juke this. A clip finishes him off. A black hole from the low ground catches Nisha. Good cancel from Insania. A jump in from Boxy with the shield crash. They do manage to bring down the Pango. Commits the Beastmaster's life for it. Nisha, will he die? Phase shift dodging a little bit of that damage. He stays alive. Somehow Liquid managed to get a 2-2 split for that one. It almost resulted in a kill on Satanic too, but
that would have been huge.
Yeah.
He had stick charges, and it's just enough to keep him alive and get that Sunder. Not enough burst in the tank.
Certainly would have been an opportunity for Liquid to actually claw back some of that game, but instead, they're just barely treading water. That Aghanim Scepter still being worked on by Saberlight's Beastmaster. He's going to go to the other side of the map. Yeah, even if he gets it, like, is it going to do anything at this point?
I mean, it'll do something, but yeah, I mean,
not like he could do anything else about it. It's just,
yeah. What would you like?
It's sadly not a power spike for Liquid, I don't think.
Oh, maybe he can dig up a necro book or something. That would help him out right now.
Go back to a different patch. Yeah, Orchid is going to just be troubling Boxy this entire game. He dies.
Yeah, I like this
trying
Orchid.
to farm Enigma's Eidolons.
I think these support Orchids are the best when you are this far ahead in a game.
Yes.
And you can just completely punish some of these spellcasters.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to make his game as well as Nisha's game just impossible.
Yep. Aegis onto the Pangolier. Still have a pretty tanky Terrorblade with this Falcon Blade Dragonlance buildup. Can absolutely push. You have a lot of utility behind you. Glimmer Cape Solar Crest already done for the Phoenix. Pipe already done for the Enigma. There's so much HP that you have to cut through with a lot of magic damage Liquid's trying to force through that is far behind. So, tough position, to say the least.
His bounty hunter. They are correct in assuming there is something behind him. Not sure why Boxy walked in.
Because he knows his limits, Austin. He knows he can't die.
That was
Austin.
so close. Oh my god, his team walked out, he walked in. That was crazy. Nisha in some trouble. Phase shift, blinks away. Rolling Thunder on after him. Nisha's not going to jump to his orb, so no one comes back in. Nope. Silenced instead. He had an orb coming up, but the bounty hunter closes the gap.
Meanwhile,
Satanic's going to end the game. Here comes the Aghanim Scepter.
Okay, he got it.
He got it.
Roll.
He is dying to illusions.
Roll back to the fountain, boys. It's rough out there.
Just stay inside where it's safe. Well, this was a beatdown, man.
Yeah, a lot of the games here have been. Not all these teams just get a laning advantage. You have these invis heroes that play the map.
Yep.
They suffocate you really quickly if you don't have the lane shove.
Yeah, we've seen that quite a bit. Like, it almost doesn't, like, draft is obviously a big part of laning, but it is kind of like they lost that bottom lane on Liquid. Obviously, top was a disaster, but I don't think they were supposed to lose that bottom lane, too.
They lost both side lanes hard.
Yeah.
No way about it.
And then Nisha, you know, I think matchup-wise, that's probably good for Pango, but
I think Nisha did fine. Like, Puck doesn't generally win a lot of matchups these days, but what do you want the guy to do?
Trying for the Tormentor. If they don't do it fast, though, they've got a track on him. And the Rolling Thunder right through the middle of it immediately. They do have a roar up to try and stall this out. They try and go for the egg, but it's denied. A black hole catches two of them inside. Nisha's the only hope to be able to get any kills out of this at all, and he dies.
Yeah.
GG. It just could not be more of a disaster for Team Liquid. PARIVISION spanked them in game one.
absolutely spanked them. Nothing that Liquid had going on in that game for him, and nothing really to go back on to say, hey, let's bring this into game 2, because it was all off the rails from about minute 2. I still feel like Liquid just has a bad read on what PARIVISION are doing to them in terms of these lane shove, the summons, having heroes that can stand on the map on their own and play the map back towards what's happening. Going back to that finals in Thailand, I feel like that's been the crux of this matchup, and it's what's caught them off guard. And this is another draft where the picks, to me, just don't figure that out. Like, yeah, maybe you can just wildly outplay them here, but this Enigma has an absolutely free lane up here. He has a free game. He's going to backstab your tier 1, and nothing about these picks tells me you have the ability to stop that unless you equally just crush lanes out there.
Sure.
And severely outplay them, which, yeah, you're a world-class team. That can happen, but conceptually, it looks pretty difficult here. And the second you lose those tier 1s into the Ancient stealing, that game just absolutely crumbles. Bounty is going to tear you apart.
Nightclass did just that. Game 1 is over. PARIVISION looking at perhaps a fast 2-0 to this series.
It was a quick game 1, a tough one for all the Liquid fans out there, and it felt like maybe there was a potential way back into this one, T. I say it with a little bit of copium. Okay, I'm gonna,
You are coping. Yes. Come on.
Lane's short, rough. Off lane, down bad.
Yep.
Safe lane, Mickey's struggling.
Yep.
But Nisha puck.
Sure, yeah. I mean, the puck, it's a puck into a Pangolier, the puck
It was really tough.
Yeah, it's okay, but, fundamentally, I think Liquid came into this draft with an idea of like, okay, let's try and get the Morphling, and then we'll draft it, but then suddenly it's like, it's going to support. They're not respecting Enigma, which in my opinion is one of the best heroes against Morphling in the carry role, and then suddenly it's like, picking Zeus to counter Bounty, your Morph's going to support because of the Enigma, and now you have double no-stun supports against Bounty, and you're losing a lane. And I've been in this position before when coaching Jiggling, like we picked Razor into Enigma, going, we have no carries left in the pool, we need a way to kill the Eidolons. You pick Razor, you just lose the game. So it's like, the Razor didn't kill the Eidolons, the supports can't deal with Bounty. Congrats, Puck's having a good time, but like the rest of your draft has just fallen to the wayside. So yeah, it's bad draft, PARIVISION too good. They have to full reset for game 2.
I was going to say, the thing is, you can chalk a lot of things up to draft misery, and I'm sure you've been there before as a coach yourself, where you kind of just want to look at it that way. But it is big props to PARIVISION as well, the way that they were able to shut down these lanes in such a commanding fashion. How of a nuisance this Bounty Hunter was. Yes, he's annoying in lanes, but on top of that, everything he's doing to ensure none of the Liquid players are getting their resources from couriers.
Yeah, I mean, he definitely destroyed that top lane. I think he killed, 4 or 5 couriers? They're full of items every time, and they need mana to be able to kill the Eidolons and actually play the game, right? So that definitely sped up the game. I think if Liquid were to do better in this game, I think giving away first blood is very expensive as well. Like all these couriers, I think you have to play very clean,
very
laning,
reserved,
very reserved, very clean in the laning phase. Obviously, that's very difficult with Bounty. How are you going to get your mana onto the Razor, your Ring of Bessie, your Clarities? It's very hard to get those items out without Bounty killing them, right? Because it's an Enigma in the offlane, so he doesn't need you actually there, present. And then, of course, as the game progresses, when you have Bounty Hunter against Zeus Morphling supports, it's like the freest Bounty game ever. We saw him also pick up the Orchid when you're snowballing. It's such a punishing item into Morphling, into Puck. Yeah, just such a fast gameplay again from PARIVISION, and I feel like once again it does come down to draft a lot of the way, a little bit like we saw yesterday.
It was a nice shift, I want to say, from this Phoenix, something that PARIVISION, when they were playing the Fissure Playground and everyone was banning Phoenix against them, they kind of expected it, that at times they got their hands on the Phoenix and they were so set in their ways that we want this to be offlane. I really enjoyed it going somewhere different, that they could toy with that. They were like, okay, now we can have it more in our favor. We're more aware of what we can do with that.
Yeah, I think, the Phoenix was kind of like the MVP of the game to some degree, right? Like he finishes the game 11-1-8, like his lane is also arguably free, right? Because he's now laning into a Morph and a Beastmaster. You can just, Fire Spirit and chill. He's got a Terror Blade to counter the Beast. Like, it was a first pick Phoenix that never really got countered because again, like the Morph pick was the counter to the Phoenix, but then Morph goes to support, right? It's like, if you're picking the Morphling, you need to draft with the confidence of like, this is my Morphling, I am stopping Phoenix from ever having a game, right?
But do you not also like that they shifted the Morph to a support when they saw the Phoenix go to a support? So it's like this mirror, you're going to put it in a 5, we put it in a 4. So either way,
that's the wrong, the logic is you're picking the carry Morphling because your support Phoenix or core Phoenix can never get an egg off because my carry Morphling is the core of the game.
I see.
The issue is they then banned like a PA in the second phase rather than like the Enigma. If they ban Enigma, protect the Morphling lane, then they can draft with confidence of like, at no point this Phoenix will feel good. But they just randomly ban PA. And it's just like, I think they wasted their one ban, they respected Beastmaster, and honestly, they probably just forgot about Enigma. And then they got reminded about it and lost the game very quickly.
I think it's also like when you have a lane like Beastmaster Morphling, or the Morphling support in particular, and we saw it, PARIVISION actually played this exact thing yesterday, but with Bristleback, right? They lost the lane, Bristleback had very low CS, Morphling didn't do much, but then the other lanes were dominating so hard with the Brute Mother, right? So I think if you are to play Morphling support or have picked Beastmaster early, like Chandra also does, you need to make sure that you're not losing every other lane as well, because Beast is a kind of slow hero, he needs time. He can catch up with stacks, but he needs help from his team, right? And we saw it in this game as well. Like Saberlight had an okay time, but then suddenly everyone's coming to his stacks, everyone's coming to his lane, and nobody can help him because every other lane is lost as well, right? So I think when you pick this kind of greedy hero like Morphling support, you need to make sure that you have some other heroes on the map that makes up for the greediness of the Morphling.
I mean, it's the first time I'm going to say it at the Blast Slam, too, but I think this was the first time I saw a team outdraft themselves.
Okay, that's
like,
a tough one.
Everything that we see being applied in regards to pressure was more the picks of Liquid rather than like, you know, PARIVISION was just drafting stably and strong and reacting to what they saw.
Yep.
And it was Liquid who was like, oh, we're gonna go for the Morphling. Oh, and now we're gonna go for the Beastmaster. You know, like, and every pick was like them just kind of shooting themselves in the foot. So by the time they started the game, they're kind of crawling their way to the runes with like no real objective, right? So I think, luckily for Liquid's sake, they lose in this style where the coach can walk in and be like, you know what, bad draft, my bad boys, you know? Full mental reset. Then they present themselves with a strong idea for game 2, because it is rare to say that, you know, no gameplay can be fixed, but realistically, that is 99% all on draft for me.
I think also if you think about the way we were talking during the draft, PARIVISION opens with this very open support hero Phoenix to take it slow in the draft. Liquid kind of does the complete opposite, right? They just show the Morphling into showing the Beastmaster. Now you kind of showed so many things.
They showed everything,
in two picks already, right? And it's much easier for PARIVISION suddenly to start punishing that.
Well, it seems like you guys have a couple of ideas for Liquid, how they can maybe readjust and look at this. And it's not just the benefit of, hey, you can come in, you can go, it was a draft, that my bad, but also the benefit, T, that it's a best of 3. We will be seeing these teams play in a game at number 2 just after this break.
here to confess about some bugs that happened and I witnessed them. This came from an ex-teammate, or actually current teammate. They won the game because they fountain hooked people to the fountain. I approved 100% because anything that happens is a feature, not a bug. So props to them on figuring that out.
Have you ever used a bug?
I have never used a bug in my life.
Have you ever used a feature?
I've used many features.
Hello, my name is I have never abused a bug in the entirety of my existence as a celestial being because I am perfect and beyond reproach. People I have seen abuse bugs, Aoi 2000 abused a bug where Necrophos Q had 4 times the range and he won Star Ladder 6 with that.
Hello, my name is I have been having people abuse bugs against me my entire life. Every time I play Primal Beast and I'm about to charge someone, they somehow know. They're scripting, they're hacking, I don't know what's going on, but these pro players ain't legit. And I know it because Nisha abused the hell out of the Storm Spirit bug. We just did like triple damage from his overload. I think all bug abusing cheaters should be banned. They should be sent to a high security prison where they're no longer allowed to play Dota.
If I were being fair about what the punishment for be for people like this, I'd say maybe firing squad.
PARIVISION currently 1 game up on Team Liquid here, an elimination series. I don't know why I keep saying that. Every series is elimination. That's what's fun about this tournament. The stakes are always high in every game that we're going to be seeing, but even more so now, Misery, because PARIVISION, they're confident. They're coming into a game number 2 knowing that what they drafted for themselves and how they were able to execute it, practically flawless.
Yeah, I feel like they should be confident. I think their strategy seems to be very broad. I think the 9-class DM combo seems to be very strong, like kind of able to play a lot of niche heroes, a lot of kind of special strategies. Like seems to always make it work and know what they're doing. So yeah.
No, I think it feels like DM, we don't talk about him that much, but it's like his hero pool is creating so much life for them, right? Like if you get the bristle back, now it's like, now you need to deal with the goo, the aura. If he doesn't get bristle, he's counter picking with Enigma, and then he's played like Beast. Sometimes they get the Phoenix Flex, right? I think his hero pool, only playing 4 heroes, but in every single game, he takes so much pressure away from Satanic, enabling no one to read the map correctly, that if DM isn't shut down from laning phase, he kind of is like the quiet conductor that really just gives so much, you know, map movement to PARIVISION. So maybe for Liquid, it's like, make sure their safe lane is able to play into DM. If not, then maybe we just see a repeat of that first game.
Do you feel like PARIVISION used to sit in this, you know, weird category of you could target ban some of their players, and now they don't really sit that way? You know, Satanic adding a lot more to the pool that you might get distracted by him. DM gets a lot of comfort heroes. He's also strong. His comfort heroes are strong at the moment.
Yeah, I'd agree. I think there's an argument to be made that PARIVISION used to be a slightly easier team to prepare against, right? You know what Chrysalis would play, you know what, you know, DM would play, and then maybe no one gets that counter pick. It has shifted to no one having to play more open mid laners, and then DM being kind of sacrificed in the draft. So yeah, I think there is like a complete identity change in draft, but it is only for the better because of the depth they've now added. It is scary thinking this, and I think if anything, when you go against this team, you can't draft to try and counter them. You need to make sure draft is just good. Like if you're scared of a PA and a Terrorblade and a Medusa and a Lifestealer, right? You've already lost the game, right? You need to draft with, they're gonna pick one of these carries. We know it's coming, but let's just make sure we have a well-rounded lineup. Not a Zeus, a Morphling support duo with a, you know, like, not what that happened, right?
I mean, it feels a bit like the same conclusion we had yesterday after Extreme Gaming versus PARIVISION game 1, right?
Yep.
Where they lost so fast, and now they need to make sure they get a draft where they can actually play the game and actually like do something and not just get rolled over in 20 minutes.
Well, we'll see if Liquid have the answers to that, if they're able to bounce back after that tough game 1 for themselves, because I am pleased to say game number 2 draft is underway.
Oh, didn't see you there.
Welcome to the draft.
Welcome to the draft. We're going to
There
be
you go.
drafting and talking about heroes. It's going to be really fun and awesome. And I can't wait to do it with T-Governor.
Yeah, and do you think Liquid's going to draft better this time, or do you think it's going to be the same situation where PARIVISION and at.CET outdraft them in game 2?
Well, I actually think their draft was quite fantastic, and it was mostly an execution issue.
Oh.
Oh.
Okay.
Well,
let's find out then.
Let's go.
Well, we yet to see any picks yet, but no, I think, again, we said it on the panel, but luckily for Liquid's sake, that type of loss is one that mentally you just chalk up as a, you can just forget about it, right? Like, in Dota, sometimes like the worst losses are the one where it's like a 45-minute game, 50-minute game, mechanical errors, and maybe a player has a moment where he chokes. But like the fact that it is just a simple, easy to dissect situation, you would think a team with Liquid's, caliber, quality, and history is able to make sure that game 2 is a completely different, showing of themselves.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind a completely different showing. I mean, that was really sad.
It was.
I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I know.
But like, you look at how the game goes, right? You set up your offlaner to have success, and then you're feeding first blood to this Phoenix. He's coming into lane with way more items. You're going to the top lane. Bounty is sniping every single courier in existence. You can't be letting that happen. You're getting no resources to your top lane. Your carry's getting killed by a Ducalis coming from the portal. Then he's getting ganked again by the mid laner. Like, there's clearly miscommunication, sloppy play. This was not clean at all. No offense, I love you, Liquid. But like, this was not clean at all. And PARIVISION were really clean. Like, they were so tight. I saw the amount of moves that they made and all this, and it was like, I looked at the timer, it's 12 minutes. It felt like they packed 100 sharp, clean plays into 12 minutes.
I mean, that's the thing, right? In the interview we had with Boxy, he mentioned that PARIVISION is a team where, with their young players, they love following the script of their draft, right? If that script is never changed during the game, they are a formidable team, and Liquid's job in this series is to try and break that. That's, again, didn't happen in that previous game. In this game, they have shifted the bans. They've changed the Chen ban to a Phoenix ban.
I think that was a good idea.
That's a good idea, because also, PARIVISION have been picking Chen on second pick. They see a hero, then they pick the Chen. That's fine. But on first pick, it's a little bit more vulnerable to punishment. And so overall, I don't mind that. And of course, the Phoenix ban into monkey pick is a classic. Phoenix will follow the monkey king no matter what. A hard counter to the hero. So Liquid's already back into kind of comfort territory within the draft.
Right, but this bounty, but we gotta talk about his impact on the last game was phenomenal.
It was.
Like, the Liquid are going to have to make sure that, okay, actually, I was gonna say that they didn't try hard enough, but I saw some of the routes the courier was taking in that lane, and he still found them. So I think you have to deal with him better. He had a wall behind tower, you have to deal with that, because that's how he's gonna play there. I think he was really on top of the Wisdom Rune as well. He took the TP to bot, ran up the side, got the Wisdom Rune there. That also set Liquid back. Like, this bounty had such good impact.
I'm going to give a really potentially stupid idea, but also one that it could cook, right?
Right.
You just pick Marcy. They pick Bounty, you pick Marcy. Now my courier's flying. Congratulations, Bounty.
Yeah.
You can never kill a courier anymore because we can now, juke them in better positions. Like, it's now 3 hits, not, it's actually 2 hits for melee, not 1, right? It might be a little bit left field, but if there ever was a world for Marcy to return to meta, is if Bounty players were always killing couriers.
I suppose we've seen Marcy in the group stage with an IO.
No, sorry, it was Watson played it, right? In Gaming Gladiators, it was a safe lane combo.
I'll agree with you because I don't remember.
That's fine. But it was that.
But it looked good, for sure. I'm super down to see Marcy, but I don't think I've seen Liquid playing this.
I'm getting a bit creative there. I have no idea if Liquid's going to play it, but at least if you tell me right now, Bounty's killing couriers, what's the fix? That's at least where my mind wanders to. I have no idea if Liquid's going to start thinking like this, because also the other argument to Bounty is you need to have good lockdown, you need to be able to kill him. Whilst Bounty's off killing couriers, you should be able to pressure the offlaner, right? Like, there's a lot of ways to play into Bounty in the first 7 minutes. Liquid just needs to choose which one they want to go for.
I can agree with that. I don't know if you talked about it in the first game draft, by the way, but it makes me so happy to see this Jakiro band every game.
What, the tip of the hat, the respect to Insania? Yeah.
It's just a little beautiful little band that no one else is getting.
I mean, it's kind of like Liquid's version of the meta is they don't pick the Lich because they like the Jakiro more, right? So where other teams would randomly ban Lich because it's that stable 5 that can play into most matchups, that's Liquid's version of the Jakiro. And I like the bans, again, the Primal and the Jakiro, it might even hint towards them wanting the Chen for PARIVISION. And maybe Liquid's now guessing, like, if they're banning the Primal, which is the hard counter to a Chen, do we now need to ban the Chen? Are we getting baited to banning it and opens up other heroes? Like, that's, again.
It's also this thing of the Primal is...
But they respect the Enigma, that's one thing.
Okay, yeah. I was going to say, this Primal, I think, was their answer to like bristleback and stuff. Because even though I think in the game that they did last play Primal, he never reached that Ags. That when you are able to hit that item timing, you get the break, and it's really good against the PAs and the bristles, and even like. Yeah, I think gyro too.
Buys all the correct items,
yeah. And you're getting that blade mail and just being able to be a tank for your team. And I think Saberlight played really nicely with that in the mid to late game.
Do you think that's how Boxy actually plays Dota? With the mouse just in his palm like that, he just perfectly just jostles the...
Maybe he's got like the CSGO like keyboard.
The sensitive, yeah.
And then the thing in his head.
All right, Clockwork.
I would probably go, well, they can put it on either support. I'm not even sure if they're playing Monkey on carry yet. Like, Liquid's draft is pretty open right now, depending on what parry you want to take next.
For sure. I think the key thing is that they're going to be playing into the map, right? Like, they like using twin gates if it's a Clock and Monkey in one lane. Even if it's a Monkey in mid, the Clock will happily rotate in. Like, this is an opening, which is like, we will not allow you to dictate the tempo. Like, I'm expecting them to try and fight into them. I still think Chen +1 for PARIVISION is perfectly fine. Oh, actually, instead they go Beastmaster.
Okay, and they get to pick another hero here. They probably want to take something that's going to dissuade Gyro. I think Gyro is really...
I mean, they technically could pick the... If they really care about it, they could pick the Gyro now, still put it in 5 position, worst case, or put it in carry. That is one thing that we've been seeing, at least in the qualifiers recently. I know Night Pulse did it. They're a team that nearly qualified to ESL Raleigh in the Western European qualifiers in this pick position. You know, but then the issue with that logic is Morph's still available, so now it's like there's so many check boxes for can you pick Gyro, is there Morphling, blah 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 blah. But
yeah, that's what was interesting about the last draft, right? It was this like first pick Morphling, trying to take that out of the equation and force certain things to happen. In this game, there's a lot more open right now.
And there's their casual Lich.
It's a little fun little guy Lich.
But technically, PA Lich is still a thing, and for PARIVISION, this is now when they close the phase. They can just pick their carry because the Lich is like you can go for any carry. Lich is strong enough to ensure that lane is going to go well. And now Liquid at least need to decide where the Monkey King's going, or if they're keeping that flex alive. If they are, then it's going to be the offlane and support duo, and they actually take the PA themselves to prevent PARIVISION getting their hands on that.
Yeah. It's an interesting matchup because like PA, people really liked PA into Beastmaster, but that was when he was going like board build. But we've seen a lot of Beast this tournament in general, just going axes and still being able to pressure and apply a lot of threat. You are dealing again with the fact that there's a bounty in your lane who's going to be sniping that couriers, and if you're playing into that, you're going to get worn down, and the only thing you're going to have for regen is your wand.
It's also, you're still opening up for PARIVISION to just pick Morphling themselves in this position, right? You have, when you think about carries that can scale into the PA, you want high armor, you want repositioning, and again, Morphling is that hero. So Liquid, at least with this pick, I would like them to consider the fact that PARIVISION are gonna want to go for the Morphling as at least top priority. And again, is there the Saberlight hero that can already preemptively create that?
Who would Saber even play? I think it's hard because is Pango still in the pool?
Yes. Okay, go Willow.
Is he playing? Are they leaving Sabers here for loss, or is he playing like a?
Yeah, no, I'd assume so. It's
yeah,
like
okay.
with these picks, it's Monkey mid, it's PA carry, Willow +4, Clock +5, and yes, the offlaner is getting the last pick. And we get to really see it, but a team utilizing last pick to force Satanic to reveal his carry and get the counter pick. We've not seen it at Blast Slam so far, but it's a good way to prevent the star player from entering the game if you get the correct pick and if you play the lane well.
I like the Willow because when I was looking at Liquid's lineup so far, I'm like, okay, you have the ability to start a fight with Clockwork, for example, but if Monkey King does end up playing +4, which we didn't know at that time, I'm like, you're lacking damage, you need something to follow up. Your PA is going to want to farm her like Battle Fury. I think this Dark Willow helps bridge the gap in the early game. And it also provides a little bit more to your team fighting, which you don't have so far. You have a lot of single target pick off. Your ability to smoke up and find a target on Liquid was really good. They're going to have vision from the Flare. They're going to have vision from the Monkey King.
Look at Estini's face right now. Estini's face right now, like that is the guy who's like, he knows he picked Viper to take a, to destroy the Monkey King, right? It's like, because when we see these heroes, right, Monkey King's offlane isn't a thing, right? Monkey has to be mid. So no one's like, you know what? Let me play the Viper. Monkey King will not get to play the lane. He'll have to rotate, but then he's rotating into a Lich lane.
All right.
Yeah, it can be a little bit volatile. Rotating into a Beastmaster lane where bounty's not really, vulnerable, right? Unless you have a dust. So yeah, it's
but it's slow.
It is slow.
It is slow, and it really requires Parry to have to roll over Liquid, which given last game, I definitely believe is within their wheelhouse. But for Liquid, right, they are gonna want to play this pick-off game until PA reaches a point where she doesn't care about Viper anymore. And if they can do that, then I think Parry might struggle. If Parry just kind of double down on this, hey, we have a Beastmaster, we're gonna just group up, we're gonna have our auras and our, well, they'll get Roshan with the Beastmaster. It's just, then things will become very dicey for Liquid. I think they'll struggle to fight into it.
I think depending on the carry from PARIVISION, Liquid can go for a Dawnbreaker, where when Viper is being aggressive, eventually the Dawnbreaker will be able to ult in to assist whoever's getting jumped. You then also have Dawn versus Beastmaster, which is an incredibly good matchup. The other options, potentially, maybe like a Tide, but then, the Viper break, Tide can just die. But then if he's taking it...
option, potentially.
Yeah, it's like, I just want the offlaner to have a CSing advantage based on the matchup.
Yeah.
Because if you're losing CS on the offlane, and your Monkey's losing mid, the pressure on PA to do well in his lane is like, it has to win the lane, otherwise you're losing 3, right? But
how crazy a Liquid. What's the chance of just throwing Willow mid? Bring it back to
just run it back. I mean, Willow core, unironically, isn't too bad.
Offlane. Like, even though Saber's not a Monkey player, right? Is it worth just saying, like, this matchup's so awful, and we need Nisha to have a good game?
But the thing is, the matchup's bad if the side lanes are weak and Monkey can't rotate. But if Monkey's rotating to clock PA where there's kill opportunities, you fix the game. If Monkey's rotating into a offlane advantage into carry, again, it's good, right? So you need good side lanes when Monkey's losing mid. Hence why maybe they allowed Saber to get the last pick in the draft, because they maybe anticipated the Viper and this kind of like super toxic counter to their... and they actually, they do ban the Dawnbreaker.
Nice.
And PARIVISION, you need a carry.
There are so many options.
What's it gonna be?
It's going to be Terrorblade, who usually I've seen him get banned. That's a really funny
Yeah, it's a really good
That's really good. Yeah, Terrorblade, I've seen him get banned a lot in the early stages. This time he made it all the way through to the final one. Really high armor carry against PA. Oh god, it's a really strong laner as well. I think it makes it difficult for even though they're last picking Saber's hero, this has to be a really great pick, because I've seen this TB and with a nice strong support like Lich in lane, that is a lot of kill threat.
Ooh, maybe not. I was gonna say, maybe you just go like Night Stalker or something, right? Where it's like TB pushes lane, you just get vision, and then PA with the vision of the NS gets to jump the heroes, and then you make that stuff. But instead, a little Darkseer action, which it's one of the counters to TB, right? TB stands strong, you punch him, get an illusion. You have its tempo. I mean, it's like there was a lot of fires in the draft of Liquid. They had to extinguish one, and they at least chose to go for like the team fight aspect, and Saber will fix that.
Yeah.
But there is still a lot of pressure. Like Satanic's laning is incredible. He's going to be still good CS. Darkseer doesn't stop TB from farming. He stops like maybe the team fight. PA can pressure Beast, but Beast is also going to probably farm well. Viper's going to destroy the Monkey King, right? So the game feels good for Liquid. But if their lanes don't go well, it can feel like maybe a potential repeat. But they do have the tools to make this a better game.
I agree. I like the Darkseer. I think it's a fun pick. I think it's going to enable the Clockwork and the Monkey King to play early. They're going to get these. You're not going to have to worry about the Viper, right? You're going to be able to kite him out using that surge. It's just nice. They have tools that Darkseer gives them.
How does Liquid defend a tower though early on? Because you got the PA, you have the Monkey. Darkseer still wants to farm Aura, so it's like, I think Liquid, if they don't answer that question of how to defend early towers, if Beast goes for the Helmet Dom build, maybe the same map destruction occurs, but again, Liquid, they have a lot of questions to answer in this game. They have at least improved their draft from the first game.
True. And I guess It's looking like they have a chance. Again, I'm mostly watching this bounty hunter. I want to see how he does. I want to see how much he can disrupt, and if he sets PARIVISION up for another great game, it's going to be a good one for them.
Maybe DeCarlos is the MVP again. That's all I have to say. I was thinking, like, who's going to be the MVP? And of course, DeCarlos in game 1, maybe DeCarlos in game 2.
Well, I certainly hope not. It would be nice to be able to get a game 3 in this gauntlet that we've been going through here at Blast Slam number 2. We've had some very one-sided games, Avery, but you did call this last pick of Team Liquid. Do you think it gives them the advantage in this game 2?
Yes, I believe, because I called it, so therefore I have to back it up.
This
was the best hero they could have gotten in that situation.
Okay, why?
It's Darkseer. Look at him. Badass.
It's badass, bro. There you go.
I mean, look at him, dude.
He's got a cone on.
I'll tell you why, Austin.
Badass,
I will make the Liquid argument.
Okay.
1, Saberlight, rank 30 on this hero. Specialty. Spell that one for you. Can't spell Liquid without specialty. Number 2, it's a lane shove hero. It's finally Liquid have a hero that can push lanes into PARIVISION for once. I think their lineup has even maybe a little more. If you look at it, that's the downside of the Viper here. Yeah, you can maybe just dominate the lane and you're going to outright kill them in 50 minutes. Could definitely happen. But this hero can be susceptible to heroes that push the map in and kind of play it that way. And I think that's been the crux of this matchup in terms of the biggest issue for Liquid. And Darkseer gives you that in spades, right? He just does it all on his own. You don't need any more than that. 2, I think.
Wait. Can I interrupt?
3, it enables the Clockwork. 4, it enables their core heroes. I think the Monkey can rotate out of the Viper lane and play with the Darkseer with the Ion Shells and give him a lot of damage. And I think it owns the cores on PARIVISION's side. I fully believe in this pick, and I think it's going to do work for Liquid here.
Well, that was a lot of reasons. We're going to see whether or not they can get the first blood. It's going to be a close call. They are all in committing for no one here, and it's not looking good. They gave it up on DM instead, and it's going to be multiple heroes that die here on the side of Liquid. What a disaster. That is maybe 3 heroes down, and a 4th being body blocked. Satanic, he's so smart. He set up the reflection, slowed down the 3rd hero, and body blocks the 4th. It's 4-0, a 2,000 net worth lead, and we haven't even grabbed all the bounties yet.
Anyway, so what I was saying is this really just hasn't been Liquid's year. They've had a lot of struggles, you know. Since TI, they've really had to regroup, and you can get the last pick in the draft. It can be really good, but, you know, you still have to execute a little bit, so... Anyway, I finished my point there, Austin.
Thank you, Avery. So you're siding with PARIVISION. I understand. Nisha.
Hey, this guy doesn't even have cosmetics, man. Like, what's going on? Are we playing Dota or what, dude? He doesn't even have cosmetics.
The naked Monkey King.
My God, what an awful start.
Boxy is...
lost 4
Are they dual laning?
What is happening?
He TP'd into...
Yeah, he wants to dual lane it a little bit.
Yeah, because I mean, I guess because no one's low, he can zone him out for this period of time.
I don't think it does anything, though. You rather just let the Monkey leave the lane when he has to. Like, we've seen people play this matchup, as bad as it is. We've seen, you know, I think Maureen has shown the best.
Yeah, Maureen was really sick with it.
It's not that bad because you can outmaneuver Viper on the map. You just don't want to sit here in a vacuum. But, man, that start. I cannot remember the last game that started that poorly for a squad.
4 kills, 4 bounty runes.
I still believe in the Darkseer, though.
Okay, well, I mean, we're definitely going to put it to the test. You will be extra right if Liquid manages to win this game after this kind of start.
I mean, that was a severe economic blow. I'll give you that.
A little bit.
Boxy somehow loses his courier again to a Lich. That's not even the bounty lane.
Insania trying to chase after 9 class. Couldn't get him on the battery assault hits.
And
cut down the tree so no one is going to kill Nisha.
Wait, how did he... Oh, he had a tango left. Well, that's just unlucky. What can you do? Boxy's going to suicide in neutrals here. I mean, this is just... what's even happening, man? This is like...
They've died 6 times on the side of Liquid in 2 minutes.
I didn't think it was going to be worse than game 1, but...
yeah, it's...
what is there to say? I'm actually lost for words. It's very rare that I'm lost for words, but...
That's true. I usually can't get you to shut up.
I don't really know what to say in this type of situation. It's just looking bad. It's just straight bad out here.
Bad. Well, we'll see if Liquid are able to stabilize a little bit, stop feeding away so many kills, and maybe we'll get to that point where Nisha is running around on Monkey King pre-level 6 like Maureen did. Most kills at 1 minute, 5 kills, 3 times it has happened. So he's going to be cutting the waves.
Yeah, you gotta pull some waves here or get that boots up ASAP. And still look towards this Darkseer lane.
Oh, nice Bramble. Hit both the heroes here, but they split targets on the Ion Shell. If they just run after one hero, I think they might have been able to get a kill, but instead, Satanic is still alive, but Boxy's going to be able to finish him off, and he might be able to get Ducalis as well. Let's see if he is able to stick onto him here. Bramble is up in a second. He's going to throw it, perhaps blind in the trees, just see what he can find. No, he just holds on to it. Wait, what? He saw him, didn't he?
No, he's wearing sunglasses. He can't see anything.
Oh, right. That's a good call.
Same time, Mika gets that kill bottom, so...
Okay.
You're getting something back.
A little something. There's Nisha's wave that he pulled all the way around from behind the mid tower. Boxy surged up, is going to chase down Ducalis and finally get that kill. Now it's a 2v1 with Satanic taking Ion Shell damage. He's not super happy with that. They use the glyph to tank up the tower even more. But Satanic's pretty fast with the early boots, so they really struggle to keep up there.
This is a disgusting combo, actually.
Yeah, the Shadow Realm Ion Shell combination. Meanwhile,
got him.
No one with the Quelling Blade. TP out from Nisha will not be successful. He dies on the poison. Meanwhile, what happened up here? Looks like they got the kill on the Terror Blade. Dark Willow. Boxy committed his life to be able to get that one, and Ducalis is going to be shoved out of Experience Rage. So as much of a disaster as mid is, almost got him on the vacuum.
I don't know, like this team's got to wake up. I don't know what else this is. I don't know what's happening today for Liquid, but there is a lot going wrong.
I mean, at least top lane is going pretty well.
I mean, this lane should be the lane that dominates. This is a very strong lane. Your lane is entirely physical mitigation. You're playing versus entirely magic damage.
Insania, another Hawk is going to land on his head, but he will survive for now, but they're going to get a lot of damage on Mickey. They're going to have a decent lead here. Nisha dies yet again in the mid lane. We just can't keep up with all these deaths on Liquid.
I mean, this guy is just completely out of this entire game. Like, just don't go to the net worth chart. You don't want to see what it looks like. You really don't.
I was going to say, is Nisha last in net worth? I thought that was a real possibility.
I'll be honest. I think if you just started Glove of Haste and went jungle,
he'd
be in a better position.
Yeah, he would.
I think he would.
Well, I mean, props to no one for catching. Viper is a slow hero, man. The number of times that he has cut down a tree that Nisha was sitting on is...
He got him, for sure.
Props to him for that.
Still, I believe in the Darkseer, Austin.
Well, I'm glad your faith never wavered.
And they're doing stuff top. Yet again, this back
another dive with the Shadow Realm. I didn't know you could... He gave him the surge while he was Shadow Realmed. You can just click on the top of the screen? I thought he was untargetable by allies, too. Huh. Maybe he got him on the fade time there.
Well, I think you could target him.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
There is a fade time too, but
you can see there, Team Liquid, longtime lovers of the Dark Willow. When they had Taiga on their team, they picked this hero all the time and continue to do so with Boxy taking the 4 position.
I mean, the Darkseer and the PA are honestly having solid games here. As clowny as everything else has been.
Yeah.
And as bad as a start they had.
I mean, they have technically stabilized the net worth, even if Nisha's drowning in the mid lane currently.
Well, he's not there anymore. He just failed.
Yeah, he's
going through the gate. So this is the biggest rotation you can make in the game, is to the top lane where the Darkseer is, because that's the lane he can recover off of.
Right, and Satanic is just running right into them. The Viper's already keeping in, though, so this is actually a good read from no one. He can get in here and maybe save this whole situation. A nice 2-man stun off the vacuum. Satanic getting away from the battery assault from the by Ion Shell. He's going to run it out, and Insania is going to be left in no man's land now. If no one can catch up to him here, might be able to get another kill, but he's slowed down inside the wall. Cogs goes out, keeps him locked in. Saberlight's going to man up for this kill and should be able to get the Viper, but Satanic's come back in. Here comes Mickey. Mickey comes through the gate as well, saying that if everybody is going to be partying up at the top lane, he wants to party too. Sadly, though, not able to be a part of a kill, and he's going to have his departure delayed here by 9 class.
A little gold steal. As you will leave. I mean, imagine that move happens in a more even game.
Yeah.
You see glimmers of what this lineup's supposed to do, but man, the start has just been so bad. Nisha dies again. Very heads-up rotation from no one. He read that perfectly.
Oh my God, he almost cut down the right tree. That was crazy. He missed him, and he's got a Sunder. He's cut him down. He is gonna get sundered. He's dead. Is Nisha tilted or what, man?
You just go jungle. Just buy Midas jungle, man. This is the one time I recommend it. I don't know. None of these plays are working out. He did go the Glove of Haste, so he's on his way. He's getting there. Early bots for no one
easy, man.
Is really good here too, though, because if you can just respond on the map with this Viper, you eliminate one of the only things Liquid can play around. DM just gets his bottom tower for free. He's rushing Helm of the Overlord. It's going to be a very quickly here.
Knoxville, is this the worst game that Nisha has ever had? Yeah, Knoxville is like, yeah, I already know what you're saying, man. I'm all on it.
I mean, I can tell you this is the worst. As their woes continue.
Vacuum backed in to Ion Shells. They'll pick off 9 class, but losing Mickey is going to hurt for PARIVISION because that was behind the tier 2 tower.
Yeah, they're going to start losing a lot of map control with the group up here between the Viper and the Beast. That's a tough fight. But hey, who's #1 on the chart? It's my man Darkseer.
It's Darkseer.
He's cruising. At least that's working out.
They're trying to cut him off. Oh, they dove in really deep for this situation. They're going to get double terrorized with a jump in from Nisha. Nisha's revenge, a chance at it. He gets to be a part of these 2 kills, though it's Saberlight who collects the bounties, and a third one still available as Insania caught to call us in the cogs, and they'll run him down as well. They give that last hit to Nisha.
Bing bong. It's back. Nisha's back. Didn't go the Midas. He went the treads. He joins the fight. Gets his redemption.
Has only had 5 deaths at 9 minutes once before, all the way when he was on alternate attacks, which was, I believe, his very first team when he was playing with the Elisash.
Yeah, he's dead again, though. Which is, that's just unlucky. Oh, yeah, he's dead. All right. Well, what can you do? I mean, someone's got to create space here.
Oh, no.
It's probably another tower down as well. But hey, your boy Darkseer, he's cruising, man.
I mean, it's crazy the fact that they were only down 2K, thanks to, I guess, this fight where they cleaned up 2,000 gold.
I still am not even sure the actual 5-on-5s are that bad for them. If you get the ults like if you land a big wall terrorize or something.
Oh yeah, for sure.
The team fight on this PARIVISION lineup's the lacking point, right? You have Bounty Lich. Like, yeah, Chain Frost is okay, but Clock Darkseer or Dark Willow outfight you here in the early game if you can line it up. Even if you're missing some items, it's just...
Yes,
Ooh.
I feel like in some ways they can be down a lot in net worth and still always have a chance.
Yeah,
whereas game 1, it did not feel that way.
The big question, though, is are you just going to be too far behind in terms of making that comeback work?
Yeah.
Like, yeah, you can take the fights, you can function from down, but then can you recover to a point where you can start building a lead of your own?
Trying to get him inside the cogs for the Wukong's command to get a couple of hits because they know it's going to be a dicey kill attempt. With the Chain Frost going out, they split a little bit. Ducalis, they only need one more swing. He couldn't get the battery assault, hits the creep wave. It tanked too much, and now Nisha will find yet another TP is canceled.
Is that like the 3rd or 4th one? The man just can't get the fountain. Well, I mean, he's getting the fountain.
He's getting the fountain in a body bag every
Not how he
time.
wants, so let's say it that way.
7 deaths, 11.5 minutes. Oh, and Mickey.
I mean, he's just hands off the keyboard at this point.
Yeah.
It's been a frustrating one. Very frustrating game for Liquid here. Do you have this Crimson Guard on the Darkseer? It's a big aura item here.
Yeah. Do you like Crimson Guard over the other aura items? He could have gone Mech Greaves. I don't think it's... I mean, it's an okay pipe game, but...
Crimson's pretty strong here. It's a lot of damage mitigation. You get the Vanguard early as well. It's a lot of extra HP. Good versus the Beast summons. He's going to have a strong Overlord timing, so you kind of have to prepare for that. I don't think you're really going pipe here. Greaves would be the other one, and I do think you maybe won it at some point for the Dispel here versus the Viper, but
sure,
going at first doesn't help your team enough.
Now, 9class is going to be doing this. When he plays his Bounty Hunter, he's really up in your face. He doesn't mind dying too many times. So normally I would say that kill isn't worth too much. But Nisha got to be a part of it, so I feel like just for morale.
That just doubled his net worth, you know?
Yeah, the crazy thing, how is he only 200 behind Mickey?
I mean, because Mickey's game was not much better.
Yeah, I guess so.
I don't think that says anything about how good of a recovery Nisha's had here. I think it's just how rough that start was for Liquid overall. Still, there's a game to be played here. Honestly, this game is closer than the first one at this point.
Sure.
They were farther behind in game one at this point in the game.
Yeah.
I don't know what that says, but...
I mean, again, it started with a 2,000 net worth lead, and they're only 5K behind.
That's so honestly pretty good, I guess.
Roared up, tracked.
Crimson.
But this is a bit of a setup. Liquid are going to try and fight for this one. Chainfrost's going to bounce back to Insania. Not enough for the kill, though.
A lot of good tracks laid down, though. 3 heroes tracked
right now. Bouncing Shuriken. It's going to hit Insania. He does have a raindrop. He's okay.
I mean, 4 heroes tracked. You got to just get out of here. That's way too much for PARIVISION to play around. They could easily go for early Roshan here, too. 14-minute daytime Rosh with that helm. Looks pretty juicy here. Better than chasing heroes around the map that your lanes are getting shoved in by PA and Darkseer. And they're going to take it.
Do you think they'll go high ground with this?
Well, before we answer that, Liquid, they're going to take the fight. Very ambitious.
Already got a wall onto Satanic, so they got the TV illusion, but the rest of the team was a little bit farther behind. They hit the Terrorize onto the Viper. He's already blown up. The Dark Willow makes short work of him with the TV illusion out. It was hard for PARIVISION to be able to fight this when they stopped Satanic from getting away. They finish him off. No chance on a Sunder. Now Liquid, a chance at a full comeback here. If they can get some more kills, they can even out this net worth.
Nobody kills Nisha TPing out 8 times in a row. Let that be the lesson of the day as Liquid strike back. And you doubted the Darkseer, Austin.
I did not doubt the Darkseer.
You doubted the Darkseer, and the Darkseer
you
now
called
delivered.
it, and I said that was a great prediction.
And now it's delivering. This is a game right here.
Yeah, I think this game is. Yeah, I mean, we could see it from what Dota thinks. It's definitely a much more even game. And
yeah, this is not a free game at all for PARIVISION anymore. And that was kind of a botched Roche attempt with that helmet timing that got them nothing except death.
I mean, the fact that
recovery gold for Nisha as well. He just outplays him on the tree. No Sunder for you.
Oh yeah, that was sick. The fact that no one gets himself so isolated against a Dark Willow.
Overconfidence, perhaps?
Yeah, I would dare
I killed
say.
this guy mid 4 times. How does he have anything?
Yeah.
Haha, I'm Nisha. I play with hacks. I manufacture gold out of nothing.
Most insane thing to drop in a cast.
Well, I'm not saying he literally does. It's a metaphor, Austin.
It's a meta. The hacks are a metaphor.
You know. What was I supposed to say? I haven't been playing pubs for 8 months. Joke's on you. You know, it's like, he's just a beast is my point. He's just a GOAT player.
You have the most insane way of calling somebody a beast.
No, it's like public knowledge at this. He's just a beast. He's innately good at the game. You can't shut him down is what I'm saying.
He is, and he almost gets caught by no one. No one really wants to kill him again, man.
I mean, he's only 2K behind.
Yeah.
Which was the whole net worth lead at 30 seconds.
That is true.
Liquid have made up a lot of ground here. And PARIVISION not finding the same action they've been trying to find because guess what? They're having to respond to lanes on the map right now. Which gives you a lot more freedom to make plays.
Exactly.
That
they
terribly
can make this
stuck top.
3-man smoke up. And
Battle Fury done.
If they go into the triangle, they would definitely run into something, but do you want to try and fight into the triangle? Do you want to go that deep for it?
He's looking for some couriers. These would be some good couriers to get. That's a shard for the monkey.
Yeah, Nisha needs that extra mobility. Now when he gets Viper struck, he could just use that shard to get out of there. Pipe is done, so didn't go for the Greaves.
Another strong aura in this game. It's PARIVISION who won a strike right now. They finished Hurricane Pike on the Viper and Blink for the Beastmaster, so they have a lot more initiation capability, a lot more chase potential, some extra HP on the Viper. They're the ones smoking top.
I mean, they got to keep the pressure up, otherwise this PA makes a full recovery.
Yes.
Right? You just got to keep going for it. So
and again, you have to think about these late game team fights versus the Darkseer PA Monkey. They're going to get rough for Satanic. I don't think this is as free a Razor game as that game one where you're like, you know, I'm playing versus Razor. It's not the spookiest matchup. These matchups can definitely get scary as this game goes late. Maybe you got to start thinking about dagging on somebody for this TB illusion or little things like that.
Sure.
Help your boy out.
Yeah, even the monkey is kind of a damage threat now that he's got the Maelstrom. He gets off a good Wukong's command.
And look what's happening right now. PARIVISION, the ones responding to these lanes going into them right now, they're the ones a little afraid to show, even though they have the bounty. This is very different than a lot of these other games we've seen. Dukal's going to step up here. They want the monkey.
He can get the quick grab. Instead, he is going to be grabbed by Boxy. Locked him inside the Rod of Atos for a quick kill. That throwing shade facet, it's no joke. You get isolated by the Dark Willow. Support or core, your life is in danger.
It's a lot of damage. I mean, Boxy's had a very good game here, all things considered.
Yeah.
He is 5-4-11. Led that top lane skirmishing. He's played well around the map. And now Liquid getting aggressive.
Got another one. The dust into the Rod. See if they can burst him down. They should be able to do so. No one's going to try and get the turnaround kill. Terrorize goes out, pushes him away, and the damage is not enough on the Dark Willow. They're going to chase after the Viper. They're diving into the tier 2s for this one. Liquid have done this before in a Viper, but this time around, they've got the damage. Mickey quickly blows him up, and now it's going to be a terror raid. They're rounded by heroes underneath the wall. Tukalis throws out a Chain Frost, hoping beyond hope that it'll stick onto Mickey and finish him off, but it looks like he's getting away thanks to the surge. Insania runs down that Lich, gets that kill. 9 class, all he can do is throw around some shurikens, but Mickey goes back in for the kill onto 9 class. What a turn from Liquid. Mickey gets burned out by the dragon in the end, though. And now DM comes back in, blinks onto Nisha. Nisha not afraid of the fight, though. The dragon is doing some serious work here.
Smacking.
It got the kill on Mickey, and it was beginning to do some serious work.
What a team fight,
on Nisha as well.
Just diving the tier 2. Liquid make the call. Feel like they have the numbers. Again, a fight.
Dieback on bounty.
Yeah, PARIVISION lost a lot there. Did not get a lot of track kills in response, and it's another fight where Satanic shows up and, I mean, gets nothing done. He just gets absolutely melted under this Maelstrom Monkey King plus all the Ion Shells. The auras on this Darkseer are the strongest thing in the game right now.
Yeah, if you couldn't take the Roshan in that nighttime period, now it feels like Liquid, they have the better team fight to keep fighting you. They obviously are super full of confidence. Their PA is beginning to scale up. If you couldn't beat them when you had that 5,000 net worth lead and a pretty large experience lead, then on even footing, Liquid has to be pretty well favored.
I mean, this game is completely evened out. It feels like you need BKBs or, because I don't think you're getting a pipe here, which means you need more survivability on your cores. And these BKBs are not going to come fast for the Viper or the Terrorblade, so the team fight for Liquid's still going to be strong here.
Yeah.
Boxy is just a madman. He's just running in everywhere. He has no fear.
I mean, he really doesn't have too much to worry about because it's a bunch of single target, right? He could play super aggro.
Yep.
What's he going to be grabbed by, right? If he's fast enough on the Shadow Realm, he's untouchable. There's no AoE stun that could stop him.
This hero's done some work versus the bounty in this game. It's been a big catch threat. It's been an annoying hero for a 9 class to try and go on. Those 13 assists count for a lot. PARIVISION looking for answers here despite that incredible start. Petered out.
And as they take the mid tower and the bottom tower, Team Liquid, I mean, they're seeing PARIVISION are not contesting them for anything right now. I think you go Roche.
And they are doing exactly that. They know the strength of the Darkseer, and you've got to continue to use it. I mean, Darkseer is one of those heroes. He goes through these these peaks and bows, right? And if you end up in one of these valleys where the enemy gets a BKB timing or a pipe timing or some dispels like late game nullifiers, the hero can lose a lot of value. So you do want to continue to build momentum here if you're Liquid. But, I mean, it's a great Darkseer game.
It's a great Darkseer game, and Saberlight has proved it. Still at the top net worth. An incredible KDA by him, and he has done his job, no doubt.
Yeah, I mean, Saberlight haters are in shambles right now. That's a BKB done for the monkey that we just saw popped.
Yeah, that...
No, maybe that's not the best first usage, but it's available. Nisha's woes continue a little bit.
The troubles just keep coming, man. 9 class. I love how 9 class, he puts the track, there's these other cores wandering around. He puts the track on the Dark Willow. He needs to know where Boxy is at all times, because Boxy has been his biggest nemesis.
Boxy, these are dangerous tracks.
Yeah, dude.
That close. I almost wouldn't mind a blink on Boxy, just guarantee the catch.
Sure.
I think that's probably too aggressive for this type of game, but they were snowballing.
If you were to find him here, that would be the most insane read.
I mean, he knows he got tracked pretty close, but the thing is now you have this Aegis, you have BKB on Monkey. Your team fight is incredibly strong right now.
I mean, I think you would just assume that he'd be on his side of the river, though.
I mean, do you want to waste time chasing him, or do you want to just take objectives here? Mickey is going to clean up the dragon.
Yeah, I mean,
or is he?
Your lineup isn't the best at hitting buildings, right? It's kind of awkward.
No.
I think you got him on the stun, got him on the dust. They finally catch 9 class. Liquid will continue to try and hunt down heroes rather than objectives. And there it is. You can see the fast play here from Nisha. They know that there is some occupation here from PARIVISION.
I was on a ward, though. Vision continues to be pretty good here between Bounty and the Obs. Though Insania, he knows no one's here.
And no one can do nothing but fight the clockwork, hope to kill him, and then maybe TP out. But by that point, the rest of the team of Liquid is already joined. And the trade-off, well worth it for Liquid. Though Boxy in a bit of trouble, got the terrorize on the 2 of them. There's still going to be this bounty hunter. Got him on the Shuriken bounce.
A little revenge for Nisha. So you get to kill on the... And look, they're dead even, Austin. Would have you ever guessed that Nisha would be dead even with no one in this game after that start?
Yeah. I would not have guessed that, Avery. Oof. Aghanim Scepter next for Saberlight, so...
That's going to be really strong in this game.
Yeah, getting 2 TB illusions in a fight? How do you beat that? You've only got 1 Terrorblade, they've got 2.
You got to start using the Beastmaster in this game.
Oh, okay. Nice attempt from Ducala, setting that trap up.
That's another BKB down. These are important. Extra duration here means a lot for Nisha in these early fights. Anyway, what I was saying is you got to start using DM in this game because I think he's your strongest hero on the map. He gives you a lot of fighting power in these fights with Blink, BKB, Roar, plus the huge creep. You just have to be able to find the targets.
How did that not hit? It was just a little shy, I guess.
Honestly, Liquid have done a decent job at grouping at the right points. And again, that's what the Darkseer helps you do. He's pushing in these waves and letting you group up more.
Yes. Simultaneously, I think PARIVISION has done a really good job of keeping the map pushed out in certain areas.
Yeah, they've had this bottom lane in the whole game, and it's once more hitting Liquid's base. This Golem getting some smacks right now.
Yeah, between the Helm of the Overlord, Creep, and Bounty, like Bounty Hunter, this facet, the through and through that allows him to take down creep waves with Shuriken. It's really annoying. It reminds me of the Weaver support, you know? How Weaver support could just always play out deep on the enemy side of the map and can cut waves with Swarm.
It gives them a lot more viability to play this type of game. PARIVISION trying to get the best of it. They're trying to outmaneuver Liquid right now, but there's no Roshan to get, so that Age is still up for 30 seconds. Just dodging it. But that bottom lane pressure, it's going to be obnoxious, particularly if this game goes to another Roshan, which it likely will.
Yep.
And PARIVISION try and abuse that with the Beast to get that next objective. You put an Aegis on this Terrorblade, the game changes a lot.
Oh, a pick off on Nisha would be excellent. He does have his BKB back up, though. They're going to try for the Chain Frost bounce. BKB is going to go off. DeCall says, got another one, boys.
And O1, though, not so lucky. Nisha escapes where the Viper does not.
And 9 class hunted down by Boxy once again. Does manage to definitely dodge most of the brambles, but he still gets run down. Managed to lead Boxy into an ambush, though. 1-for-1 trade-off.
This should make my life easier.
I don't think Boxy's too sad about it, to be honest.
Nah.
You are relieving a lot of that vision pressure off the map. Do get a track kill. It's pretty nice. Beastmaster's getting involved a bit more. DM continuing to...
Oh, got him on the tree! What a read from Satanic! Saw him looping through the sky, cut him down on the first second he landed onto that tree, and might just be able to have the damage, but no, the saves come out from the Darkseer, and now the real threat is here. It's Mickey, the Phantom Assassin, going after Satanic, and will be able to get him. Insania hook shots in, and chases after more. DM on the run. Chased after, though. Nisha, he helps him out. Puts a little damage. DM fortunately did have his BKB. He quickly TP's out. Oh!
No Aegis anymore.
Mickey goes out a little bit too far there. Hit by the Viper Strike, and he will tick out. Meanwhile, though, Vacuum back inside the Wukong's command. One death, not a second one. No one is able to force staff himself out of danger. A kill and gets out. Nice rebuttal from no one who was beginning to have a bit of a quiet game.
And they get the Golden Creep plus 250 there. A little extra on top. Liquid getting some good timings despite the tree cut. The Crimson just makes him invincible.
Yeah.
And then you have that Ags for the Darkseer that arrived. You had the Lincolns on Mickey, which is why Satanic wisely did not try and sunder him. He was looking for anybody else in range, but couldn't get it off in time. So that Lincolns and Ags arrival, super pivotal there.
Yeah.
And right before that, I was going to say, DM, he's continuing to have the best game here on PARIVISION side. 5-1-8 on this beast. He just got level 20. He finishes a nullifier. So these are some of the late game items coming in to try and deal with this Darkseer. Now you have a big one in this Dispel. You're going to remove a lot of those buffs.
Dude, Lich is such a menace, man. You can get to this point where you've got Shard, you've got Blink Dagger.
And an Orchid for Satanic. Once a Bloodthorn build up here. A lot of burst damage, but you don't have that BKB.
I mean, it was a great read. They had this nice ward. Satanic still read where Nisha was heading for, cut the right tree immediately, and it all wasn't enough.
That Crimson just did so much work.
Seriously. And then once Mickey's in the mix, it's impossible to do anything here.
Yeah, I thought he might have tried to sunder the beast, but honestly, that fight doesn't go your way anyway.
Yeah. The only thing that bails it out here is yeah, no one coming back into play and punishing Mickey, but now no one. In turn, he's the one who's in trouble as Liquid try and ambush him underneath this high ground ward. So the white work out. What a vacuum! Into the wall, a Terrorize over the top is going to push him back. They do manage to finish off the Darkseer, but they're still being run down by all these illusions. Satanic heals himself back up with the Sunder on an illusion, but it's still not enough.
They're just running down. What a beautiful vacuum combo there. Liquid catch them all. What even was that? Was it a hook shot?
What do you mean?
It was a boundless strike? What stunned them all in the back? It was hook shot, I think.
I think it might be, yeah.
I think it was just a sick hook shot.
Or no, it was Cursed Crown, I think.
Was it? Yeah, it was hook shot at the start. Was it actually a Cursed Crown on this?
Yeah, the Viper has Cursed Crown on him.
That is.
And then they get back and boom.
Dude, that is so brutal.
And then the follow-up Terrorize, just nasty. Satanic does the best he can with it, but the wall is so well positioned. They are literally running down the wall length through the Terrorize.
This game is spiraling for PARIVISION right now, and again, I go to the itemization here that's going to allow you to stand in this fight versus the wall. To me, it's BKBs in the mid game, or you make this game go really late where you're just that tanky. It's just not coming online fast enough.
And it's going to be a freebie Roche for Team Liquid. SNY done for Misha. He's level 21. He's living the high life now. He is a higher net worth than any of the PARIVISION cores now. Well, okay, Satanic just jumped up right as I said that, but still.
I mean, now he's thinking about the BKB after this Bloodthorn. Just very late in this game, and now you're going to have to play into another Aegis that you did not get for your Terrorblade.
Yeah.
Multiple core scaling for Liquid. They're in a very solid position. And your Lich Bounty are just not offering you anything in these 5-on-5s. Like, they're just a non-factor.
Yeah.
So you need your cores to pull the weight.
Well, they're going to have to give up tier 2s. Liquid, not sure how well positioned they are to hit high ground in this game. Feels like this is going to be one of those games where they're just going to have to kill PARIVISION over and over again if they want to be able to end it.
I don't know, actually. I think they can hit it. It's just a situation where you hit it with the PA, and the second they start poking them, you jump in. You have to be willing to just go in with the Darkseer. And I think BKB on Saberlight would allow you to make that play. He's very close to it.
Yeah, I guess it just sounds spooky when Viper Strike screws over Phantom Assassin so badly.
I mean, you have Aegis, though.
Yeah.
Well, we're going to chase on the map. Sania going on the hunt. He has Gem here.
Got the hook shot, managed to get 2 inside the cogs. Now he's going to be blown up immediately, but it sets up El Saberlighto for a wall vacuum that they are stuck inside with 2. They'll quickly clean up the bounty hunter. DM got the bash on him, plus they have the Axe. DM will also die. Insania, with a well-placed hook shot, will lead his team to a 1-for-3 exchange.
And a Gem. Recover.
Yeah.
That was there.
Recovered.
So PARIVISION unable to escape with that. I think that's
now you
double
can certainly
Gem.
go high ground with 3 heroes dead and 3 minutes left on the Aegis.
Oh yeah, easy.
33 minutes, 37-29, a 12,000 net worth lead. And this all started with PARIVISION getting 4 kills and 4 bounties at the start. Absolutely getting stomped in the mid lane. Liquid, in just 30 short minutes, have managed to completely turn the game around. They're going to take 1 lane of barracks. El Saberlighto still finding kills. He is not letting no one get away with this. He's willing to drop the wall for it. He's going to hold on to his Axe Punch, make sure no one can TP away. Well done. Back inside the base, though, PARIVISION will manage to hold that second lane. And with the threats of the wall on cooldown for a bit, Liquid might take a breather here.
It's a DD in the river. They get scouted here.
Oh, okay.
Full Abyssal, though, for Mickey completed. Still has that Aegis for 2 minutes. This is go time. You have that Lotus Orb and Linken's to try and prevent a Sunder that Satanic will desperately need here.
Gonna get him. Grabbed. Oh, nice vacuum. Lined up. They do manage to get a little bit of a split there. Trying to get outside the Wukong's command. The support certainly does it, but Satanic may have a chance here. Trying to push himself a little bit further. Mickey in hot pursuit. Jumps back on top of him. Managed to get 1 bash. Not a second one. Satanic into the fountain. Oh, Mickey got the crit to finish him off. The fountain is no respite for PARIVISION. Team Liquid run down almost the whole team. And they're just going to close out the game here and now.
Well, it was one hell of a Darkseer pick.
It really was.
That's what I learned this game, and I still go back to PARIVISION just don't have answers for it in the fight.
I completely, like, this has got to be a draft win if you can be up this much on PARIVISION and still lose the game this quickly.
I mean, you had as good a start as you're ever going to have in a Dota game.
Yeah.
And you still basically got rolled. You had the best start possible mid, and you still got rolled.
Yeah.
You had your comfort picks, and you still got rolled.
Well, we got our wish, Avery. We got a game 3. Team Liquid, after getting embarrassed in game 1.
Oh, yeah.
Turn around and slap PARIVISION back down. Now we've got a 1-1 series, and we are going to be going to a game 3 very soon. Feels like the draft is just like a massive part of all of this. This one, at least, it wasn't the lanes, right? Obviously, PARIVISION won the lanes. But Team Liquid still had, I guess, enough team fight draft that they were just able to take the net worth disadvantage and make it work anyway.
I just think Darkseer does so much for them in this particular matchup. With how PARIVISION likes to play and these Vision heroes, it's just the ideal hero, and you got it in an ideal game and an ideal pick.
Extremely entertaining game. We could take a look at some of the highlights from it. That was a lot of reasons. We're going to see
A fantastic display of resilience from Liquid there. It's and it was a tough one for PARIVISION. You come in, game 1, it's all yours. There is nothing else to it. And then in game number 2, you have such a big advantage. You get 4 kills, almost a team wipe for yourself, all 4 bounties. But Team Liquid able to bounce back in this fashion. Just a great display.
All right, they're still in the room, so I just have to yell this. Saberlight, you're my goat. Let's go. Hell yeah! God, I wish
no one
we
else
had
saw
that.
that, but he definitely enjoyed Rhea calling him his goat right there. Darkseer, overall last pick. You're able to bounce back. The team fight on this one, T. Let's be real here. They were just phenomenal in how to move and how to work around this Darkseer, giving them everything they needed to get back into the game.
I mean, if Saberlight doesn't have anywhere near this good of a game, it is just over, right? Like when you think about how they got to this position, you know, the lanes were going awfully. You know, Nisha was dying mid. You had the bot lane crumbling. Your top lane, he was farming. He was like ignoring everyone. Like, guys, all right, I'm going to buy my item. I'm going to ignore the team. I'm going to wait for the chance. I'm going to wait for that one overextension. The overextension comes in, and then he capitalized on it. He has the Greaves, the Crimson, like he does. No, not the Greaves, sorry, the Pipe, the Crimson. Like he's buying the items he needs to be able to push his team forward. Finishes the game 15, 4, and 23. Like, again, if your Darkseer player doesn't play to this standard, it is over. Like you need your offlaner to step up. You can't just be average here. You have to be exceptional. And in this game, he was exceptional.
It was awesome watching them play just from like minute 0 to the end. Like in lane, they are just constantly underneath the tower, pressuring this Terrorblade. You have this like combination, right, where you can shell your Willow, and then she's able to extend the harass even further by using the Shadow Realm. So it's like, you know, you're untargetable. You're just standing on the tower, like you're not even safe with no creeps around. You know, this guy's just so annoyed. And like his movements on the map were fantastic, like being in the right spots to punish overextensions by PARIVISION, right? Because they're just buying items to extend their lead. You know, you see a Viper, he's going for these boosted travels, which is great on Viper, right? But it's not going to give you anything defensive. You have nothing to really protect yourself when you do go a little bit too far, and then you die.
Well, he lived up to his name, right? Yeah. Saber Chad. He did his job. He did it, right? Yeah. And we are going to have some highlights to remind ourselves. Of course, we are praising him a lot, but I think one key thing to note as well here is Boxy just had the levels as well. Like, we're praising the Darkseer, his performance, but in such a putting it like a shit show of a game, right? You know, Boxy's TPing to mid at like minute 1 or 2 to play with the Monkey King to slightly pressure Viper to go back top, but the fact that, you know, the Dark Willow had the levels, but then time and time again, every fight that Liquid took was because Darkseer was there. They never got too excited in the game. It was like, you know what, we can fight without him. They always ensured that he was present to make sure that the fight was a win. They can't go 50-50 in this game because it's too volatile. So I think the discipline of playing with the Darkseer and every fight just being some like epic wall or epic vacuum or clutch save to keep the monkey alive, and then the rest of Liquid capitalize on it. It was just a game of discipline and comeback, and you know, just respecting the fact that even if you are behind, find that way to win and just keep replicating that over and over again.
Yeah. I feel like there's 2 different ways to play a Phantom Assassin carry as well. You know, you have your off-lane hero, Darkseer, the Dark Willow as well in your position for doing so much. And you always want to bring the numbers. You want to make sure that you have that overwhelming team fight. But with Mickey, I felt like there were 2 different ways he could have played this one. Obviously, he goes for the perfect choice here, but at what point do you recognize for yourself, T, I don't really need to farm anymore. I just need to be with the team. Is it a minute mark? Is it an item timing? What exactly is that spike where you go, I as a PA need to join the rest and we just need to be a 5?
I think it's when you need that additional source of damage, and also like he itemized to be a team player, right? Like he's going from Battle Fury man to Lincolns, so he's not really farming to scale, he's farming to, you know, man to dodge a Viper strike or man to dodge like a move, right? So I think his items reflect that a lot, and you know, Saber like probably going, please, I need a little help here, guys. I can't do it all by myself, right? And you know, one stat that Knoxville showed us in the game was Nisha had, I think, was the most deaths in his career since 2016, right?
Yeah, I do want to bring this one up.
No,
I'm talking about like the Mickey, he knows when to join a fight and stuff like that. But the flip side is mid, it crumbled. It was tough for them. It was tough to watch.
But to die that many times, like since 2016, that's an incredible stat. Like that's how bad of a game it was for him. But then, you know, he gets a Maelstrom, he gets a BKB. He keeps playing. Like he even, like at one point he was jumping around the top side of the map. He randomly dies by himself. Like at that point, some players would be broken. but he doesn't. He keeps, keep thinking, how can I progress the game? How can I, keep moving towards Liquid, maybe getting a comeback, right? So I think this is obviously proof of the caliber of Nisha. No one's questioning that, but yeah, just he died a lot. Like
He died
a lot.
That's the only fact we really wanted to bring up.
Yeah, that was it. Yeah.
Oh yeah, just flame a little bit. Yeah, he's so terrible. No,
I feel bad because he's also like the only player still left in the studio.
No, they're all here.
Oh, it's not Flame, guys.
Oh.
If you can die...
Insane, you just joined. I swear, Insane was not here
they're
5
staying
minutes
behind
ago.
their PCs. You can't see them.
Okay.
Just to be clear, are we thinking that's Flame? You died that many times.
No, I'm joking.
Okay, all right.
Obviously.
Just want to make sure,
They fed in lane. It looked bad. The net worth was like pretty. It was like 3K
There's
lead,
also
like
props
really
to
fast.
PARIVISION, all right? It's both sides
No,
of the
it's
coin.
Viper vs Monkey King. What is he meant to do?
Yeah.
Like it is unlucky. It just sucks.
It just happens.
All right, it's just what can you do moment. But like you talked about, the rotations were great. Being able to play with the Darks here is great. I think in one of the highlight clips we saw, I think like they went for a 14-minute Roshan on PARIVISION, which is like, a decent decision you could make when you're ahead. But like the problem was they came and they brought their heroes on Liquid. Saber is leading with his Darkseer onto a Terrorblade who's getting pressured. Oh look, here it is, yay! And this fight just goes really well because you have everyone understanding like what they need to do. Monkey, look at this jump from Monkey. He comes in, he gets out of vision when Terrorblade turns because he wants to use that Thunder and he dies before he can get it off. Just for the really nice stun to follow up, like a perfect execution of skill. Just beautiful, untilted, moisturized, thriving. That's our
Very.
Nisha.
How do I follow up that? I guess PARIVISION...
I don't know, team. I'm going to give it to you. I don't want to follow up on
I can
that
follow
one.
up on that. I think, PARIVISION, their plays were looking a little crusty. The fact that they were going one by one, they were kind of diving a tower, and then suddenly it's like a Beastmaster by himself, then it's a Viper by himself. Maybe if they played like they did in game 1 and game 2, and they were more cohesive, right? Like, how many times in these highlights are we seeing, like, suddenly there's a hook shot to disjoint a fight, and now you got to walk around it, and I think just PARIVISION, maybe, like, mentality-wise, you have 4 bounty runes. You have 4 kills. That's also the first time on this patch that's ever happened, by the way, to get 4 kills and 4 bounties at the 1-minute mark. Like PARIVISION, they had like the best start of any team in the patch. It statistically never happened, right?
So both teams breaking records is what I'm hearing.
Exactly. But I think that mentality got to them because it's like they crush the lane, they feel the net worth, they take the early towers, and then suddenly it's like if it's a slightly more difficult game, they're probably not rushing that tier 2 engagement and giving Darkseer that fight because they know, you know what, he's having a good game. But I think maybe they were just getting carried away where it's like, oh, we crushed him game 1, we crushed him the first 10 minutes in game 2, it feels great, and suddenly Liquid, they're the ones like backs against the wall, their entire tournament life's on the line. They think of the one fight to take, and I think, that kind of autopilot nature of PARIVISION has hurt them in this game, and I think Liquid, realistically, they don't want to be in this position. They don't want to, epically lose the lanes and have to look for a comeback, right? Like, maybe game 3, win some lanes, Liquid. It's an option. It is an option.
Just a little bit of advice to put out there too. Well, look, they've got time to talk about that, to sit on it. PARIVISION as well, time to calm themselves down because right now we're heading to a break. When we come back, we finally get a game number 3 between these two teams. We're seeing our players here, Liquid and PARIVISION, blessing us with a game number 3. It will be coming up very soon. And before we get into it, we're going to have a bit of chat about draft. Not what's being picked for game 3 draft, but overall what we've seen happen throughout this series here, because Liquid in game 1 had that first pick for themselves. They opened up with the Morphling. And then on the flip side in game 2, when PARIVISION had first pick, they went for a Bounty Hunter tee.
Yeah, and in going into the 3rd game, we are going to see PARIVISION back to 2nd pick because Liquid took first pick. Where I actually misheard, so that's fine.
Okay.
But yeah, PARIVISION's back to kind of their kind of safer position in the draft, right? I think they like that a lot, and it might give them some comfort knowing that they're going to maybe be able to set up Satanic for some more information, right? I think the whole idea of getting this counter pick on Saberlight into Satanic, I think, again, we haven't seen other teams really do it, but it worked out perfectly, right? Like, at least in the 12 to end of game minute mark, right? Like the whole Dark-Side TB. Yeah, I think 2nd pick will be very good for PARIVISION.
Yeah, when I watched the last game, it's not like I felt that PARIVISION screwed over because they didn't have that like last overall draft pick.
Of course,
but I did not see the impact of the Terrorblade in the fight, like especially because Saberlight did this really great itemization with the Crimson God. It was like we saw Monkey King get cut down from his tree, and that entire duration stun, they weren't able to kill him with a single Crimson God on him. It was just like this Terrorblade looked so underwhelming, and given the lead that they did have at the start, TB should have that space to have had enough items to kill, right? So maybe if he was a different hero, maybe they actually win that game. Maybe there is just a little damage problem there, or there's also execution problems to talk about.
100% you could say execution, right?
Yeah.
Like the fact that it's like when you have this early game, imagine if the TB twin gates and plays behind Beastmaster, they come to gank, Viper's there, like Dark-Side just gets Viper strike down, you kill him, right? Like if Dark-Side dies, their entire draft disappears. But the first fight was Dark-Side joining after the initiation and like 1v9ing, right? So I think, yeah, in reality, PARIVISION just played kind of badly in that game because I think they just got carried away with the confidence of the start. And then they just forgot about they kind of just didn't respect how Liquid will always try to find that one little chance.
Yeah, there's a lot of hypotheticals that we can go about, but game 2, it's in the past. We get the excitement of turning our eyes towards a game number 3, and just in time for our game number 3 draft.
Hello, it's me with Misery.
Yeah,
Isn't that exciting? What a toss-up. We've had so many different drafting combinations today. And here's another new one for you with our first game 3 of the entire tournament so far, which is very hype. Are you excited, Misery?
I am excited. I'm also interested to see how PARIVISION reacts to this. I think being up so much the first few minutes can, and then losing the game, I mean, that stuff never really happens. So I think mentally you need to be able to reset. And we'll see if they are able to. But it must have been a tough loss for sure for PARIVISION.
Yeah, but they still look so good in the early game that I'm like, you can't, it can't be too crushing. If they got like counter stomped, then maybe I could see them being put out a bit. But is it, or how do you feel like, if you're in this position, you're like, yeah, we still own, we could just have to keep it up.
I just think you get 4 bounty runes, you get 4 kills. You probably thought at that moment, collectively, yeah, we got this. You know, this game is over, guys. Nice. You know, we're gonna keep moving on. We're the best. And then you end up losing that game, and I think that can be a bit hard to overcome mentally. But like you guys talked about on the panel, that they do get their 2nd pick and they get Radiant, so that's their preferred situation. So let's see what ends up happening. We saw a lot of Chen the other day on 9 and Bristleback. Let's see if Liquid ends up banning that.
I'm trying to get my way to the game 2 drop, but it's not loading, goddammit.
Yeah, but I think another thing to note is that there's nothing really out of the ordinary here. It's kind of the same bans we've been seeing from these 2 teams, so they're still sticking with it.
We had a slight switch up in bans in
the
game
Phoenix
2.
ban as well.
The Phoenix was the main thing that I'm like super glad to see out. Obviously PARIVISION were the one that played it in game 1, and they're going to be banning out themselves now.
Also, what kind of hero are Liquid gonna go for? The Monkey King is in the pool, and now the Phoenix is banned. Maybe they're gonna consider picking that up. It was not really that successful early on, but it kind of gives them the flexibility through the draft, but also for Nisha to be able to move around the map.
Yeah, because we had the first pick last game, and PARIVISION took Bounty Hunter, and it looks like that might make it through here again.
I think...
But I don't think Liquid have highly valued it.
No, I feel like maybe PARIVISION could go for it again, but I think Liquid, like they already beat it now. I think maybe this hero is going to fall a little bit in value. And maybe PARIVISION wants to try to do something different. Because I think what Liquid ended up doing, like having this way superior team fight with Dark Willow, Darkseer, Monkey King from the last game, it felt like Bounty Hunter couldn't really do that much when the team fights happened.
Yeah, I agree. Okay.
There is the monkey, yeah.
They like the monkey. I heard laughter from inside the
Enigma.
arena. Wow. Okay, so that got banned out last time. Because what I really liked with the bounty from game 1 was the fact that he didn't really have to lane.
Yeah.
He could just focus super hard on denying resources by hunting down couriers and being a bother from the back. Because DM just didn't need his help. He was able to just stand on lane as Enigma and farm perfectly happily. And then when the lane pushed in, you're doing your tower damage. They rotate him to mid. They can take that tower as well with his help. Like the Enigma was set up for such a free game. And obviously, just into Monkey King, it's nice because you're able to destroy all those trees. It makes it harder for him to just be in an area without being threatened by Enigma.
But I think also the strength of Enigma in game 1 was the fact that you already saw the Morphling, right? So you had a clear purpose to counter the Morphling carry.
Yeah.
Now you're picking Enigma kind of blind. So sure, the Monkey King exists, but it's unlikely it's going to be the carry, right?
Yeah.
Now you're going to be in a situation where Enigma might get countered a bit in lane, and that's going to be a different type of Enigma than just snowballing the game, potentially, right? We do see Liquid also banning out the Bounty Hunters. They're kind of done dealing with this.
Super annoying. I mean, well, because the monkey, we could just see it go mid again. And they can't just pick a carry.
I think that's what most likely what's going to happen. I mean, like PARIVISION picked Viper last game.
Right.
I don't remember seeing a Monkey King having a worse game than that.
Yep.
So I don't think it can get any worse for Nisha. So I think they should feel pretty confident in him just going mid again.
I think the only issue I see this time is that if Monkey gets super hard countered, you don't have last pick on Liquid's side. So this time you don't get that overall last pick. Hey, let's give this to whatever core. They're going to carry the game for us by having a really great game.
Sure, that's true. The fact that the last pick Darkseer was actually very powerful last game, even though they ended up with such a bad start, it turned out to be like almost unwinnable team fights for PARIVISION, right? Due to the Darkseer 2024. So PARIVISION are picking first out of this phase, and Liquid ended up banning 2 of the more classical melee heroes that pairs up with Enigma. I wonder what's the next in line. Could they end up picking like a Tusk maybe, or we've seen Spirit Breaker a lot as well from PARIVISION.
Oh wow, they just took the PA right out the gate.
Yeah, just pick the carry straight away. Now you can't pick the Morphling, right, because of the Enigma. So maybe that is what they're thinking, that they get the superior carry right now, and Liquid has a hard time like going late against this PA now. So putting Team Liquid a little bit on a timer, perhaps automatically.
Yeah, because if you're laning against Enigma, the Eidolons are really annoying, but you can have like a gyrocopter, right? And then you're just going to bully it in lane. But I wonder if they're worried about the PA matchup. And they do, because they also have last pick in this phase as well. They might just leave their carry for that point. Now you're going to pick your offlaner, right? Because you see your lane with the PA. Primal for Saberlight is going to be really nice because he'll just be able to buy that Blade Mail and he'll be able to tank for his team. Hopefully the lane goes a little better than the last time we saw it, but...
I think Primal should have a really good time against PA, right? It's hard for PA to ever... Oh, I kind of like this pick a lot. I mean, I'm also really a Warlock lover, personally. But into Enigma, it's kind of a hero that... It used to be the old school counter, right, to the Black Hole with the rock. There's nothing Enigma can really itemize to not get his Black Hole cancelled, so that's a really good aspect of it. Another aspect is the Fatal Bonds, right, that you just kind of throw onto the Enigma.
Yes.
And he doesn't like that, so...
That's awesome. It's also a deny pick of sorts because we've seen people pairing the Warlock with the PA due to the fact that her early can be so volatile that Warlock just kind of ensures that she's completely fine.
Yeah, true. I also like the idea of Liquid going in for this team fight superiority again. Right now they have Monkey King Ring, they have Golem, they have the Primal Beast. I think they have such a strong team fight right now that it can be really hard for Enigma to get to use that Black Hole. There's a Spirit Breaker. I feel like it hasn't looked that good, honestly, from the games I've seen for PARIVISION. I think they had maybe a 50-50 win rate with it, but it hasn't actually impressed me personally, so we'll see how this one plays out.
Yeah, I suppose one nice thing going for it is I don't think any hero on Liquid so far naturally wants to buy Yules, so it's a little hard to deal with him. I also want to point out that this Warlock is the first time Liquid are playing it. As of recent tournaments, they didn't pick it in Fisher, they didn't pick it here so far. We've seen it played by other people and look pretty good, but this is Liquid pulling out new strats. This is the power of having a day off, Misery, not having to play.
Warlock, Insignia has been spamming Warlock in his pops, maybe. Nah, I don't know if he has, but at least he would have the time to do that.
That's cool.
But I think right now PARIVISION has. It's very important for them to win the early game, in my opinion, because like if they fall behind and they can't match the team fight, it's gonna be very hard. These Spirit Breakers and Crystal Maiden will have a hard time having any impact in this game.
But what is really nice about the Warlock is that you get this facet with the Grimoire, right? And then you're, I think it's Whitemon that plays it, I want to say. And when he plays with it, he usually uses it to get himself like an earlier level 6. So if you're worried about your early game, right, you're gonna hit your level 6 on Warlock earlier than a lot of other heroes in this game. And that means that if PARIVISION do go for some kind of weird fight, you're kind of just sitting there with a golem like, go ahead, man, try.
I mean, a lot of the issues Warlock perhaps had in the past was the fact that he would end up being level 4 at 10 minutes and never really get the golem, and then he was kind of useless for a long time. But now you get every time you get the level 6 pre 10 minutes. But I like the puck pick here as well. Traditional counter to the Spirit Breaker. You can coil the PA, he can't get out. You know, CM doesn't really counter you as well. So and it's a niche 18 puck. It's something we've seen Liquid have had a lot of success with, going all the way back to TI. So very, very strong pick for them. I'm still questioning the last pick carry. Like what is actually left in the pool for Liquid? Because they are staring at this Enigma, right? And there's a limited carry pool to deal with it.
10 seconds remaining.
Now, that being said though, I feel like their lineup itself does not necessarily need some kind of hard carry from Mickey. I think they already have a little bit of an upper hand with the 4 heroes that they have right now. They have superior team fight, they have this free puck game, so I think maybe we can see some kind of semi-carry from Mickey.
Like a Tiny? Oh no, Tiny's banned. L.
What about a Luna?
Luna?
What about the Mickey Luna? Because like, it's really strong with Warlock.
Okay.
You get the kind of, he kind of secures the lane for you. You can go jungle pretty early on. It's also a Mickey classic. Gives them a lot more team fight once again. Can kind of match the pace, I think.
It looks like Parry are anticipating that this is a carry Monkey King.
Yeah, and then I guess that's true. We haven't talked about that. The fact that Monkey King is now not going to be mid. So it's either Boxy or the carry.
Yeah.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I guess.
Because they could pick like... What kind of 4 looks good? You know who I really liked watching? I don't know if they'll pick it here, but I really liked seeing Muerta. There was a game played this tournament where the item build was like 4 staff into a freaking Ags. And I love that so much more than the Atos build, just because I feel like the Ags is mega underrated. It's like 4-second stun from a pause 4 that they just can't do anything about unless they have like a Link-ins.
Yeah, maybe. I think...
And she also buys Yules potentially for like a Spirit Breaker.
Sure, Morta could be an option for the 4. I mean, they did ban out the Willow and the Bat, so the 4 hero pool is a bit smaller right now. I just don't know if it's better to keep the Monkey King as 4 and pick another core.
Okay.
But I guess we'll see what Liquid's gonna be thinking. They have 20 seconds left in reserve time here. They are also staring down at the absolute last pick from PARIVISION, right? Which I think PARIVISION needs something that ties their lineup together. I feel like they're lacking a little bit of damage. Oh, you're right. That's the Morta.
She's beautiful. I hope. I assume she'll buy Yules this game to help deal with the Spirit Breaker and then whatever else after.
Yeah. I mean, as a hero like Warlock can also grab a casual Yules, I think, as well, if needed.
True. Right now, I want to see Parry gets at least something that can help deal with Puck, because you're just playing this game where you have no reliable lockdown to deal with him. Warlock is going to always be able to cancel your Black Hole if he is not found in the back line, so that's like PA and Spirit Breaker's job all game. Like the vision from Parry is going to be really important, but right now they don't have someone to give it. Like you need to body with your Spirit Breaker and be like, run in there and just tank stuff and give us vision.
Yeah.
You have a lot of people that want to play his back or like look for a jump.
Last time they saw the puck, they went for this the Pangolier. So that is still in the pool for them.
Yeah, I could like that. I mean, if Liquid initiate, then it's really hard.
Yeah, we also have the Primal Beast, obviously, who can stop the roll, so it makes it a little bit worse.
Yeah.
I also don't know if it's good enough for to tie the draft together.
Max Band.
Yeah, there's something
Shaker
like
Band.
Earth Spirit that has kind of fallen off, but also something that no one plays really well.
Oh wow, I didn't even know that he was still in the game.
Dragon Eye still in the pool.
Okay, yeah, that's great. Never mind.
Yeah, so that's a traditional puck counter in a way, but things have changed a lot, and he doesn't add that much damage as well to the mix, at least not early on. And I think it's not that like DK doesn't look tanky in this game, right? Into Primal Beast, Warlock, Monkey King. I feel like there's so much damage. So yeah, I understand kind of the pick against the puck, but I'm a little worried for PARIVISION here. I think the team fight is just completely in Liquid's favor, and if Liquid gets what they just get the levels and the items that they need to play this game, like let's say they're not down 4 kills and 4 bounty runes minute 1, then I think that their draft is looking really strong.
I guess my main concern only is that Liquid supports are extremely easy to kill. They have no real way to protect themselves. So I think if Parry are able to get like Blink on DK and go in with your PA and your Spirit Breaker, combine your spells nicely, it's gonna be hard.
Yeah. Yeah, I think the PARIVISION having really strong lanes here, like having really good lanes, and then snowballing that into some kind of network lead that they can then run at Team Liquid's heroes with, like you talk about, like start killing this Warlock and Murder over and over again and getting like a really farmed Satanic. I think that should be their way to victory. But I don't think Enigma is gonna have like it's gonna be harder for him to snowball the same way he did as in game 1 this time around.
Yeah, it was a little bit harder, but I do like how nice PARIVISION skirmishing looks for a while. I think Liquid need levels, they need farm, and then they're gonna look a lot better. But yeah, see, Parry have had the stronger early game so far.
Yeah, I mean, the Spirit Breaker is also like a very big question mark for me. It hasn't looked that great so far, but maybe they can make it work once again here.
Hype game 3, let's go!
To continue their dominance over Team Liquid, PARIVISION keep their faith in the DM Enigma. Meanwhile, if Team Liquid wants a chance at revenge, they are going to require Nisha to have a better performance than he did in Game 2, Avery.
Whoa, what? He was styling.
Yeah, that was
if you cut like the first 10 minutes of that game out.
If you cut...
It's going ham.
Yeah, okay. Either way, he's in a better matchup this time around. He's playing his puck, one of his best heroes, I would say. He should be set up for success. And I think Team Liquid requires him to have a good game in order to get success out of this Game 3.
Yes.
Would that be accurate to say?
You want the Nisha, you want the TI Nisha level puck, right? Right. And I think he's a lot of their scale in combination with this Big Game Monkey.
Oh my God, those are some terrible win rate heroes for Liquid.
Yeah, that's not the greatest. The other big factor is they got the Primal for Saberlight, which I think has been his best hero in the last month.
For sure.
A lot of teams will ban this. So Liquid got a lot of their comfort picks. The same time, like you mentioned, that DM Enigma, man, that is... I think it's PARIVISION's best hero. I think it's his best hero. They just play so well around the speed and the tempo. It gives you the lane shove, the tower taking. So you have to deal with him on the lane. This is not a game where you can lose your safe lane as Liquid and expect to have the same sort of comeback as you did in that game too. Because your lineup's just not capable in the same way.
Okay, but why the hell are we playing Spirit Breaker?
You know,
this hero's been coming back. I thought this hero was dog shit. What happened?
He's not great. He's not nearly as great as he used to be, but I was wondering where this hero is because he is one of the super old school counters to the Bounty Rickies, right?
Yeah, sure.
He's really good versus these Invis heroes. He debilitates how you can show and when you can show on the map. He gives you a lot of presence versus heroes that want to play on the backside of the map because he doesn't take a lot to commit going there. I think this hero does have a place, and if you're going to play him with Enigma where he doesn't need to have the greatest laning presence is good.
Yeah. You can already see They have a much better setup to kill Eidolons this time around. Fatal Bonds plus a Boundless Strike, lots of AoE physical damage, and we'll see what they're going to be doing here. But, okay, so the Spirit Breaker good against the Invis heroes, yeah, but why was it picked here?
It's good against the Invis heroes, Austin. What don't you understand about this?
Okay, so when Nisha gets an Invis rune, they're well prepared to counter it. Is that what you're saying?
I'm not sure exactly why they wanted it. Maybe just a hero that, you know, it's one of these weird fours that can play the lane with Enigma, pull some waves, and then go gank elsewhere. It kind of fits that paradigm. Okay. Could be seen PARIVISION leave the Enigma alone.
Foxy, is he going to die here? Dead shot pushes back Satanic, but Satanic's going to keep running at him. He's got a dagger to finish him off, and he'll get it. Dukalis takes the first blood.
Just a really strong lane with that level 1, level 2. Didn't even make it to the level 2 before the kill happens. And that's the power of Crystal Maiden. You got to get work done early with this hero before you inevitably feed in the mid game.
Yeah, before you walk into the jungle at the wrong time.
Spirit Breaker is traditionally pretty good versus Warlock as well.
Sure.
You're just a hero that runs around the fight, kind of ignores a lot of his spells. You can charge him, and then he has to make weird decisions in terms of how he's casting his spells. You play the map, whereas Warlock isn't traditionally that great at playing the map. So I think there's some small things that justify the pick, but honestly, it could just be, you know, I want to play this hero this game. I'm feeling it.
Yeah. What do you make of the Dragonite last pick? Good counter to Puck, traditionally speaking, but I did agree with the panel that it felt like it left PARIVISION without a whole lot of damage if the lanes don't go well.
It's definitely low. It does create a lot of pressure on the towers in this game between the Enigma and the Dragonite. You're going to have two just straight tier 1 beaters here. If you leave these lanes open, they're going to start swinging into him.
Sure.
And that can open up the map pretty fast, and you get your Blink Stun Initiator, which you otherwise didn't really have, right? If this Enigma snowballs the game, sure, but if that doesn't happen, then who's starting fights, who's going in, who's frontlining, who's giving vision for PA to jump? You have a charge to do it, and that was about it.
Least contested hero, 0% for Phantom Lancer. Not a single game banned or picked since TI.
I mean, that hero's straight trash.
It really is. That's incredible. So you said in this matchup, back in the Thailand Grand Finals, right? Big thing the PARIVISION did was a bunch of lane shove, ghost shove that they used very, very well to stay away from Liquid's 3 to 4 or 5 man moves that they tend to do. Boxy eventually dies.
Yes.
So, and then you talked about it again in this series in both Game 1 and Game 2. You really like the Darkseer for one of, that was one of many reasons you like the Darkseer in Game 2. So what about this Game 3? Who has the better lane shove in this matchup?
Liquid kind of went back on it a little.
Okay. Yeah,
I think it's better than Game 1 for sure. I think Puck is that type of hero, or he can get there, but sometimes that hero is a slow start and never gets to that point where he's really annoying on the map. It usually happens around his 2nd to 4th item. So Liquid kind of need to stall this game to get to the point where their lineup can do the things that I like for them in this matchup, whereas I think PARIVISION have a lot more of a window to play around, and no one's going to have a lot more of a presence in this game than he did on that Viper. That Viper struggled to play the team fights.
Mickey in some trouble. Turns around, hits the Boundless Strike, trying to slow down these Eidolons, and will get enough of a separation. He'll stay alive.
2 more Eidolons, though.
Yeah, the Eidolons, once they start dying with the Fatal Bonds, then all the imps come out, and then more of them die. It's a little bit of a chain reaction.
Greedy here.
Yeah, it is. The charge is coming through to finish off Mickey. He did have a Fairy Fire, a little bit of extra HP, a Boundless Strike. It stops 9 Class from getting the kill, and in turn, he dies due to the tower.
Baited by the Fairy Fire and some wand charges.
Very nice.
Gave him the old dirty 1-2. No one just dominated the CS chart here. 27-9. That Dragonite. So PARIVISION are winning the lanes.
Yep.
No doubt about it. They're coming ahead in basically all 3 of the relative lane matchups.
Mickey does manage to dodge the damage there with a bit of trickery.
Oh,
but he may not be able to dodge enough of the damage dealing where it keeps him barely alive, but limping. And that is still a problem for him. Meanwhile, bottom lane going for the kill onto Satanic, trying to kill him before he can get the jump away. He barely makes it out.
That was well played, though. Almost just all in him straight with the blink beat up. Not an easy task. So Liquid, I mean, this is a better start than Game 2.
Yeah, it's the best start they've had all series.
I think I'm going to be able to say that for every game I ever cast of Liquid for the rest of their entire existence.
That is probably true.
But this is where the real pressure is going to start to build up. The Dragon Knight 6, the Enigma level 5. These heroes are going to start to create a lot of innate pressure on these lanes where Liquid have to make decisions. Do you bring Boxy to one of these lanes to try and bail out some of that tower pressure? Do you rotate the puck top if you can get the resources, but then give up your mid?
I almost think you need to move Saberlight up to this top lane or something.
Yeah, Mickey's getting just beaten up here, man.
Another attempt at a trickery dodge. Oh my god. PARIVISION are coming so close to getting the kill time and time again.
I mean, if they can survive and kill these catapults, it's pretty big, whereas Saberlight trying to make another aggressive play.
He's so slow. He's not getting much damage out of the trample, but he will get there eventually. Now, Satanic does have 2 low HP heroes in front of him.
Yeah, I'd love to clean up something here.
Nice use of the dead shot to separate the two and get off a bit of a healing salve. Satanic realizes he cannot commit.
Liquid playing a fine line here. Still PARIVISION winning the lanes. This is what they're going to be able to play off of, just the CS difference here. Lotus difference.
It feels like it eventually, right, between this top lane and mid lane, like something is going to give on Liquid, and they are going to start losing.
Well, this haste might just break it here. Yeah. No one gobbles it up and instantly just heads top. This is...
Somebody's going to die. If not both of them, they go straight for Mickey first. Dragon Tail him. No one's going to finish off Insania, then turn back to Mickey, and there's no TPs coming in from Liquid. They know this is a hopeless situation.
I mean, there's not much you can do about that. That is just the rune control coming up from the Dragon Knight because no one forced Nisha back to base, so there's no one there to contest it. So the laning prowess from no one in this mid matchup guarantees him that rune, and it ends up paying off big time here. It's all those denies and harassment going to work.
Yeah, no one continuing to show masterclass performances when it comes to the laning matchup time and time again.
So you do have this coil up and Dragon Form coming up as well. So both these mid laners want to get something done with these ults as the Wisdom Runes will get split here. Nice mischief dodge.
Yeah, he's done a really good job.
3 HP, wow. Calculated. Another dive bottom. They really want to put the pressure on Satanic.
A charge is going to be able to stop his aggression. He's got to get out of here with the Dragon Knight TPing in. Did he make it far enough away, though? Slowed down by the calling. The Dragon Knight will not be able to catch up.
That is a valuable TP to get.
Oh, they can kill DM. It would be nice, but Mickey is taking too much damage from the Eidolons. He's got to back away. It's Nisha will have to finish the job, and he does so successfully. DM falls, and now looking at Ducalis, or I guess Eidolons.
Liquid outplaying them on the map a little bit. That dive bottom that gets the Dragon Knight TP super valuable because now Nisha goes top, and he's not worried about his mid tower getting hit. Mickey's going to get
another mischief. Golem's going to be dropped on the 2 of them. Nice response with the Fatal Bonds on both of these heroes. And the creep wave, that boundless strike.
See ya.
The Crystal Main just melted. 9 class, a desperation. Roshan deny. He does manage to get it.
A little bit salvaged there, but man, the assault on the top lane has just not converted entirely.
The Enigma, meanwhile, he came back alive, went bottom, goes for the kill onto Saberlight. Saberlight just TPs away as soon as the Malif is gone. He cancels his TP, actually opts to turn with Boxy coming back into play. Now, they may have bit off a little bit more than they can chew here, as Saberlight is going to die as a 3rd hero shows up in Ducalis. And now Mickey, he's going to take a lot of damage. May even die for this one. Yeah, he's going to get Black Hold. Calling goes out to silence him. Satanic still wants it. A charge on through. That's going to finish him off. They get the Crystal Main as well as no one cuts in from behind. Another rotation. This one does pay off. Even if his team had the kills, he can take the tower.
Honestly, Satanic has been doing some work in this bottom lane in terms of the skirmishing. And you have to be careful of these overextensions because the Spear Breaker is going to be able to connect to everything. So if you start getting chased down with daggers, with some Malefice, with a charge coming through, you're not getting out of that exchange.
Yeah. I feel like at this rate, I just never really want to try and challenge a PA early. This hero it just seems to be so strong in these laning phase situations, especially for the players who know their limits in that regard.
It's a tough hero to fight up against when you have these gap closers. You always can just hold the blink and then you can kite him out with dagger. Saberlight has struggled down here. Liquid spellcasting has been okay, but they're just getting outnumbered. That's part of the Spear Breaker, how PARIVISION like to play these early games. And that's a tier 1 down. Not the tier 1 you might have expected to go down first, but one PARIVISION will happily collect with that Enigma rotation.
With the smoke, they are going to trample farm the Ancient stack here. So that could get Saberlight into a much better position, who is last in core net worth right now.
I feel like he's always last, so.
I think that's part of, I mean, he wasn't last game.
That's true.
But yeah, I feel like, why do you think that is, though? Is that part of Liquid's game plan? That they put more emphasis on protecting their safe lane in mid? Boxy makes more rotations, leaving Saberlight more often in 1v2s.
I think his hero does get picked on average pretty early, so he's often in a counter pick situation, but I do think he's a bit of a sacrificial player, and laning is probably not his biggest strength.
Okay.
You know, I think he's on the weaker side in terms of offlaners, in terms of the laning. That's not why you put this guy on your roster. So,
what do you think his biggest strength is?
Bing bong.
Bing bong.
I mean, to some degree, yeah. It's like, it's the mentality, right? You can't tilt this guy. He's untiltable. He can be 0-10. He's still just going to play as if he were 10-0. So he can always make plays to come back. He can always make big plays in the team fight, and I think that's where his strengths lie. Hero diversity and team fighting.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire are scanning.
7-4, PARIVISION. We're setting up for an assault on the enemy safe lane, but nobody's home. Mickey has already backed down and is farming neutrals. So they did all that setup, and maybe they'll be rewarded with the tower, but now they go through the gate, trying to back up Satanic here, assuming that Liquid, if they're not in their safe lane, have to be trying to attack PARIVISION safe lane, and they would be correct in that. They bait in Saberlight. He jumps onto Satanic and is almost immediately blown up. They get the grab onto the Phantom Assassin. Maybe the PA still dies, gets a jump away, but the Waning Rift and a coil on 3. That's a nice setup. Freezing Field right in the middle from Tukalas. It almost bails things out. A jump away, a grab on Mickey through the black hole, but it gets canceled. A follow-up stun from the Dragon Knight gets that kill. Boxy and Insania are actually pushing back cores while Nisha hunts down DM underneath the tower. 9 class. He has a charge up in 3 seconds. Think he's good to get out. Well, I guess it depends on if the dead shot lands, if Nisha can hit anything here. Doesn't get him on the Waning Rift.
So he escapes. No one's going to lay into that mid tower to try and make up for this bottom fight that just does not go their way with the damage coming out off that Bonds. Did so much work there. Insania with 2,500 damage in that fight, the most of anybody. Well, other than the Puck who cleaned up the Enigma at the end, but we're not going to count that.
Okay, I guess we're not counting that. Sorry, Nisha.
Supports come first, Austin.
This is a support-heavy cast.
I mean, supports don't get the recognition they deserve. That's all. That's the end of the statement.
All right, whatever, man.
Man, that Dragon Knight got a lot out of this early game. He's going to be big.
Yeah, 7,200 net worth, well ahead of even Satanic, who is sitting second in net worth right now. Part of that is the tower advantage that they have right now. Liquid will kind of always be a tower behind, if not 2 at this rate.
Yeah, they just lost their third tier 1, so the whole map's opened up here very early for PARIVISION, and they're going to find Saberlight in the river, a nice little freebie.
Yeah, no way out of that one.
Not even sure what he's doing there, to be honest. There's no room to get or anything. Lingered in no one's territory. He'll punish you for it.
9 class is second in average deaths per 10 minutes. And Saberlight, Insania, and Boxy are all in the top 8.
You know what that tells me? Just that they're an aggressive team, you know? These are the aggressive players in the world.
Man, you really are a support simp, aren't you? Well, those supports aren't feeding, they're just being aggressive.
I mean, would you take a 1-4 support for a 4-0 mid?
That's not necessarily the trade-off. You can't.
It's a zero-sum game, Austin. Someone's got to die.
No, that's not how that works.
How many Dota games do you watch where there's 0 deaths?
We saw very clearly from a Liquid game earlier that you can be 32-2.
We don't count those. Those abnormalities.
Orchid is up for the Dragon Knight. You're talking about getting a lot. We'll see how much he gets with a Blink and an Orchid against Puck. This Puck is double countered, man.
It's just so much solo damage, too. He almost has solo kill.
They got the charge on him. He's dead. He's dead. There's no way out of this one. Orchided, Dragon-tailed, and popped.
You're going to try and get more here as well. That's the value of the Spirit Breaker. Once you start getting these pickoffs, you just chase people down as long as you have the vision.
Yeah, calling slows them down, though. They are not able to push through that choke point.
And that was an arcane rune for no one, so he gets to pop a free dragon form here.
Catch him on the D-ward. Dekalis is not going to be allowed to D-ward the high ground for free here. The triangle is going to remain firmly in control for Team Liquid.
I don't know if PARIVISION really mind. They're corralling Liquid. They're getting a lot of free farm on this Phantom Assassin. And the exchange for Liquid is, you know, Mickey's kind of keeping up, but this Monkey PA matchup, it's a mixed bag. I feel like it's just who's farther ahead, and even then, I think PA has more ways to play around the Monkey than the flip side, especially with no one just terrorizing the map right now. You also have a black hole and a pulse in this game.
I mean, at this rate, this is just going to be a Dragon Knight that scales into a full carry.
Yes, he's going to get 4 or 5 slot in this game. He's going to be outputting an insane amount of late game damage. And the Orchid build, you know, you're going to get a Bloodthorn at some point too. Liquid want to get something going in this game, but
I'm not even convinced that that's a great fight for them either way.
No, I don't think it is. It felt like a reach. I mean, ideal fight for them is you're landing Bond's Coil Golem on 2 to 4 heroes.
Yeah, I mean, I guess
that's the majority of your team fight.
Yeah.
A Wukong comes in on top of that, but the Wukong's pretty dependent on those spells going off.
When you lay it out like that, though, Liquid does have some pretty crazy team fight in one AoE. You get the right coil, the Fatal Bond's Golem follow-up is going to do a lot of work just by
Sure. Again, I go back to the paradigm that has existed between these two teams for the last few series, though. PARIVISION don't fight you straight up like that.
Yeah.
They push the lanes and they split you up, and then they find their jump and their opening. They start the fight on their terms when they want to take that 5-on-5. When they're stronger and they have some aura timing. That's another thing that Spirit Breaker gives you. He can split push the side lanes, and he's pretty annoying about it. Yeah. This is another game where it feels like Liquid are having difficulties keeping the map favorable and finding pickoffs. They're going to see the DK up here. This is a very tanky target.
Oh, the Radavitos, but he blinked away before it landed on him. Insania comes in through the other side. Nisha joins him, and they will surround this Dragon Knight. No one is caught.
That's a big pickup. It also made this smoke gank connect on something that was going bottom that otherwise would have found nothing.
Yeah, they were, for the longest time, searching and searching and searching.
So like we're going to try and find something else off that big pickoff. That's a huge hero to take down here. First death for no one in this game as well. That was a streak. And it all went to Nisha, probably the one hero you'd take it on if you're Liquid here.
If they could leverage that into a power rune for Nisha, but no, it's top, so Boxy has to take it.
Now remember, this is not a game, if you're PARIVISION, that you want to give too much to the Puck, because if he gets to a point where he can be the one starting to push these lanes back into you, and creating some equilibrium there, it's going to feel a lot worse to play this map. Because Spirit Breaker traditionally does not catch this hero too well past the mid game. Really depends on the itemization, if you go for that Linken's or not, and if the Breaker goes for the Shadow Blade, but 9 class is going for the Shadow Blade here, so he will have the catch potential on the Breaker. Then it's a question of, do you go for the Linken's on the Puck, and how much does it slow down your damage? Or Satanic is starting to build up here.
Yeah, it really feels like Liquid are just not able to get that aggression over the line here. They can't get into the triangle. The mid tower, mid-tier 1 is still up. That poses a problem for them.
And they want to fight right now, in theory. You have Blade Mail on the Primal, you have your Maelstrom Monkey, you have your Golem Coil. Not a bad time to take that, but
PARIVISION now has BKB on PA, so there's definitely something about this next team fight that feels like it should swing the way of PARIVISION.
This is how they like to play, get their timings and then force the issue. They also got pipe done on Enigma, so they have a lot of magic resistance going into this next fight. And there's a lot of magic damage that Liquid rely on right now.
Yeah, they have very little physical damage, right? The Wukong's command is certainly not that intimidating.
I mean, your Golem's probably the biggest here.
Yeah.
Give him the old 1-2. Won't land on anything though, which means you just got to push mid.
Well, they've got great heroes to push.
Their DK form just ran out though.
Now that's awkward, but they do have Eidolons.
Well, those just timed out.
Well, they've got lane creeps.
They don't have a tier 2 token though.
That is true.
Or Liquid don't. They lost a tier 3 token last game as well, by the way.
Brother, drop your raindrops. Okay, there we go. There we go. We got there in the end.
I mean, that's a potential grove bow. That's all I'm saying. Like, that's a... See, I told you, man.
There it is.
That's a value tier 2 right there. Always gobble those up, man. Grove bow, broken bow.
Broken bow, okay.
I'm serious, isn't this one of the only tier... It's one of the only neutral items in the game I think you consider keeping over the next tier?
Yes. Agreed on that. Do you feel like Nisha should go a Linken's?
Yeah, that's what I was discussing. If you go the Linken's, you deal with the breaker, but it slows down your damage output. You're not getting faster Parasma, you're not getting a blink dagger if you want to blink this game. So there's trade-offs to it. It is a good Linken's game. I think he will get it at some point. It's just where do you fit it in that order? That's the part you have to figure out here. Shard to Boxy.
Well, that's... the trade-off here is already lopsided.
Yeah, they got the
PARIVISION get Roshan in exchange for Liquid getting Tormentor, but then on top of that, the shard goes to Boxy, which is not great.
Yeah, Liquid's just not getting a lot in this period. It's stable, but it does feel like PARIVISION are just getting a little more at each and every point. And the BKB done on no one means he can play a lot more aggressive on his own.
It feels like PARIVISION are both favored for the next window of time of like 5 to 10 minutes, but also, like, is there any point in time that Liquid...
Caught Saberlight.
Got Saberlight. Going to be able to Orchid, chain stun him pretty easily. The team of Liquid was smoking up, and they're making their way over here, but Saberlight's already gone.
And look who's on the back line.
Yep, they're going to be playing this 4 versus 6 because Satanic is here with his Aegis, and he quickly one-shots Insania and looks for more. They're going to find Boxy up next. He gets hit by the charge, and there's the crit required.
This is what the Spirit Breaker is designed to do. Get the pick off with the Shadow Blade, and then you just collapse the whole map because your chase potential is infinite. And you can just do whatever you want once you have a numbers advantage. There's really nothing that stops you.
If you can't hear, PARIVISION is very excited.
Yeah, that's an understatement.
The team rooms are pretty close to us. They're getting loud.
Honey Nisha in this bottom lane as well.
Might be able to get him. 9 class is a real chance. Yeah, Nisha knows he has to coil in order to have a chance to survive. No shot, though.
That's dirty right there.
Yeah.
A walk-up bash. I mean, okay. Take that every day of the week.
Seriously.
He was flying something out, too. What was he flying out? Does Courier die?
I don't know.
Yes, Courier died. That's a rough one. Cannot fall on the back foot.
Did you see Hayden? Hands off the keyboard.
I mean, he knew his fate was sealed.
A PA jumps you. Hands up.
I didn't even know we had coach cams.
Me neither, but it's a great addition.
So Aegis period, 2 minutes still left. Can still get a lot done with it here on Satanic. Finish for Satanic. It's very nice to say. And you've got your Enigma auras. Charge on Nisha, canceled. They're just farming, man. They're just scaling. They do not have an issue with pushing this later. Believe in Spirit Breaker's ability to control the map and their core's ability to scale up, and it's pretty hard to disagree with it here. Again, your biggest issue is going to be this Puck eventually split pushing you, but you are containing him very well right now, and you have a Bloodthorn Dragon Knight scaling up, you have a Phantom Assassin scaling up, and you have an Enigma who can always go back for something like BKB Blink, which, yeah, there's a Golem cancel too, but when you have aggressive cores, you can go in first and force the issue. You can't always just hold these spells. Very solid position to be in. 13K net worth lead at the 24-minute mark. They're closing in. Liquid got to find something soon here. Another Grove Bow as well.
A nice addition. Is there any, like, I'm just looking at the line. Is there any time in this game where Liquid is favored? If this, like, just keeps on going late? I mean, you're facing up against a PA, Enigma, Dragonite. Like, surely PARIVISION is always going to be favored just on matchup. And if they get pickoffs like this, keeping Nisha's network down,
nice ward.
PARIVISION may not even have to worry about going into the late game. They go straight to the high ground in 25 minutes.
Yeah, why not? You're way stronger right now. You have so much more damage. You have the BKBs, and you have
jumping in for more. Oh, they don't give a damn about your tier 3s. Now, Gold's going to be dropped here with the Fatal Bonds on 3. Might just be able to finish up Saberlight. They do so. Satanic goes for another one. It's Insania all the way back, almost to the fountain. Pulled in on Boxy underneath the black hole. One-man black hole. This is not Liquid's base. It is PARIVISION's second base. It's their outpost. They own this area. Liquid, all they've gotten is the fountain.
All they've gotten are some bing bongs to maybe send them home here, because PARIVISION gave them no chance to even take that fight. Mickey gets nothing done, nothing off. This PA slices through them all with the cleave and the crits, and you didn't even have to use the Aegis.
Yeah, seriously. And unfortunately, got a little bit of hiccup there with the internet, but I do think...
I don't know if it's going to matter.
That PARIVISION, they've got this game fully under control.
Yeah, you could all die in Fountain right now, and I don't know how much it's exactly changing.
I mean, is it even possible for them to die in the Fountain? It's just like... I mean, the Aegis is going to expire on the PA. The sad thing is that Satanic, because he's had this Aegis since he picked up his BKB, he's still sitting on a 9-second charge. He hasn't had to use that item once. That'll be 2 lanes of barracks. There's still a tier 2 up, so Liquid, they will have... Oh, no space to breathe whatsoever. No one pulls the trigger on him and instantly executes Nisha. PARIVISION, they don't have to go back and deal with that tier 2 and get megas. They just go straight for the throat of Liquid. Take out these tier 4s, end the game. What an impressive performance by PARIVISION. See if they can close it out here as Liquid. One final hold by them with not even their full squad up. The Warlock's already dead. Mickey fighting underneath his Wukong's command, but he just doesn't do any damage to the PA at all. Nisha hit by the Dragon Tail again. No one has just been a monster throughout this series, and he will counter Nisha one more time in this game before closing it out. Insania will call the GG, and PARIVISION eliminates Team Liquid.
Well, Satanic, he never took a blur point that game, and I don't think he needed it, because you knew exactly where he was. That was not the problem. Liquid just did not enjoy it, as PARIVISION put on a bit of a clinic in this series, honestly. Other than that game 2 where it fell apart just because I think the draft had some big holes that got exploited, they just controlled the map way better, played the lanes better, set themselves up better for success, and had a very stable game plan versus what Liquid were providing here. Got their Enigma twice, won with it twice.
They did. The Enigma is definitely something that other teams are going to be considering going down the line. No blur required for Satanic. That's so funny, man.
I mean, why is he hiding in this game? There's nothing to hide from, right?
Seriously.
Impressive performance by them, and they continue their dominance in these kind of bracket runs, right? This team continues to get these runs where they power up series after series. They are pretty good in a lot of these Western European kind of mirror matchups, right? I feel like they have consistently shown that that is not an issue for them to bypass. And if you can do that, it makes a lot of these deeper bracket runs a lot more possible. That's likely who you're facing, to be honest, as you go deeper and deeper.
Yep. Liquid, a second series against PARIVISION in the past couple of months. Another disappointing outcome for them, while PARIVISION continue yet another run through a playoff bracket.
Well, the energy is still high. I have no one joining me here. Coming back for this one, you guys win game 1, game 3. Exactly how does a talk between that game 2 loss and a game 3 victory go down for PARIVISION?
I mean, second game was kind of rough. I think their Darkseer they played like a team very good, but after the lanes it was like, to me, kind of pretty easy win, and in the end they just destroyed us every fight. We knew it's gonna be hard to play against Darkseer, but it was kind of frustrating and we needed to reset, and I think it's good that we can reset. We're a strong team because we can reset. That's what I've been having luck in VP big days.
That's it. It's nice to see that reset for you guys. And, you know, coming into the series up against Liquid, you guys had a good track record against them. So did Game 2 shake you guys at all? Did you feel you had to change up how you drafted for Game 3?
No, I don't think so. No. I think they have to change something, and they did. They took the first pick because first game they chose the second pick. I think they understood that like our first pick is kind of strong, and like we almost destroyed them in like 15 minutes second game, but we made some mistake and they like get some like really good team fights calls. But yeah, I think we didn't have to change anything basically.
And what is the rest of the evening going to look like for you guys? Because you're going to be playing again for the third day in a row at a elimination on the line.
I mean, it's going to be fun and chill, I think. We're all thinking that it's going to be patch today. If it's going to be, so tomorrow we'll complete bullshit games because it's new patch, tournament, like stage, elimination games. Hope to see it.
You hope to see it. All right, well, no one. I'm going to hope to see that one as well. Thank you so much for joining me, and good luck in the future.
Bye.
Sorry, but he thinks there's going to be a patch. I'm not doing a waiting room, so I don't know. I feel there's a weird kind of like lack of information, but it's okay. You know what we do know is that PARIVISION are progressing their way through the gauntlet, and in this game, it kind of felt like a return to what we expect to see from them, right? The strong lanes, the sweeping of the map, Spirit Breaker on 9 class, going for the Shadow Blade to jump the puck, but yeah, another good game from PARIVISION. And any complaints, really? Anything from this?
I just felt like Liquid's lineup or draft didn't really get going. It felt like they were always on the back foot. They were always the one getting jumped. The Orchid on DK was so powerful, timing, so they ended up getting the puck there on bot lane. I feel like they just needed a little bit more time where they weren't getting ran at. So yeah, I think a bit rough loss for Liquid. I was expecting more out of the draft, but yeah, it just didn't work out.
I will say, you wanted, or maybe it was UT that was saying that you wanted a stabilization in the lanes for Liquid. That was something that they wanted to look at, and I do think that they had that in this game. I do think lanes did go better for themselves. It was just kind of everything out of that, the movement outside of that. It was very reactionary. It was very PARIVISION was on top. They were always a couple moves ahead.
Yeah, I think this entire series might just come down to like kind of learning more about Enigma, right? In game 1, Enigma punishes their Morphling Flex. In game 2, they ban it. And in game 3, suddenly PARIVISION promote it to like a first phase pick. And after they pick Monkey King and put it in the carry role, now it's like, okay, we need to find a support that can maybe create a way to play into Enigma. They pick Warlock. It doesn't really do much. A lot of that laning phase was like Monkey living on a sliver of HP, Warlock healing him up. And no, I think, yeah, just PARIVISION just had good answers. And game 3, it looked slightly better, but they still were pressured a lot in the draft, and I feel like they kind of lost that game 3 draft.
Yeah, I think maybe the last pick, I was just expecting the Monkey King to be support in this game, and then they try to find another core against Enigma, because I don't think the Monkey King really had much to do, and at the same time, I don't think the Muerta pick really did much good for them. You could argue that the lane, bottom lane, should have gotten a lot better, the Primal Beast Muerta. I don't think the Primal Beast should have such a bad game overall, and they really needed him to be part of the game. So I think that's kind of partly why they were in trouble this game.
Yeah, his net worth was way too low. Just felt like at some point, if this is the guy that is standing in front of your other heroes, right? You have this Warlock that needs protecting, this Mother that needs protecting. Your Primal's meant to be the guy, and if his net worth is so low that he can't tank those spells, then it just allows PARIVISION to just run all over you and do whatever they want. Like, just as a generality, I want to say I was so impressed with this series. I mean, even with their series before, like, PARIVISION are playing so freaking well. Like, their drafts are solid. Like they said, it's Liquid that has to adapt to them, not the other way around, right? Like, that is when you're in such a position of strength. If you can just draft so freely, like, sure, go ahead, ban this, take this, but we have this thing that we can now fall back on, which is just as strong as the thing you took away, right? They are so clean with it. I think, obviously, the game 2, they messed up and they threw away the lead, but the fact that they were in that position to begin with is, like, just even in a loss, they looked so freaking good.
It was nice to see a game 3 come around, because I was wondering, are they going to have to adjust a lot? Do you potentially overcorrect when you do we are faced with a lost T. And yeah, PARIVISION, they were very calm throughout this whole series, even in that interview with no one talking about it as well. And that's why we're going to be seeing PARIVISION play again tomorrow, checking out our updated bracket of just how this team is doing. They originally knocked out Talon yesterday, able to knock out Liquid in a closer series this time around, and they're going to have their eyes set on going up against Enigma Galaxy. So a team that we haven't seen play for 2 days now is going to be their next opponent.
Yeah, they've not, they've had a bit of a time off, but I think for Enigma, they seem to have like the same identity as PARIVISION, that they've come into this tournament and it's like, these are our drafts, try and deal with our strategy, and it's why Enigma are in this position. So I think finally for PARIVISION, they're going to go up against someone where they might not respect their own strategies because like, wait, they're doing their own thing. So it's kind of be a battle of two very kind of like proud teams and their own ideas. And at some point there'll be a compromise and we'll see which one kind of breaks first. But I think for like, style of draft, they are potentially more kind of aligned to some degree.
I guess you could also say that Enigma has looked surprisingly strong this event, and some people argue that they're back. I think this next series...
Brother, you're getting carried. They win one series and they're back,
No.
They're back. They're back.
There have been players, there have been teams, all right, behind the scenes, maybe not on camera.
They are getting good.
Talked about, yes, exactly, in scrims when they come up against Enigma. It's like in this pocket, they just need time to show themselves, and this could potentially be it.
This next series, this is where the determination, are they back or not back?
No, but if they win it then, they're making one step closer, but, are they back? Because they now need to play against, what is it, on that side of the bracket, is it Tundra? So it's like, then they now to beat Tundra, and then are they back when they beat Tundra? Are they back when they win?
Sure, but
they never
truly back Misery. We need the answer.
The PARIVISION, if they beat PARIVISION, they are solidified as back to the tier 1 scene again.
Back to tier 1. Okay, so we've moved that.
I like how it's kind of moving the goalpost.
That bar of being back is just tier 1. Okay, that's it. All right, sure.
Well, either way, PARIVISION, they're doing great for themselves. They are making this gauntlet run. We'll see if it continues, but that's not until tomorrow. Unfortunately, though, on the other side of the coin, Liquid not able to continue their gauntlet run here. They are eliminated from Blast Slam 2. If you guys want, there are the lovely nameplates that you can win for yourselves over on Blast TV. Make sure you check them out. They are signed as well. But for now, we're going to go to a break. When we come back, a whole new best of 3 with 2 new teams. Welcome back. It's our next best of 3. Our teams are setting up right behind us, and it's going to be a lot of fun to jump into it. Ray, I'm putting you on the spot. You're going to intro it.
Go.
Intro what?
The first team.
Matt? Who's the first team? All right, we got 2 teams here today. The one I'm going to talk about right now, Team Falcons.
That is the correct team. We're going to learn a little bit more about Team Falcons.
The King of Wraiths, a ruler of the shadows, commanding the restless spirits of the battlefield. With an iron will and deadly precision, they strike fear into their enemies, reigning supreme in a land of the living and the dead. Question mark? A riddle wrapped in a mystery, their every move sparks curiosity and confusion. They are the puzzle no one can solve. That's just how they like it. The automated teller machine, always delivering when it counts. They're a fountain of resources for their team, whether it's a crucial save, a perfectly timed assist, or a game-winning move. You can always bank on a withdrawal or a deposit. The home court king. A master of familiar grounds, they thrive where they know the stakes best. On their turf, they're unstoppable, turning every game into a showcase of dominance. It's not just a battlefield, it's their kingdom. The veteran, wise elder of the battlefield, with years of experience etched into every move. They are the cornerstone of their team, guiding with calm authority and unshakable confidence. In a world of change, their consistency shines. Together they form a legendary squad, masters of shadow, wisdom, unpredictability, and precision. Their titles reflect their unique roles, weaving a story of dominance and brilliance.
Zombie pose happening there.
What was that?
The Walking Dead.
It's always fun when we get to bring in a new team to the studio because we get to see these for the first time along with everyone else. So we get just as much enjoyment, just as much fun for it. But these 5 players, we've seen them before. We've seen them time and time again for Team Falcons.
Can I just say, the way that comes across to me is that Blast told them, like, we want you to just do some kind of movement and we're going to slow it down.
And
really
they don't actually slow
and they
them
just
down.
don't slow. That's what the law. Because remember that other one we saw for the team, and they're like
actually slow
walking
That was
forward.
extreme gaming, wasn't it?
Yeah, and I was just like, these guys have been tricked.
They've been told it's going to be slow mode, but it's not. We'll like CGI some like explosion in the background or whatever.
Yeah, they were doing like some slow motion running of their own. It's like, I don't know, it's funny.
Well, look, let's talk about this team. Let's actually have a look at just how they did in group stage to give you guys a bit of a refresher.
Self-fuels half HP, Amar rolls up to try and get away, guarded by the Nimbus for now. Mulreen comes in with a 2-man hook shot. They've landed on the storm of the Bristleback, and XM is shredded. A godlike skitter will now turn it.
A reverse sweep in a grand finals led to a middling group stage performance here for Falcons.
Let's get it in the middle.
In the middle of everybody here.
Backing down. Quinn, he's been jumped. He doesn't have Aegis. And he's gonna jump out. Sheba, dead, trying to cast now.
What have we done on game?
Still, while not the same dominant force they were in previous seasons, Falcons remains an ever favorite for the finals. But it's going to be a long road to get there.
Team Falcons arriving at our studio after we've just had a bit of a look back on their group stage. Not the best group stage for themselves, but good enough to be able to take that 1-day break yesterday. It's a lot of fun to see them tee. And when we look back at those group stage games, what do you take from it? How do you describe Falcons so far in a Blast tournament? Blast Slam 1, 2?
2.
Whoa.
Whoa.
That was a time machine then. Far out.
Sheesh.
Well, in Blast Slam 2, I think Falcons have shown just that kind of ruthless tenacity of always finding ways to win a game. Like, they build up a lead, maybe the lead starts getting, taken back from them, but they're always kind of like disciplined enough to find that. And I think it helps that they always just know kind of what their draft's meant to do. I think other teams in the tournament, you kind of draft in the moment, right? You kind of just pick a hero to block pick, but Falcons, every draft has like their own identity on it. So they don't have to overthink, oh, how does this draft win a game? Because they've already, they're not kind of going too creative. So yeah, just consistent is the answer.
Let's delve a little bit more. Pick one player in particular, Snaking. We can talk about him, see exactly what his hero pool was like a couple of days ago through those 4 best of ones. The Enchantress, always coming back, Misery. Never forgotten, never forgotten.
Yeah, true. I mean, he's kind of is he more or less the only player still playing this Enchantress? It has gotten hit by the nerf stick several times.
I don't think anyone was really playing it in Bangkok, and then no one was playing it in Fission.
At least
and
not
then,
to this extent.
Yes.
That Snaking is
I will say
still
he plays it the
picking
most, but other people are playing it as well.
Yeah.
Did his win streak get?
Yes.
He lost it now.
Yes.
Oh, that's so
It stopped
sad.
at like
That's why I don't
27
care
or
about the
28.
hero play.
7 or 28.
Yeah, it's pretty impressive.
I don't think he got to the point of being like the best ever hero player win streak. I think he's like second or third, if memory serves me correctly.
Who's doing better? That's insane.
There is one other player that was better than
I
him,
think
hence why he's second, but I can't remember.
Quinn's Void Spirit is up there as well.
Yeah, there was some heroes, but you know.
Isn't there also something with Ace Underlord at some point? That
Yeah, that
won
does
like
not
20
surprise
games
me.
in a row or something.
That one definitely doesn't surprise
But it's still, it was very impressive.
Great.
But the
Great
stats
player.
are dead, so oh well.
So you don't really want to talk about
Nah,
it?
not really.
I love talking about
Okay,
things.
Dead
please,
stats.
right.
Oh wait, I love
the-
Snaking's
The
Enchantress.
main thing with his Enchantress compared to other Enchantresses, for the most part, is that he always gets a lot of farm, right?
Yes.
He always ends up becoming this
Fourth core.
fourth core, pretty much, yeah. I think maybe Porshka does it too, but it's not that many players who actually manage to always find this farm and is consistently becoming that fourth core.
Yeah. When I watch Falcons, I'm like, okay, you have these two incredible support players. You have Malrine. They're going to play with him, do a lot of stuff on the map together. I feel like when Crit especially does not have a hero that is scaling hard, you see Snaking step up with like Phoenix, with the Enchantress, and look really good in that way. And I feel like the games where I see them do really kind of more poorly is when these supports aren't able to like enable the map, because you have greedy cores, you want Skitter to be farming, you want Amar to be farming, and when they can't have that space because your supports are struggling, it feels like everything sort of starts to crumble a bit.
Yeah, I mean, one of the weaker drafts they had was their last game against PARIVISION when they lost it. Right, they have like Lycan Carry, Viper, Tiny. They're playing into like Mag PA. Like everything is built on we have to win the game in like 35 minutes. If at any point the PA gets an Aegis or damage item Satanic, we lose every fight, right? So I think it is rare to see Falcons put themselves on that much of a timer because normally they have like 2 or 3 scaling cores. The support that also can like scale up. Like so, I think that maybe they learned a lesson from that game, but also, if they just played better, they would win that game. Like they made the mistake to lose it. It wasn't like some crazy, PARIVISION stuff. It was just like, oh, I just RP'd 5 heroes at my base. Thanks for, throwing the game, right? So yeah, I think Falcons kind of went for a bit of a identity shift through the group stage, and we'll see where it lands now because again, they did have a day break to decide which one they want to approach.
Yeah,
I think also some of the heroes that sometimes change the way the game is played, like these bounty hunters and Lycans, they tend to make the drafts less about stuns and team fights and more about this like random skirmishing and putting pressure on the map. And I think that's sometimes perhaps not necessarily Falcons' biggest
Not true
strength.
to their identity.
Yeah, it's not necessarily their biggest strength. So I think, yeah, that was the point.
All right, I like
Thanks,
it.
Misery.
Hey, he's going to back us up,
Yeah.
You gotta put all their information out there as much as you possibly can. And luckily for us, I got a little bit more information from Snaking earlier. Snaking joining me. You guys got the lucky 1-day break between groups and now. So how does that look like for Falcons? How do you guys spend it?
We spent it mostly just doing a little bit of practice and getting our sleep in because we didn't sleep at all the night before. So it was a bit rough coming into the group stage. So we're feeling a little bit more well rested today.
The schedule's also pretty harsh right now. There's a lot of tournaments going on. I'm sure that probably factors into it. But how do you keep yourself motivated, especially after years of being in the scene, to keep going and keep going through the grind of competitive?
You just have to remind yourself what you're here to do. It's like it's not a sprint, it's a marathon. So like there's going to be a lot of small battles. Whether you win them or lose them, it matters, but you just have to keep your eyes on the prize, which is the war.
I like it. And while we're on the topic of wise words, history for you is you've always been quite a vocal player, and now you have Amar and Malrine on your team, 2 young players that are sort of in a similar position. Do you ever give them advice or have words for them that you wish you could impart on other players?
I often try to share wisdoms that I've learned throughout my career because I think I've went through a lot of issues, whether it's like personality, ego, or like trouble with stress. I've been through it all because I've been playing just as long as they have at their age. So I try to tell them these values and these things, but typical 18, 19-year-old fashion is it's 1 year in, the other year out. So it's like you have to constantly remind them, and like people will slowly learn it.
What are some of the things that you tell them, if you're willing to share?
I think part of it is like handling losses. I think a really particular memorable memory for me is like after TI3, which was my first international, after getting eliminated, I was literally in rock bottom. I felt so bad. I felt like the world was going to end. But the thing is, like looking back now, I understand like, it's just one
one loss, and it is not the end. There's so many more tournaments, so many more things to do in the future. But during the time, like, no one really taught me how to handle losses, and it just felt like it was the end of the world. And I think I want to share this with all my future and current younger teammates, is like, you know, it sucks, but just let the pain make you better.
I like it. That is.
Sorry, he just said future teammates, but future teammates? Is he not happy with the current roster? What's happening there? Future teammates?
I think he's
That's
trying
some
to...
drama. We should speculate. All right, guys, who do we think right now is the weak link on Falcons? No, I'm joking. No. He actually said a lot of good stuff.
If they
in the
won a
interview.
tournament, we could kick Owie.
Yeah, there we go. But to praise his interview, by the way, I think a lot of what he was saying was very good, right? The idea that, you know, handling losses, the way that you approach just tournaments in general, because I think a lot of people will go, you have to win everything, you have to win every group stage game, you have to win every playoff game. You need the flawless. If you make any mistake, then it's like, it holds you back. So, you know, I think Snaking having that maturity, imparting it onto his team, will eventually compound to, you know, further success for his team, his organization, and hopefully his current roster, not his future teammates.
Yeah, I feel like he was just talking about he wants to be in the scene for a little while. You know?
Of course,
There's inevitable things that will always happen. But it was nice to talk to Snaking, something that is like Dota related, but isn't necessarily this specific matchup. It's something that's coming, you know, at them right now, this best of 3. But they are going to have to focus. They're going to have to look at their opponents, and we're going to do the exact same thing because we got to know a little bit more about BetBoom team.
The creative. Pure ingenuity in action. Their plays are like works of art, leaving opponents confused and spectators in awe. When they're on the field, it's not just a game, it's a masterpiece in motion. The moneymaker. Cool under pressure, calculating, and always making the right call. They don't just win games, they turn opportunities into gold. When the stakes are high, you know who's cashing in. The musician. Every move is like a note in a symphony, perfectly timed and flowing with harmony. They make the game feel like a concert, blending rhythm and precision into a melody of dominance. The laughing one. The heart of the team. Their joy is infectious and their presence lifts everyone's spirits. But don't mistake that laughter for weakness. Behind the smile, a fierce competitor who knows when to strike. Easy gamer. Cool, calm, and effortlessly in control. They make the toughest games look like a casual stroll, turning challenges into highlights with ease. For them, greatness isn't difficult, it's just their default setting. Together they are BetBoom Team, a team of dreamers, creators, and unstoppable forces. Their titles aren't just names, they're the essence of what makes them unforgettable.
Definitely an unforgettable team. They do have a slight roster change for themselves. Maybe you weren't watching yesterday, but they have been playing with Toronto Tokyo throughout this tournament. Kadome just having some visa issues, but BetBoom team playing yesterday, getting themselves a little bit of momentum right here, Misery, in this single elimination. It's one of these arguments that we keep bringing up. Is the extra day prep going to be the advantage, or is it having that, you know, extra game of Dota in your back pocket that's going to be that advantage?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to say. I mean, from last series, it looked like the PARIVISION had the upper hand in all 3 games, kind of. And maybe that's the same we're going to see here, that the momentum and the confidence from winning yesterday is more valuable than having that one extra day at the practice room to try to prepare. So, yeah.
Difference of you know, potentially theory crafting to putting it in action. And we're going to see the action that BetBoom team delivered to us yesterday in their first day of elimination.
They turn towards, begin with the balance, striking the rolling, trying to follow up the assassinate as well. They've got the pullback, but he's able to get the supernova off. He's able to get the egg off, and they'll put a stop to it. They take the egg down below. He's got another bounce again. New, holding Miro back, keeping XM alive.
Stuck on the trees.
For GPK comes in with the combo, finishing off the job.
While the group stage wasn't the best for BetBoom, the team began their playoff run by stomping Extreme Gaming.
Like, do we fight this? Do we run? Low, it's going to turn out towards Miro, but GPK's in with the avalanche. Swan's got behind the 3 of them. They put the BKB, turn the brother, will be able to take down Miro. Trying his best, hiding in the trees, but the track's there.
Now they face Falcons, a team they have gone 6-6 against this season. If they can get over this hurdle, then a run to the finals may be in the cards for BetBoom.
I feel like the real highlight that we missed out putting in that little recap from yesterday was Pure's post-game interview after Extreme Gaming. He was talking about, yeah, we're going to win it all. It was only round one, but he was confident they were going to make it to the final and that they were able, that they are going to get the victory for themselves at Blast Slam too.
Well, if you don't believe in yourself, what's the point of being here? Just go home. If you have any insecurity, just leave.
And then there's putting it out
Just
there.
get out of here. I mean, I can respect it. He clearly feels good, and after a series like that, why wouldn't you be? They had two incredible strats right there that they just pulled out, swept the games away, left, and now they're back for more. I think these teams that are so good with the meta and have multiple strategies to fall back on put you in a position like PARIVISION from last series where you're not being drafted into a corner. All right, we saw them play with this Lycan. We saw them do the horrible, horrible things to the enemy team that cannot be spoken of in detail. Very gory, not safe for work. And then we also saw this Lina Gyro Beast core trio where these guys are playing so effectively on the map on all three cores. It's not like they were having to sacrifice one person's game, right? They're all mechanically skilled enough that they're winning their lanes. They're putting themselves in really good positions. They're taking the map. They're splitting themselves. One guy in Roche, one guy, two guys playing mid with a Blink Lion, and then your Lina's following up, and then someone else is still somewhere else farming. The amount they're getting out of the map is crazy. These guys are a very skilled team.
They are, and we always talk about, are you going to be in this honeymoon phase when you get a stand-in? Toronto Tokyo coming in. Okay, is it going to help them? Is it going to make their lane easier? Are there going to be some struggles for it? But the fact you're talking about, they can essentially draft T as if it's no different, as if it is just still Katayomi playing with them.
Yeah, I think, of course, when you do compare the players, you are looking at Katomi is a player that used to smaller hero pool. He's the guy that he'll play 4 heroes, but at the top level of the entire world. He becomes the specialist on whatever he plays. Compare that to Toronto Tokyo, he plays a much deeper hero pool, right? There's going to be probably more creative opportunities for BB to utilize him in the draft. And like you mentioned in the interview, Toronto Tokyo as well, there was of course some drama with the team when they were failing in their, when they were meant to be winning everything and the team was winning nothing. There was drama, there was rifts, but of course they fixed those problems. So him returning, it's not as if there's this awkward, you're the only guy available, come on, play 4-5. It's they fixed their, their personal issues. He still plays a lot of Dota. Logically, it's not a bad swap. If anything, it could, no offense, Katomi, it could potentially be better in this moment because it's bringing in a stand-in that has additional layers. All the team's prep against you is now kind of wasted because you used to prepare for Lich and Ogre and Katomi heroes, and now suddenly it's you have to respect Phoenix and this. And so it's it can be a buff, but for one event. And then when Katomi returns, of course, it's back to normal work, but they got the mini tournament buff.
Yeah, I feel like you're talking about Toronto Tokyo, he is still playing a lot of Dota. You're talking about this whole nother level that he could potentially bring. And there was a little bit of secret spilling that Toronto Tokyo did not interview when I talked to him earlier. Toronto Tokyo, it's such a pleasure to talk to you. It's been a while since we've seen you, so fill me in. What's happened between now and a couple months ago?
I was playing PUBs on position 3. Yeah. Okay. Getting ready for the next season. I mean, this season. Yeah.
So is that a little leak? Maybe you're going to be moving to off lane in the coming months, in the coming competitive season?
Yeah, we have team already, and we will announce it very soon, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
I like it, a little bit of a teaser. Well, I was going to ask if coming, back to BetBoom team and playing in Blast was practice for position 5, but clearly not. How weird does it feel then playing position 5 competitively when you've mostly been doing position 3 in pubs?
For me, it's okay because I used to play with these guys before, and we have a game plan, and I have enough practice on heroes still, and I practiced a little bit, a few days, and yeah, I feel comfortable, and it's good. Also good to compete, and I love this city. That's why I'm enjoying it now.
Oh, I love to hear that. And specifically laning back with Pure, it's been about, almost 2 years since you were laning with him. So has it been a tough adjustment, or do you feel this is the same Pure that I laned with 2 years ago?
Right now we are doing much better compared to the last one. So yeah, because I think I'm better as a player now, he's better as a player now. So yeah, it's much more comfortable now.
I like to hear it. And last question is, coming up against Falcons, how are you rating your chances? How confident is BetBoom team?
It's Pure now is Falcons Slayer. Yeah, and today he has a birthday. So he said he will carry us today. So we don't care, we just help him a little bit and hope he will win.
Awesome, Toronto Tokyo, thank you so much for joining me. Good luck today.
Thank you.
Easy.
Yeah, there's definitely nothing wrong with the confidence on these guys.
No, not at all. I also like how he's like, oh, it's Pure's birthday, so it's like, he's gonna carry us. I'm like, shouldn't it be the other way? Shouldn't you be giving him the birthday gift of carrying him to victory?
No, he loves it. Do you think Pure is ever in like a happier place than when he's carrying a game? You want him to do it. It's like a gift to him. Go, please carry me. Take me to a win.
I think it's pretty cool that Toronto Tokyo is going to switch to offlane as well, right? Like having played mid to 5 to offlane, that's kind of not the most traditional switching of roles.
I would love to know how many players have like the maximum number of positions a player has played in before in like a short time frame, because he hasn't been playing competitive
for sure. Okay.
that long. In the grand scheme of competitive Dota, it's not been that long. And yeah, you're right, he's gone from mid to 5 to 3. Now he's transitioning back into a 5 just for this tournament.
Yeah, usually people don't switch that much in that time span, that's for sure.
It's like, can I join your team as a 5? No. Can I join your team as a mid? No. Can I make my own team as an offlane? Yes. Okay. That might be the reason.
Yeah, that potentially could be as well. But let's look at this one a little bit more. Let's refocus in not just about Toronto Tokyo, but his whole team. BetBoom team up against Falcons, and just what we can expect to potentially be on our cards for today, T.
I think, you know, BB's going to have to respect a lot about what Falcons can do. We're going to look at this Falcons clip here, and I think this is where you've got to respect just the tenacity of them, right? Like, they're rocket flaring onto the minimap to check Roshan. They already have a ward here. So, like, once they see a little bit of information in the positioning, how often in Dota do you see, like, the 5-man rainbow TP to an outpost? Like, you do not go to the outpost in this style, but, like, they see ace, they just commit. And then this is the type of game where, like, they already had the early game lead, then they're losing the lead, and if they don't make this play, they probably lose the game. But to have the confidence in this moment to make a play that other teams wouldn't even go near, like even entertain trying, they kill the TA, they stabilize the game again, and they eventually win it. But I feel like that's the type of move that BB's gonna have to respect, where if BB have this early lead, they have this like this kind of grip on the map, Falcons are the team that will always try and execute the plan that others don't go near. So that's one thing to consider.
Do you have anything you want to add, Ray, on potential expectations for this series?
I remember watching a game with BetBoom where the GPK got ganked like 800 times mid by supports and just kept feeding and found it hard to kind of get his way back into the game after that. And if we look at Falcons as a team with very strong supports, then maybe their rotations could be like the make or break of this game. I would like to look a lot at the mid lane and how each team is enabling their mid laner.
Could be that moment specifically that changes it, or maybe it's potentially decided in the draft. Either way, I don't want to leave you guys hanging. I just want to get on into it. It's a Game 1 draft coming at you.
Hello. I don't know if you can see him, but the guy just there on screen, that Maureen lad, I was in a ranked game with him 2 days ago. I was on my laptop in the hotel room, and I was like, Maureen, are we going to win this game? Because I had Skitter and carry, Maureen on mid. Like, do I double down? He said yes, Skitter said no. I doubled down, we lost. So I hate Falcons with a passion. My MMR is disappeared, and I have no bias in this game. No, jokes aside, yeah, I'm sure they're going to be very good, but they're practicing some new heroes at least. But we got a new draft. We'll see if we see new heroes here. Anything you're looking forward to seeing, Misery?
Oh, that's a good question. I think specifically about BetBoom, I would say I would like them to keep doing what they were doing yesterday with Miro, giving him the traditional heroes that he's been so successful on in the past, like the Beastmasters and the Doom and these type of heroes. So I think that's really important for BetBoom. As for Falcons, I think you want to stick to your old strategies, like your more solid stuff, and not steer away and maybe a little bit from the bounty hunter. But I mean, we see so much bounty hunter, and it has been so successful. So maybe you just go with it anyways.
Oh, I wanted to talk to you about something, but I'm going to do it now on air whilst we're waiting for the first bans. So you know how bounty hunter is very popular, right? What happens to, for example, techies? Like, if there's not a pipe buying hero, isn't techies conceptually like one of the counters to invis heroes? You put a red mine down, you know the rough positioning of him. Maybe it's more mid-game focused than obviously early game, but just it's more for the information game.
Sure, I mean, I can't remember if it was ODE Pixel I was talking to about techies, but I feel like there's a point in time where somebody could be 9 class or somebody else, a techie spammer, who picks up on this hero again, and suddenly it comes back into the meta, right?
Yeah.
So I think it's just a matter of time before we see this guy again. I don't think he's that bad. It's just that nobody has really experimented with it enough. Maybe it could be even a pop player that starts playing it, and then Dota Pro Tracker starts picking up on
Yeah,
this
it's
guy.
like
Maybe
10 games, 100 games, 1,000 games.
I think you're right on the fact that it could be the Invis hero's return that kind of pushes techies back into the meta, because I think you're right about that. Both the Ricky and Bounty Hunter, that they don't like walking up hills, and there's mines suddenly.
Exactly. Yeah. And there's some taser and stuff, but again, maybe we're cooking. Again, I feel like it's kind of fun to think of. Like, we're in this position in the meta where, like, again, we're hoping for a patch soon. People think it's today. That's optimistic. Maybe it's next week. Maybe it's 2 weeks. Who knows? But the point is, like, we still can evolve things, and alas, we are seeing Falcons here respect the IO, Magnus, Invoker, and Alchemist as their first 4 bans of the draft. And
I think the IO ban is kind of cool, because that's one of the heroes that BetBoom has had the most successful with, and kind of enables some of their best strategies, like the IO Marcy specifically. So that kind of kills a bunch of the strategies they've been playing so far the last few weeks.
And they're banning it now because they only have 1 ban in the second phase, so they respect banning it for later in the draft. It's not as if, you know, BB are going to first pick the IO, right? It's just more like they're setting up their bans to ensure they're not wasting their 1 single ban they have in that next phase.
Oh, speaking of the inch earlier, there it is. Falcons don't hesitate on that one.
Yeah, I mean, should we do the generic stuff? Strong lane, can buy Dragon Lance, can kill Egg, can Twin Gate take tower, you know. Like,
I mean, at least strong laning presence, right? Keeping also the draft open. Yeah, I don't think there's that much more to say. It seems very open for both teams right now. Again, I like the approach, though. When you're playing a new team in a best of 3, you don't really know what to expect from the opposing team. So taking the draft a bit more slow and seeing what kind of strategy BetBoom, or Falcons for that matter, has prepared for today, and then reacting from there. Lycan ban, we don't get to see that this game. It's kind of a little bit of relief for some people, I would assume, especially the support players.
Yeah, I like the idea of Falcons maybe thinking about Pangolier in this next phase, right? Like, when you think about how they like to progress drafts, a core has to be sacrificed, of course, and when you already see Phoenix, maybe they use their 1 ban to protect it, but I'm kind of looking at, like, the building blocks of a lot of Falcons drafts, and like Pangolier's there, Bristle's there, Mag's there, DK, and I mean, they could technically still DK into Phoenix. It's, you know, kind of fine. You can kill Egg later on, but yeah, I'm missing what's the hero right now that they're comfortable. Maybe it's just the bans are pretty good from BB to ensure that Falcons are in a slightly uncomfortable position.
They have been giving Marine Pangolier quite a lot recently, and I don't know if it's obviously solid, but I feel like Marine is also their wildcard player that sometimes decides the game by just getting his Huskar or his Viper mid, or his, you know, Primal Beast, something like that. So I think I mean, you can flex the Penguins offlane. That's also one of the very big strengths of this hero. So it definitely could be a good pickup for Falcon here on the 9 pick after the inch.
Also, I don't think, actually, I need to double check this, but Lycan at least, Amar's been playing it, Maurine's also been playing it mid, and Skitter is playing it carry. So in the last week or so, Lycan of course is very popular, but they're pushing it onto every core role. All the players are trying it. Again, it's banned out, so it's not that important, but it's the fact that, you know, BB are respecting that with, you know, the hyper flexible of this area.
I think that's also what you can kind of see on the DK a little bit. This hero is also extremely flexible. The Pangolier is flexible. The Lycan's flexible. So maybe what they're cooking with a little bit is just having this core to pick up and can be flexed onto multiple lanes, so that they can get these very strong picks in the late phase.
Historically, that has been, of course, the Razor, the Timbersaw. Like, they have got this kind of like multi-flex option often built into their drafts, but yeah, again, they go for the DK. It was one of the building blocks that we mentioned. Nothing too crazy.
So this draft from BetBoom as well, it reminds me a lot of the draft we saw yesterday. They also had the Gyrocopter and the Phoenix. They went for Lion yesterday and not Batrider. But I still think this is a solid foundation for a draft. It does reveal quite a lot. Like, you see the Gyrocopter carry now, you see both supports already, so it leaves a little bit of vulnerability for Falcons. At the same time, though, the 18 pick can be very important to pick up from Miro to kind of stabilize their draft.
What are they going to go for?
I mean, I think...
Sure, okay, Dawn.
So Dawnbreaker. So I haven't seen much, but very, very strong.
I like the Dawnbreaker just for the fact that BB kind of presented that they have to take the perfect positional fight, right? Do we lasso? Do we egg? If we succeed, the fight goes well. If we blunder, that secondary fight is difficult. BKBs will be expiring. We won't have that control, that security. And of course, Dawnbreaker is one of the best offlaners at, you know, protecting the first fight, right?
It's also the kind of the way BetBoom, like you kind of mentioned, the way you start the fight is the lasso, right? And that's it right now.
Yeah.
So it's very simple to just Dawnbreaker ult on top of the lasso and then take the fight from there. What would you pick on Miro here? So Beastmaster is actually available,
but
there is
again,
the End.
into Dawn though, it's like Dawn is one of the counters to it.
I guess it's a little bit the same. You have the Roar and the lasso.
Yes, exactly.
At least then you have 2 ways of initiating, but what else could you be looking at? The Doom is banned. His Lycan is banned. By the way, Pangolier is banned first phase.
Oh, I'm just blind.
That's just a
little, no wonder why it's not being picked.
Yeah, a little blunder.
Yeah, it happens. It happens.
Yeah, it is what it is.
Maybe they go for like a combo break. You know, they've been playing the Abba offlane, right? Like you have the Abba as an offlane duo. Abba can just walk in, but like then maybe damage is a massive issue.
I think damage is okay. I'm more worried about the fact that they don't have this.
Yeah, I wasn't excited talking about it.
Nah, but the fact that they need this Beastmaster hero to enable their 3 first picks, right? That's what I was talking about earlier. And then yeah, the Beastmaster Roar is not great against Dawn. That being said though, like now you at least have the Beastmaster Roar and the lasso, right?
That's true.
You have 2 ways of starting.
You can bait the Dawnbreaker ult,
You might put Dawnbreaker in a weird position where he ults too early and then you still have the Roar or you still have the lasso available. And it's just a Miro stable, right? So I think...
honestly, I have no complaints. Like yesterday we were saying like the pre-games, like why is BB looking kind of bad? Oh, it's because Miro is playing all these other heroes other than his staples. And now it's like, even in a game where on paper it's like, they got the Dawn, they got the Edge, it's like you said, it's one of his best. Like, why would you not pick it? Like, Tundra picks 33 beats almost every game. They don't care about the counters. It should be the same logic for this team. But now they need the mid hero for
GPK.
Yeah.
And we need... I mean, we don't really know for sure about the DK, but probably going to be on Skitter, right?
Yeah. There's plenty of answers for the puck in regards to the DK and the Shaman, so there's kind of already some soft cover from that one.
We saw GPK destroy yesterday on Lina, so that might be something Falcons are looking at. Looks like a pretty good Lina game already.
Yeah.
Hard for Falcons heroes to get on top, so we might get to see that hero get banned out.
I think you're right in the line of like the generic mid that forces Falcons to have to counter the lane. You know, like
Sniper
the
is also a problem,
exactly,
right?
exactly. The Sniper, the Lina, these are the heroes that will force Marine to go, you know, maybe I need to play this hero, right?
Now, actually Abaddon would have been amazing for Falcons, right? So that's like it counters the Phoenix spells, counters Battle Lasso, counters Roar. So that's actually a very, very clever ban by BetBoom. Not sure the Falcons would have even picked it up.
That's the question. Are they okay?
ATF has played it
a day ago and 19 hours ago. But of course, with a Mars logic, it has to be a Harpoon, it has to be an SMY, and it has to be a Satanic. You know, like
Satanic, Lincoln's.
One cool thing, actually, he's thinking about Glimmer Cape. You know, like he's going for one support item, which is rare. You know, like he always wants to scale. But again, Abba being banned out, the development of the kind of the mini tournament meta.
And another thing to consider here is that even though Lina and Sniper look pretty good for BetBoom overall, it does put them in a position where they have a lot of backliners, right? So as you can see here, they only have the Beastmaster to kind of frontline. They don't have a very obvious way of starting the fight before Blink Dagger on Batrider. So I think that the fact that you're banning out the Monkey King on Team Falcons and potentially one more of these playmaking type mid heroes, I think...
Potentially this is the logic of Falcons going, if BB picked Monkey, then Falcons are the ones who have to pick the Lina, the Sniper, and that'll break their own draft. So maybe they're taking...
I think Falcons would not mind a Lina or Sniper or Husker last. But I think I think BetBoom with Lina or Sniper would put themselves in a position where their draft is vulnerable. Because they have too many backliners and too slow heroes.
I mean, technically, Beast and Gyro will become frontliners with gold, but yes, the point you're making is the early game...
The early game, yeah.
But late game, these heroes are happy to be in the middle, but just getting there is going to be difficult. And I do feel against a DK and a Dawn wants to hit creeps and react. DK wants to hit creeps. Like there's a lot of just waiting and farming. So if you find a pacing mid laner for BB, then that is going to be incredibly scary. And they just go for the generic Lina pick, right? We already mentioned
Falcons,
it.
There's no way Falcons did not see this one coming. No. They must have
blindsided by the Lina pick. Crazy.
They definitely saw this one coming, and I'm sure they just were not too worried about it. And I think partly it is because of the greediness of BetBoom's draft. It's going to be interesting to see what kind of hero they feel like can break BetBoom's formation in this one. Lina is notoriously extremely strong on this mid lane, we have seen DK as the main counter actually in mid lane for
Yeah,
Lina, because you just kind of soak up all the Lina damage and almost free farm in that lane.
I mean, I think they have the option of putting DK carry, going for like a mid-nature's prophet that Maureen plays, and then you just, you play, you push, you go like that.
Could we see another Skeeter hero perhaps, and then you just throw the DK to Maureen?
I mean, I like Spectre into Lina, but the thing with Spectre,
I like Spectre
it's just
too, but Beast.
The Beast lane's too good, then Beast suddenly takes your towers, but the game's great, but the lane is awful. So it's more on Falcons. They want the game and a Spectre, they want the lane where they change it up a little bit, but...
PA is also in the pool actually. So that's also another option for them, right?
True,
Kills the Lina,
you're
good
right,
against Beast.
That's the compromise,
kill the backliner.
for sure. Yeah.
Now the question becomes then, are you happy with the mid DK? Your supports don't deal too much damage, your Dawn doesn't deal much damage. Can you actually fight back? Do you give BetBoom too much time for their heroes to come online, right? So do you give time for Phoenix to get his level 7, 8, Bat to get his blink, things like that?
I mean, right now, if they pick PA, it's just farming, right? DK farm, PA farm, Dawn farm. Okay, they go for a lifesteal.
Okay, so
it's a classic counter to the Gyrocopter, right? Like you can always rage, get on top. You can buy the Ags to disarm during the flak, so you punish him there. Unless you're really out of position, you shouldn't die to Lina, right? Unless it's like some tree line LSA into Laguna. I don't mind it, but again, it's a little vulnerable for the lane, right? If you get overwhelmed, if Gyro and Phoenix twin gate with the Beast and the Bat, they take your tower, then you might not have a place to farm, right? It can be a little bit scary.
I mean, I think it's a good lifestealer game, but and it's kind of hard for them to kick him out of lane.
You need to bring 4 minimum, right?
Yeah, but then Falcons can also bring 4 and Dawnbreaker all.
Sure.
But I think that they run into a little bit of the same issue as they would have if they pick PA, right? Do they have enough damage to kill these heroes? If BetBoom plays a chill game and puts stacks down and get their items on their core heroes, it's going to be hard for Falcons to perhaps take the fights to BetBoom.
I mean, this is going to have to be like world-class team fights from both teams, I feel, right? Because you've got the Beast and the Bat into a lifesteal. So a lifestealer can instantly die when he tries to be confident.
Yeah.
But on the flip side, if he doesn't die and he breaks that initiation, now suddenly the Eng can be pumping out the damage. Crit can lock down a Lina who doesn't really want to buy a BKB. Like, I feel BB have all the tools to create momentum in the first 20 minutes. But if they don't occupy the entire map, it is going to be a very, very close competitive game. I don't think either team's going to be too comfortable thinking they outdrafted their opponent.
Yeah, I mean, are you also perhaps if the game extends like you say, will BetBoom run into a damage issue a little bit against the Dawnbreaker ultimate, against the really tanky core of
Gyro
Lifestealer?
can't kill them.
You have save from Lifestealer, Aghanims, or just the ultimate. You have the save from Cluster Clock. You have save from, you have save from Dawnbreaker like we talked about. Tankiness from all their heroes pretty much. I think it's going to be an interesting one.
I mean, for sure. There's so many questions to answer, and luckily, we don't have to answer them right now.
We don't.
Because the teams are going to answer that when the game begins very shortly.
It is time, ladies and gentlemen, to get into the action here between BetBoom team and Team Falcons. I'm Pixel here, joined by Fogged. Fogged, what do you make of this? I'm seeing 2 lineups that both look kind of fantastic. This is some solid picks. I'd say the biggest question mark really is the Lifestealer coming in at the end from Falcons, but this is kind of Skeeter's bread and butter.
Yeah, I mean, we were
Lifestealer work this patch. It's going to be Skeeter.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we were talking about a couple different heroes, how they wanted to flex things, if they did want to put that DK safely, and if they just wanted to have to endure the pressure that comes from the Lina, and it's been one of the better heroes to endure it. So a cool approach. We'll see how it ends up going inside the lane, but overall aspect of the game, the 3 tanky cores is what I'm looking at. And I saw yesterday when the Lina came out, sure, that was XM Lina, and they were kind of in a tough position anyway in the game, but GPK, he thrived on the Lina. XM, he got sandwiched on, and he couldn't actually because he was versus tanky core. So let's see if GPK can make that magic happen again. But yeah, again, the game where GPK popped off, it was versus 5 squishy heroes. Right?
It really was.
They were like
it was
all
a pretty
heroes.
dream Lina game.
Yes.
That one.
And there wasn't any saves in particular, too. So we'll see how GPK is going to be able to do that, because I feel like what BetBoom team did is they drafted themselves a lineup that just fits in almost all scenarios, and it's a very comfortable draft for them. While Falcons, yes, it's comfort for them, but they also kind of counterpicked in a way, because they have this Cluster Cluck versus the Bat Rider that we've seen get more and more popular. They have this Dawnbreaker versus the Beastmaster Roar, so I would say that they counterpicked a little bit more in that essence. And we'll see if the counterpicks work or if they don't.
Absolutely excited to see how this one goes down. Both, of course, phenomenal teams, but at this point, rather early on in the tournament with this format, the loser of this series, they're out.
Yep. So we see the usual tech. I mean, we can talk about it because there's a pause. We see everyone doing this always. Boots, walk out, get your ward. Blah. We can talk about those little things. And I think this is one of the games that we're getting to see, at least, that there's probably not going to be as many courier snipes, because I think we got to see a lot of these couriers just getting abused by these bounty hunters and Rickies. So they're having a little fun chat about the gym right now. Yeah. Everyone's a gym boy now, except for me.
Apologies for this pause, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Owen.
Yeah, it's my fault. Yep. I'll press F9 right away.
Please don't.
I'm pressing it now.
What was the issue, by the way? Did they say?
I don't know.
I missed it.
And I don't know what this says, but I think pause maybe means pause.
Very great. Thank you.
So,
and then someone said TikTok.
That's as much translation as you're getting from me. Telephone.
Okay.
Telephone? Who's on the phone? They shouldn't be taking a phone call right now. They've got a serious game to play.
Giga Chad. Look at these guys.
Yeah.
They're having fun. Getting prepared for this. This could be a really, really interesting game. I'm actually really looking forward to see how it's going to be. Yeah,
this should be a close one. We're not getting any stomps here.
Because BetBoom team...
You can quote me on that in 20 minutes' time when we've had
sure.
This should not be a... If it is going to be a stomp, it would be what BetBoom's lineup doing the stomping right, with kind of this Beastmaster.
If they snowball, yes, exactly. That's kind of what
they're
more
early
about.
snowball potential.
Yeah, absolutely. If the game slows down, it can definitely get a little bit awkward here because of the 3 tanky cores, and we know that the way that Falcons likes to play when Amar is playing the Dawnbreaker, he's not going to be going Aghanims. He's going to be going the scaling build, so as the game does go on, it could be problematic.
I mean, that's the thing, right? Falcons lineup is literally going to have triple carry. Maybe even quad carry, right? You've got snaking on the edge as well. So you have essentially going to have 4 carries down the line. Yeah. Which BetBoom not going to quite be able to match kind of that level of kind of late game 60-minute craziness. They can do have plays. They can play fast.
The one thing I do see, though, even though it is triple carry scaling, I think Toronto Tokyo can actually get that kind of scaling if he has a really good game on the Phoenix.
You could see a Phoenix
being actually there's like Enchantress can hit the egg, and DK can hit the egg. Lifesteal can in a way, but then he has to commit his rage for it in a lot of ways.
Sure, and there's obviously the threats of if he's running up, he's getting lassoed or roared, so it's not that easy for him to pop rage.
So I could see that BetBoom team definitely wants to play with an advantage going in, but if there's a situation that they get to the later stages, if Toronto Tokyo is having a good game, this Phoenix can cause some issues because percentage-based damage versus triple strength cores could be pretty interesting to say, but we'll have to see because we still have a pause. What's going on here?
What's going on? I blame Slacks. What's he doing? Slacks!
T-Governor.
Yeah, we'll blame one of them.
Actually, no, we'll blame Nox again.
Nox.
It's always Nox.
It's our stats back.
Sorry, Nox.
He can bring up. I think he can get the stats for kind of average pause times of teams. I feel like we've had that previous tournament.
Who's got the longest pre-game pause?
Pre-game pause or just pause total?
Oh, he's got something else for us. What do you got, Nox?
He's got a stat. We're going to get some good stats for you here. What have we got here? Most common hero player pairs.
Holy!
In the last year. So within the last year.
87.
That's a lot of hoodwink. And we are just replacing one of the PCs just to make sure everything is all good.
Yeah, the Enchantress as well too. But I didn't get to see the game that he lost. But apparently he lost his streak at Fissure.
He did. He did lose his streak.
Okay.
Which is, there's got to be a little bit of relief there, right? When you have a streak like that, the pressure's on.
Sure.
Snake King's a pretty cool-headed lad, so he probably doesn't let the pressure get to him. But the idea, nowadays, you've won this many games with it. Your team picks it. It's like, wow, we're on like even like what, 15-game win streak?
It was higher than that.
20-game win streak?
Nox, get on it again.
We'll get on it. We'll get the stats on that one. We've got some tic-tac-toe going on. Who's this between? ATF and Maureen? Or...
No one wins.
Oh, it looks like Amar gave up. Okay, no, there we go.
No one wins.
I mean, yeah, they're going to be gridlocked.
They're doing it again.
There we go. Let's go again. So, Marion going for the middle. Amar for the top right. Oh, but it's a good block there from Amar. That's another draw.
Yep.
Try again. Here we go. New game.
He just keeps going immediately again.
He's trying to get the... He's got it!
Wait, he cheated!
Check his PC for the tic-tac-toe hacks. Amar does not look too amused there. Maureen using the tic-tac-toe cheats to get that diagonal win.
Chicken. Beat you like a drum.
But Amar, yeah, it's a tactical loss there. Wants to boost up his mid laner's morale.
Wait, how many Grandmasters do we actually have in this game? Is it just the
Do we
two
actually
of
have a
them?
lot?
It's just two, but then it's, I think, 2 Master tiers as well.
And then what, Miro's the Super Grandmaster?
Well, that's the Shadow Shaman and the Beastmaster. They both have the...
Oh, yeah, they're also...
one, yeah.
Wait, that's the Grandmaster, and then the
4.
25 is just called Master, right?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
No?
Yeah.
25's Grandmaster, or 30's Grandmaster. I don't know the words. We just know the icons.
Yeah, we do just...
Which one's Grandmaster? Is it 25 or 30? You don't know.
I don't have it. I don't have one of the, I don't have a level 30.
This one.
Do you
Okay,
have a level 30?
there we go. Weapons is on it.
Do you have a single level 30?
I do, yeah. I think my Faceless Void is level 30.
Because I have like 4 level 25.
I've got level 30 Faceless Void, where you can see it on this page here. I think.
Do you actually?
Wait, you can click like the...
Dude,
here we go on the Dope List thing. I got Slark and Void at 30.
Ew.
And then PA Quap at 26.
Slark and
I got Magnus at 25.
Your Queen of Pain's on the way.
Yeah.
Your Quap is
Quap's
actually
good
on the way.
now. We haven't seen much Quap this tournament.
We
right?
haven't, actually. I don't think we did. Did we see it at all?
Pretty good.
I actually
Maybe not in some of these other mids that we're seeing a lot of play. I mean, obviously this game you've got 2... Well, the Lina in particular, quite literally very hot. But then the Dragon Knight in the mid lane, not something that everyone is still doing right now.
I mean,
it's, it's not out of...
Quap is bottom 3 in this current meta.
win rate.
Win
or
rate
pick
from the
rate.
mid lane.
Well, there we go.
So.
That's because I'm not playing it.
Yeah, there you go.
Teams need to call
They
me
don't know
up.
the way. So we have what, PC being replaced?
Yeah, we're just replacing the PC.
Should be getting underway pretty soon, everybody. Don't you worry.
Yep.
You wanted to listen to boring me and Owen just talk about
I don't know whose
nonsense.
PC's getting replaced. Oh, actually, no, we do. We do. It's Snaze, right? Yeah, Snaze disconnected at the moment. So just replacing Snake King's PC. There he is. He's ready and waiting.
He looks very ready.
He is. Just hold in there, Snake King. We got you. We got this. A few moments more. And we'll be back in.
Now, Owen, here we go. Over, under. Will this game last longer than the pause or less than the pause?
Now, I mean, honestly, with these two teams, whilst there is like kind of snowball potential from BetBoom team,
It's gonna get
I think
slowed down.
most likely this is absolutely 2 lineups that you could see again to the 60 minutes. You know,
Yeah, I can
BetBoom
see
team, I can see them maybe doing all right at the beginning, getting that edge, but not quite enough to like close the game up in 30 minutes. They have to kind of fall back. Pure is going to kind of hit that crazy farming time. He'll probably have Pure at the top of the net worth, and then like the 3 cores of Falcons just behind him. And it could eventually... I'm seeing this go to like a 60-minute Pure against the world.
Writing this down right now.
Yeah.
Okay, so...
You know what I mean?
20,
I can see that happening.
28 minutes.
Pure, nah, this is going to be... It's going to be a meaty one.
But below him, all 3 cores of Falcons. I'm writing the script for you, Owen. 1 second. Just got to write down. Okay.
Let's see what's going on here. Smiles all around here from Falcons.
Can they hear us being stupid sometimes?
I know, let's try. Hey, Amar! Oi, Marine!
No, they're being good, though. They've got their headsets.
No, they have
fully
the
on.
really good headsets
They
as
do.
well. You can't hear anything with
Those
them
are
on.
pretty-
Well, you can obviously hear your teammates in the game.
I mean,
but you
those are-
can't hear anything going on outside of them.
Those
These are some industrial grade noise-canceling headsets.
They're pretty intense.
Yeah, they're very good. So no, they could not hear. They could not even hear Slacks if he was standing behind them yelling full volume.
That's not true.
Well, they might feel that, like kind of a vibration.
The shrieking goes through those type of headphones, though, at times.
Yeah, they'll fix that in the next version.
The anti-slacks.
Yeah. That's all. Let's stay still offline right now. So just getting logged in on the new PC. And then we should be good to go. So thank you, of course. We do appreciate your patience, everybody watching at home. But it will all be worth it.
It's all worth it. I mean, we're just
it's
getting...
been quite the series. We have the early series today obviously was quite a bit of fun. We had a lot of fun in that first series of the day. Yesterday we did have some kind of stompier matchups.
Sure. But we did get to see some pretty exciting stuff anyway, out of like Pure almost breaking records on the DK farm, right? He was a top 2 in the patch.
We had crazy Midas timing, right, in one of the games as well.
As an offlane like, and it was a fast Midas timing, yeah.
The second fastest of all time.
I mean, they do seem to be powering up, right?
Icon, I believe.
That's one thing we can talk about for BetBoom especially, right? They are playing with the stand-in. And I do feel like as the tournament's gone on, we only have so much sample size, but they are getting better and better, getting more comfortable with each other again. As we said, this is a very comfort draft, so that's what I think most of us are looking forward to see how it's going to end up actually going.
No, I mean, in fact, you talked about the high Dota Plus levels. Who's got
Talk
the
off the
lowest?
board.
Who's the lowest? It's actually Pure on his Gyro. Oh, no, Pure and also Toronto Tokyo on the Phoenix. They've got
That doesn't sound right.
Only got the gold tier.
What the? I feel like I see Pure Gyro like literally every
we'll check the numbers on this,
Check the
but
numbers again.
I mean, it's got to be the case, right? Or does it kind of get? Does your Dota Plus level get held behind if you didn't have Dota Plus for a while and you're kind of playing those games where you block bronze?
It
You know what I mean? Because then when you
So probably that could
subscribe,
happen.
it doesn't retroactively kind of boost you up the levels that you would have gained, right?
That definitely could have happened.
So, yeah. So,
let's see. Are we getting Let's take a look. Are we getting more and more viewers as it goes up? We are getting more and more viewers as the time goes by, so.
Are we?
Hold out.
Oh, hello to everybody that's just tuned in. Apologies for the slight delay. We are just waiting for a PC to be replaced for snaking.
At least we get to look at these beautiful cosmetics. You know.
Wait, who's got the good cosmetics?
See, we've got the owl bat.
Always nice.
Right, the owl bat's definitely one of the better ones.
Gyro's pretty good. He's got the kind of the classic TI golden thrusters. Lena's pretty nice. I'm a big fan of these. This kind of the tails, that kind of wings. Phoenix one's cool. It's like the Egyptian kind of like god head thing.
Yep, the Sunray looks cool.
Not bad. Beastmasters. He's got the crimson. Well, they're not crimson ones actually. Are they the crimson ones?
The X's are, I believe, right?
But they're like Crimson Witness ones.
Yeah, I believe they are, right?
Oh, okay, there you go. Okay,
definitely
so
one
he
of
has
those
got the expensive axes. The bat's cool.
I love it.
I mean, the thing is with Bat Rider, there's so many great mounts. Like it's like I swear there's like over like 10 different animals you can ride.
And you can mix them, right? You can use the owl while using the boogers, right? You can use the boogers that come from...
What the heck's
You haven't seen the booger Bat Rider where he spits boogers?
Well, you can make the owl do that.
I think you can just add it as like a cosmetic additional instead of using like the other one.
Very nice. Got like the butterfly wings. Not bad, not bad. What's this? What's the Life Stealer? Yeah, Life Stealer's okay.
He needs some more love.
His cosmetics don't really blow me away.
His are old. The DK one's fantastic.
Oh, I thought that was a Mars. It comes in at the front with that shield. I was like, Mars. Dude, that's a Mars shield right there. But yeah, this is the Dragon Knight. Dawnbreaker. Is this vanilla?
Does Dawnbreaker? Dawnbreaker only has a couple sets.
Yeah, I don't think we've got any cosmetics on Amar here today.
No,
disappointing. Dawnbreaker's not got a lot, but she has got some very, very good ones.
She does. And there's that, what, like the platinum, the bluish looking one or something? I think that's one you use all the time.
Yeah,
the
really, blue kind of colored
it's a good one.
Dawnbreaker set is very, very good. Yeah, there's some really nice ones for Dawnbreaker. Not too bad. What we got? Phoenix, go DC.
Go start.
And go start.
That's fair. 4v4, he's right, yep.
That's fair. Who is it fairer for, though? If one team is playing the lane without a Phoenix compared to one team playing without an Ninja, I say pretty balanced. Both are pretty impactful in the laning stage, so you take both of those away. I don't know who'd be more upset having to do that.
I think the Gyro might be more upset than the Life Stealer.
Oh, there we go. Toronto Tokyo, of course, rating his player
for the pawn.
more than snaking. Damn. Damn.
Really good. English, please.
I mean, that doesn't even work. I mean, Toronto Tokyo's joke was very clear. Come on, Amar.
That's a good one.
Yeah, that was a pretty weak comeback. That was more like I didn't understand the joke.
Yeah, Toronto.
Yeah, come on, Amar. You can do better than that.
Yeah, that was a good one.
It was not a bad one from Toronto. Oh, that's cool. How did you do that? Stop toxic ping.
Wait, where's that
from? How do you get stop toxic ping?
Is that from one of the
must be from,
balls?
I don't even know what that one says. What does that say?
Dude, I can't see that.
What that?
Is that letters?
I mean, someone put effort into making that emote, but ain't nobody reading that. This is an emote for...
Oh, no, the other one is stop toxic tipping, not ping. It says tipping.
Oh, it says tipping.
It does.
Okay, I could barely read that one, so...
I think I can get the other one a little.
There's no way anybody can read that other one.
Dude, I'm trying...
There's no way nobody knows what that one says.
I'm going to blow it up. Wait,
that could say something extremely offensive, and they just let it into the game because they're like, well, ain't nobody reading that. I can't read that. Oh, we've got some more discussions here. Maybe complimenting him on the stickers. I understand sticker. Always handy, those words that in other languages are kind of just the same word with just an extra letter on.
I'm on the case. I'm going to get this.
I'm going to translate.
I'm going to get this.
There's no way you can read what that says.
I'm telling you I got this.
What does that emote say?
I'm telling you I got this. I'm going to blow it up, Owen.
Yeah.
Ready?
That is not going to help you. It's way too low resolution.
It looks like it says closing.
Oh, it does say closing.
Right?
No, there's...
Someone in chat's got it.
Someone in chat's got it. I mean, someone's
definitely got it.
Don't strain your eyes, boys and girls at home trying to read that one. Don't get too close to the screen. I'm telling you, you can't read what that says.
Oh, yeah, wait, it's a little delayed, so I can find out.
We'll find out soon from the boys and girls at home helping us out here.
So now, unironically, how long do you think the pause will be?
The pause hasn't been that long. We've only been paused for, what, like 4 minutes? Or maybe a little longer. My kind of ability to keep time is pretty bad.
But yeah, it's still PC replacement, so.
We'll see. Well, I believe while the pause is continuing, we may be able to throw back to the desk in a minute. So we're sorting it out. We're sorting it out. But don't worry, you won't have to listen to me and Fog just blabber along for the entirety of this pause. We're going to get the panel back in to give us some updates live from the scene. Of course, they're out there on our beautiful studio right in front of the play. But maybe not. Because snaking. He is back in.
Okay, we're throwing it.
But we're going to throw to the desk anyway, because I think we still need to get some stuff set up and checked out. We're going to head back to the desk. They're going to fill you in with some updates of what's going on, but don't go anywhere, because I'm sure the game's going to start soon.
Yeah, I mean, I was fine to listen to Fogdeno and this whole voice. I was sitting back there in the green room eating my bag of chips, and they're like, yeah, we're gonna need you on panel. You gotta come out here and...
But my old chat.
My old chat. Take me back to the old chat.
Let's just simulate it here.
My Twitch chat's not working, so I can't even read chat. Oh no. I'm here just to read chat and see what's happening, but it doesn't
We are
work.
getting nothing. No enjoyment, no fun. We gotta try and make it up for ourselves. I know Pure was having a good time. He was banging his desk, laughing at whatever old chat was going on.
I'm just upset that it's not like 42 minutes into the game, you know? I feel like everyone watching would rather it be halfway through the game. You know,
that could not be the best time for
Falcons down 20k gold, but luckily it's not the case. You know, it's an easy fix, and, you know, Blast are exceptional, and they're ready to probably start the game, right, Nat? Sure.
Yes, but I'm going to make Misery throw us back into the game. They are ready for us.
We are back.
We're back in the game.
Let's go.
Well, we're not quite back.
We're back into the pause. Thank you very much, Rasmus.
We're nearly back. We're just clarifying the final reason for this pause. But I believe, if anything, it was just us kind of holding on until you guys were seeing everything.
Admin 14 minutes
Indeed, it was an
left. He's
admin
got the
pause there, just
timer
to
on
make
you,
sure that
Dougie.
you guys and girls at home didn't miss any of the action. And you don't. You're back here. We're ready to go in. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. BetBoom team up against Team Falcons. Let game one begin.
Okay, so everything that we were
we've got
saying
some
before.
stats.
Strength heroes. Okay, there we go. 0.
So what do we take away from this stat, Fox?
Is this from every single draft? This is how many strength
This is,
heroes
yeah,
that there's been?
every... Yeah.
And usually
From
people always
every
talk-
line, every 5-man lineup, this is how many strength heroes have been on the team.
And
so the average tends to be 1.
Yeah.
So...
And Falcons almost always have pretty much 3, right? That was the thing that people used to complain about them, right? People be like, oh, Falcons is boring. They only pick strength tanky cores. But they're doing it again. And it definitely looks like it has some good strength here, especially versus that Lina last pick. So maybe they're preparing things for it. And let's see what ends up going down. If anyone remembers anything we were talking about before, all that still stands. And let's see how these lanes end up going down. Will BetBoom team be able to set the tempo? Will they be able to get that advantage? We shall see. And GPK, is he going to pop off again? What was his score? I think it was like 14-1 in the last
It was 14-1-13, if I'm to remember correctly, in the good game. Yeah.
So. And overall, the one thing I did talk about also last time when the Lina was there, didn't mention it before because I was waiting for the whole pause to go down, is usually vision heroes are very good to be able to scout this hero when you do have this annoying tree line that ends up coming down, you're blasting your spells. They're a little lackluster on that, on the side of Falcons. They have the Enchantress creep that can do it, and then eventually when Crit has a blink, he'll just kind of have the YOLO on top of the Lina. So we'll see how that ends up all going down. And let's see how Skeeter's lane goes. Because as we said, the Lifestealer pick overall in the lane might be not the strongest pick that they could have gone for, but overall in the game, it does feel like it fits their kind of style more.
Who kind of wins out on the support battling between the Ench and the Bat in this sort of situation?
It's just different, right? The Ench just heals most of the time to be able to sustain versus it, but Save, I feel like he does do some magical stuff on his Bat Rider almost always, so I would say probably these two. The Beastmaster and that Bat Rider can be more aggressive. Could catch Snaking off guard, because I think Snaking also ended up going for what? I think it was the Spellbound this game. So he's going to look for more type of scaling rather than having that sustain, since it's being nerfed so many times.
Yeah. And, you know, as we said, you know, this is definitely a game where if they can get the minutes kind of passed on Falcons and draw it later, they are definitely going to have a pretty terrifying scaling potential for the late game.
Absolutely.
That might make things not impossible, but a bit more difficult for BetBoom team if Falcons do draw this game out.
I'm looking at mid a lot right now. Because these denies, they can really start to add up for the DK. Since he's one of the better heroes at just sustaining versus Lina in particular. And it's always going to be that hero that jumps in the face. So a very likely early Blink Dagger that comes from Maureen.
Yeah, the Blink Dagger plays could be
pretty huge.
Pretty nice, especially if you sort of have the backup that he does this game, as such as Amar on his Dawnbreaker.
Seems like they're getting some lag.
Uh-oh.
Packet loss. Uh-oh.
Well, somebody go find those. We should be fine. They should be a brief pause. Everyone has a little bit of packet loss here and there.
So other thing to mention is a lot of times when we've seen the Dawnbreaker picked, it's been getting banned a lot, right? But most of the times when we see a Dawnbreaker, the lane that he's playing against usually has a disable, right?
Yeah,
they usually have some way to interrupt this Dawnbreaker's Starbreaker This time around, they don't really have that. They have good harassment.
They got a lot of damage.
It's going to constantly be pushing him out, but if he does get some big connections, it could be huge. That being said, he doesn't have the strongest 4 position behind him in terms of damage, right? He has a Shadow Shaman, so maybe that could be the bit of the difference as well.
No, but for sure, this is definitely a lane that when you're kind of at that maybe at the level 3, definitely at the level 4. You know, as the Dawn, you can look for kills.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Against these 2 heroes.
And very likely that you're going to see a snaking creep that comes through that portal, right? So there's definitely going to be some aggression that Pure has to be prepared for when snaking probably hits level 3.
Whoa!
He got a mid.
Look at this guy go. There you go. He said he's good on the bat.
He is.
Stunts like this. Fantastic.
Save is he has been one of my favorite 4 position players to watch for quite a long time.
What's your favorite hero to watch him on?
Pudge.
The Pudge.
Yeah, I had that answer in instant, man.
When was the last Pudge game? Was there any Pudge games at the previous tournament?
That's been a long time. It's Pudge or Pugna for me when he...
I think there was a Pudge game at the last tournament, actually.
Was there? I missed it then, and I'll have...
Maybe that was back at Tyler.
It's been some time. So yeah, let's say if this this is probably the lane to watch for me for kills, because it could go either way just in terms of the harassment that builds up from BetBoom team, or if Amari's is able to just get a big connection from his Starbreaker. So probably the one to look at the most, because mid lane we're already seeing what's kind of starting to happen really quickly there from the DK, just getting a big advantage over GPK. Skitter is starting to eat a decent brunt of harassment here. We said this was going to be a little bit of a slower lane for him in particular. They opted for the Lifestealer pick instead of one of those stronger laning ones, so.
Yeah, on the last hit so far, I can see just about a wave or so ahead in comparison on that top matchup between Mira and Skeeter.
Pure having a very good time so far, just keeping the lane shoved out, keeping that harassment onto them. See him holding a skill point too, just in case of anything. Probably just a second point of barrage, more than likely, but.
How would you imagine is the build still on Lifestealer kind of exclusively this sort of armlet Radiance, or is there...
Sometimes you just go Radiance, but sometimes you can still sneak an armlet in if you see a large amount of physical damage. This one, I think there's a lot of hybrid damage, so he might actually skip that armlet.
Sure.
Maybe he goes back for it after Radiance, but...
And just hit the jungle.
Depends on how his lane is going, because it's not getting better.
It's going to be a slow start.
Rough.
Yeah, for whichever way he wants to go with the progression of his build. It's going to take time to get there for Skeeter.
Yeah.
Of course, that can be compensated for, as you mentioned, if Marine gets the solid start, gets a good Blink Dagger.
And he is getting a very, very solid start right now here. Double bracers are finished up, so he's going to have a clear base damage advantage over the Lina. Level 3s are hit bottom, so Pure is back up to full HP, so it's probably pretty hard for them to ever get aggressive, even though they have the potential, because there's no way to stop this Starbreaker. He's just full HP, and they have just too much harassment, so... Looks like Pure is going to continue just free farm, and Crit's going to make the move.
No, and he's got a healthy inventory here early on. He's got that fluffy hat. He's already got a fair bit of one charges built up, so it's not an appealing target to go for. However, on the other side, Amar, they'll certainly look to go for him. He's able to pull himself away with the hammer, and it's got the one charges.
They forced the TP from Crit, so he was making a move toward mid. He's taking a ton of damage.
He's just going to go down. That's going to be almost certainly no. In fact, Snaking gets it
gets the kill
on the other side of the map. He's able to take save down and get the first blood. Pure will still kill Crit, but indeed back up top, Snaking. He's the one to steal the early game shows. He picks up a double.
In a prime position, too. They were struggling on last hits, and they're able to get the double kill from the dive.
That's huge.
Snaking. I think with the Alpha Wolf bonus damage must have come into play there for the dive, because he does have that Alpha Wolf for it. That was big. And Dawnbreaker lives, and Crit lives long enough to secure them that
and Pure doesn't get that first blood.
Yep. That's a big deal. Snaking gets both kills, so not the most ideal, because Lifestealer's suffering a little bit, but of course ideal just get those kills anyway. Alpha Wolf bonus damage. Must have made the difference there. I was looking at the bottom one.
Yeah, getting kills like that should open up this lane to resume a little bit easier for Skeeter. He's hit the level 4.
Still struggling on last hits, it feels like. Still, every time he steps up, since they're both now back to full HP, full mana, it does feel a little complicated for him to just get that guaranteed CS.
Difficult against that Beastmaster's animation and the large damage advantage he has, 69 up against the 57.
And GPK has now caught up, because I believe he was dragon slaving the lower right camp beside him, so he was able to finish that one off, and he's caught up completely in terms of CS. His net worth is still about 300 behind, but yeah, pretty solid stuff. The lanes right now, slight advantage there for the side of BetBoom team in 2 of the lanes, but the mid lane, Oreen looking hot, and he's got the rotation from the edge.
seeing if they can maybe find the setup. They'll open up with the Dragon Tail into the Centaur Stomp.
They've got the enchant as well.
It's a lot of damage. GPK turns, tries to throw out the damage over towards Snaking, but it's not enough to threaten Snaking. Snaking's going to live. GPK will die there as Marin's able to just reach and get the last hit. Crit's turned up as well. They might be able to turn this into even more. They've got the Dragon Tail follow up after the Shackles. They'll find themselves a second kill off this play around the mid, Falcon.
Marin's just too tanky. And look at his HP, 1400 HP. He gets dispelled from the Cluster Cluck, and he continues looking for the dive. He has a haste rune.
I mean, he's tempted. Thinking about whether he could poke back in for save, but he's out of further regen.
Yeah, a little dangerous since the Lina is going to be coming out. A big hit, though. A good rotation from the two supports from the side of Falcons. Got to alleviate some of that pressure that was coming on the Lifestealer also, so Skater can get some CS. And Amar still struggling a bit, but he is getting those last hits as well.
Yeah, he's chilling now. Now that he's got level 5, 3 points in the hammer, that's a lot of damage that you're battling with. You know, if he throws down the W and looks to try and chase back onto Pure, especially if he has backup. So Pure has to be a little careful how he CS is close to the Dawn.
I mean, Malrine has an explosive start, and we did see earlier, it was versus a puck in particular from no one, right, playing this DK. This is a very good start from level 7 already finished up, Treads double bracer plus a raindrop. They do not have the damage to kill him early unless they bring, what, 3-4 heroes or something along those lines. So Maureen, he's going to play very confident in this mid lane and put a ton of pressure. So see what BetBoom wants to do to...
They're stepping up pretty far.
Pressure, but yeah, they're trying to go top.
Yeah, TP backup comes in. They're going to have the Solar Guardian in as well from Amar. That's Miro gone.
Moves are just coming naturally, it feels like, for the side of Falcons. So those lanes, even though they did suffer a little bit in them, getting that double kill top for Snaking, and now with that Dawn ult, things are looking pretty good for them. Maureen even invading and stealing stacks because of that start he's gotten.
Not a huge amount they can do about this.
No, I mean, 1650 HP, right? You have to bring the Lina and the Gyro potentially to try to push him out here. Let's see if they can.
Let's see. They got the dive forward. Laguna Blade to open things up, but he's able to turn with the Dragon Tail. Hold back GPK. They'll use the Cluster Cloak to try and help him continue to escape, and it will work. Maureen's perfectly out of harm's way, and he's ready to go back in. They drop the Blood Grenade down over towards Save. They'll chase out the bat, get the kill themselves, and lose nothing here, Team Falcons.
Yeah, just the durability of him, right? Just Treads double bracer. They do not have the damage unless they bring one of the other core heroes, and they don't want to move them just yet. So gonna end up losing Save out of that. GPK will get a rune, though, out of it, so he's got the amp damage for the potential next go.
Even with that, though, still going to be tough to take someone down like Maureen on the DK. And now need a pretty well-coordinated move from the team.
And now at this point, they're kind of leaving, I mean, not completely leaving Skitter alone, but Skitter can do his own thing as this lifesteal lot, so it opens up the movements as you see there from the supports. Pure tried to make a move top, but it's into a lifestealer, so Skitter more than aware. Yeah, these first 9 minutes, Falcons with a 2K lead off of this.
Yeah, BetBoom team not quite getting that momentum that you'd imagine they'd hope for with the draft that they went with this game. It's going to be a slower start than they'd fancy.
And this DK's blink is going to come so fast on. He's about 800 gold away from it. And he's got great follow-up, as we've seen. If he just blinks in, they have a Dawn ult. In almost every one of those situations, it's going to be problematic until the supports have more levels, too. On the side of BetBoom team, it's a level 4 Phoenix and a level 4 Batrider still at the moment. Same to be said, of course, for one of the Falcon support, but Snaking is level 6.
Yeah, I mean, you look at his KDA, right? He's been involved in all 6 kills so far, Snaking.
This is why people sometimes just ban it, even if they're playing versus Snake.
Yeah.
It does make the difference.
You know, he may have lost that one game, but outside of that, the amount of wins in a row that this lad's got on his Enchantress,
it is great.
Is pretty unstoppable. Skeet up.
Look at Skeet.
He wants to chase for this. It's pretty far, but he knows he's safe. He's got Infest to rely on if he's under any sort of pressure, and he's got pretty much his entire team behind him. And in fact, they get the catch on the GPK. The Shackles are there. Solar Guardian follow coming in as well. There's no way to get GPK out of this. He's just gone. Caught out of position there. Tried to swing over to try and help out the rest of BetBoom team go for some sort of action against how deep Skeeter was. But as I said, Skeeter had the whole team behind him, and they were ready for GPK to just idly walk over like that.
It's almost like they were baiting a move like that to come out, and Maureen gets the last hits.
And they could keep diving here, Falcons. I mean, Amar, he's just threatening Toronto, Tokyo. Yeah, he's got the dive at the ready when he feels, and then he needs to use it. He's going to have to use it now.
He's so low level on this field.
I mean, Amar, if he can get the connection with the hammer, okay, he's not going to go for it. Soaring was still on cooldown for a couple of seconds, so Toronto, Tokyo will be allowed to live. But this bottom area of the map, it's getting scarier and scarier for BetBoom team to remain in.
That blink's done. Maureen's got it coming out already. So they've done a great job of keeping this pressure up. The net worth doesn't look too bad, though, on the 3 cores on the side of BetBoom team right now, but things aren't really coming together for them. It looks like Falcons just one step ahead with every one of these movements so far. They are going to see Maureen rotating, and they should be able to see the blink get delivered if they are watching him. So they should know, but it might catch Pure off guard if it didn't scout it immediately. Can he get himself away? He cannot. He does not get shackled.
Weren't able to hold him back. He'll continue through. Skeeter was there waiting for him.
They're coming through that portal.
They're going to chase him down.
Can they get the connect? It doesn't look like
They're
it.
a little hesitant. Yeah, don't feel they can close the gap any further, so he'll be lucky to get away this time, Pure.
Looked like a deep breath from Pure in that picture
That was
right there.
pretty risky, as you said. If they managed to get the shackle connection, he would have been done for.
So interesting how the Hex doesn't stop it still. There's a couple of these spells that just don't. Average.
Yeah, I guess it kind of makes sense, right? Because you can go through whilst Hex, so why should the interrupt stop the channeling? Well, obviously it stops other channeling, so that's how it goes.
That's just mechanics.
What do we got here? Average hero damage at 10 minutes. GPK pretty low down.
94th.
94th?
That is
I didn't know we had that many pro players that play mid. That's a lot of mid laners to go for. I guess it's any player, right? Any role, but still. Yeah, that's low down.
Oh,
well, he doesn't do too bad for it. Obviously very successful player.
Nice flame break. He's juking them a little bit here to stop the blink dagger. Still gets caught.
And they've got the Solar Guardian. They'll happily drop it, even for a support kill here, as Falcons know that they're getting quite the snowball going.
They're just the ones making the moves first. Miro, he just feels like he needs to farm to get that Aghanims first, but we've seen now, what, 3 Dawn ults and 0 roars, right, in comparison, so.
Yeah, we'll see if things kind of kick up a notch once he's got the Aghanims done.
Definitely will. He's going to look to get more and more involved. It's harder for him to, of course, right? He's not global.
Down point, look at this crit.
Sure.
He's eyeing up Pure. Easy bounty rune. Uh-oh, Pure says. Who took that one?
Malreen's connecting.
I got the shackles to open up. And indeed, closing the gap here. Pure, can he tank through the 3 of them? He cannot. Another move made here by Falcons as BetBoom team struggling to keep up.
Every single one is hitting. And Crit, he's gone for 3 points in this Hex instead of just going for more points in Shackles. So he's got that extra control, and he's about to hit 6. They've already taken 2 of these towers out before he's even got that Serpent Ward. 3K lead already. And look at the aggression that they're playing with, snaking it, farming aggressively in the enemy jungle as well. Feeling very confident. Even though they have so much magic damage on their draft, he's still able to play like that, which is concerning. Malreen, he's going to do the same build that we saw from No One as well. The Blink into the Orchid, it looks like, which fit perfectly the last game, and looks very good this game as well, versus the Lina and versus the Phoenix in particular. And Skitter's farm, it doesn't look like he did so bad in that laning phase anymore.
He's doing
of course,
great.
the double kill from Snay helped a lot to stop the pressure, but yeah, he's ahead of a Gyrocopter, which is pretty huge for the matchup. Gyro tends to want to play ahead of that Lifestealer almost all the time in Net Worth, so.
Yeah, of course, we saw the other day, right, the stat between PAs and Gyros. I wonder what the Lifestealer versus Gyro win rate's been since TR 2024.
That's actually a good
Because that one, that is one that, what, historically, right, Lifestealer
yeah,
would be the one that kind of takes the cake, but we'll see if things have changed with recent times. I wouldn't imagine there's been that many games where it's been Gyro versus Lifestealer.
Who even plays Lifestealer besides, like, there's not that many.
The pool is probably pretty small in games.
It did get more popular at Fissure. There was quite a lot of these Lifestealers, so. Amar, as we said, he's going to play to farm. He's going to play the scale as he does on his Dawnbreaker. But he is actually looking, at least he's queuing up the more supporty route, which I did not expect from him. Usually he goes just straight for the scaling, but this time, yeah, going for the Blade Mail. It is a fantastic Blade Mail game whenever you're playing versus Gyrolina. But then maybe even going for a pipe, that's interesting. It is a lot of magic damage, so it is good build. I just didn't expect Amar to sacrifice his farm like that.
And so the stats since TI 2024 between Lifestealers and Gyros in the head-to-head when they're against each other in a game, it's 7-9 Lifestealer. So Gyros slightly winning a little bit more.
That's pretty cool.
But very close. And as I say, pretty small pool of games.
Yeah.
Only meeting head-to-head 16 times. 15 times. No, 16. I was right.
16. You're about
7 and 9.
Yep.
Easy. Miro. 100 gold. The Aghanims is going to be there. We'll see if this causes BetBoom to be able to either look for the action or just be more prepared to fight back when Team Falcons start running for them.
They can start to force the issue now for BetBoom team, right? They can look to force a team fight, and that's what they can thrive in with this type of lineup. They have this Gyrocopter who's decently farmed. They have great control with this Roar. He has Ags, and then they have the Phoenix Egg. So as long as they can keep that covered and protect it with the Roar, they do have strength. And they can force a particular fight around like a Roche situation, as we always mention for these Beastmasters, since he's got the Ags. Let's see where they want to go for it, because if Skeeter's able to finish his Radiance before that next fight, it could cause some issues.
Smoke time here, of course, from Team Falcons ready to keep up the action between Snaking and Mallory.
Donald is at the ready. I mean, Amar is literally just playing around the Ancients and then just ulting in every single time.
Do they want to dive a tier 2? Might be a bit much. They might just settle for save. Yeah, they catch him out on the map. They won't need the Solar Guardian for this one. Mallory and Crit can do it alone.
Tough for them to force the fights on the side of BetBoom team until they have that blink on save. Otherwise, they just have to like walk into these fights. So you can see he's really trying to finish that one up.
They might be able to go for more.
They're going to lose a lot of heroes out of this.
That was Miro really not respecting the fact that he knew the Falcons were in the area, and he also knew the Solar Guardian hadn't been used. So
these wards are just catching hard.
Just a little bit of a lapse of judgment there, Phil. A risky move to make, and indeed, I guess the fact that that ward was there was what he was not anticipating, but.
It's
Falcons. Caught pretty quickly after get the pick off and save. It's those sort of deaths that don't seem to bode well, right?
Yep.
If you're losing heroes like that.
It feels like Falcons is getting to do almost anything they want on the map, and BetBoom team's just playing the farm game at the moment, and so far they're getting picked off a lot during that farm game. Might even lose another hero here. Skater's starting to push forward. They've got Serpent Wards. Malvreen is lingering on the side.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
And they want to try and find some sort of way to fight back here, BetBoom team.
I mean, their tower is going to drop if they don't start slowing it down. Yeah, Pure will show himself. That Dark Troll Summoner did a fair bit of damage. All right, Miro, he's going to look for the angle. Can he get a wraparound onto a big core hero? Right now they just see snaking. I've seen this before. These Enchantresses sometimes are just a bait. And they blow them up in time. It was risky near that tower, but they do know the Dawn ult is still down, but it's only 35 seconds. Amar is starting to refresh it pretty quickly while clearing the camps.
What can save find?
Does he have the blink now? He doesn't have it yet.
They're going to see Snaking. They're going to drop spells for him. They'll drop the Roar. They'll drop the cooldown. It will be enough. They're able to take Snaking out of the game and get the tower taken.
They're near the Roche, too, if they want to try to accelerate it.
They could maybe go for the Roche before this tower. Now, the question is, can Falcons... Yeah, can they do something about this?
They have Dawn ult in 10 seconds.
Yeah.
Just crits in the area. He has a Glimmer. It's dying pretty fast, so he's going to make it there.
It's dying pretty safely as well. BetBoom team not losing much HP when they go for this effort. So this actually might be quite the opening. BetBoom team finding a chance to take the Roche. Whilst 3K down here at this early stage of the game, they'll get that Aegis onto Miro.
It's a nice move. Save does show himself in the lane. He still doesn't have that blink. He looks quite dead.
Yeah, especially with the Radiance now online for Skeeter. Plenty of damage to slowly tick Save down.
Snaking taking the kill. Classic.
At the same time,
Miro.
He gets the catch on him. So as soon as that Aegis is picked up, he pretty much loses it.
Oh, he's going to lose his life again, too.
He gets caught because they were backing off BetBoom team, but they'd split up completely. So
Amar,
the Aegis gone straight away.
He saved the last thing. Did you see that? Stopping his attacks. He's got the pipe online, too. So, I mean, as quick as they get the Aegis...
Maybe another one is. He's able to stop him mid-dive, Marine.
And the Orchid connects.
And the hammer's in. That's going to be another one here. Falcons picking up kills underneath the tier 2s. I mean, they get the Aegis, but literally nothing happens in their favor. Straight after it.
They just weren't quick enough to back up as a team. They got caught there. The movements again. I mean, how many of these Dawn ults are going to hit? Malvreen plus ATF just catching every single time with the kill. A big kill, too. I think every single time they've used it, they've gotten a core kill.
And they're ready to try and look for a Pure down here.
He's got the eggs. I mean, his farm is their farm is still pretty good. It's just with the way that the game state is going, you can tell how much more comfortable Falcons feels. Their 3 cores are farming very well. I mean, their 4 cores are farming very well, I should say, because Snaking is also unbelievably farmed.
Yeah, he's creeping up there on the net worth.
And for BetBoom team, they're just not really able to find that big connection just yet, right? They've just found an Enchantress and a Shadow Shaman so far. Not a core kill. Ags finished up for Lina. Again, though, it's not the easiest of kills to snipe out. Just 3 strength cores, and they have a pipe.
What have we got? The tied fewest kills that BetBoom team have had at the 20-minute mark. So one of their slower starts. Only 2 kills 20 minutes in.
That wasn't very nice, Nox. I heard that. Now they're going to look to find something. They have the blink now, surely, right, on save. So they do have a way to at least start the fight, but it's got to be clean because Dawn ult is back up, and they have a pipe as well on Amar.
Can they go for Mallory? They've got the lasso, they've got the Laguna, they've got the everything. With that Aghanim's online, GPK, he's now got the damage.
Perfect catch. Can they turn it into this tower? They should. Now
Here
that
we
they've
go.
got
The
these
start of
flanks.
something here for BetBoom team.
Yep. Amar, even if he tries to ult there, he doesn't make it there in time. So a great connection. I mean, even though it is 3-14, that gold lead is not very impressive. Pretty cool game that we've got going on. I mean, it's a weird one, right? With the way that the pressure's coming out from Falcons, but you can see the farm is just continuing to be there.
Yeah.
For GPK and Pure.
And it's just a very different start for them, as we saw from the start. You don't normally have these sort of games from them when they're this low on the kills early on.
And even though it was a tanky DK, it was not a tanky DK there. Just actually deleted by GPK. He did get, I believe, that's the Whispers of the Dread also coming into play, right? So he does have that extra spell damage. But yeah, these blinks are really going to open up the opportunities now for BetBoom team to start getting these big kills because they have the burst if they can get that catch. And yeah, both of them have it ready. I love that Miro went for that second item blink as well.
Let's see what's going on here. Pure did seem to have some sort of problem. Yeah. Saw him discussing with the admins just there. Hopefully all is good. At the moment, nothing crazy going on. He's just farming the Ancients. Obviously on his road towards that BKB. The next big timing for him, and the same to be said for Miro, also eyeing up the BKB next. It's going to be a bit of time before they get there.
I mean, this is the explosive timing for BetBoom team, though, right? They've hit their timings that they wanted, even though things got a little bit weird with them hemorrhaging some kills. This is the ideal timing. Two different initiators. They have two different BKB piercing initiators, in fact, plus that Lina that's going to be able to blow up a target. And Pure has been able to keep himself in a very comfortable spot of farms.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, they want to be going for plays pretty much off cooldown with the Laguna Blade on GPK. This is their time to strike back.
And did he show if he is going Armlet? I think he did on Skitter, right? So Radiance into the Armlet. He's going to be the choice for him this time around. As Pure seems to be very confused with what's going on.
I think
right
it's some sort of tech setup thing we're just fixing for him right now. Yeah, we'll be able to see where they go with this. As, there we go. Everything's good to go.
And how's the farm for crit looking? He doesn't really have that much. He has the Glimmer and a Eye of Vizier, so he's got cast range, but he doesn't have a blink to do the, blink and stop the lasso play if he can get the, proper dispel with the Cluster Cluck. A little harder for him to always potentially save the target, but Falcons, they want to be the ones, both teams want to be the ones first jumping.
Let's have a look. Well, with the way things have gone, BetBoom team are definitely geared up to be prepared for this sort of move now.
Absolutely.
They can react to this, so it's not going to be as easy for Falcons to execute the play as it was in those first 20 minutes.
If GPK gets found first at any of these fights, it's likely just, decided from there. But if GPK is able to sit inside these tree lines and get a couple spells spammed up or pop a hero instantly, that's where BetBoom team can definitely thrive. They've got their ults at the ready. Vision replaced there from Falcons, but there is a scan that does catch.
It did hit, so
they know someone's in the area, and they know there's likely Vision there.
Yeah, they know Falcons is moving around like this, and they can set up themselves on the high ground.
Good positioning here from BetBoom. Waiting for their opportunity. Who's going to show? Is Save going to get that big lasso? Is it going to get countered by the Shadow Shaman? Marine will show himself. He's got a shield rune.
They're going to know they're up there now. They'll just look to try and nuke down the wave with the cooldown. Maybe they'll look to try and make the dive under the tier 2. Maorine's in, but an instant blink there from Miro.
He was so ready for that move.
Very ready. Knew that they were playing around this high ground area.
Tower does look like it's going to fall out of that, but gets the information. Now he's 100% certain that there's a ward there. They probably knew anyway, but they immediately go to just split push. Toronto Tokyo shoving out the mid lane. And he is getting more and more farmed. Philosopher's Stone got picked up from him. Pure, knowing that all of Falcons is up there, so he gets to go into the enemy Ancients, take those away. He is very close to his BKB.
He is. He is. Continues to make very good progress as things have slowed down a little bit for Falcons. Falcons, they'll definitely continue to be keeping on the pressure in their attempt to look for kills. They're still eyeing up this mid lane area.
They're still scaling a lot, right? Snaking is literally a fourth core, but
he's gonna get jumped.
They get
the jump. But straight away, Mara's in with the reactive Dragon Tail's done on towards Save. They'll jump over the roll on the back line. The
huge connection.
GPK, he was ready for that Solar Guardian to come in and just set Amar up next to crit for GPK to be able to take them both down with the combo. And now they could just look to chase on for more here, BetBoom team. They're looking for Maori. They'll find him in the cooldown. The burst comes in again for GPK. They clean up a third kill. Snaking tries for the TP out. He will succeed. The BetBoom team incredibly quick there with the moves. more than ready to go for that. You know, it seems a bit awkward at the start with Save jumping in, but at the end of the day, that just gave them the information they needed. They could set up in a perfect position, specifically for GPK to just not be in the area of the Solar Guardian and just be ready to react as soon as Amar lands into the middle of the fight.
It was a perfect kind of jump, simultaneous jump from Miero also. He jumps the backline, so he catches crit before he can get any spells off. So it's immediate, instant panic. And I gotta be honest, Owen. This pipe felt like it did absolutely nothing. It felt like it actually blocked 0 damage.
Yeah,
the Lina just went right
like
through it.
We're getting a bit of a slower start from the GPK Lina as we did the other day, but if these things continue, GPK could be set to kind of steal the show here.
Yeah, and even though it was what 2 to 13 or whatever it was at some point, 6 to 14, and
it's still pretty much the tied lowest kills they've ever gotten in the opening 20 minutes of a game. It's starting to really kind of kick up in pace. It's a 4K lead jumped up now here for BetBoom team.
And even as we said, if they do have the fourth core for snaking, so is Toronto Tokyo. He's getting that scaling going. Save is getting the appropriate catch too. So far, the game plan for BetBoom
We'll
team
see this
is
again.
working.
Initiations there. You see GPK able to step out of the range of that Solar Guardian and just bam, turn, catch the both of them.
It's just patience. That's really what I'm seeing from BetBoom team in this game. They weren't overreacting to a lot of the moves early on. They were getting that farm to continue to grow. And then in this one, they waited till Malreen's ult ends, right? And then they get that jump from Save. You can see the quick swing just from a couple of moments there.
Falcons, they've got to have their priorities set for GPK first in these fights. If he's able to just sit back and freely cast, which of course is not too difficult to do with the Lina with the Aghanims, he's going to have an absolute just ball of a time in all of these team fights.
Yeah, if he doesn't get caught first, right? If he's not the one getting initiated from Malreen in particular, he's going to have a good time. Crit, I think he's saving for the Blink Dagger because I think they're realizing the problem right now that they only have one way to start the fight. It has to be Malreen. They have to find another way to get on GPK. But momentum being gained there from BetBoom team. Roche, it's a quick respawn too. It's a, 20-second one. And they're already positioned around the area.
If they go check it, they're going to have it very easily. I don't think Team Falcons is in any sort of position to contest it.
No, I don't think so. Amar is getting close to an Ags, but none of the rest of the heroes are even near the area. And Malreen wants to finish his BKB beforehand, so instantly scout it. They're probably going to be able to instantly get it as well.
I guess the question now is for Falcons, after you've kind of been shaken up at this moment, kind of coming into the mid game, do you start to play a little bit more passive and not look for plays and sort of say, well, you know what, we are going to try and farm up on all our cores and try and look to take this game to the later points?
That could be. It's maybe a question like that, but Amar has committed his build, right?
Sure,
Amar
he did.
Committed for the supporty kind of style, and
yeah, he has
net worth of the team.
It is very true, no. Indeed, not going for that carrier build himself. Who needs the Roshan's banner?
It's not that important. It's okay.
Is someone going to send a... Yeah,
someone will get it. Right?
I don't think so. I think they're just leaving it there. They forgot about that one.
Well,
I mean, it's pretty early, right? 27 minutes in, you know, who'd forgive... You know, you can forgive them for thinking, oh, maybe this was our first Roche. And they did lose that first Aegis pretty quickly. So maybe they just forgot that this was the second Roche.
But he yelled.
Yeah, but, you know, there's so many games in Dota 2, you forget that he yells on the second time, not the first time, whatever. You know. That Roshan banner is probably going to sit there for quite some time.
Either way, I mean, back to farming, right? It just seems like BetBoom teams, their choices this game, even though, like we said, they're getting killed all over the map, they just continue to get that farm increase. And
yeah, no, it's just a very sort of different style from BetBoom team that I felt that we've seen. You know, we saw it was like, what, 2 kills in 20 minutes, very rare from them. Even 6 kills in 30 minutes, I'm sure, is also pretty rare. But so far, it's working. GPK and Pure in fantastic spots. We've already seen how much GPK can do, and just Pure, and as he usually tends to do on his Gyro, if the game doesn't get too crazy, his farm is pretty unparalleled.
And who are they going to offer up as their target to get lassoed in a lot of these situations, right? I mean, they're probably just going to have to get the vision to get the jumps on the side of Falcons to have that advantage in the fights, but it's really just been BetBoom in these last 2 or 3 that they get the initial jump in.
Yeah, they've been
easier with
prepared.
them. It just sure is. But we'll still have to see if that Dispel comes out, right? If Crit, now that he has Blink and Glimmer, if he can get the position to reset it, and then things can get a little awkward.
Now what for the saves?
Yeah, and ATF, Amar does have Aghanims. So
okay. Yeah, that is a lot.
Another stronger one.
If he's out, indeed, that sort of moments where the Solar Guardian's flying in, it should be enough to... Well, at least hit the right clicks. Obviously, still that incredible amount of burst is going to come through, so there's a high chance. It doesn't matter that some of those right clicks aren't connecting, because the hero might have already been blown up.
Yeah, and the pipe clearly has shown that it's not really blocking much, as they are getting a beautiful swing around here. It might catch
And this would be the dream catch, really. You take Amar out of the fight, there's no chance for Falcons to fight back. They've got a homing missile on upon him. And he's going to try and sell the Guardian out, and he will make it away in time. So good evasive maneuvers there.
It's a long cooldown, though.
Indeed. Does mean that Solar Guardian's out for a minute.
Yep, 1 minute that they can look to continue to pressure, or 1 minute that they don't have to feel pressured on the map, because there's probably no way that Falcons makes a move without that.
I like this as well. Safe. Trying to get that Ags online ASAP now after the Blink Force. And MKB pretty much going to be done for Pure nice and early.
His timings are so fast. And they've got the BKB protection now from Miero. What is Toronto? Did he queue up a big item yet? I mean, not really. He's just gone for the solo crest and just defensive A on disc. He knows that if he gets his egg off, teamfights are going to be pretty good for them. As we mentioned from earlier, hitting the egg won't be the easiest. No, we haven't seen that really come into factor just yet. It's another one.
Have we even seen an egg?
I think we saw one.
We saw
right?
one.
Yeah, I think we saw one.
Hasn't really needed it.
No. The fights have just been decided off of one lasso into a deletion.
Here we go. And BetBoom team ready to really push for it now. They know how strong Pure is still. 2 minutes on the Aegis. He's got this MKB done on top of the BKB. He is going to be absolutely terrifying in these team fights. Have the perfect sort of mix of physical and magical burst between him and GPK. It's a lot for Falcons to try and withstand.
Yeah, it's like, how do you itemize? Amar tried, right? He's like, I got the pipe for the magic, I've got the Ags for the physical, but still, heroes just die too fast. This game is just, it's very close, though, in terms of...
It is.
It has not really shifted too much on either side.
No, it's been quite enjoyable as well, but it definitely played out very different to how I would have anticipated coming in, considering the teams, considering the drafts.
And of course, we have to consider, they are playing with a stand-in, right? We do have to constantly mention that for a BetBoom team.
Yeah, and looking good so far. They've kept it very, very calculated and careful here. They didn't kind of buckle to the pressure that Falcons were putting on early.
They're kind of split up here. Boots of Travel still on cooldown for GPK. They do have 4 heroes here, but 20 seconds until GPK can join the fray.
Yeah, Falcons are being very careful how they back up in this area. They are going to tentatively head up to the high ground. Who's going to find who first? They've got eyes on Pure, but they're a bit hesitant on jumping this Jara, of course, with Pure still having the Aegis. It's not really the target they want to start the fight on, so not able to make the play, find the move hit.
And they know that there's probably so much vision in that area. It's just very dangerous. Any missed jump could just cost the game. Crit trying to push out as far as he could on the left side before rejoining closer to his team, but Pure is just playing so confidently forward here. He's always got the backup of 2 heroes, right? He has the Beastmaster near him who has a boar, so GPK can always Boots of Travel to join in. So essentially, it's 3 core heroes every time the Pure is running around right now. Very hard to punish. And GPK is matching the levels in particular of his gyrocopter this whole time. He's 20 now. The cooldown, we saw in that other game, there's chances of like 2 to 3 Laguna Blades per team fight once you get that Octarine.
Yeah, it gets down to what, 18.8 seconds.
Yep.
Right.
And then, of course, you know, if he gets the lucky Timeless Relic, which very likely will happen later on.
There we go, yeah. With this Ags online, they've got excellent jump.
So
a couple of heroes getting lassoed, somebody getting roared.
I mean, if in the situations that could happen a lot of times, let's say if Malorine jumps and they're going to do it with an Infest, there's a high likelihood that this bat is going to double lasso the DK and the Lifestealer to start things off. So let's see what target Falcon tries to catch initially. Save is, yeah.
Well, whether they do, I feel like Falcons is definitely sort of doing as anticipated. They're not pushing that hard for kills.
Yep.
They're
let's
just
try
trying to get
upscale.
Exactly. Yep. You know, make sure that Malorine and Skeeter don't fall too far behind in farm.
And we'll see if that works, because, I mean, as we said, Snaking continuing to get that crazy scaling, right? He is that 4th core, but we'll have to see if the full-out scaling makes the difference versus...
Yeah, you see the numbers difference, right? Malorine, the both of them relative to their counterparts on BetBoom team, they're falling behind pretty severely. And it really is the fact that, yeah, Pure and GPK are continuing to farm at a pace that Falcons cores aren't able to match with the way that the map's played out. That's the Octarine done. So do those very low cooldown Lagunas ready to go from GPK.
I feel like this is a very high last hit game, as we've seen. Yes, it was like kind of accelerated with the kills at the start, but now things slowing down. Look at these CS, like a 200, 200, 200, 200, 300, 300, 400. Both teams just trying to max that farm. Crit will be able to get himself out.
Quite the contrast, right, to one of the earlier games in that previous series where you had, like, what, 29 kills? Something crazy, right?
27 kills in 9 minutes, I think it was.
27
right?
kills in 9 minutes. Here, 20 kills in 34. A much slower match. But it's still been a very exciting one nonetheless, seeing both of these teams try and just manage with and deal with what the others are doing. And very intentional, the moves that you can see, as I say, from Falcons, just trying to avoid the plays. And BetBoom happily and quietly building up their power.
I've seen him do this build before, the Bloodstone on the Dawn.
Oh, I like that. Dude, I love that. Dude, that's my build. Do the AoE on the spells.
Snay just dies, and I believe he had just purchased that gem not too long ago, so instantly loses control of Vision. And honestly,
dude, this build's actually really good. I love Bloodstone on Dawn. Now, that doesn't bode well for Mar, but Bloodstone on Dawn, that is my jam.
I look at the AoE.
Hell yeah. Dude, look, the AoE, just the Solar Guardian, it's fantastic. You can't get out the girth on the hammer. It's brilliant.
I don't know, but I mean, whatever. He does love his Bloodstone.
You're throwing out your spells, the little bit of damage coming out of the hammer, he's healing you up.
I think
this is big brain.
Became his favorite item after the refresher changes at some point. Malrine, they'll get a catch. GPK's already TPing out.
Is there any sort of saving from Miro? He's able to get the BKB up, but not quite able to get the Roar. So Miro will fall, and they get the Shackles as well on towards save. Falcons are ready for that. GPK bails out.
He was, I mean, he almost gets caught too, because he was starting his TP. He canceled it in time. Falcons, after a very long low period, they strike back with a couple big kills. Who got the 2 last hits on it? It was Amar. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, and he's got the right talents as well. Yeah. Of course, when you go for this sort of build, Amar, making sure he gets both the Solar Guardian cooldown and the Solar Guardian radius.
Of course, I mean, it's massive. Did you see how big that AoE was?
It is. You can't get out of it.
I mean, he's done it before. Like I said, I've seen him do it. Even on his Mars.
Is it only Amar? Are other Dawns doing this, or this is very much
just Amar, right? It sounds like it just.
I like this.
I saw him do it. I think I was just
we just
twice.
Yeah.
At Fissure, so it's a build that he likes to do, and it's an interesting build when you're playing versus like these heroes that want to stay really far out of range, like Alina.
Yeah.
Because they can just catch you off guard. You're like, oh my God,
it's just massive. And the thing is, we'll see. Obviously, he's got the BKB queued up, but
sure.
The kind of the creme de la creme on top is if you can get the Octarine as well. Because then you just got Solar Guardians for days. Every single fight, every single play. Obviously, in a game that's kind of 36 minutes in and 7-16, pretty low kills, maybe the Solar Guardian reduced cooldown is not that valuable, at least yet. But that's kind of the dream build, if you can get away with not getting the BKB.
What about the Holy Locket?
Oh my, dude, that's my build.
That's actually Owen's build.
Here we go. He knows what's up.
Owen used to build Holy Locket on Queen of Pain.
I used to build a Holy Locket on Slark. Now, that was not good. I did that for one game with Blitz, and then he never played with me again. No, actually, I think it was... Yeah, no, it was definitely on Slark. Yeah.
Yeah,
it was my
sounds like
build.
your Slark build.
But no, this is exciting to see. Let's see if it works out for Amar.
Skeeter
definitely does not work out for me when I do it.
I mean, Skeeter now has
Ags.
Fun. Malrine has a shield rune. This could be a pretty huge fight that kicks off. Malrine does get scouted out here, but they did recover, I believe, one of their gems in that last situation, so... We said jumps are going to be probably everything in this game. Whoever gets the better initiation could just decide it.
And that banner's still there. Oh, he's going to find it.
He's like, wait. Oh, there we go. I knew it. I wonder what he was saying.
Yeah, I was going to say, he did say something to the team. Jump in from Maori. Straight away looking towards Toronto Tokyo, but they're not. Are they going to be able to burst him? He's kind of chilling. He's got the Eon Disc ready to pop. As Toronto Tokyo is fine for now, holds back. Doesn't need to panic and press the Supernova quite yet. They hold the high ground here with Pure.
The secondary jump, though, Tokyo has to play very far back now. He cannot get caught first. Does he have? He does have buyback, so I guess he could still return to the fight, but doesn't have a great way to rejoin in.
This is so difficult for Falcons to approach. They're very ready for this BetBoom team.
The DK form is almost wearing off. It's at 25%. The mid tower is starting to die, Owen. The Alpha Wolf is doing it.
About that tower. Roshan's where it's at. 38 minutes in, going for that third Rosh here.
They hear the roar. Let's see what angle approach they go for.
He's approaching. He's going to step up, gets him with the Dragon Tail. They're going to drop that through Mirror. The Solar Guardian's coming as well. Mirror's able to turn the BKB, but he falls. They're able to finish him off. Pure once the BKB starts to push back against Amar. Amar's pretty tanky. He's able to turn with the hammer, swings himself over towards Save, but Save's able to get down to the low ground. Amar's got to be careful now.
Pure.
Snaking. He's trying to poke in at the side of the fight, looking towards Pure, but Pure's still pretty healthy. The buybacks come out now. Marin and Miro trying to quickly return to the fight. The roar comes out. Onto Skeeter, holds him back, but Pure's in trouble. Amar comes swinging him with the hammer. They get it, but the GPK light striker raised down on the two of them. He bursts through Amar. See if they can get Toronto Tokyo as well they can. Gems are being dropped everywhere. TPK is going to hide in the corner.
He needs to run.
And TP out. He'll make it away as Falcons, they'll succeed in pushing BetBoom team away from the Roshan and getting the Rosh themselves, the third one.
Skeeter does get rewarded
taking this
a bit, but...
Free Ags for the who? The DK. Well, there you go. Fancy that.
After him having a buyback too, try to give everything to him so he can get that play. I mean,
yeah, very worth buyback.
The start of the fight is pretty much perfect there for Falcons. They get Miro before Aurora comes out, right? So it causes this disarray, this panic. Both teams kind of waiting for the buyback. Miro does use the buyback. Maureen immediately buys back when he sees that. Yep. Rejoins the fray. They get the roar and the life stealer, but it only lasts a fraction of a second.
Well, check this out again, as you say, just going all in on Miro. And as we see, immediately Miro with the buyback, and it takes a few seconds, but
Maureen just waits for the overcommit.
Exactly. You know, Maureen, at this point, he's like, well, you know what? They're not killing Amar. They're not killing Skeeter. We're in a pretty good shape to keep this fight going. Buys back, TP's back over, and he's ready to turn up and outturn the fight around.
It's really important, too, that he got the rage off right before that roar comes out, too, from Skeeter. So he's able to just kind of stand his ground. Then he gets the infast, and they just get the explosion onto the play there. So a big hit from Falcons. That's the fight that they were waiting for so long.
And it was so many gems. Was it just two, or was there actually three gems in play?
I believe it was just...
Was it just two and one was being moved around, yeah, but either way, they're... Okay, they have still got one here in Toronto, Tokyo for BetBoom team, but...
I think he bought it right after.
He must have, right, yeah, because the other two are in the hands of Falcons.
Wait, Snaking has a Lincoln's now.
They got a lot of money out of that.
Snaking is actually soon to surpass Amar. And Miro, his net worth has now tanked after that buyback as well, too. His refresher is going to become so much slower in this next fight. That's a lot of patience that came out from BetBoom team for a long time in that game, in the mid game, and then Falcons wait to this later stage of the game for their patience, and they strike hard.
Yeah, they knew that they could go all in around that Roche, and it pays off big time. Back in the driver's seat here, Falcons.
They did get the Timeless Relic there for GPK, so still explosive potential to pop these heroes.
Yeah,
but
breaking the high ground won't be too easy. It's going to take somebody doing some sort of crazy high ground blink, whether that be Mallory or Crit, or maybe even both of them make the jump at the same time with Skeeter infested in them. Having the backup of Mar on the Dawnbreaker, it's definitely a play you can go for. You can get aggressive here if you're Falcons, especially with the Aegis on Mallory. And here he is trying to make the jump, but the blink's there in response. In fact, Save tries to see if he can get the lasso. Won't quite get him.
Both teams like kind of... They know the situation that's happening there, right? They're like, okay, if we jump forward onto the Phoenix, he has A on disc. So then Miro is baiting himself to potentially for them to jump. It's just literally bait games, both mind gaming each other there. But this Lincoln's can cause some big issues now as we see Snaking getting that. He's gonna be able to throw it onto the front line, and if Save doesn't use the lasso on one of the the targets that isn't the Lincolns to bypass it, it could just break their initiations.
They want to jump here. They're tempted. They're going to go for this. They're going to tickle in with the Dragon Tail, not look to throw anything else down. They know that everybody's waiting behind him.
They pop the ascetic cap, right? So that's what they're trying to do in a couple of these situations, is get that down so that they can follow jump afterwards. 15 seconds, though. It's a small window to take advantage of. Amar also has a Lincoln's finished up now, too. So multiple different things to block Miro or Save, or GPK in particular. A Lincoln's can be very valuable in this game. Level 25 has also been hit. Not usually the one that you do see grabbed from the Dawnbreakers, but Amar, as we've seen, he's got his own style. He takes the Celestial.
Oh.
So it's all about reach for him.
Yeah, and size, of course, there with the Bloodstone.
Yeah.
Okay, I can
cool.
see it. But indeed, as you say, not the common one to grab.
And they're starting to just get way too much farm on the side of Falcons. As we said, Snaking's 4 position. Well, yeah. He's pretty much 3 position now at this point, but he's getting more and more, scaling more and more. BetBoom team, after that last fight, things have just completely stopped for almost everybody except for Pure in terms of net worth. 1 minute still on this Aegis. BetBoom team not wanting to look for a fight. I feel like Skater is just getting too scary for this gyro. Pure,
he's catching up.
His damage just isn't really that terrifying when you look at the build on the gyrocopter this time. Yeah, he has MKB, but if the rage is out, like, it's not really that high of physical that sometimes you see. Usually it's like that Daedalus or that Rapier that can come out. It might be one of those that has to come for Pure.
I think he's considering it for sure with the money that he's holding on to.
Because I saw him when I saw Skater get roared in that top fight and I saw Pure just wailing on him, the damage was not really there. He might need one of those bigger ones in the next occasion. Obviously, he needs the MKB because of the Dawn, but he might just have to go for another big item in between. And the farm
Shadow
continues to
Blade
grow again.
on GPK should allow him to enter the fights from a more surprising angles. Also back off if he does kind of get chased out at the side. And obviously with the very low cooldowns, thanks to the Octarine, he can dip and dive multiple times in and out of the fights with the Lagunas playing cloaks.
Aegis getting reclaimed. How's that buyback looking? Malrine is saving the gold for the buyback now at this point. It's going to be back up in about 2 minutes for both sides, the Beastmaster and...
This amplified damage, Dragonite's pretty terrifying, and he's able to get the jump on towards Toronto Tokyo, but the Eon Disc is there, keeps Toronto Tokyo safe for now, he dives away. Heavy hits coming in from the impetus, but not enough to kill him.
He drops low. Toronto Tokyo has to be careful.
They can make another jump. It would be blind into the tree line. Snake King just getting the creeps pushed in. BetBoom team holding the high ground here around Pure. Falcons, they know that
the bottom
know that
tower.
they're up here, and indeed they're ready to start poking at the bottom lane. They force out the fortification.
And they're just forcing reactions though from the side of BetBoom over and over while they're getting more and more farm, Owen. I'm just watching Amar clean up the entire side of his map.
Yeah, they're catching up.
He's just
I mean, they're
farming
taking
like
over
crazy.
obviously off the back of that Roshan, just this 13k, 14k lead. So they've managed to build back up in their favor. Quite the back and forth game.
Oh, the roar.
They do, they find Crim.
Okay, just a support, but it kills a kill at this point. He's got buyback. You know what? Maybe that's why Amar also went for this talent, is to farm.
Sure.
Because he can just throw the hammer and literally farm the entire map because of it.
I mean, I think it's just very much worth it when you have Bloodstone. It's
sure.
Sort of the. It's kind of like you got a mini macro pile. You know, there's fire everywhere.
That is true. I mean, look at the cast range. So 2,300.
It's off the screen. It's actually so far. You can't even be looking at your hero when you're trying to cast it at max range.
And he literally farmed
camera entirely away.
He farmed from the right side all the way up here, and he cleared pretty much every single camp before they got the respawn off. So, yeah.
We'll see what he farms towards it, because obviously at the moment he's got the Glimmer queued up.
Yep.
A little surprised he still hasn't gone for the shard on the way. Maybe he's hoping to get it free for himself down the line, but can be pretty nice, in particular against like the Light Striker race in the middle of the fight. They get the jump on Amira. He's caught outside of the base. He's gone. 100
He's dead
seconds
for a while.
without him.
Malrine.
See, they're trying to fight on here. It's a little bit risky for BetBoom team because they don't have the buyback available quite yet from Mira to rely on. His 15 seconds still cooldown.
He's got to be careful here. They're poking again, forcing the ascetic.
I said, we'll have that buyback in 5 seconds on the Beastmaster.
Will he want to use it again, though? Because he just
I mean, they're
used
kind
it
of posturing
before.
as if they want to try and fight with that threat.
It's just dangerous. If he uses his buyback and it's not successful, his net worth is literally completely gone.
It's risky. Well, there's the jump. Jump is going to come out. Mari's able to put the beacon in. They're trying to focus down the end, but the
double lasso
is there. Save. Comes in with the lockdown. It's enough to keep the X surviving on one hit. As they're able to kill off Marine, and now want to chase some more. GPK's able to light tracker right down on a Skeeter. They're desperately trying to TP out Staking and Olar as they will escape those two.
Oh,
but
save.
the big kills are found, and indeed save coming in clutch to protect that supernova that was just one hit away from exploding too early.
Oh my god. It looked like it was not going to be even close, and then the last few attacks, I think, from Skitter comes in, and it's literally one attack. They didn't have to use the buyback either.
Yeah, that was crazy.
That's
Mira keeping his cool, watching from the sidelines. He knew that Save had that fight.
Neither of the Lincolns
Check that again.
targets. And that's what we were talking about. The infest play, right? It's very likely if they don't have one of those Lincolns out, that infest play will get them both lassoed a lot of times. So,
and obviously, because of the fact that what Crit was caught earlier, he was just nowhere near the fight.
Was not.
There wasn't a chance. If he was around and he's able to get that cluster clock off and he gets lucky and it takes the lasso off one of them, that egg would have been dead.
Or if Snaking actually threw the Lincolns onto one of the targets before they jumped in, but that would have taken some crazy communication as well.
Yeah, quick moves there from BetBoom team to
Save.
give Falcons a little bit of a shake-up.
That's as clutch as you can ask for from Save, right? Getting the double lasso on the two of them there. Now 40 seconds. They're trying to get that, get the map into a better position for themselves, forcing things forward. Refresher done on the Phoenix.
GPK is looking for his prey.
He's got the E-Blade.
Can absolutely delete the large majority of these heroes. They're on up Roshan.
Yeah, he can kill the majority of them with that. And he also now does have the barrier. So he does have more survivability if he does get the connection of multiple of these Lagunas. Yeah, they should get this Roche. When it does spawn. When in a minute, actually, they're probably going to look to contest that.
Well, it's definitely going to be one of those games where we're seeing, Roshan's taking down at quite the pace, at least relative to the kills.
You said it yourself at the start of this game. It's very likely this one goes 60 minutes.
I feel at this point, both of the teams are warming up for that. We're going to get some crazy action continuing down the line. And as I say, it's been not the highest kills so far in the 48 minutes, but still a rather thrilling game nonetheless.
That's actually literal clutch
Malrine.
mini moves that can come out here. Malrine.
He's going to find the lead, but Mira's quicker with a blink back. Malrine not quite able to get the jump, but they do get the vision, and they drop down the observer wall, gets the vision for Pure. They catch him with the Hex, they've used the E-Blade defense.
Double lasso.
There's the double lasso coming in, the Lagunas as well to follow. The Solar Guard is there, but it's not soon enough to save them. As Malrine and Staking go down, Falcons have to run. Pure in with the chase, looking over towards Skeeter. Been buffed up by the Lincoln Sphere for now.
Skeeter get out.
And they might turn the cell for Amar instead, and indeed they will. They get the E-Blade Light Strike Array follow-up. He's pretty beefy with the pipe, the HP from the Bloodstone, but not beefy enough to survive. As 3 go down on Falcons. BetBoom team take the fight once again.
Save is clutching it up. Another double lasso comes in. He targets the initial one that doesn't have the Lincoln, so grabs and bypasses the second one. A beautiful catch from him again. And a great E-Blade too, like little mini E-Blade to save Pure for a second there. Even though they're the ones getting initiated on first, they get the better catch.
Going for the Roche once more.
They get a free Axe now out of it.
Who's taking the Axe? We'll see this replay once again. I mean, it was tempting, right? They get this ward drop down. They had the vision on the gyro. They know they've got the back of the Solar Guardian, but again, they just get burst too damn quickly. As the setup's there with that lasso, GPK following up with the full combo.
It's picture perfect, really. That way that they take that fight. With the Egg as well positioned with the Sunray, they're just melting targets.
Who's taking this one?
Maybe a refund action here.
Yeah, get some money back, get that refresher going online.
I think the refresher just looks too good for Miro. If he's got a double roar after a double lasso, how the hell are they going to survive it in these next upcoming fights? Or does he give it to Tokyo? Who's asking for it?
I think he's passed it over to Tokyo. There we go.
I mean, it was 1 hit left on the Egg.
That's what Ags across the board then. No, Pure still. No, yeah, Pure. Yeah, everyone's got it. Everyone's got an Aghanim's.
Yep.
Aghanim's all around here for BetBoom team, and they're up to the high ground.
And we're seeing again in this game, it's actually identical to the last one where Pure is this like kind of fake carry in a way. He's the carry, but it's the rest of the damage that's actually doing the most of the work. The control and the damage from the Bat and the Lina.
Falcons still a bit of time here until they've got everybody back up. Losing their barracks.
It's a beautiful game so far. 17-20. The net worth has been super close, but the team fights have been even
feeling confident that he can just sort of walk around on the high ground. They're going to try and turn towards him, but he's got plenty of backup. Sunray Hill coming in as well. Of course, still a lot of time left on his Aegis.
Damage is starting to add up.
They're going to try and burst through it. And jumping in with the Infest. They should be able to finish him off at once. That's the Aegis gone.
And Crit is respawning.
He's up in a second, quite literally. Pure has put the BKB, steps back for now. Skeeter trying to chase on.
They're breaking the Lincolns. They're trying to get a catch.
She's got to be careful. They can't jump in there and get in with the roll. He's forced to the side. Amar comes in with the Solar Guardian. Only down onto Miro. Crit, focus to the side.
Double lasso.
Safe. He's able to grab the two and then drag them back into the Light Strike Array. They burst through Amar. He's gone.
Pure. He survived.
He's in on top of Pure. Do they have the damage to take Pure down? The impetus from snaking, adding up with the Supernova and the Sunray coming in.
Too much heal.
Tokyo healing up his gyro. They're able to take him out and get the Enchantress as well as Skeeter and Snaking fall. BetBoom team survive.
Absurd sustain. Pure stands his ground under that Sunray. Toronto took, I think the refresher comes into play there for the next Sunray. What, 3 Sunrays being put down on top of this gyrocopter?
They couldn't quite kill him that second time, Pure.
And his damage this time is the one that carries that fight. Beautiful standing his ground, and they might just be able to end it here. There's buybacks. They're gonna have to use it.
It's only Crit that doesn't have his, so he's gone for 50 seconds, but Falcons can have everyone else back up. 12 seconds until Solar Guardian's back up. Jumping from Marine.
Another Sunray.
He's got the roar, but they're able to force him back to safety here, Marine, and now they're ready to turn. They've got the Hex, they come in swinging with the hammer. Saves, he's able to force to the side, but he should be left behind. The Nullifier's thrown down upon him. He cannot escape as Save will fall.
But the rest
did cost them the triple buyback from Falcons just to push the BetBoom team back and only get the 1 support kill.
I mean, beautiful disengage from them there. You can see Skeeter was desperately trying to find a secondary grab, but they just couldn't get another kill after those buys. And look at this fight. I mean, the Sunrays in particular just doing so much work.
Yeah, Save able to drag them out of position means that they can kill off Amar. And at this point, it does look like you can see the temptation here that they're that close to killing Pure.
Look at the heat. I mean, Toronto, Tokyo, honestly. This Sunray into another Sunray.
I think it might even been another E-Blade as well, thrown down onto him to stop him from getting physically attacked. And they're doing everything to keep Pure alive and stop Falcons getting what they were desperately trying for.
And great display of communication, great display of just using their spells properly inside the fights.
Coming together.
Yeah.
And this was maybe some of the expectation with BetBoom team in this tournament, right? They had a bit of a tough start, but maybe playing, obviously trying to Tokyo back to the standing, it was just going to take a bit of time before things gelled together. And this game definitely seems the definition of that. You know, going from the start, the early game, and now to this point, where it's really all clicking together quite perfectly for BetBoom team in these fights.
And this isn't one where, like in particular, the other day when we were, yesterday I think it was, right, with the GPK Lina, it was the GPK show. This one, it's a team win. Right now, it's a full team effort. Everyone, they're carrying their grounds. Beautiful lassos coming in. Miros have to be the sacrifice, but that happens sometimes. One of the players tends to have to be that sacrifice. 23,000 lead. The first time the game is blown open like this.
Yeah, massive lead now. Divine Rapier time, though.
Let's go.
Here we go. Skeeter, he can get a lot done with this.
And
of course, on top of the Ags Infest, jumping in someone.
And they're looking for more and more tools to break these Lincolns, as we've seen. They've been able to bypass them almost every single time from save. Here. Didn't have to go down that full damage route. He did get to go for the Daedalus rather than any Rapier. Did get to go Swift Blink now. See if they get the connection again. Save.
He's had some fantastic lassos so far. Can he get another? Of course, this is the point with the lack of buybacks. It will be game over if BetBoom team find a big grab. They'll start on snaking. Falcons, they've just got to let him go. They can't afford to lose any life trying to save him. Snaking's out for nearly 2 minutes, no buyback. Outside the base, though, they do get the opening on towards Pure. They're stunned. It connects in time onto Skitter. Skitter tries to stand his ground, doing the damage here with the Rapier to bring Pure down, but Pure surviving.
Too much heal.
BKB, the Sunrise coming out. Skitter cannot do enough damage, even with the Rapier. He's dead. And with that, good game is called as BetBoom team will take game 1.
What a cool game. Had its moments where it swung it back towards Falcons' favor for a little bit, but BetBoom team, I feel like their patience after being down, what, 13-1, I believe it was? The net worth didn't show that by any means. They kept their composure, kept their farm going, save. I feel like his decision-making to go for this Aghanims afterwards was super clutch. He got the very crucial team fight wins for them.
Absolutely,
with those
yeah.
lassos.
Blink, 4-staff, Aghanims online, Save was ready to make the plays. And yeah, you said that this was really a team effort from BetBoom team.
Absolutely.
Everybody playing their part perfectly. Itemization absolutely on point. And yeah, Team Falcons, they gave it a good fight. They held it pretty close for the most part, but couldn't quite overcome the power that was BetBoom team rising up through this game.
That was beautiful. That was a super cool game. Very funny, weird builds we kind of had, even though we've seen Amar go for this a couple of times, but wow.
Wow. Well, there we go. Ladies and gentlemen, BetBoom team will take game 1 here in the best of 3 against Team Falcons.
We're seeing some of these highlights of that game number 1. It started off great for Falcons, unfortunately not able to close it out. And BetBoom team, resilient. I feel like this has been the day misery of just teams being resilient. They're showing that they can persevere through tough starts and still able to come out on top.
Yeah, I mean, I think I was kind of surprised how this game played out a little bit. I thought they would get more out of this Lifestealer pick. But again, like we talked about during the draft, it felt like just the overwhelming team fight of BetBoom came in clutch. And it was really hard for Falcons to really deal with all this AoE damage, all this like great disables and damage coming out of the BetBoom team's course.
Yeah, it's also, I think, testament to how Pure plays from the carry, right? Like, of course, we're going to praise Batrider a lot in a minute, but like, I think just the fact that he's only got like 2 deaths in this game, under the threat of like the Lifestealer counter, the DK jump, all of this, like there are moments where you're expecting, you know, Pure to go down. But I think, you know, we see it behind us, the Batrider save, right? Like the fact that, you know, during this game, there's multiple moments, like maybe the Egg's gonna die, and then the Batrider comes in with the big lasso, he prevents that engagement. Like he's kind of like the saving factor in a lot of the clutch plays, where if the Batrider was underperforming, we're probably going to be talking about Falcons winning right now. Like I think he had to really step up to this game to ensure that this is it a comeback really? But this, I mean,
I would say it was, because it feels like the turnaround, the point in which it was in favor for the BetBoom team was when we saw Batrider get the Ags. I think before that, it was really tough. When you're only having a single target on your ult, it's like, okay, who do I pick? Because a lot of people are issues on the side of Falcons, but to be able to pull 2 of them towards the Egg, that's when it really changed.
I feel like the Aghanims on Batrider looks broken in this type of game.
Yes,
like it looks so incredibly strong. And like you said, like you're not only grabbing one guy, you're grabbing the other guy into all the call down, the Egg, the Lina stun we saw multiple times landing after the lasso. It's just so strong. I'm surprised we haven't seen more Batrider, honestly. It's like this, people are sleeping a little bit on this hero. But again, Safe showing it here that it's still like S tier support.
And you know what we haven't seen too often? Is the Dawnbreaker going for the Bloodstone, right? Amar is the only player competitively to buy Bloodstone and Dawnbreaker. It's his 3rd time ever doing it. And it honestly boils down to the question, you know, does size matter, right? Does the AoE, does it need to be that big, right? You know, like right here, we see this, right? It's 500 unit radius. It's perfectly fine. It's doing its job, right? He gets a level 20 talent plus 150 AoE. He then buys a Bloodstone, another 75 AoE, right? So it's now a lot bigger. You know, it's going to be effective. But again, this is now the bigger one, right? You can see how it's like, it's clipping his teammates from the top side. not really helping out, but the question, like, realistically, if this was Ace, he'd go for SMY, Satanic, he'd scale to be the damage dealer. I kind of feel like maybe this is a hindsight, but it's cool for the Ags and the big side of the AoE to like help out in the fight, but if he just had one more item to help his team in the damage department,
sure,
it could be a completely different story. Or he doesn't go Lincolns, but he goes Refresher to ensure that if he has all this AoE on the Aghanim's and the big kind of like the evasion, the healing, this stuff, he needs 2 of them. The fact that he had only 1 and then they were bursting through it, because we're going to see the replay as well in this next clip. Like, this is now like he's invested thousands of gold, right? But it's doing nothing, right? So that's my one query. Like, he's invested all this time, this strategy, this gold into the build.
But I don't necessarily think it's the build's fault in a general sense. I just think the heroes of BetBoom team are just really good against this type of build because they have so much burst that actually the heal coming in, the AoE, it doesn't really matter. You have the like Lunar Blade, you have the just an insane burst from Lina, right? So it's actually not the best build in this particular game, right?
So we should have kept the smaller AoE and then maybe looked at.
That's also hard to say though, because we saw the freeze frame of that Roche fight that you're talking about, the one where we saw the impact of it bigger. When it was smaller, he didn't end up hitting anyone really on BetBoom team. He just clipped the Batrider, but wasn't able to get anyone else. When it became the bigger AoE, he was able to have more of an impact when it came to.
But that could just be the talent, right? Like the talent alone, 150 could be enough. You know,
I think if you're going for the pipe and you're going for the Aghanims, I think you need to double down on the. You can't do like a
half and half.
Sure, then I think you're just
That's
not.
That's when you feel it falls over.
Yeah, then you're not doing either, right? So I think maybe the approach of going for the Aghanims in the first place, where he should have gone for the. Arguably should have gone for the damage, right? Like you said, I don't think Amar would mind getting SMY, maybe even a Battlefield in there or something. Just get as much farm as possible, right? Because he was top net worth, even with the supporting build.
But that's the weird thing. Normally we expect Amar when he gets to play greedy in the off lane, he's always thinking like, how can I buy like the Death or the
I
Satanic?
want to become the carry.
How do I
I'm
become
going
the
to be
carry?
the real carry.
But then here he goes for like this super enabling lineup, which again I think in other games will look exceptional. This build with the AoE, everything, it's going to feel like, wow, what an incredible player. The only Dawnbreaker player to do it. He is, again, the only Dawnbreaker to buy Bloodstone and do this style of, specific. But again, in this game, it felt like multiple clutch moments. Maybe that was at least one piece of the puzzle, right? You could also argue there's, the DK Lifestealer kind of falling out of the game. There's the Batrider who's hitting these like big spells. But yeah, I think for both of us, that was our one query where would it have been a completely different timeline if we just saw Amar be Amar on his standard?
I think still in general though that this game comes down to just the lack of team fight a little bit, like the weakness of Shaman going late game, the weakness of Enchantress going late game compared to Phoenix, compared to Batrider. Like they just lacked in the team fight. Like you saw them dodging a lot, and when it came down to the Roshan fights, to the important moments in the game, they just couldn't match the team fight. And maybe that's why he went for the Aghanims, just to try to match the
He saw
AoE,
the
team fight.
hole
Like,
in
just
that
survive as long as possible, because
I don't necessarily think him going for more DPS would have necessarily.
Can you outburst a Lina? Like, let's be real here.
Yeah, you probably can't, right?
That's when we kind of go back towards, I think BB looked their best when GPK is playing Lina, at least in the last couple of games. Maybe I have like recency bias, but it's like I feel like if he's able to make this like one clutch play where it's like, oh, the Batrider's got the jump, you're now instantly dead, it kind of feels like a cheat code to winning, right? Like if I can 100-0 most heroes in the game, that alone is incredible.
And then you get to do it to 2 of them when they're double lassoed.
Yeah, exactly. It's just, I think maybe the Lina's a key factor here.
Yeah.
Maybe the Batrider's a factor. We have a Mars build, but the key thing is, it was a wonderful game, right? It was back and forth. Both teams had, like, unlike some other games that we've seen, it's kind of been like, oh, well, they drafted everything, right? But this was really a lot of small choices. Items, play, how they contest Roshan, how they go high ground. It was exactly what you want to see.
And it excites me for this series to continue. It's a best of 3, and this was only game number 1. We're going to go to a short break. When we come back, though, we'll have game 2 ready for you.
Personally, I've never used the bug. I've only used some features. But I do know some players that abuse bugs. I remember the Legion Commander bug, where his third skill was some very interesting feature. I think the Legion Commander bug, since I'm not a Legion Commander player myself, but I think it was that your third skill used to proc infinitely on denies, and it used to deal more damage, I think so. I think the bug abusers should be punished. They shouldn't be allowed to use them, except for my team, their features.
I have never used a bug. I'm a good guy. I used the Legion double damage before, but I don't think that was a bug. Hello guys, and today I want to explore some bug that I see people have used before. Harpoon bug. Like back then, you have to just buy 2 harpoon and sell one of them. You will gain a max attack speed on the game. That guy I want to explore is, I have seen that guy using is Nasumi. $5,000 from the salary, paying to me because he is on my enemy and he abusing the bug.
Hello, my name is... I've been struggling with bugs, like, basically my whole Dota career. They always somehow get to me. I think, especially lately, it's been really hard. Yeah, there's this bug, I think it's called Nick's Assassin. He always comes and like vendettas me. And I'm like, what the frick? What is this bug? Straight to prison. If you pick a bug, you just, you should be executed. Actually, I changed my mind. No prison, execution, straight away. So think about that next time you abuse a bug.
We're back with game number 2 of our second best of 3 today. Our last best of 3, potentially our last game if Falcons aren't able to come back into this. And Misery, I'm gonna need panelist Misery to step out. I'm gonna need coach Misery to step in and prepare me, hype me, all the Falcons fans out there for game number 2. That's not got a good start.
That was really well. This is the coach. He's walked in.
Guys.
He's looking. Yeah, go on.
You want me to hype up like that? I was
what's
just gonna say,
okay.
So what I would say is, I think if you give BetBoom the Phoenix and the Gyrocopter the same type of lineup that's been running twice now here at the main event, they're gonna pick it. So you need to somehow prepare something, like either play against it or think about banning
Just to confirm, you're the coach in this situation. Are you telling the players to prepare it? Are you preparing it?
No, I think as a team we need to figure out a way to deal with this this Phoenix, this Batrider. Either we match the team fight, or we shut it down in lane, or we ban it out, or we steal it. Like, we have to come up with something.
But what would you do? You've mentioned 3 options there. What would your quick off the cuff? Ban it, counter it. What's your vibe?
I mean, I think if you pick the... Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, I'm not sure.
What about you, Coach T? What would you do? Because you are currently a coach.
You're actually
the team that's probably about to disband. Let's go, boys! Embezzlement. Yeah, I love that one. No, don't worry, the org died. Anyway, moving on. Sorry, you just hit a nerve.
Yeah, sorry, apparently I did. I didn't realize that. I didn't know there was a source off the T there.
It's exclusive. No, but anyway, I would probably respect the Lina in some capacity.
Ban it.
But it's not about banning Lina, it's more the building block that makes Lina good. So you're mentioning that...
What about the whole Phoenix Bat Gyrocopter setup that they've done twice now? Okay, the Batrider was replaced by a Lion in yesterday, but I think the whole Phoenix Gyrocopter seems... And then a Miro hero, like a Mars, like some kind of like initiator for Miro. I feel like that's their building block, which allows them to pick whatever they want last pick for GBK. I think it has been working out. I mean, I think this game was close. I think maybe you can do the same setup, but then draft something else towards the end. Like, I didn't particularly like the lifesteal pick that much.
Sure.
Because I think that, like we talked about in doing draft 1, the fact that you're actually giving a lot of time, because lifesteal doesn't pressure anything. So you're giving a lot of time for Beastmaster to farm stacks, you're giving a lot of time for Batrider to get his blink, and so on. So I think maybe that's not the right approach when you're playing against these greedy heroes.
I mean, they also do a couple of support bans, like they're doing like second phase Nyx, they're banning out the IO. It's like, maybe you can demote one of those bans and throw in the Phoenix or the Beast or the Gyro as a ban potentially to save yourself from this logic. But yeah, I think they need to decide which building block they care most about, and they have to remove it, because giving them everything, it felt like in that draft, is a recipe for them being able to create these moments of the comeback, the big fight, the wait, you're not actually doing it, your draft is falling off, right? So they just need to decide which building block. And I'm leaning towards Beast being that building block most likely.
Okay.
But then Lycan appears, and so
There's too many
Too
things
many
to think
heroes,
about
yeah.
here. I do know that you love talking about your heroes. You love talking about your draft, and so I'll give you a small present right now, and everyone watching at home, a Game 2 draft.
Damn, take your damn time, bro. Only just got here with a second to spare.
I hit a note because Nat was talking about drafting and coaching, and then I realized that like my team and the org that kind of crashed out, and then I made a joke, and I realized Twitch chat probably doesn't understand the lore, and that I was coaching Mind Control and his team, and then we had an org, and there was problems, and it just hit a nerve that I'm probably just unemployed as a coach.
It's okay. They're there. Well, now we have a really cool draft to talk about. Isn't that exciting? Look at that. Pango band. Wow! Happy birthday to you, Pango band.
Woo! I mean, it's a nice band. Anything else getting banned out? No, they're taking forever.
Yeah,
it's in 2 seconds, too long.
This is very important stuff.
Yes.
Okay, here we go.
Again, so pick
I don't know if
order.
we'll ever see Alchemist again.
Yeah, I know, we won't. I mean, it depends on the team. We saw Nigma was able to beat it. But the key thing is, the draft order is at least staying the same, right? Falcons are going to be back on second pick. And we already spoke about like the building blocks of the draft. The last time they banned Alk, Magnus, Invoker, Io. So the Invoker, the Io, that's the kind of the debate here. Do they give one away, maybe ban Phoenix? Or do they still give BB the Phoenix, knowing, you know what, we need to change just one hero and we're fine? That's kind of at least the question I'm waiting to see answered.
Yeah, I would probably, well, personally, I think the Ios look really strong every time I've seen it, so I would rather they keep that one banned, because it enables a lot of heroes. It's not just one thing in itself, you know?
Phoenix Io, I'd be happy.
Yeah.
Because if BB really were to first pick an Invoker,
all right, you should be it.
You could be able, you could pick a Puck if they don't ban it. If they do ban it, well, the biggest counter's been banned, so we'll have to think of something new. But
yeah,
we'll see.
My biggest shock of last game was just seeing that they ran this exact same tricore again after they were so good at it before.
Bounty.
Okay, we're leaving 2 in? Does that mean they want to do a trade instead, where they're like, you go take one, we'll take the other?
Yeah.
I don't know why they would want to take it.
Because BB themselves banned the bounty to pick the Phoenix, and now it's like, well, if we ban the bounty, like we're mentioning, right, the Io's available, Phoenix is available.
No, Phoenix is not available.
No, not Phoenix, sorry. My brain's lagging.
Invoker's
Invoker, that's the hero.
Io's
Yeah.
available.
Invoker, that's the hero I'm mentioning.
Still have Eng. I thought the Eng looked pretty good overall. My problem is just this BetBoom tricore. The Lina is so obnoxious. I would love to see that get banned in second phase or something. Just I think GPK plays it so freaking well. Okay, we're seeing Eng gone. Goodbye, Eng. Back.
I mean, MVP of the last series, or last game, sorry, not series.
Yeah, that was so strong, especially when I got the Axe. It's just, again, I don't want to see Lina. I don't want to see them have Lina on BetBoom. I just think they're so good at playing around it. And I see, even though you're playing on Team Falcons and they were quite dominant early, it's still like giving them this Beastmaster and stuff like that. They're able to take this Roshan early with it. Like they know their timing so well, it feels like, on these heroes right now.
I mean, that's the question for Falcons, where they only have one ban going into this next phase.
Yeah.
And if we're putting value on the hero, and GPK after a couple of games is feeling value, they won't be afraid to pick it in that second phase. So Falcons are like, don't worry, we'll ban it in the third phase. But then suddenly it's in second. You know, that can also complicate things.
Yeah.
So I'd like to think Falcons are respecting the hero, going to ensure that their draft has some catch, has some way to find the back lane. Because if they don't ban it and they don't respect it, then there will be problems. But okay.
Wow, okay.
Straight with the Dawnbreaker. Again,
I didn't catch your panel, no offense.
No, it's
How
fine,
did you
no
guys
worries.
talk about Dawn in the end? Was it a for or against?
It was impartial, but with a slight lean towards he could have itemized differently to be more aggressive.
Right.
Basically, we liked the idea of what Ags and the healing can do with the Bloodstone AoE, but in this game, with the burst of Lina, with the catch of Batrider, it felt like it was redundant in the late game. So it's like, you kind of have like half an hour of it being really good, and then 35-minute plus, it's just a lot of gold doing nothing because Lina's still Lina, right?
Yeah, because he got his Axe timing, and then you see Gyro pull out his MKB, and then Lina doesn't care at all about the evasion.
And then Gyro doesn't really care,
Then they're just basically, I think you pulled up that clip of them just killing
In
2
2
heroes
seconds.
through
Yeah,
the dawn
yeah.
ult. Yeah, and I felt like a lot of times Amar also had to end his ult early, right? Because this Ags allows you to extend the timing on it for so long, but he was just kind of like, all right, I'm ulting. Oh, the shit, they died anyway. Let's drop down and like get back into the fight. It's just like, it felt like a lot of wasted net worth. So maybe, yeah, if he did scale more in the damage direction. To be fair, though, if they were to ban something like Lina or BetBoom don't even take
Still
that
do the
hero,
same
then
build
you can do the same build. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. And that's where it's like, if they want to do this build, and this is Amar's read on the hero at the moment, unlike multiple, like Jibei for Avalus, he plays on Orchid and he plays on Pick Off and Aggression.
Right.
Ace plays on SMY and Satanic and Scaling.
Yep.
And then Amar's playing on Bloodstone. So there's like 3 of the strongest Dawnbreakers right now are all doing slightly different builds. And again, if that is Amar's way and he wants to stick to it, then the Lina ban here would at least cover his game plan, but it might hurt the rest of the draft if you're wasting a ban on a Lina for...
Yeah, you could just let the Lina through and then just try a different build.
Yeah.
Or maybe he really does believe in this build, maybe
then
he
other
felt like it
people-
was other issues
Exactly,
in the draft.
yeah.
I
But
like
then-
Beast ban.
Yeah, Beast was also, you know, one of the building, again, I keep saying building blocks, but it's one of the heroes that, it makes life so much easier. Like when you have a player on a hero, it's like, all right, you're already gonna do half the objective stuff for us, so now we can, you know, pick other stuff.
Yeah.
And Nyx Dawnbreaker.
Nyx,
disgusting
fantastic,
combination.
Beautiful, yeah. They are going to be hunting. Dawnbreaker can always connect. Really great setup here.
5 seconds remaining.
And Nyx also just makes like Lina's life harder in these fights. Like when she's just trying to rush an Ags and her Q is just going all over the fight, right? Nyx is pretty nice there. Nyx is going to cause some issues early, and it makes Batrider really hard to play when you're Firefly. You just get carapissed.
Nope. It's like they respect the way that Save played, and now it's like, okay, we're going to mirror that. So whilst you're looking for a jump, we're already looking for the jump and the kill, and the entire game will be a balance of which position 4 gets the position first, right? Will Crit be able to outplay the map play of Save? There's going to be a lot of like kind of mind games between the 2 position 4s and what they can achieve for their team.
It's also a decent hero for rotating mid. I think last game, something I was looking at early was who would be more proactive on rotating around mid, and it was Falcons that game. I think you can bring Nyx still, and especially like with offlaners tending to rotate more mid as well. In Dawn can do that with 6 without even having to leave the lane. So I think we'll see a lot of mid skirmishing so far, or at least Falcons have opened up the possibility for it very easily. I don't know how they'll build on that going forward, and what they're gonna want to give Malrine. BetBoom. Okay, so now you have to deal with an Invis hero running around. You probably want... Why are they laughing so hard? If you can't hear this chat, but they are just losing
giggling.
their heads in the arena.
Yeah, they are giggling. Like proper.
Right?
Yeah. That's also kind of a scary thing when you hear a team laughing this much, like during a draft like that. It feels like they've hit that point of like they're confident no matter what they have. So they're ready to make a joke. They don't feel the pressure of the moment, right? Like that does mean that they are kind of leveling up a bit, I feel.
Yeah.
Again, I hope that you could hear the laugh. If not, we do sound like we're kind of going
We're just
crazy.
going along and saying, why are they laughing?
They're laughing.
Anyway, Clock, nice hero.
I mean, TA is the flex here, right? The mid, the carry. It's also very strong. If Dawn's the offlane, TA plus Clock, you're going to be able to meld strike. You're going to be able to cog contain that Dawnbreaker. Do a lot of just annoying stuff to prevent Amar from farming. And not only that, if suddenly TA and carry looks bad, just put it to mid lane, right? So they're going to punish Falcons a little bit in the what they can pick here, but if it is your safe lane, the vision, the fight is insane. Rocket with the flare, Batrider, utilizing that, the trap vision from TA, it's going to be...
Yes, they have so much vision control right now.
And it's also nice with TA when playing into Nyx, because when you have sentries down, you have TA traps, you're going to just accidentally see Nyx one time, and now, okay, good, he's here.
Exactly.
Walk away.
You can cover all of your directions. Like if you're holding any area on BetBoom, you know, if you're trying to push for a tier 2 tower, trying to go for the high ground, you just all directions, you guys are fine.
We see the classic Razor is the counter to the TA. TA now has to go like Hurricane Pike. She has to try and like think about her position. She blinks in badly, she will get static linked.
Yeah, but it's nice at least like you're playing with 2 BKB piercing stuns and people that can help. Like,
wait, hold on, I have not seen the Venom one.
Oh,
look at him.
That's nice.
That's nice.
Yeah, we see a lot of Venom bans. So this is nice.
But it's a position 5 Veno, and it's snaking.
Okay.
And we do know about the Veno jungle from PARIVISION.
You think they're gonna just jungle?
No. It's like, I think it depends entirely on the lane. If they see a lane where he can be independent, like the Razor can solo by himself or something, sure. but maybe like the Nyx plays with the Razor and Dawn just gets boots and drags waves by himself.
Yeah.
But either way, if it lanes, it's fine. It's a strong lane. Gale plus Static Link, that's kills. If they find a way to not sacrifice the core too much and he just goes jungle, it's also very strong. So I'm intrigued to know if they have the the two options available, or if in their minds it's like just play the lane. We're not going to try and do anything too creative.
Right. Yeah, Falcons have a very annoying lineup for Bat to play against. Your ability to ever get into a fight and use your ult without Blink, or not Blink, without BKB is already difficult due to Nyx. Now you have Veno who's going to put Plague Wards down, or have just so much dot going. When are you going to get to Blink? It seems so hard.
Yeah, you're going to be able to eat through the refraction quite nicely.
Yeah, refraction suffers. Tiny also might suffer here. I'm guessing they want to try and do this gameplay of like, we're gonna blink and reposition you with either Bat if we get that jump, if we have the vision, or with Tiny toss, or we're just gonna try and burst you really hard, right? TA and Tiny together, that's more than enough damage output to quickly kill someone before Dawnbreaker can ult, hopefully.
I'm trying to think what is the hero here. Like they're already thinking about movement with the Centaur ban. Maybe Darkseid also fits the same bill then for BB, because Batrider is a pretty good hero to lane with Darkseid. You then have Surge to get away from all this, shenanigans. You have auras to eat through the Veto damage, and like maybe Darkseid could be quite nice. But
do they play it? Or have they?
They dabble. Abbott also quite nice. It has the front line, but I'm just thinking they need a hero that can at least bring some tankiness to these fights, because if it's just this lineup, then Bat and Tiny are waiting to jump, Clock's waiting to jump, TA doesn't want to jump until she sees the fight. Like they need a hero that's like, hey guys, try and go on me first at least, so the rest of my team can initiate.
Right.
Where obviously traditionally that would be, like Tidehunter and this stuff, but again, the lane into this is not too good.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what they want.
I mean, go boring, just survive the lane, pick Doom.
Damn.
You then have no healing into Dawnbreaker. If Amar really loves the Ags and the Bloodstone, then pick Doom, don't have any of it, but...
I think it sucks because like I've seen people play like Mars into the Razor just for the lane being able to spear away, but like then you're kind of like mid game and everything sucks because you can never use your ult without Dawnbreaker just instantly countering it.
They either really respect lane or they pick for the game.
Okay. There's your Doom.
And they go for the game.
Yes. I could see this lane being really sad. The slow from Razor Q and Venom, and you're getting linked. Like this seems like there could be feeding. You're gonna have to drag waves if you can.
Yeah, they're not picking for haha we're gonna crush the lane.
Yeah.
They're picking for we're gonna somehow
I don't
pull
even know if
waves.
they can go neutral in the lane.
Yeah, that's true. Well, maybe if the Venom goes jungle and it's a Doom and a Bat versus only Razor.
Right. Yeah. If they
that's what they calculated.
Right.
Yeah.
They
Of
could
course.
do that, yeah.
They run that line. Yeah.
Okay. So it looks like Razor's set up to have a really great game.
Yeah, this is true.
And now Falcons get to last pick for their mid.
I kind of wish the Razor and Nyx go to the same lane, by the way.
Okay.
But that's a whole new point. We've got 5 seconds left.
Why don't you just pick Viper? Why don't you just pick Viper?
Why just pick
Viper? Damn.
That's for it.
That's cool. Maureen's got.
So it is okay. Nice. Okay. I did very quickly at the end. I wanted the Nyx and the Razor to be in the same lane.
Yeah.
And then Dawn is somewhat independent, which does okay. We'll just see what the facet is from snaking, right? If you go for the carrier facet, then obviously that means you're going for the jungle, and if you go for the patient 0, then you're just playing the lane normally, right? But either way, Falcons just have a well-rounded, aggressive lineup that Amar will be able to kind of be the front line for his team. He's going to buy like the SMY, the BKB. On top of that, the Earth Spirit will have, SMY, BKB. It's going to be super tanky, Shivas, keep fighting, find that TA. And on the side of BB, it's like protect your TA, find the correct Doom usage.
Yeah.
Because if the Doom doesn't connect or the Lasso doesn't connect, I don't know if TA can really stand her ground into everything Falcons have. It's a much harder game, I think, for BB to win.
Yeah, I agree as well. If like Maureen even goes like a halberd and stuff, and they're playing, like she'll never have refraction up. Okay, he is going play carrier. It's just come up on our screen.
Yeah, there you go.
It surprises me. I would have thought it would be nicer to not.
I mean, I can see it well because it's Dawnbreaker that he can just solo, right? He buys a stick, he buys an early boots, he just hits creeps.
Yeah.
Maybe his small camp's unblocked so that he can pull it himself or something. Like, yeah, there's some shenanigans, but they might also just play it normally. You know, the key thing for me is BB, they need to ensure that Pure has a good lane. They need to ensure he has good positioning. If at any point they make a mechanical blunder in the team fight, they will get run over. And in the way that they're performing recently, they aren't really making many mistakes. So if there is a team to execute on this draft, it is BB, but Falcons, much better this time. I feel like they have all the cards to control this game.
Yeah, I agree, and like this Dawnbreaker is going to be much more effective. Now we're not playing against this Lina burst.
Yep.
It's looking hype, it's looking fun. Can't wait to see how it goes.
This time around, Amar, he can't buy Bloodstone. It's kind of impossible. He's going to be a real hero this time.
He's going to be a real hero!
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Game 2 time here between BetBoom team and Team Falcons. And indeed, an interesting switch up really in style and just lineup. Right, we're getting a hell of a lot of different heroes this time round. Sure, Falcons, we're getting that Dawnbreaker once again, but in a bit of a different capacity. It's going to be the Skeeter safe lane Dawn and Amar, as Raya and T were alluding to. He's going to be probably doing a bit more carrying this game. Yes. You don't really go utility ever on this one. You pick the Razor to be that second, or maybe in Amar's case, sometimes even the primary carry.
I mean, this one definitely looks like it's Skater move over, I'm the real carry, and I'll show you how it's done. So let's see if Amar is going to be able to do it as he plays his super comfortable Razor in a matchup that's going to be put versus the TA. It could cause some problems, so we'll see what Toronto, Tokyo in particular can do on his clockwork to push away the aggression that can come out, because that is a very annoying thing to play against on the TA, in particular in the lane. And yeah, Razor, I think it's probably one of the more
30 seconds.
Standard heroes we see from Falcons in all states, right? Maybe not so much lately, but yeah, they love this hero. Everyone loves to play it. Yeah, Infantry though, very different style drafts we've got going on. Save, of course, is still playing as Bat Rider, so could definitely see some clutch plays come out. Gonna be harder for him this game, much harder, I would say, because he's playing into a Nyx Assassin and he's playing into the Venos Scouting. These wards can be very annoying at times to get the Blink Lassos, but we'll see, because if anyone can do it, even when he's playing up against difficult counters, it is Save. His Bat has been very clutch in a lot of situations, as we saw, especially in that last game. And let's see how this all goes down. Let's see how the lanes go in particular.
Yeah, now looking forward to see what Snaking can do on the Veno. He's been playing a bit in pubs, but in terms of competitive games, I only really played it once in the last 9 months, so hasn't been bringing it through to the pro games that much whatsoever.
But it fits Snaking's style.
It is one that he likes, yeah. He absolutely bangs it out in pub games, so he's ready to take it on. I think I've saw, in fact, in the last week, he's played like 3 times, won every game with it. So he's feeling in the zone with Veno right now.
I mean, it's a hero that, you know, we talked about Snaze and Enchantress in the last game. He always tends to be that next carry. This is a different one. You're not a carry on a Veno, right? But you're providing every aura for your team in pretty much every situation. Because you farm so much in this hero.
I'm trying to go aggressive there on to save, but we'll take quite the punch here.
So this was a pretty interesting switch up that they did too for Falcons, right? Having the Dawn being placed in the safe lane, having Amar be that Razor. That's going to mean that Miro's game is much better. Rather than having this potentially very tough lane that he could play against, now he can actually withstand some of this pressure, especially with the backup of a Bat Rider.
Yeah, it can be aggressive, of course, the Veno Dawn combo, but I guess, yeah, as the Doom, you do at least have that little interrupt.
Yeah.
On top lane.
Links. See how Pure is going to be able to deal with this, because this lane does feel very annoying for him. Even though they've got the clock versus the Nyx, which is one of those better matchups, it's still definitely not easy for Pure.
It doesn't really get any easier, right?
Unless they can somehow get, you know, Toronto Tokyo get some beautiful cogs or isolation plays, then perhaps. But either way, they're going to get turned on and probably lose a hero if they can aggro.
No, I think Amar's going to be feeling very comfortable up here.
Definitely.
Of course, Pure, not always the end of the world if he has a bit of a slower time in lane. As we've seen in any game, even if he does kind of get beaten out the laning stage, he always catches up. Yeah. And he's very likely to be able to stay on top of the farm.
And he's got active heroes to play, right? He's got an active Tiny that's going to look to make a lot of moves, so he'll be able to get some time to sit back and farm. And it should be a pretty good lane in particular for GPK. He'll have maybe a slight edge. There's Miro.
He's going to be falling pretty low here.
Do you just deny him so he goes back?
The temptation's there, they're thinking about it.
Looks like not. So that does mean that he's going to put very low. And this lane actually is looking just as dangerous or just as bad as I thought the Razor lane would have been for him. He is getting crushed. Only 4 CS on the Doom right now. 12 and 2 on the Dawn.
Yeah, opted to stick around because he did have those tangos coming out, but of course not going to be the quickest of regen. So we'll have to continue to be sat back quite safely. Skeeter and Snay would certainly look to make another jump.
Snae's got the clarity, so he's got the mana. He's ready to go for the potential pressure play there. So this lane actually is probably equivalently as hard as that Razor does seem. Yeah, very hard. Save is not able to fix the scenario of the lane. And again, like you said, the top lane, that lane doesn't feel like it gets too much better either for Doom. At least he's going to be able to just play around, dragging some creep waves potentially with the bat, but it'll be a slow start from Euro.
What do you make of the mid matchup? Obviously coming in with that last pick, Spirit this time around, Falcons. Do you like to see that here for Maori?
Yeah, I mean, it's one of his best heroes, and I think it's something that I haven't been seeing too many teams still playing it. I do love Earth Spirit still, but he has fallen into some more difficulties with all these super popular, like, just heroes that destroy him in the mid lane. I think that's what I saw mostly. It's like these Timbers and Monkey Kings. Timber less so, but there's a lane that he can do. He can trade in. Tiny's going to come out slightly ahead in denies, but should be pretty okay on that lane.
So far, so good. 19-0 against the 18-5.
And I love, this hero versus TA too. You can see what they're kind of building with their draft versus the Templar Assassin. So much different taking damage, so much different control. Skeeter dropping fairly low. Oh, he got another sticky stack, I think, on him. Did he actually hit Skeeter with that too? He did, so he's up to 7. They're going to glyph. They're going to look for the play here. That is a lot of stacks.
They're definitely at least getting snaking, surely.
Nice save is just so good at doing this on his Bat Rider.
First blood.
He might get both.
Oh, Skeeter's headed back in. He's trying to get back over towards the creep wave, but the flame breaks up. I mean, he's dead.
Save is just too good on this hero.
I mean, there's obviously a very big creep wave coming in under the tower, so Skeeter felt tempted to try and get involved and get some of that, but it cost him his life.
And we said, I was saying it might get better for the Doom, but if Save is able to pull something like that off, my God. If they miss, I believe it was like 4 or 5 creeps there for the Dawn.
It was a lot. I mean, that was sort of why you know, Skeeter felt desperate to go for that, but yeah, getting knocked out of the lane and giving quite a bit up to a duo that wasn't having the easiest of starts. You know, Mirrors, as you can see, still lowest on the CS, but obviously XP-wise, they're going to be doing pretty well with Save picking up that double.
You've got to kind of be kicking yourself on Falcons to allowing that to happen. They're both standing next to each other, both getting stickied up to 6 stacks, something you don't see happen too often. 6 or 7 stacks is usually just instant death.
Yeah, it's pretty rare. They've got to be much more wary of Save.
Yeah, I mean, that completely changes that bottom lane, like all of it, right? It's 5 minutes in, and now the Doom is doing fine, and the Dawn is now in a difficult position versus this Bat who has boots and windlays. Double Bracer finished up on Miro too, so he is tanky enough to potentially just turn and fight back if they even go on him now.
Yeah, but very difficult for Falcons to find kill potential between just the 2 of them now.
Yeah, and top lane, Pure has handled his own so far versus the Razor too. 25 and 6, matching the CS. So pretty good start here from the side of BetBoom.
Absolutely.
Lane's looking good.
Yeah, 2 setups that could have very easily gone the other way.
Yep.
BetBoom team dealing with it.
Great. Has to be careful there. If he gets caught in those cogs, he's likely just dead, so it does back away quick enough. 6-minute power rune. Save very high level on this Bat Rider now at this point. He's level 4 already. And GPK has hit 6 before Malrine does too. Snaking, looking to assist. Save's a bit too strong for him though.
Marine's going to hope for the top spawn, and it's going to be there. Arcane Rune for him.
He hits 6 also.
He's ready to go with the Magnetize, but standing their ground, GPK and Toronto Tokyo look to fight back. The stun comes out from Crit. Toronto Tokyo, he will fall, but the damage has been done as Save, he turns out, continues to just pick up the kills.
Huge.
And sets up for the cleanup to favor BetBoom team as they get the both of them.
Save.
Yeah, you know, we saw him really kind of hit his stride and momentum in that Game 1 performance. It's clearly continuing here into Game 2 on his bat.
And look at this unique hero so far here from the side of BetBoom team. We've been seeing them kind of busting out a lot of variety, starting to adapt toward the current meta, if you want to say. This one, I wouldn't say it's more so about the meta. This is more of a BetBoom draft, BetBoom team draft that we've seen them do in the past. Falcons sticking more with their guns. But yeah, Save, a fantastic start for him, and that's the first Magnetize usage. And he does end up going down on it on Malrine.
Yeah, and that's pretty important considering the side lanes were not being won by Falcons, right? One of the factors that could have offset that is if Malrine was able to make a big move with that first Magnetize and try and sort of skew the balance in their favor on the side lanes, but that hasn't been set up to occur with that great focus from BetBoom team to bring the action towards him in the mid.
I mean, how good these side lanes have gone is pretty crazy, because Razor, if he's not off to a hot start, can be under jeopardy of just dying
look at
first.
A lovely toss forward there from GPK, getting Toronto Tokyo in on top of Amar. Amar's going down, and there's nothing Falcons could do to save him.
Crit might even go down too if they want to continue chasing here. He does get a nice little sneak. Will be able to hide himself, but
this is a tough start on the lanes for Falcons.
Yeah, Razor has same net with his Bat Rider. He hasn't slowed down the TA. These two side lanes in particular went fantastic for BetBoom. I don't think Falcons expected that to happen. I think they, ideally with the setup that they went for, they were trying to win those lanes. And that's not happened now. And GPK is off to a very hot start. And as we said, you have Razor. Sometimes if this hero does start off a little slow versus this much burst damage, it can be problematic. Tiny having one of the best.
8-minute power in. Gonna fall again once into the hands of Mallory. We'll see if he has better luck with it this time round in terms of what he can execute with the usage. There's of course another good one, amplified damage rune.
Just continue, I'm just looking at saves net worth. He's getting the stacks going right. He's matching the other cores.
He's matching MR.
Yep. And Pure has now hit 6, so he's got the traps to be able to place down to potentially make that lane even better for himself. Malrine is looking for the swing around. He's got the amp damage.
They want to try and find Pure, and they should be able to get him here, surely. They get the opening magnetize, follow up with the stun, no escape for Pure. Cannot hide from this. They get the successful kill, and we'll see Malrine try and hit the angle to go for more. Can't quite close it onto Toronto Tokyo. But Falcons, they find what they were looking for. They're able to take Pure out of the game.
Save is pressuring Skitter on his own. Snaking TP's down, but Snaking may have put himself into a world of hurt here. I think they saw this TP come forward. Tower. If he shows himself, he's just dead. And I think he may have just revealed. He did, GPK.
They know he's around here somewhere.
I mean, he is just jungling it, but they did see that one Venom ward on the outside for a quick second there, but they don't seem to actually know where he is yet.
Oh, GPK, is he going to see him? He knows he's around. He's able to clip him with the avalanche. He's got him.
I was like, no way he gets out of this one. GPK finds another kill. They get the first tower of the game with a Doom lane. That is not expected.
Marine desperately trying to find at least a tower trade top. Should succeed. It's just Toronto Tokyo hovering around, soaking up some XP. But BetBoom team won't look to put any effort into defending this one. So Falcons will manage to get the top tower in turn.
And save is already 6. Nyx has also hit 6, so we do see Crit has been able to find that at a pretty decent timing as well, just doing those jungle creeps. He's got the Vendetta online, and they do have Dawn ult, so they have good global pressure that they can look for some kills to slow down some of this momentum. But a 3K lead in the first 10 minutes with a TA Doom lineup, these heroes will catapult farm very quickly.
And of course, it's much scarier trying to go for those solo guarding plays when that Dawnbreaker is your position 1.
Very true.
If a move goes wrong, it's going to hurt big time. But they're going to try and something here around the tier 1. And with the connection onto the 3 of them, but not quite able to come in with the follow-up combo immediately, which gives the space for them to head out to the side. But Amar comes in from the sidelines, wraps around on the GPK. They'll be able to clean up both GPK and Toronto Tokyo. Save's able to escape. Falcons, they're able to make that play happen around the first use of the Skeeter ultimate.
5 heroes. Crit, I think, catching a 2 or 3-man stun there with the follow-up. Can they finish off this tower, too? It looks like they will with the plate carrier there. Good rotation. Bringing the numbers there, so bringing that net worth back down to 0. Pure is still farming during it, but a good hit that they'll be able to finish off the mid tower and look to pressure. Can they get into the triangle, though? Doesn't look like it just now, so Pure will be able to finish that off. Dawn ult on cooldown. See if BetBoom wants to try to pressure this in any way. The lane position at the moment, perhaps not. Just looking to get that farm up for Pure. Now they're going to smoke, so they are going to move the Tiny and the Batrider, look for a play, since there is no Dawn ult.
Lasso up in 20 seconds from the save.
Skitter is not super healthy.
And
they see
go.
him.
Toss forward into the flame break, knockback. They don't even need a lasso. It wasn't quite there yet anyway, but it didn't matter. The setup's perfect and the kill's clean.
Last 30 seconds of that ward, too. They're probably going to go place a sentry down there and end up wasting that resource as well. Good hit. Snaking.
Falcons, time to strike back. They will have, of course, Skitter back up in 10. It's still 20 seconds until the Solar Guardian will be able to join.
They've got Vendetta, they've got Magnetize in 10 seconds, and he's got a fresh Blade Mail now on the side of Malrine.
They do hit that scan in the mid on the smoke targets there, so BetBoom team will know something was up.
Bar does pass over a trap there, so they know exactly where he is. Looks like they're prioritizing saves farm because of how good of a game he's having. They're actually giving him some extra creep waves. He's very close to his blink dagger already. Much faster than that last game. We saw what he was able to do it with it at a later stage, but as we said, it's a harder game for save on the bat this time. Versus the Nyx, versus the Veno. Off to a hot start for him at least.
Now, with these camps on the bounty, Rooney is going to be incredibly close.
Yeah. Things are slowing down quite a bit here, though, which means that Dawn ult, it comes back up. So it might be some hesitation to make the first aggressive move Both teams, I mean, for BetBoom in particular, BetBoom team, they're both going to be looking for double blink daggers before they look to probably make a big move. Maybe Miro just goes for a quick Doom play to get a kill, but they are under vision. So Falcons might actually be the ones to strike first. Crit
and Marine are looking at Miro.
Oh. I think he thought the Spike Carapace would stun him a little earlier because of the...
I guess because of the damage tick to the Scorched Surf, but indeed, doesn't work to Crit's favor there.
Oh, and off the mark, and Malrine even...
Sometimes you just miss your spells. Yeah, it happens to the best of us.
That's some time wasted, though, and that gives time to finish those Blink Daggers on the 2 Initiators on the side of BetBoom team, which they are pretty much going to have both now. Even a Blink for the TA, so they're actually going to have triple Blinks to follow up with each other.
Yeah, they could start getting hyper-aggressive, BetBoom team.
So for Falcons, they do have great ways to counter-initiate, but they have to be ready for the moves pretty quickly here. Be it that Dawn ult, or be a Crit, the one that's scouting the initial move. Let's see where it does hit. BetBoom team joining together. Crit scouting. I mean, great scouting as we see there on the side of Falcons with both the Veno and the Nyx Assassin.
Crit. Trying to get some information, but the sentry's down. BetBoom team, so tricky part of the map to move into. Jump in, GPK's able to get the haste rune, but the setup there from Crit. Solar Guardian coming as well, but GPK with the haste rune, he's able to get out the Solar Guardian.
Triple cog!
The cogs, he's caught the 3 of them, and Pure is in pretty good position to follow up with the damage. Lasso's there from Savers, he's able to hold down Snaking, and Pure's able to continue to punch into them. Not quite enough to kill Snaking off though, and the magnetized damage is adding up. So Pure, he has to start backing away.
Continues spreading.
See if he can continue to chase this Marine, rolls forward.
Continues spreading, but he should be able to reset himself out.
Oh, that could certainly have gone a whole lot worse for Falcons. They're able to get out of that pretty compromised position when they get caught. 3-man in the cogs.
There's 3 men into cogs.
Yeah.
Save, dragging them into the like almost a 4-man cog
They're
position.
going to be sort of pewing a sigh of relief there, being able to move away from that one. Falcons with the limited losses.
That actually looked like it was going to be like 3-4 kills that BetBoom team was going to be able to set up for. But yeah, they take their... They only get the 1, and now up to a 2K lead, they're able to back up and get that farm going. Pretty huge.
Yeah, stabilizing the game nicely this time around, Falcons.
Yeah, I mean, that really did look so terrifying when you got the triple cog plus the toss combo, but yeah, they were ready for it.
Let's have a look. So only his 2nd Pro Dawn game.
I was going to say, I don't think I get too much playing it. And they've gone for the double blade mail build. So
Yeah, he has indeed. Blade mail first, and then looking to get the Aghanims after the blade mail.
I tell you, Amar's the carry, man.
Yeah, that's definitely what the build from Skeeter's saying. All in on Amar and his Razor.
It is very strong, of course, when you're playing versus repositioning, if you're able to actually move your ulti properly because you're playing versus the Bat Riders.
For sure, and against kind of, the TA and the tiny trying to get those punches in.
There's arguments
The
for
save's going to be pretty huge, but it does indeed mean that it's completely flipped on its head, whereas that last game they really did try, obviously with Amar's build, the utility, trying to just go all in on enabling Skeeter. This time it's going to be Skeeter going all in on enabling Amar. Over in the river, they come with the Solar Guardian, looking towards Mirror. Mirror's able to turn and get the Doom off.
Does get the Doom off.
Does die. Toronto Tokyo trying to hold Marine in position in the cogs. The Doom is going to continue to tick him down, and the toss down from GPK finishes him off. Save on the retreat, but Amar chases him with the static link. They clean up the 3 kills. Falcons again making the plays around these Solar Guardians and getting away with them. BetBoom team, it's a little too much for them at this moment in time.
They're a bit too tanky is really what it is. With the extra healing that comes in from that Solar Guardian, they're having to commit so much to just bring down one of these heroes that, yeah, then afterwards they're able to just persist forward and get the secondary kill. Great wraparound. They brought the numbers there on the side of Falcons.
And not afraid to fight whatsoever this time. Falcons in this early stage of the game.
And they're getting really good farm on the 2 supports, as they tend to, but even more so than usual. The Nyx already has the Dagon.
We'll see this again, of course. This sort of move's going to come out time and time again. Easy setup from Crit on the Nyx Assassin, followed by Maureen and Skeeter. BetBoom team trying to get something back in return, but this magnetized damage has been pumped out throughout the duration of the team fight. It's too much for them to withstand at the moment. They don't really have the items to be able to stand their ground and fight under that when Maureen gets that amount of damage out.
No, Pure still not... I mean, he's farmed, but he's not really the safest to show up in a lot of these fights.
It's risky.
Dish out his damage. It's very risky. He gets caught by 1 Gale. It could just prove to be his demise, so... You can see he's playing on the outskirts of the fights. Crit now, I mean, continuing just to hunt. Now with his Dagon.
Yeah, he's ready with the burst.
Got good kill threat.
Oh, they see Pure down here on the bottom wave.
He's got the blink up if he's quick.
Oh, and he's very quick.
Very quick fingers. He had just refreshed the refraction too, so he was quite prepared, it seemed like. Tried to use the mana burn to last hit the range creep, and Snaking denies it in his face. And they're itemizing to deal with a lot of that physical damage as we see there. Snaking picking up a Pavis. So even more ways to tank up. And it looks like Skater is
changing up. He was considering which kind of direction he wanted to go with the potential to save his teammates, Aghanims or the pipe. Probably first out of the two. He'll probably still go for both down the line. Yep. But you must get the pipe online first in the situation. Save. We'll go for the lasso. They've got a lot of damage. They're going to try and save him here with the Solar Guardian. It's going to work out. Snaking's able to live, turn and get the ultimate off. But Toronto goes in with a hook shot. Will finish him off. Skeeter turns towards GPK and he's got the backup now for Mar. They go straight over towards the Tiny, focusing GPK, trying to force him out of the fight. He's able to walk away, though. They can't stay on top of him. They have to settle for Miro instead. Miro will turn, drop the Doom down onto Amar, but Miro will fall for this. Pure, can he chase down the Razor? He jumps in with the Blink Dagger. He's able to get the kill. Can he get more? Save, tripped up once more by crit and the stun. As Falcons, once again, coming out on top of these trades.
Every single
three
time.
of them.
They're getting either 3 for 1 or they're getting just sacrificing 2. And they will lose Amar, but they get some great cleanup kills. Skater is really durable. This build that he's gone for here, even all the small items, you can see he's just standing his ground versus the damage that comes in.
Yeah, kind of 3 times now the BetBoom team have tried to fight back, and it has not worked out for them against Falcons.
Snay is, as we said, he's tanky. He will farm, especially on a hero like Veno. That's one of the fastest farmers as a 5 position. The Pavis, the 4-staff, he's level 11. So it's not an easy kill by any means when that Solar Guardian comes in.
He does have the pipe. I imagine we're not going to see them go for the double pipe, right?
They could. I don't know. They might. Snaking will probably switch the build up a little bit here, but definitely a possibility. Snay usually just builds all the auras, so.
Yeah, he's like, Peter, what are you doing? You're stealing my job.
They're going to have a lot of auras. Shiva's is soon to be finished from Malrine, actually. Deso did just get finished up, so Pure actually has a damage item, unlike he had.
I mean, they need some way of bursting down a singular target, when they try and enter into these fights against Falcons, because we're seeing at the moment, BetBoom team, they just don't really have the damage to focus down someone and take them out, especially when that Solar Guardian's online. As you mentioned, as you're snaking, even on the Veno, surprisingly tanky, there's just not a clear way for BetBoom team to jump into a fight and delete a hero. But maybe now with this Deso, there's a bit of a better shot of that.
Perhaps, yeah. Just Falcons, this time around, it seems like they've been very prepared for all these moves, right? They immediately come in with the Solar Guardian. Either crit is there with the Nyx Assassin also to slow down the potential first go. These carapaces, these small stuns, all these little things matter when it's all about lassoing and blowing up a target. Any type of delay the Falcons can do on that can be very successful for them. But this game, again, super close, 12-12. Those are even, and the gold is just dead even as well. So we are in for a treat as we progress toward this mid-game. And BKB now finished for Amar, so he's a lot safer in these fights to pick whichever target he wants to. And he has the drum, so whoever he links, BKBs, he'll likely just be able to run them down now at this point.
Dire are scanning. Radiant are scanning.
They can go once more with their ultimates back up here, Falcons, and there we have it. Smoke time to lead the way. This is going to be pretty tough for BetBoom team to fight again. It's going to be another test for them. Last 3 times, it's not gone well.
Solar Crest finished for Snay, Shiva's for Malrine, Amar with a BKB. These are 3 big timings.
He's going to find Pure. Gets the opening stun. Marine's in with a follow-up. There's no saving this TA. Pure disappears. Toronto Tokyo not able to TP out as the Solar Guardian connects just in time.
Falcons is getting the better hits in these last 6 minutes, it feels like. Even though the net worth is not fully reflecting that, it does feel like they keep getting the easier jumps. Able to burst whichever target they want. And now it looks like they maybe can just set up for the Roche if they'd like to try. They do have the Veno ward, so we'll be able to accelerate it. And yeah, no way to make it in time. And that's them denying a Roche from a TA lineup too. So it's a pretty big deal that they're able to get that. He is queuing up the Ags next, so yeah, he is just going down the standard route of...
Save the team, save Amar. On Amar's Razor, I mean, that's a good way to go. It's worked out many a time before for Falcons.
Exactly, it's an old school approach, right? Like his old DK, where he would be the only player to rush Blink Dagger compared to everybody else. He's doing a very similar kind of strategy as just on.
Now, I guess the question is he also a Bloodstone enjoyer?
No. You know, I mean, maybe he'll get influenced. Maybe Amar will have an influence onto him, but I wouldn't.
You know, if you get in the is he taking the Solar Guardian talents? He is. Yep, taking the cooldown. Imagine he'll. Well, that's the real teller. At 20 if he gets the radius. But I imagine he's going to get the radius regardless.
Usually you get, like if you're playing the carry style, you go for the Luminosity crit damage. So he's playing for the
Yeah, but he's not. He's going utility. What do you mean?
That's what I mean. He's going utility.
Yeah, so he will get a radius from
yeah,
it
yeah.
anyway. Yeah.
For sure.
But that's the temptation, because once you get a little bit of radius from the talent, you're like, well, then I could get even more radius from the Bloodstone. As Amar knows, we'll see if Skeeter does.
Only 5,000 gold to get a little more.
That's the thing. It's quite the expenditure for just kind of the rest of the Bloodstone is a little bit whatever.
Yeah, it's a bit expensive.
But that big Solar Guardian, it feels good.
It's a big grab.
It is. Straight in and no hesitation. Drop the lasso and the Doom 100% every time.
First time this game, it feels like they've caught Skeeter off guard after the laning phase. Crit, also in position to potentially look for play, but he doesn't have backup, so...
No, can't do it, especially with Skeeter dead. Yeah, they need that Solar Guardian.
BetBoom team starting to hit some timings as well. That BKB is finished, level 18 on Pure, and they get a really good kill that has slowed down momentum. 30 seconds, no Dawn. Don't think they can get a kill out of it afterwards, so they can't take advantage of him being dead, but either way, they get some good timing to finish up some items. GPK with a fresh BKB also. So they actually have a triple BKB timing on the side of BetBoom team now.
Okay. That'll definitely give them a solid shot of turning the tide in these team fights.
Yeah, that's going to help a lot versus Malrine in particular.
Yeah.
Who has been very disruptive this game, as we see. He is part of every single one of the kills. So 7-2-7 so far for this Earth Spirit pick that we don't see too much anymore.
Yeah. Going to try the opening. They find the stun to start things off. He's able to put the BKB. He's going to opt for the TP out. Should be able to make it. Nothing to put a stop to that as the BKB's popped. A good quick retreat.
Amar didn't use his BKB, which was nice, of course, and he still has this Aegis, so he's comfortably pushing this tower here. They should be able to just take it out. This tier 2 will drop. Save going for same build, of course. Blink Force Staff into that Aghanims. Having the Force Staff is going to be nice to be able to reposition and pull people potentially out of the Solar Guardian, right? Bit of map control attained there for Falcons, so opens up more for Crit to be able to hunt when they take out this mid tier 2.
BetBoom team maybe see if they can catch anyone as Falcons split up on the retreat.
They are all here.
Pure, does he want to go in for this?
Solar Guardian is back at the ready. All of Falcons is together, and they have an Aegis.
Yeah, they've got to be careful. As you say, they've got all the tools, whereas BetBoom team, Pure's BKB still on cooldown for 30 seconds.
They have great information, though. These traps are scouting everything. Immediately dewarded, though. Sentries being placed all over from Snay. What's Snay's progression looked like? It's still just the same stuff, so nothing else just yet. But he is queuing up a Lotus, so looking to counteract that Bat Rider and the Doom in particular. Probably going to see a lot of Lotus Lincolns again, as we've seen a lot of single target, very impactful spells. And that BKB for Pure, it is back up online. But they're not looking to hunt. They're playing defensively. They're posturing around their Ancients. Maybe waiting until this Aegis gets reclaimed. I mean, they're still keeping up with the farm, right?
They are, and we did see this to an extent in the early game, last game. Obviously, the difference last time round, BetBoom team were able to then build up an advantage a bit sooner than this one. You know, again, to 26 minutes, it's still even.
But I would, like, similar to the last one, they do have a lineup that can also scale hard in the later stage.
It can. Right? This game really could still blow up in either direction.
Toronto scouting out Amar.
Who wants to make the jump?
He's so tanked. 3,000 HP.
And with this Aegis, it's just not a target. Oh, GPK.
It's clearing creep wave, it looks like. Aegis, 35 seconds. I don't know why I said 35 seconds. I meant 45. Now it's down to 40. Continuing to try to keep themselves postured for a play while they have this Aegis, but BetBoom team patiently waiting on the side.
I mean, even when the Aegis is gone, it's still not easy for BetBoom team to make this move. Crit is ready to scout out information from the back lines.
I'm actually surprised Toronto Tokyo hasn't bought a gem just yet. I thought that they might actually do that because of how pesky Crit has been. It's probably something they're considering soon. Both teams just again. It's very similar to the last one, right? That patience in around this 25 to 30 minute mark. Both teams very careful to not make the wrong jump. Aegis reclaimed. New neutral item for Amar. Those tier 3s are going to start getting picked up. And he gets a pretty nice one. Pure is starting to do his thing. During the downtime, he is starting to pull ahead a bit more in terms of that net worth. Just like his Gyro did. Did they commit for the Ags? It looks like Skeeter does have.
He's going to have it online.
Level 18. He's got level 3 Solar Guardian. It's actually snaking to buy the gem first, rather than the side of BetBoom team. This could be that big clash, though. It feels like we're going to have it any moment now. Another blink now picked up here for the Doom. That's crit. Takes away Wisdom. Small gain.
With this Ags online for the Dawnbreaker, BetBoom team really have to just try and poke out that Solar Guardian and reset. There's just going to be no killing anyone that's under the coverage of that Ag Solar Guardian.
And it's much harder, though, for them to like hunt the Dawnbreaker in particular, right? They don't have a Nyx assassin, they don't have some like bounty hunter or anything really to scout and find Skitter in the depths where he currently is, playing completely in the safest possible place to be sure that he can join in with his team. When was the last kill? It's really slowed down.
Clean up the Tormentor. And the shard for crit. Crit still remains down here.
Been about 4 minutes since that last kill they got on the Dawnbreaker.
1 minute until we'll see when the next Roche is up.
Very important.
Kill hasn't happened by then. That's definitely going to be when it all goes down.
Very important talent and item picked up for Pure. He now has the Hurricane Pike to reset versus the Static Link, and he has the Dispel versus the Venomancer, or the Magnetize in particular. All these little things will matter. GPK also a Nemesis Curse and the
damage.
Kanda. They just got 3 different item timings.
It's a lot of burst.
So a lot of burst if they can find the initial target.
And ideally find Skeeter's Dawn. And that's going to be the prime target every single time if they can get this Dawnbreaker.
Malrine is also like 150 gold off having a BKB finish, so this is a pretty prime time for them to get a catch.
Mars pretty split from the team.
Sure,
We'll see.
Find him.
Does Skeeter want to come in to try and save him, or is he just going to let him die? I think he lets him die.
There's a huge, I mean, these kills are pretty huge. With all this downtime that's happened, that they're able to find this kill without him to commit almost anything. 50 seconds. We see how much damage they have. No longer is the Razor tanky. Malrine, BKB's finished. 30 seconds, no Razor. Falcons playing carefully. There's that gem picked up for Toronto Tokyo. They're looking to push forward, perhaps. Snake
GPK can get in on this. But the Avalanche, Pure in with the follow-up damage. Snake King's in trouble. They've
Hero's gone.
Benno first. Couple more hits here to finish him off.
Hero dies.
It's now a bit awkward for Falcons, and a beautiful hook shot comes in there for Toronto Tokyo, straight down onto the middle of them. Catches both Crit and Skeeter. Crit's gone. Pure, can he step up, stay in range? He certainly can. GPK is in with the Avalanche toss combo, holding him in position. Now with Amar turning up in the middle of the fight, GPK opts for the TP out, and he gets away.
That was so quick. The second the rolling boulder goes past him, an instant TP.
And another TP. It's there just in time. A beautiful escape there from BetBoom team after they got what they came for. They come in and get a couple of quick kills, and they get out with minimum losses.
Very nice hit that they did there. They did end up losing Miero. I don't think he expected to get jumped on instantly, so a good snag there that Falcons is able to grab, but beautiful disengage. The second Amar comes back up, they all reset out. Miero's back up. They've got everything ready on the side of BetBoom team. The BKBs are on cooldown, but they've got the ultis. They've got the Doom and the Lasso, and there's no Solar Guardian right now.
It's going to be up soon, though. 5 seconds, and it will be there. Low on the mana. He'll head back to base Skeeter, make sure he's fueled up and ready to go.
See if they do want to hit anything here. As Roche, it's on the menu, but it's a minute still until it's back up.
They have to do their best to try and hold this position, Falcons, to set up for it. They cannot allow this Roche to slip into the hands of BetBoom team.
No way. I mean, Pure, he's getting to some pretty astronomical levels of farm. He's almost 5,000 ahead of the next person. If he's not linked up, he is going to be a big problem in these fights, so gotta be looking.
Oh, Amar and Malrine.
They've got the Donald, they've got the team here.
They're ready to fight around this location. They're going to be able to find Toronto Tokyo, but the Glimmer's there. Still caught by the stun under the tower. Toronto Tokyo falls in Amar. He's ready to start diving in. Goes straight to Miro. Miro puts the BKB, but the static links there. Miro will fall, and the Doom is going to be put to waste. It's not going to be able to enough damage to take him out. As Amar's perfectly fine. Falcons could group up, push down the tier 2, and easily set up the map to be able to back up and take Roche if they wish.
And I think they stole the gem, right? So Toronto Tokyo, he showed himself, didn't get the reaction quick enough. Crit is able to sandwich on him, and they take the gem, and they get a really good kill, and they get the Doom usage. So that Roche should be theirs.
BetBoom team unlikely to be able to get out. They've just got to settle and maybe just ensure that Pure gets his next item done, that MKB, before the next fight kicks off, and same to be said for Save, who is very, very close to his Aghanim's.
Yeah, and that was, I mean, honestly, that was when the game completely changed last time. So this one, it's been very close.
It has.
And when he gets that Axe, it could make a pretty big difference here. But with this Aegis, Falcons gonna feel more comfortable approaching the next fight.
Now, who's taking the Aegis here? You give it to Amar or Marine on the front lines?
Amar.
There we go.
For sure, Amar. He is probably priority number 1.
Yeah, he's your everything here, this game, if you're Falcons.
As long as he can get it pretty decent, like ideally he wants to get it on Pure, but if he can't get it on him, just wants to get at least some of that damage out of it. Top 3 net worth still being claimed here from the side of BetBoom.
I mean, yeah, Pure is just that farmed, as you say, as he tends to be. Never, I feel like very rarely do we see him not holding on to that top spot in the net worth.
And I feel like we don't really see Pure like save buyback, right? He usually buys out his items and he's ready to fight. So he's got the MKB finished versus that Solar Guardian evasion now. Falcons has to be they have to just be ready for the moves in particular. They have to be like kind of together as a unit, because if they get caught out, heroes are going to die quickly. Pure.
Crit
gets a good stun.
Speaking of the opening, they've got the Solar Guardian follow up as well. Marine's in straight away over towards Save. Save to fall. Pure has to BKB and run.
Beautiful
GPK goes for the BKB TP out. Not able to get the fight up for their BetBoom team. Pure able to blink out just in time. You'll see Toronto Tokyo just hook shot in and throw his body away to make sure that they didn't have any chance of closing in on the Templar Assassin.
What a play from Crit. Immediately jumps, stuns, stops. I think Save actually blinks in and gets caught by the stun almost at the same exact time, so a perfect timing for him to get that. Solar Guardian used. Great aggression coming forward there from Falcons. They feel comfortable to do that when they've got this Aegis.
And now they can maybe try and tease around with the idea of going high ground. Pure's trying to set up.
They're respawning quick, but those BKBs were freshly used, so they're 60 seconds or so on cooldown for the 2 cores of BetBoom team. So Wisdom Rune, you can see it will get stolen. Does Amar take it for level 20? He does.
Now we'll see again here. Said Crit immediately in Save, trying to save the Dares. He was able to do so last game, but this time round does not work to his favor. As the Solar Guardian too much. And the chase down from Falcons incredibly strong, and Pure lucky that he gets out there. They lose him there as well. That would have been a pretty terrible fight. As it is, it's not great for BetBoom team, but as you can see on the numbers, still very much recoverable as the game stays very, very much even. The farm for Pure continues to fly in. He's going to be able to make his way towards that Swift Blink next, but Crit's got his eyes on him.
His BKB still cooldown.
5 seconds.
They're right on him.
And they've got him. Not a chance. That's Pure out for 90. And of course, with the way, as you say, he's spending up, no chance of a buyback. So big window now for Falcons to push in. The rest of BetBoom team are smoked up. Maybe trying to play to the fact that Falcons might not expect this whilst Pure's not on the map. But GPK is in, tries to get the jump on Snake, and they will find him. So they get something here, BetBoom team, in response. But not quite as big a course of as losing their own carry.
No, and he's not carrying the gem is the other important thing. He's just carrying Sentry, so it's actually Crit who's just been carrying it the whole time, so it doesn't end up giving that one there. Crit has been, I mean, just like, I feel like last time how we saw Save be the X factor in a lot of those like little clutch double things, I feel like Crit is being very clutch this game. Scouting so much, getting these instant stuns. 40 seconds for Pure, 40 seconds for Snaking. Everything's pretty much going to come back up on the side of Falcons in the next couple seconds here, so they could take advantage of that 30 seconds. They see an opportunity. They are positioned around here. Maureen.
They're going to
hit the back line.
And they're going to drop the Doom straight away on towards Maureen. They've caught him. Maureen will put the BKBs up on the cliff, but there's no getting out for him. He's gone.
That was very quick of them. They knew to just bypass the Razor. They have that ward vision, so they'll find Maureen.
Throwing out a little cheeky tip as well here.
I mean, Pure, he's going to respawn, so they'll have 60 seconds of momentum to potentially look for more. Don't have a lasso, but can potentially find something else here. Their lane's not really in the best position to do so. Maybe it's just going to be farm for a little bit here. It does delay usage of the Aegis, right? So getting that kill is going to prevent any extra usage for Amar for at least 40 seconds. Great. Very risky, but Very confident position to scout things out.
Has to be careful with the potential of these high ground sentries.
Still no extra gem there on the side of BetBoom team. Just some dusts and sentries. 20 seconds.
Pure's kind of leading the way into the river. Crit.
Amara shows. Lasso's back up. 15 seconds on this Aegis.
Yeah, he feels strong. With the Rattle Cage now on top of the SMY, very tanky on the Razor.
Pretty much the dream pickup that he could get versus that TA. There's an Aghanims too, so Malrine has a way to protect allies potentially versus the Doom or versus the Lasso plays. He could do some pretty cool stuff with this. GPK gets Trickster Cloak, so all these tier 4s getting picked up. Ninja Gear on the side of Pure to get the flank wrap around. Cool. I feel like we've been seeing a lot of buybacks. Especially at that last tournament. I think that was like the theme of the tournament that I heard Moon talk about at the end of Fissure. He was like, yeah, buybacks have just been kind of deciding games. In both ways. I can't believe the net worth has literally just been staying. It's been staying like between one
It's pretty crazy how close this is.
It's actually wild.
Those fluctuations are very minor.
Yeah, experience has been pretty close. Like it's 5-level advantage, but been very, very close. And now the smoke up. Everything is going to be up. Crit.
Yeah, they're going to know Crit's watching them. They are set up. They've hit the scan as well. BetBoom team know that Falcons are right by them. Get the sentry drop down. Crit's got to be careful how he approaches. And he knows, playing very much to the edge of where the potential sentry is.
He's literally playing right on the outskirts. Save finds him, though.
They do. They get him. They catch him. They drag him back. The Solar Guardian's coming in, though, and his healing crit up. Crit. He's
big
back
connection.
HP. The stun's there onto the 3 of the Falcons. They're
it was a bait.
Ready. It absolutely was. They did not care one bit that Crit gets caught because Falcons turn up as a team, and they're going to be able to take down the 4 of them.
He's not even really close to dying there. He had the Aeon disc.
Really wasn't. Just
assembles it.
Straight up to full HP. Is all part of Falcons' plan, and now they've begun to really blow up that lead. 8k advantage off the back of that play. The bait works out, and Pure's got to be careful.
He shows himself. He's got Blink and BKB. Goes south.
I see Marine's going to attempt to chase a little bit. So he was forced out. I mean, TP's on cooldown for 5 seconds, but over he goes. He's going to have to put the BKB. TP's back up, and just in time as well, which will allow him to get away.
But a commanding team fight. I mean, 4 for 0. Crit again. Just leading the chart. They didn't know. Like the Aeon just pops. Look at this. And then he just gets full healed.
Yeah. I mean, it seemed like a clean entry, right? They catch him, they clip him with the dust. Save gets the drag back. But yeah, the Solar Guardian with that axe, too strong. The buff ups come into play, and they're just ready to chase BetBoom team down one by one.
And the decision to go Aeon Disc, to be honest, is really clever here from Crit. Rather than just upgrading his Dagon even more, right? He went for Dagon 3, and then he converted into the Aeon Disc afterwards. And yeah, you saw it blocked literally everything. They didn't have the Dispel for it.
And that's got to be rough, because I guess the question now is, if you're BetBoom team, how do you try and start to set up a play? You know, you can get this detection down. You see the Nyx Assassin, and clearly, he's not the one that you can make the jump on.
Nope. You're going to have to probably, I mean, you might just have to use the clockwork to go for these initiations, and Save actually just has to go for double lassos.
Yeah.
I feel like he can't actually go for these single lassos in this type of state of the game.
Yeah. I mean, whatever happens, they cannot try and jump like this Nyx Assassin with 3 heroes. Because as we've seen, they easily get caught in the counter stunt and follow up from Ski to Solar Guardian.
It is definitely going to prove to be problematic to see who they want to go for with the initial jumps and who wants to go first. Because Mira, I imagine Mira, I mean, none of the cores really want to jump first, so you have to sacrifice one of the supports.
It's got to be Toronto Tokyo.
It probably has
They've got to get the vision, and he's got to be the one to go in first.
Yeah.
The rest of them have to sit back. The problem is, obviously, Falcons, if they see sort of this very tentative initiation coming in from BetBoom team,
they can be patient.
Yeah, exactly. They're not going to react immediately with that Solar Guardian until a core does show their face on top of the target.
And this build has worked perfectly, really, for Skitter, right?
Yep.
Going down the, I mean, the quote-unquote off-lane route from the safe lane. That build is absolutely doing it. Crazy work. Lasso, it's on 2.
And straight away, the Lotus was there. The Solar Guardian coming in big time as they're ready to fight once more Falcons. BetBoom team, they just cannot afford to make these moves. Falcons, they respond, and once again, they'll get 3. Toronto Tokyo will manage to TP out in the last moments, but they might even find a bigger kill as both the 2 of them, Skeeter and Crit, swing across towards the mid, catch GPK as he tries to run away. They get 4 once again.
Wait, where did Pure even? Pure died in like a second and a half.
Yeah, we'll catch it again on the replay, but it It was so quick.
Yeah, he died literally in just the 2 stuns, it felt like.
It's just impossible to fight into this.
Yep.
Falcons setup and way that they can react, it's too perfect.
Agreed. I mean,
Tokyo's able to step up, get an easy wisdom room.
It's really feeling like rapier territory for the TA, and even then, it doesn't feel like he can even attack.
But Pure's had to spend the money on a buyback. Tokyo may have got the wisdom room, but as he tries to scramble back to the base, Falcons are there waiting for him. He's out as well.
They don't even have time. This base is going to get destroyed. At least 2 sides are going to get cleaned up here. They have a buyback on the Tiny. Might just be forced to use it when they respawn.
Let's have a look. They've got the fortification. Oh, right, the bottom of the mid lane getting pushed in. Oh, they're trying to jump out of the Solar Guardian this time around. They won't catch him. Pure's quick with the blink back.
And now they are respawning, so this...
Okay.
And they look to take advantage of this.
25 seconds until the BKB is up on Pure, so BetBoom team will have to at least concede the full bottom set of racks.
And Falcons, they're ditching, so rather than going for that secondary one, going for a risky play, they just full reset as the heroes are respawning.
Yeah, we'll check it again. I mean, as you say, they get the jump. But
look at Pure.
Yeah, Crit just waiting for him. Pure is trying to step into the fight, but Crit, he's more than ready. Clips him with the stun, and perfectly timed into the Solar Guardian connection afterwards. It's just not a chance for them.
Nah, Crit is honestly absolutely on fire this game. All of his stuns have been hitting. He's been baiting. He's been scouting. I mean, that one in particular, Pure literally did nothing because he just came from the right angle and gets that stun initially.
Just not able to get any damage done at all, despite the large amount of farm that he has on this Templar Assassin.
And you can see the draft, you know, they did prepare for the TA. They did try to counter pick it in a heavy manner, and we have seen it work in a lot of these instances.
Look at this Falcons. Gonna find BetBoom team here, trying to make this move, trying to go in on the high ground. He's gonna lead him with a hook shot. Crit though, he's found the jump on towards Save, opens up with the stun. Save tries to stop the lasso, but he's gone. So the Guardian coming in, Miro and Pure will back off to the side, but GPK is in trouble. He pops the BKB, but he's been chased down by Mar with the static link. Miro's tries to step over towards Maureen, but Maureen's able to hide in the trees. GPK's gone. Pure, he gets caught again. Chris just able to walk up and stun him. Pure, he didn't even get the chance to put the BKB.
That's got to be game. 2 minutes.
It is. Few too many fights gone horribly wrong like that for BetBoom team. They'll tap out. Falcons, they'll take game 2. It's 1-1.
We had a 1K difference until about the, 35, 36 minute mark, and then it just explodes in a matter of 1 or 2 team fights.
Well, there we go. Nice. Crit popping off there, understandably, as you say, when we've been watching this team this game. He was on his Nick.
He owned. He absolutely owned.
They needed to step it up. Of course, with this format here, they lost this game. They would have been going home, but they're able to push it to that game 3. Team Falcons, and yeah, Crit 6-3-21 on his Nyx Assassin. And in particular, just getting into the head of Pure, right? Those last 2 fights, those last 2 plays, Pure, he just didn't get the chance to put the BKB.
He literally didn't get
the chance
BKB
to pop it. Crit found him.
Every time.
Well, there we go. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to a game 3 as Falcons take game 2.
Just to be clear, this is why the studio setup is like so fucking good, by the way. Because after game 1, right, BB, they're feeling themselves. They're getting not cocky, but they're like excited. They're cheering. They're going, yeah! And this room is echoey. You can hear anything, right? And then now, after game 2, Crit with the ironic. He looks at BB in the eyes, dead in the fucking eyes, and he's like, yeah, you know? And then BB just looking at him, what the hell? Because like, so he's doing like the ironic cheer, right? Like it kind of felt like a little bit of a CS match, because in Dota, like we don't really.
No one really does that. No one really pops off.
No one pops off. No one like throws the shade across the room. But like Crit with the ironic pop off, mwah,
dude,
chef's kiss.
Genuinely, like I haven't seen like a proper pop off in Dota since like maybe 2017, 2018. I want to put like the last time I actually saw someone like get out of their chair and pop off.
But like to the end, like you got the pop off of like the cheer, like the kind of like the self hype. But the pop off to physically like to your opponent, like BB, they were trying it. I don't know. There's just I want more of that. But like that was good. I don't know why, but it kind of reminded me of like old like UK lands back in the day when I first started playing Dota. It's like the entire game is more about like you get a kill, you're standing up at your PC, you're like, whoa, look at you, know?
It's like when your 5 stack is down 20-0 and you know you're gonna lose the game, but you get a kill.
One kill.
Let's go!
Yeah, it's just IRL tipping. That's it. It's just,
you're right. We need more people hype and excited about
exactly.
it. There's too many people winning these tournaments, and they calmly sit up and they're like,
good job, man. Yeah, good job. Super proud of you. Yeah, that's
awesome,
nice.
Man.
Yeah, none of that. But either way,
I mean, that is very wholesome.
No, it's nice, but like, where's the screaming?
Of course.
We can take a couple steps back though and say, you know, I think Falcons.
Just how we got to the point where they could do the ironic pop off.
Yeah, because I think the key thing for me in this entire game was they had initiative. No matter what, every highlight that we look at, the highlights that we didn't really talk about, but you saw them whilst we were yapping, was them starting every fight. It was always Nyx looking, Dawn, trying to look for that save with the Ags, Razor running in. It really felt like there wasn't a moment that BB themselves smoked across the river, went for a deep play. It was always them reacting. So it was like, let's use the Doom defensively. Let's try and survive this fight, which meant they were never the ones looking at that 20-minute Roshan, doing it themselves. And of course, during the draft, we mentioned how it's going to be Crit versus Saves and Nyx versus the Batrider. Who's the better for at creating those moments? And Crit, 6-3-21, he made plenty of those moments.
I will say this is a true testament as to why Nyx is the second most contested hero right now. Alk being number 1 at 100%, either a pick or a ban in every game. And then, Nyx being tied at the moment at about 93% of games being contested, along with Tiny and Phoenix. So, yeah, and the thing is, I will say, we've seen a lot more Tiny and Phoenix games than we have seen Nyx games. So it is predominantly just this hero getting banned time and time and time again. And true testament.
I mean, he's just so good and he provides so much damage. And like, I think the most impactful thing I saw was that top fight where they're going to go and try and kill that Nyx, but he has an Eon disc, right? And the problem is you don't want to commit all your BKBs onto a Nyx. It's just a support. But that's the problem. He's not just a support, and he's going to have it pop, and he's going to counter piss, and he's going to stun your entire team, and it's very obnoxious to play against.
But you know who is a support, but as a core? As a convoluted.
What? Can you say that again, but with different words?
No, we're going to go run it back.
Okay.
You know who's a support, but a core? Skitter on the carry, right? He's playing the Dawnbreaker. They pick the Doom to counter him. I Doom you, no healing. Congratulations, Solar Guardian does nothing. He still goes for the Aghanims to layer in the evasion, right? So it's like, your whole aspect of your spell that we were trying to counter, we have evasion VTA, which also hurts. You now need to farm an MKB. So I think to still itemize in that way, to respect what the Doom's going to do, to play into it. It's like the Ags is good in correct games. This game, it was perfect. And yeah, I just think for Falcons, it was a hard game to break. But that's because, of course, the quality of BB is so high. But they did it in a respectful way. Take a fight, reset, wait, take a fight again. It's like they never really overplayed their hand, it felt like.
Yeah, the issue that we had for game number 1 felt like it was predominantly down to itemization. Either a team itemizing fantastic or the other team not really. They're kind of hitting the mark, missing the mark, sorry, I should say, with it. But I will say, despite Falcons being ahead, they didn't get carried away with only doing aggressive items. There still was a very nice blend of these defensive items. I think the most notable one, and I think maybe the second last team fight that we saw, was the Lotus. It was really hard to keep track of where this Lotus was going, and we ended up seeing Miro Doom himself.
Yeah, that was nice too. Yeah. I mean, it keeps them protected, right? You're trying to dissuade them from using spells. It's working. I think it's really difficult when there is so many single target things. Like obviously, Clock can just hook in and do whatever, but Doom wants to do. This is right. But you also have Lasso.
And that's the beauty of their draft. To some degree for Falcons, right? You got Lincolns and Lotuses, and you got everything. You got the entire toolkit of defensive items to ensure that any fight is going to go their way.
Yeah, and it was nice as well, like just seeing consistently how everything ramped up even nicer for them. Like Amar's getting a Lincolns, it's even harder to deal with that twice. You know, he's able to just run in and just double link, and everything is just so hard for BetBoom to deal with. I don't think they won a team fight for like, I feel like I saw like 10 fights in a row where they just kept lost, because they had such a nice start, and then after that they were just kind of like barely keeping their head above to survive in the game. But every fight would be like, okay, 3 heroes are dead and we're just backing.
Do you want a sad stat?
No, not really.
You can say no and we move on, it's fine.
No, I'll say yes, and then if it's really sad, I'll move on.
Okay, so the neutral creeps did more building damage for BB than the heroes. So collectively, they did 620 building damage between all their heroes combined, but they took 3 towers. So the math doesn't really check out.
Yeah,
so
right.
clearly, they were never crossing the river to do anything objectively successful, but the creeps were.
That's really harsh. That's
I told you it was a sad stat. You allowed me to do this.
Yeah, and then I was trying to find a segue to move on from it, because that one's a really hard one to talk about. So instead, I'll just say, let's talk about innates. For our carries.
Oh, NA. Was it NA? I was like, why is NA Dota coming into this?
Do you want to talk about that?
What a brutal segue. You know who else can't hit towers? NA Dota.
Well, not my words, his, all right?
That's all right,
Don't take it out of context.
Doesn't matter.
No, I was going to say innates, because the effectiveness of both the carry innates, in my eyes, TA, you pick up a TA, I'm not going to say for the nade at all, right? But a bonus is that you know when Roche is being respawned. So the fact that Falcons were able to take away Roche so many times from a TA lineup, that's big. I feel like it's quite detrimental to what you love, and a bonus to having a Templar Assassin on your team.
Yeah, I mean, TA, Oracle, all these heroes have this like kind of broken aspect to their hero, but you know, when Falcons have all the tools to control the map, it doesn't matter if they know when it's spawning, they're never going to be able to, you know, get to that position to fight. So no, I just think Falcons had a really nice draft, and we mentioned how we were worried for TA being able to stand her ground. If she gets jumped, she never has a game, and Falcons also identified that and made sure it happened.
Yeah, like Pure played as well as he could try around it. Like I actually really enjoyed watching him team fighting because he was always using like the traps to do his splash off of. Like he was always keeping a really respectable distance. I think that's why, at least in the mid game, like he was not usually the first to die. It was like, okay, our Tiny goes in and now he's dead because they were struggling to burst because it was so difficult to get that damage out. But I think I think at the end of the day, it was too hard when you're getting run at, and they didn't have enough damage to kind of clear out these fights with Skitter.
Would you feel like it's the inverse, where we saw BetBoom team have such a great game one because they had this overwhelming team fight, and now we look at their draft, everything so single target that they want to try find pickups, they want to just kind of drag out fights, and they weren't able to do that in any regard.
It could be the fact that they went back to one of their weaker draft patterns, right? Because they don't have a Beast, they don't have a Lycan. They're picking a TA to flex against a team that is the best Razor team in the world. So to pick a TA and go, would you like to pick Razor, Falcons, you know? And then they pick the Razor and then you lose. It's like, I don't know. I don't know why I did that. It felt right in the moment.
I liked it. It was good.
But like either way, it's like you're picking TA into the best Razor team. Of course they're going to pick Razor. So you have to have a smart plan to ensure the TA gets the right click. But the rest of their picks, like the Doom, it wasn't the pick that goes, you know what, TA? I will make sure every fight you are the perfect carry. It was always like, my Doom sacrificed and my TA sacrificed. Tiny can't fix all those problems. So I think draft-wise, the TA pick needs to be at the end of a phase, not like opening up Falcons to feel so good like this.
One of the moments I felt that a Tiny impact, that these power spikes weren't really relevant. We'll see if they're able to go back to the drawing board, because lucky for us, it is another game at 3 just after this break. We're back here. It's game number 3, the complete opposite of the eliminations we experienced yesterday. It was some quick 2-0s for our day number 1 in studio, but for day number 2, games being closer, series being closer. T, in game number 3, what sort of new, unique meta could form between these two teams, Falcons and BetBoom team?
I think, if anything, I expect BB to push the priority of Mirror's hero, maybe even to first phase. Or opening straight away in the second phase. The fact that they're leaving him later opens up for Lycan to get banned, Beastmaster to get banned. I think there's a lot of heroes, again, I'm only listing 2, but I know there's more heroes he can play to the caliber of him kind of commanding his team. Like when I think about successful teams at the moment, it's like maybe PARIVISION. When I look at DM play, the Enigma, the Bristle, it's like he is the conductor of like space and time, whatever.
Yeah. There's a lot of time heroes.
No, he's like, he's soaking up a lot of time to create a lot of space. That's better wording. To then give other people good stuff.
I liked what you were originally going with.
Yeah, I don't know. I honestly need to stop talking. But I think getting Miro into the game is exactly what we need to do. So higher priority for his hero could fix some of the problems because this draft wasn't the one.
Do you want me to give you a way out of talking more, T?
Yes, please.
Okay, well, I would love to give you one because I would love to inform our audience that a game number 3 draft is ready.
That's crazy.
Wow.
Here we are again, Misery.
Here we are.
2 game 3s in one day. That's a treat and a half.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
It's going to be pretty hyped to see. It's been very close games.
Honestly, yeah, it's pretty cool. Now I was asking if there was going to be any new and exciting dynamics. I'm thinking about this Dawnbreaker now that we've moved it up to like first pick priority. Because in game 1, we had this whole, oh, okay, we're just going to out damage the Dawnbreaker. Who cares, Lamau? And then game 2, they're like, well, now we're just going to pick up the Doom. So we have anti-heal, right? And then that didn't end up mattering.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. I think also the team fight that was lacking for BetBoom should be something that we might see here being up prioritized. The Phoenix has also kind of been key in both games.
10 seconds remaining.
Wait, was Phoenix? Phoenix was not in the game last game.
Yeah, he was banned. It's because on my PC I have the first game up on the screen. That's my bad, bro.
No problem.
But yes, no, Phoenix. I mean, Phoenix was like chosen to be put into bans, right? And that let other heroes through. So this game, are we going to see that go back into the pool? No, we're not.
It's banned again.
Incredible. But okay, Bounty's the same ban, Alex the same ban, Mag the same ban, Phoenix the same ban. On the other side, before we had Pango, Bristle, Ench. This time we have Monkey IO. So that is a big change up.
But we have Falcons on the first pick this game.
Yes.
So the Batrider is in the pool potentially for them to take.
Yeah. Or the Dawnbreaker.
Or the Dawnbreaker.
Here we go again.
Yeah, like you said, the first pick Dawnbreaker.
So the nice thing about this, as they've shown, is that they are able to flex it, and that makes it a scary first pick for BetBoom because you don't know what they're going to do with it.
I mean, it almost felt like Skeeter was demoted a bit last game from game 1 when ATF was playing it.
Yeah.
And now Skeeter got to play the support Dawnbreaker with Pipe and Blade Mill, and Razor ATF got to play his carry Razor right from the offlane.
Yeah.
But yeah.
I do think what was interesting to me on the Dawnbreaker was the fact that we talked about on the panel all these different types of Dawn builds you can go, right? But despite that, Skitter still rushed the Ags as like a second item or something. He's like Blade Mail Ags and then into the rest. Like they clearly, even though he's a carry, they're still really prioritizing that. Even though Doom, you can't heal through it. This evasion, this ability to move with it and have it last longer in the fights is clearly something super valuable to Falcons, no matter the role.
I also like the fact that he went Aghanim was better this game, I think, but also the fact that he went AC instead of Bloodstone also made a big difference, in my opinion, on the build. I just think he looks much more of a, I don't know, just more impact overall. Like he's not just this based on the ultimate, right? He also has the AC aura. He also starts dealing damage, things like that. I like the fact that they picked up Batrider again, because it's been pretty key in both games for BetBoom. This time there's no Nyx Assassin to carapace the Firefly, which is a really big problem for Batrider in general. One hero that's still in the pool, by the way, is Lycan. and we saw BetRadder really struggle against Leica. I think it's probably one of his worst matchups in the game. So that's something that that BetBoom needs to be aware of and not get cheesed.
Yeah, it's scarier. It's scarier as well due to Falcons having the last pick of this phase. They have one more ban, right? Yeah, okay. So this Beastmaster gone.
Yeah, so Falcons kind of banning the tanky frontline heroes that are able to start the fight. So you're not only relying on BetRadder, but you also have the DK and the Beastmaster to set up kills. And also, I think BetBoom has had such great success with Beastmaster recently that it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. I suppose we'll see again this like trade of like, oh, we're going to take Clockwork. I know Falcons are gonna enjoy having like a little bit of setup for this Dawnbreaker. We've seen Clock in both games so far. Last time BetBoom had it.
I would like BetBoom to pick up some more teamfight as the other support. Like find some kind of replacement for Phoenix. I don't know if it's gonna be like Warlock or something like that, but it just feels the clock BetRadder. If you don't have teamfight on your cores, then it just feels a bit lackluster. If you get into the situation where we had last game, where Falcons suddenly have much more AoE and they have these annoying heroes running around the map, so it's hard to initiate, like from Venomancer. Nice no nukes in this game, but I think teamfight is very important for BetBoom. They go for Ench. It's not exactly teamfight, but I like it more than Clock, I think, because it adds this element of early game and taking tier 1s and like adding this pressure to the map overall.
I guess they feel stressed because they weren't able to ban it this game.
Maybe, yes.
So they just wanted to take it away from Falcons.
Maybe that is also a factor, right? Yeah, I agree. And they do ban out the Lycan, even though they pick Ench. So, I mean, Ench
just makes it bad. Ench is going to be fine, but it's the best.
You just don't want to end up playing as Lycan as Pat. It's too miserable.
It's actually way too sad. Okay, but now we're looking at what we want to take. Probably want some magic burst here, or not here, but you know, in your lineup.
Wonder if could we see another Venomancer? I felt like it was.
You liked it a lot.
I mean, I liked it as the game progressed. I think he had a very slow early game. The lane was kind of awkward. I was expecting more of a jungle Venomancer, but I think he really I think he really caught up into the game and had huge impact just by giving vision and adding all the slows and debuffs to the. And it's also a hero that's really annoying for Pat to deal with, right? Having like these wards keep scouting you, and you might have your blink cancelled.
Yeah.
If you go in and lasso somebody, you're constantly slowed by all this stuff. So I think this is a nice pickup for Falcons again.
I do like it against BetRadder a lot. I think my biggest issue with it is legit just the laning. Like it's such a slow hero. Like it has no way to really defend itself. Like if I know last game they were literally like walking behind their tower to go kill him because it was like that free. So like that can open up like ways for BetBoom to kind of take over the game if they do struggle again.
Maybe Snaking can adjust from last game based on how he felt like the lane was. Maybe he can change his playstyle slightly so he has a better early game because it was very slow. He was lowest net worth for quite a while there.
Yeah.
I was just about to say that last game they had the Nyx Assassin, which kind of allows the Venomancer to be more effective because you have this 4 that stuns people. You have this, they just complement each other very well on the map. Now they have a Clockwork. It's not quite the same, but it fills the similar role in the game, right? And adds this extra catch for Falcons and more like and you know adds components of different things to the draft, which is exactly what Venomancer wants. He doesn't want more backline slows, right? He already adds for that. The Doom.
So they felt like Doom wasn't a problem. I guess this is nice because Veno can now buy your Solar Crest and Clockwork can go for like your Lotus Orb. Here to try and protect the cores.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's one thing that's actually really cool about Venomancer is that even though he was lowest net worth last game, he managed to come back and get a lot of farm. And he's able to buy whatever is needed, right? Like last game, we saw him get 4 staff, Solar Crest, Lotus Orb, Lincoln Sphere, right? Or like all this, all these utility items.
Yeah.
So it's a very valuable hero in that way that he doesn't need to have a set item build, that he can really buy a lot of good stuff for the team. I'm not a big fan of BetBoom going down the same route again. I think it's they might end up in similar issues as last game. There's not the TA Razor matchup in this game, but I felt like that was not the sole reason why they lost the first game.
Okay, so we're assuming they're taking Doom here to protect this Morphling pick.
I like the Morph pick. It seems like it's kind of not really countered at all by these 3 heroes.
Right.
The Venomancer adds the regen debuff, of course, but I wouldn't worry too much about that in general.
Yeah, you are going to scale really hard now though on BetBoom. Like, well, you're not really doing much in this game with a Doom and a Morphling. I think we saw the Doom. He didn't go Midas last game. He went drums instead.
He got it eventually,
but
though,
he got it
in
after.
between somewhere. Yeah. I think the Morphling is good here because Falcons heroes actually don't kill the Morphling at all right now. Pangolier adds a little bit of stun, and the Diffusal is very nice against Morphling too. So you have like really strong timings on Falcons right now, but if Morphling starts getting a couple of items, I think he's very hard to take down here for Falcons.
Yeah, I think he definitely has, he's outscaling them. And also the nice thing about Morphling is that he can probably help poke this, like he's not I'm gonna throw out my ult and then I'm committed to the fight and that's it, I'm done.
Yeah.
Right? He's gonna be able to just keep fighting. So if they can poke, get Dawn to use this ult, disengage, you know, maybe they spend one of their big ults on that and get back, then they can still keep fighting because that's how a nice Morphling is. Do they steal anything good either? No, it's not great. With the...
No, I think stealing the Pangolier is okay, because then you can get out of cogs. You have 2 ways of like disengaging, perhaps, not just waveform. I wonder what Falcons are thinking in terms of their main core that's gonna carry this game, right? Because you could do the Skitter Dawnbreaker again. You have the flexibility of putting Pango on both Marine and ATF. Like, the mid-hero pool doesn't look like it's gonna be the carry mid. Like, it's hard to pick Huskar here into Doom, into the last pick for BetBoom, for example. Could they pick another Razor? Not really into Morphling, right? So it might end up being Skitter being the main carry this game, and then we see the ATF Dawnbreaker once again.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I'm looking but not finding, because are Falcons gonna try and match this late game thing? I don't know. It doesn't look like it feels good. Because they're also just going to be able to ban here to protect their Morphling. So it's like, do they just ramp up the speed instead and try and find something that lets them take more towers?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Like
ideally, they last pick Marine Huskar here, and they play this type of cheesy, end the game quickly type of style, where they can abuse the Venomancer and the Dawnbreaker, but into Doom is a little bit risky, I would say. And you also don't see the mid matchup. And we see BetBoom banning out the Medusa. I like this ban a lot, but the Centaur seems a bit random. Maybe they just feel like they could get run over by like a mid Pangolier carry Dawnbreaker, and the Centaur against Doom, against, you don't have that much disabled.
Oh, maybe you could pick some Broodmother and just try and dominate the map.
I wouldn't mind this type of hero. You know what actually can work for Falcons is Spectre, I think. I think you have a pretty happy lane against Doom. Like, it's not the worst. It's not the end of the world. And then you kind of have all the setup with the clock, the Venomancer vision.
I like that a lot. Yeah, literally, as soon as you see Batrider, you can just haunt on him.
Yes,
kill him, get out.
It's a hero that can kill Morphling.
Yeah.
It's a hero that kind of adds to the chaos of the nature of Falcons heroes already.
Yeah.
So I would really like to see Spectre here. What else could we see? Maybe Ursa is also interesting here, because he's pretty good against Doom overall. It's kind of hard to get Doom off on Ursa before you can click the Enrage. Also a hero that can beat Morph.
The only issue I have with Ursa is just the Dispel on Ench means that anytime you jump in and you get your overpowered Dispel, it's like
The Batrider is also kind of annoying for you.
Yeah. And you can buy Yules on Batrider as well. I think it makes his life hard.
Oh, a Baton. Okay. So it's I guess they're keeping it open, but I would assume this might be a Baton carry. It could also be ATF. He has been playing it in pubs. So, interesting pick here. It is kind of cheesy, right? It's a little bit down the... I mean, it's not similar to Huskar, but it's a little bit same kind of thing where you don't have a clear hard carry. Your draft is a little wonky, but they kind of have all the same timings. They don't have much cooldowns.
Oh, that's noise.
Very interesting pick. And Primal Beast.
GPK Primal Beast as well. Okay, it's Carry
Abaddon. Oh, but think about the lane that is Venomancer Abaddon in a safe lane. That sounds really disgusting. And you can easily feed to that. So if Falcons start snowballing that lane, it could be really problematic for BetBoom, I think.
Yeah, maybe they just need to drag waves.
Yeah, but against Veno,
Yeah.
you're gonna get Gale, right?
Yeah.
So it's hard to step up there.
Sure. Maybe. Yeah, I see that. I really like the Primal Beast. I'm glad to see it on mid as well. If he can get a higher net worth and get this Ag, it's going to be really impactful into the Abaddon.
Another very interesting draft, I would say. It's kind of hard to call this one. I think the Falcons draft is kind of new tech, a little bit hard to. Yeah, the Abaddon is something I've seen in pubs, but it's still unknown how strong is this hero actually. Is he going for the Radiance? What's the item build actually going to be? It's going to be interesting to see. Also, we have the ATF on Dawnbreaker. Is he going to change up his build from the Bloodstone, or and become like another core, or are we going to see a similar build? It's going to be very cool to see.
Yeah. I just want to see BetBoom get a lot of pressure out Toronto Tokyo early game and try and make as much map space as they can so that their carries and cores can farm up and get the net worth that they need to carry this game out. Because I think that they outscale Falcons.
Oh yeah, I think so too.
Pretty hard.
Falcons has this like cheesy kind of draft, you know, that they have this very annoying timings and very annoying heroes. But if Falcon can stay calm and get the items they need, I think they're gonna take this one.
Yeah, I want to see like TPK, Toronto Tokyo, like running at lanes and trying to like drag Falcons as heroes there, waste as much time as possible, just give this space for Pure and Miero.
So, yeah, very, very interesting game and draft once again. Let's see how it plays out.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The deciding game 3 now between Team Falcons and BetBoom Team. A loser of this, they're gone. They're out of the tournament. The winner gets to move onwards in this gauntlet format. Fogged, what do you make of the lineups? What do we got here? We're getting the Skeeter Abaddon. We coming through as the last pick this time around from Falcons. What do you make of it?
I feel like I misery took the words out of my mouth. This is a very different draft from the side of Falcons. Definitely a different approach for sure. Skinner's been playing it today quite a bit in the pubs, and he's been doing the build that we've seen pretty much every single time, right? The Corrosion, Harpoon, etc., and then just building from there. But it's a very mid-game kind of timing draft. There's a lot of sustain that I'm seeing in the draft coming in between the Dawn and of course, the Abaddon, so that could be pretty interesting, and depending what Snaking decides to build. So we'll see how the mid-game fights end up going down. But as you can look from the side of BetBoom Team, for sure, as the game progresses, this draft gets really scary. So we'll see what tempo Falcons is going to be able to set with this type of draft that they've gone for. It is a strong tempo draft, though.
It is.
Lots of early aggression that they can pose, and the lanes definitely look strong. This top lane in particular looks pretty terrifying. A Veno plus an Abaddon, punishing this with 2 heroes that can just have their abilities kind of just dispelled from a shield, either the Inferno Blade or the Stickies. You can just get rid of it and continue to play aggressively, so see how they play on it here for the side of Save and Miro.
See, Bouncy Runes, BetBoom Team able to start with the 3 of them themselves.
He's got a Blood Grenade if he wants to commit.
Oh, they can chase this down.
I don't think so.
Yeah, they'll let him go for now. But as you say, not going to be an easy lane for Save to play into.
But Save has done magic on his bat a lot of times. Even last time when he was able to get the double kills because of the crazy sticky stats. But this one feels like it's much harder to do that. There's going to be shields to remove it. They're going to be able to constantly trade. Yeah, so let's see how that one goes down. Bottom, bit more of a different lane, I feel like, for Falcons. You don't really see Clockwork Dawn lane. A little quite unorthodox. You usually see this Clock paired with one of these ranged carries in the safe lane in most situations. Different approach coming out from Crit. But a lane where Amar should be able to free farm, right? Versus a Morphling, he should have a very good time.
Yeah, for sure.
Even though he's got a Clockwork behind him, it should be pretty good. Maybe the harassment will start to rack up if he's not cautious of the constant poke that they're able to dish out. But immediately we see Crit starting to make the, since it's a double melee lane, they got to make the adjustments, just start pulling creep waves, get into a better position for Amar to get that free farm. Mid lane, see that last pick, that primal, for GPK. See how he's going to do in that matchup. I've seen so many different approaches when you see, like, each player has their own approach of how they like to play the Pango versus Primal matchup or the Primal versus Pango. So it's always cool to see the different ones that they go for.
What do you think they were looking for with the Primal as their last pick? What do you think BetBoom team felt that their draft needed and this answered?
Initiation, right? Yep. It's a way to start a fight pre-Blink Dagger, because otherwise it takes Save some time, as we've seen a lot of these games. He can also stop the Pango in his tracks, right? He can do some pretty cool things, just grabbing him. They just have that tanky frontliner to allow Pure to get time to be able to farm. Primal does cause a lot of chaos on the map.
Yeah, pretty much what just the Rolling Thunder, the hook shot being the major things that are going to be able to stop the Primus just charging across the middle of the team fight, right?
I mean, Clock is very annoying to play versus in a lot of situations, but that's usually more in the laning phase, kind of in a way, but maybe that's just one of the main reasons they also wanted to have this Clock. Great hero in the game currently.
Bottom lane.
Oh.
So if they've got enough damage to bring him down through the heels, they do. First blood going the way of Amar.
And they've got a good late look at this double range creep now because of the pull that Crit was able to set up. Toronto Tokyo not respecting the wraparound from the Clockwork. These lanes really do look strong. Two of these lanes in particular look very strong for the side of Falcons. Pure should be able to withstand the pressure and get good CS, but in this top lane.
Yeah, just a super easy lane for Skeeter to farm in.
So free. They did find the nice creep there from Yarrow. I believe he did find that mana burn creep, so that might actually turn the tides of this lane a bit, since he's going to be able to constantly burn out Skeeter. But probably not. I feel like Skeeter's just going to absolutely free farm. And he's getting quite a fair bit of denies, too. 8 already.
Bottom lane again.
And
catch him in the cogs. Amar's in with the combo. It's going to be another one for the two of them to find.
That's back-to-back deaths. TP is going to be on cooldown for a very long time. That'll hurt Pure. Big mistakes coming out from Toronto Tokyo. Not respecting. They have so much damage with these two. You won't survive it as an inch.
Getting to the point, yeah, it happens twice. A third time is if it goes down again, it's going to be very difficult for Toronto Tokyo really to show his face in that lane.
Yep. He's gone for a bracer, but even that's not going to really save you at this point. They are going to, now that they're going to have the level 3s coming out from the two of them, it's going to be quite a bit of damage that's going to burst through. Pure still last hitting good, though. That's the most important thing, so. Skeeter's worst here, oh man.
Oh, damn. So what do we got here?
16%, holy. 30% on the Abaddon as well, so not really that high by any means. Man, those are some brutal stats. But shows how much he plays. 63 troll games.
That's a lot of troll games.
That is a lot.
And I don't know. Haven't done too hot.
Okay. Continuing to have this advantage over Malrine in the laning phase. Solid 10 CS ahead.
So far, still this top lane. Now, Mira not falling too far behind.
He's getting pretty much the, I mean, not the exact same. The 8 denies, of course, will add up, but pretty solid compared to the Dawn, yeah, in comparison.
Well, they could try and punish Skeeter a little bit here. Shield's on cooldown for a few seconds. It's back up now, just in time. Oh, that was risky. Living on the edge there, Skeeter.
Yeah.
Bottom lane, trying to take it again.
Oh, goodness.
Oh.
I mean, Crit is just finding the angles.
Yeah, that's rough. 3 times back-to-back, turning up to this lane and getting taken down.
It's a big gold influx that comes toward him. I mean, look at the little items he's buying. He's got Chainmail, Bracer, Soul Ring, so he always has the mana now to spam and go for a kill.
Yeah, that's tough. It's got to be getting to the point where Pure's like, bro, let me just do this lane on my own.
Man. It's going to open up now, too, for Crit to start making moves. He's actually swinging to mid. This could totally catch GPK off guard. Still hiding there, so he gets the scan off, so he did see that Crit was missing for a moment. But that could just guarantee Malrine the next power rune, and when level 6 is hit, Malrine can just look to dive. All right, so Toronto, he does not want to be bottom anymore. He's looking for Skeeter.
Big move. And they're in. The shield's gone. Skeeter, he goes down.
Great move.
Toronto Tokyo making up for his failures down on the bottom lane. Beautiful rotation.
And Save and Mero doing just fantastic. It must also just be because of these little mana burns and the constant poke that they can get from it, but yeah, Save every time. Always knowing how to take the benefit out of those flame breaks. Yeah, Pure, I mean, he's going to handle his own, right? Especially once the clock ships away. Now he's in a 1v1, so it just looks like this is actually a better approach if they do want to just swing Toronto Tokyo out of that bottom lane. Then Amar and Pure, they'll just start high-fiving each other because they're just going to casually farm versus.
A little bit more preparation now in this top lane from Falcons, having both supports just in case BetBoom team try to make another play with the 3 themselves.
GPK also going to be able to go back. He could look to make a rotation. He's quite high level, almost 7 now. So if he does look to make that hit, they do see as well that Malrine is making the move, so they saw him with the ward.
He's going to TP over towards the tier 2 to join the team. Malrine trying to wrap around behind the tower, looking to make this play around the 7-minute Wisdom Rune. Malrine's got the roller.
Can he steal the Wisdom? He really wants it.
He's trying to get over there, and indeed he's able to time it perfectly. Picks up the Wisdom Rune, he's ready to drive out. Crit's going to get left behind. Malrine, he's happy though, got the job done.
Pure did steal the Wisdom Rune away from Amar though. Can he get away?
That's the question, but he cannot. Malrine coming in with a swashbuckle on Amar with a final hit.
I mean, look at that. He was like, oh man, he was on in-treads too, so he didn't get the swap off in time to be able to survive the burst.
Yeah.
I think he was trying to in-tread and then stick.
I think so, yeah, right. Still had the charges. Wasn't able to pop them with that fast burst coming in. Catches him off guard. Did, as you say, get the Wisdom Rune at least, but quite the pickup there from Malrine. Making big moves. You know, he's the one stealing the Wisdom Rune on the other side of the map, and he's also the one swinging over and helping Amar get that kill against Pure.
I love how you can see the priority from him too. He's like, I can hit 3 heroes from Flowing Thunder. Nope, going for the Rune. Skitter.
In trouble again. Solar Guardian coming in to help back him up, but GPK just comes crashing in on the backlines, takes him down.
Skitter's struggling.
And they can maybe look for more. GPK stepping up, he's able to get the grab here, slamming down the 2 of them. Crit's gone, Amar dead as well. Once more, beautiful moves from BetBoom team on this top lane in Toronto. Tokyo,
as soon as he left bottom.
This is his side of the map, you know, bottom, that's not where it's at, but this top corner, he's making the plays happen and really getting himself back in the game on this Enchantress.
And it's with the Morphling lineup too, right? Oh, Pure even turning into Snay might just be able to find the solo kill.
He's got him in for sure, right? There's nothing to save Snay, so everything just looking up for BetBoom team with this. Pure, just leave him on his own down bottom, and the rest of the team, they just look to bring the chaos up top.
And they've owned Skitter now, right? He was having a good time in the first 2-3 waves. No longer be the case after these moves.
It's painful deaths.
And I mean, as we said, it's a tempo lineup that Falcons kind of gone for here in this game, at least with the hero picks. And right now, that early game is not going the way I think they believed it to.
We'll check it again, you know, trying to save him here. Amar coming in with the Solar Guardian, but GPK, beautiful angle, just go straight for Skeeter, clean him up. And then he's got the ult at the ready. Perfect plays from him.
Like all 3, they all just delta split away from that Solar Guardian, then GPK gets a perfect angle onto Skater. That is very nice. 2K lead in the early game with a Morph and a Doom. Very good signs there for them. And the Enchantress, like you said, Toronto, Tokyo, he was bottom of the net worth, makes rotations tops, and now he's pretty close to one of the cores.
Yeah, absolutely. Those few players like that have completely rectified those early 3 deaths that he gave away in that bottom lane.
For sure. Already level 5 as well.
Yeah.
And GPK with some nice moves as well in this Primal Beast.
And yeah, just looking as well, obviously we had those stats from Skeeter on his Abaddon.
I was looking, I know.
It doesn't look great. The last time he won with it was back in 2023. A couple of years ago. Since then, he's tried it 5 times, lost every game.
And you said it yourself to me before,
it's tough.
He is into a Doom. So, in a lot of situations, if he just gets doomed, it'll prevent the healing that comes from the Dawn, and it'll just prevent the healing that he gets from his Borrow.
It's not easy.
No.
It's not easy on the Abaddon, and yeah, those 2 deaths are really going to slow down his momentum. You can see indeed, yeah, bottom of the net worth.
GPK.
So if they can find him, he's going to look to charge out in time, and he'll be able to break away from Malrine's Rolling Thunder. Malrine, does he want to continue? He's going to be able to find the angle over towards save.
They can't chase.
Yeah, Crit can't get in on top of him, so BetBoom team able to back away successfully.
I mean, maybe this will be one of those games where, again, you just play the off lane from the safe lane for Skeeter, and you let Amar play the kind of carry style. Is that what's going to happen again?
The thing is, though, he's going for the blade now. I mean, it leads me to believe that he's probably still going to go for kind of this pipe axe build on the Dawn.
It's possible, definitely.
But I'd agree. I'd kind of like to see Amar sort of just grab the reins and go for the carry build himself.
We'll have to see. We'll see in the next few moments.
There's still a chance for kind of to go somewhere different after the blade, man. We'll see.
Might be a little early to call for this, like the full pivot completely.
Sure.
Yeah, we'll have to see the next.
It's definitely, without a doubt, this is not the kind of start you need your carry Abaddon to be having.
No way.
Bottom lane, Amar, he's going to get caught, tries to get away with the Star Breaker, but the interrupts there from Pure. BetBoom team starting to build that lead.
If he was playing a carry Abaddon into a more of a mid-game matchup core, like not a Morphling in particular, who's a super late-game core, then maybe he could do some type of different build, but the fact that the Morph is just going to outscale as the game progresses, and he has a way better start.
And the thing is, it's a pure Morph as well. I feel like we've got to get some stats on that. Can we get some stats on the pure Morph? I feel this is just like one of his heroes that so many times BetBoom team get, and it just wins them the game.
It does.
So if we can get some kind of pure Morph win rate, I feel like the number's got to be great.
And realistically, looking at a couple other things here, where's their disable, Owen? It's like a rolling thunder.
It's the ultimate.
That's
It's the
about
ultimate,
it, right?
yeah.
So, and they don't really have silences either really built into their draft. So for Pure, he's gonna have a lot of ways to play around.
That's what I'm saying. I'm just saying between kind of the team comms, I imagine Pure's probably got more confidence of being able to carry the game on the morph than Skeeter might on the abandon. It's going to be tough for him.
Reads the play, but he does get caught from the stun. Fairly tanky though.
Yeah, he is, but they'll get him. There we go. Some good money here for Skeeter. Can get the push onto the tower.
The players are so quick at reacting to seeing the passive of the Pango whenever they get into the radius. You can see he was immediately already beelining it down to south, but they did get that connection, and they will get a good tower here too. So Skeeter does get some acceleration that he does need, and Malrine is about to have Diffusal, so that is one of those that can catch, especially a Morphling off guard, as we did see him catch the Morph off guard even before.
And they've got the full blade mail done now on Amar, so getting these early items ready. So Falcons can try and piece together a team fight.
And they're still, I guess,
GPK.
Or again, goes
he's looking for them. They've got the lasso. That's Amar dead.
Punished for his greed.
See if these two can get Toronto Tokyo. He's going for the TP
stun.
out, and indeed outside the ultimates from elsewhere. There's no way to stop that man escaping.
We're going to see that quite a bit, it feels like. Some of these heroes can just end up TPing out. Here, we'll get that bottom tower. Mid tower, looks like Falcons are looking to accelerate things together as a unit. Get Skeeter involved a little more here. Getting a tower trade too. But Pure, he pretty much has his Mantha.
It's fast.
Very fast timing in. There's your stats.
Yeah, there we go.
Highest percentage. Yeah. Not the highest games, but the highest percentage.
No, indeed. Of course, a lot of that time spent when Nightfall was on the carry. Of course, also had great success. So maybe something about this team with their morph plays, it goes well. But indeed, yeah, 19 games, a solid 63% win rate from Pure.
One thing I really like about seeing Pure when he plays his morph, I see some players just not skill morph until like level 16 something.
He does though.
He gets it at level 6 almost.
He makes some
every
plays. He knows when to turn up early to the fights and get away with some cool moves.
I really like when I see stuff like that. And Save, even his, not the most shiny of games this time around in the bat, but he's done some pretty good damage in the top lane. His Blink's almost done. So they're starting to get these items very fast online into a, with a kind of a late game style draft. Yes, they can fight early, but Falcons was all about that early game and mid games.
Yeah. And you can see it right with Falcons' positioning. They're in the triangle area of BetBoom team. They're really trying their best to keep the pressure very early, 13 minutes onto these tier 2s.
These next 5 minutes feel very crucial for Falcons.
Toronto Tokyo. He's going to try and walk up, secures Wisdom Room, but crits him with a hook shot. So both Wisdoms going away at Falcons. They'll get the kill as well.
Nice move. So yeah, I would say these next 5 to 10 minutes or so, I would imagine Falcons, they're going to look to pressure as much as possible.
Yeah.
They did make some slip-ups inside the lane phase.
I guess that's the one thing for the pressure. Oh, they'll hold that fort because maybe bottom lane, are they going to get a chance to find Amar? Safe's thinking about.
I mean, they know he's farming here. It's Amar.
Yeah. Save. He walks up.
There's a ledge.
Now he's going to go for it.
Does get the blade mail.
He does. Pure, he's going to turn into the Dawnbreaker, but indeed with the blade mail popped, it's enough to deter BetBoom team from trying to push for the kill, so Amar gets away.
Including games for other teams, Pure Morph is 55.8. Okay, so still, I mean...
No crazy win, but clearly a positive.
Higher than 50%.
You know, he's winning more than he's losing. Well, there we go. That's an easy one. Certainly Snake King decides to stick around and farm some agents. Pure says no.
Okay, a freebie. 380 too. That's a fairly rich Venomancer. Save. Yeah, Starbreaker still hits him, even though he flame braked him. It did catch him right on the edge of it.
Yeah, but he gets some revenge there for saves attempting to take Amar's life moments earlier. Amar succeeds in getting his.
These kills matter for Falcons for sure. They started to get the ball rolling for themselves again here. 9-7. Pure still is at the top. He is the one that's the strongest as the game progresses, but can they find him again?
Oh, tries to split with the illusions, but Malrine's got the right target. Hook shots in as well. Is there any help for Pure? GPK is in the neighborhood, but he's bailing out of this. He does not feel that Pure can be saved, as Pure slowly but surely fall.
Huge kills. Could potentially even look to accelerate things into a Roche very early with this lineup too. Not yet, but perhaps if they do find another big kill. Probably on the Primal in particular, but GPK playing it safe. He's close to his BKB. He will not get the power room though. And yeah, Skeeter, he's not deviating at all. So imagine he's just going to do Harpoon, and then S and Y, I think, is the build that we've seen for the most part from the carry of Battens. Which can work this game. The status resistance sure won't work versus Primal, but good versus Doom as crit. They actually throw the Doom onto him. He's going to get denied.
Oh, all right, backup's coming in.
He's getting healed.
GPK's able to TP out in time.
He's gonna get denied. If only you could. Once upon a time.
Back in my day.
Back in my day. 20 years ago. Save?
Oh, he's looking pretty dead here.
Pretty dead, it looks like.
Well, here's where we're going to try and see if we can fight back against Snake King. He can't.
That's
the Falcons there.
How many kills in a row?
Kind of getting these kills here and there that BetBoom team are letting slip away from themselves.
That's what.
And it's given the chance for Falcons to get back on with these pushes, take these towers as they'd hoped to.
3 or
nice and
4
early
kills.
with this lineup.
Yeah, these definitely matter with that mid-game time if they want. So 3 or 4 kills they've been able to find. Definitely these last few moments. Getting that time and getting the items for Skeeter coming in a bit faster here. As you said, Pure still huge. GPK very close to BKB, but getting the ball rolling a bit here. Toronto.
He's looking pretty dead as well.
Hemorrhaging a lot of kills here on the side of BetBoom.
They really are. Falcons just getting a lot of freebies.
Yep. There's the blink also for Malrine, so continue to look to apply that pressure. Zamar. Okay, so just farming. He's about to have pipe. It's all mid-game item timings, right, that they are going for. So none of these like slower timings, even though he's going for this utility route again, everyone's timings are hitting together.
They're all in. And again, they're keeping it up with the position, just constantly staying on BetBoom team's half of the map, getting these waves pushed right up to the tier 2s. The pressure does continue here from Falcons. Is it going to be enough to break BetBoom team?
And he gets a Vessel on crit now, too. So, yeah, as you said, item rolling in. Sure, there's ways to dispel it, but it's very good versus all 3 cores if he's able to put them on them at any time.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
I guess that's the one thing for sort of the pace that Falcons want to play with. Their lineup, would you say it's not too good at just being able to head into Roche and take it? Or is it not?
They can kill
it's
Roche.
not bad.
No, it's good, it's good.
Okay.
Yeah, they've got the Veno Wars and they have the Pango, the minus armor, so it's always a pretty good benefit that they can go for. It looks like they don't even need the Veno either. Amp damage pop.
Oh, there we go.
They've got
but they still have no struggle taking this down. So the plan does continue.
Oh, it's save. He might get caught here. If he's not careful. TP's coming in from Malrine. Hello? He's found him.
He's very dead. A deal with the split push being attempted by Save. They keep the pressure in and take the Roshan.
6 or 7 kills plus couriers. So many things just dropping on the side of BetBoom Team Falcons. Saying the lanes don't matter.
I mean, they do have to put quite the work in to get the Roshan.
But that's because Malrine left.
Sure. They've left sort of Skeeter to do a crit, but they get the job done. Roshan taken. Aegis on Skeeter.
Okay, so what? 2 obs wards as well. A courier. 5 or 6 kills. Pretty crazy how much they've been able to get in the last 6 minutes. Pure, also in a very deep place again.
He's got GPK by his side, but there's a lot of backup coming in for Falcons. BetBoom team, they've got to get out immediately. Grip. Holding back on the hook shot.
Looks like for BetBoom team, they were just hemorrhaging these kills around the map because GPK really wants to finish the BKB, which he now has. Because without the BKB, right, there is a lot of ways that he's just going to get interrupted constantly inside the fight. So maybe that was a call they made, but definitely not wanting to hemorrhage that many kills around the map. It's a 2K lead now from Falcons. And Snaking, of course, as he does, continues to get crazy farm, especially on a Veno. We see Toronto Tokyo trying to match that, but it's not entirely possible.
Look at this move here.
This is a cool move.
Coming in from the top corner. I don't know if Falcons are going to expect this angle of attack.
This could completely catch them off guard here. They do have the Dawn ult.
The movement from BetBoom team, they're actually considering maybe seeing if they can find Amar farming somewhere in the jungle rather than making the move straight for the rest of Falcons. They want to try and find this Dawnbreaker first.
They heal themselves.
Amar staying hidden. He knows with them off the map, they're going to be attempting this sort of move.
Save. Does he guess the right way? No, Amar knows where he is too.
Yeah, good awareness there from Amar not to get caught.
And they'll be able to steal the Tormentor off of this too. Very heads-up play from the side of Falcons.
See how much more they can get with this Aegis.
Amar, he's playing very careful, waiting for his Wisdom Rune. Not getting ganked.
A lot of them have been off the map for quite some time on BetBoom team.
Another double Wisdom, right? What's their level advantage looking like now at this point? I guess it's 5 level advantage right now for the side of Falcons after getting 2 double Wisdom Runes. Toronto Tokyo, it's going to be untouchable. The hook shot, though.
Nice, a great angle. Easy hit there from Crip.
Beautiful play.
Kills
Got that
continue to
best.
roll in.
Just quiet from BetBoom.
I mean, they just want to farm. You know, their
Like,
game
that's
plan
the
right
game
now
plan.
is Pure. As long as Pure's getting space on his morph, as long as as a team they're not falling too far behind, they're definitely going to have confidence in the ability for the morph to take this game later on.
As it progresses, for sure. Just patience from them. It's something similar that they did in that game 1, right? Where they just waited for a very long time.
It worked out.
Did end up working.
And Pure is pretty much going to have the BKB. So maybe now with that on top of the Manta,
maybe when they
these
have the
pushes
triple
coming around the tier 2s, we could definitely see Pure turning up to be part of the fight.
That's probably what they were waiting for. The triple BKB timing versus the Pango is pretty good. Of course, the Dawnbreaker is still going to be able to pierce through that in a way, but once they sell the Midas on Miro, he'll be able to switch to that BKB. And yeah, BKB Morph, BKB Primal, BKB Doom. Could be the hit that they look to go for, but they are still playing into this Aegis for about 2 minutes.
Falcons, they've desperately been after one of these tier 2 towers, but haven't quite managed to get together a complete push for one.
Save, playing on the far right side here. Skitter just pushing for the tower.
Yeah, they should be able to get away with this. I mean, Pure is around, but no real sign for the rest of the team to try and formulate a defense.
Did see Amar, he did show his hammer, but he's very aware of their positioning. Now, Skitter's just going to finish off the tower.
Got the fortification.
Almost done.
Why a little bit of time, and here come the BKBs out one by one. Well, just an illusion. Crit's catching in the mid, but they really want to make sure the creeps get through, finish that tower off.
And they should finish it here, but they are set up now. BetBoom team looking for the angle. Miro.
It's going to be tough to fight with the tower gone, though.
Stun. Finds the Pango.
He does.
He dooms himself, though, with the Lotus.
He's going to try and chase Mallory out of this. He opts to TP out. And we'll make it. Nothing to put a stop to it. Pure. He's ready to stand toe-to-toe with Skitter, but Skitter's ready to stand toe-to-toe with him. That is going to be the Aegis gone the ones.
Mallory survives. Half HP.
And he's going for the TP out, Pure. I see Mallory contemplating if he could maybe get in with the Rolling Thunder to put a stop to it, but he could not.
Love seeing Skitter just not putting the point in anyway. Just wanted to use that Aegis. It only had about a minute or so left on it, so. Interesting game, to say the least.
It just really is the question of whether...
Can Falcons push
are
the envelope?
Falcons getting as much as they'd hoped for?
Yep. Are they getting as much as they hope for, and is it going to matter as it progresses towards later stages? Because all this is mid-game, which is phenomenal for their draft. Just how much is it going to matter as they get to those later timings for Pure? I've seen a lot of these mid-game drafts actually scale more than I've expected them to in some of these situations. Just these ags from the Dawns just making such a big difference. So maybe they're still just confident because they're keeping up in farm, or even staying ahead in farm because of it.
Yeah, just having a look as well. So the longest game that Falcons have won with, built around a carrier Batten draft was 40 minutes.
When was that, though?
I mean, that was...
This is 5 years ago.
Yes. Yeah, but even, outside of that, they just... Games that go late, there's no stats showing that they've been able to close them up with this sort of lineup.
Yep. That was different days of Abaddon. That was the Radiance of Abaddon as they get a catch. This one they will find after a very long period of not finding a single kill. How long was it, actually, since they found their last kill? It was about 10 minutes ago that they...
Amar's sticking around.
Amar, he gets grabbed.
I mean, GPK's just able to walk up and grab him. TPs are coming in.
Gets stopped as well.
Get the knockback with the Flame Brace. Skitter's able to turn up. Amar's able to get the Solar Guardian off. Buys him a bit of safety. Pure still hanging around, considering getting back in on this. And there's the jump forward from Mirror. They're in straight away on top of Amar. Amar turns with the Starbreaker, but Skitter cannot keep him alive. Amar will fall. Pure. They'll put the Manta, starting to shift up, but Marion's able to jump. The Rolling Thunder catches him. They'll punish Pure. They'll even get the connection up towards GPK, stopping his TP. Big kills there for Falcons.
Very nice stripe. It took them forever to kill the Dawn. The delay from the Aghanims just pulling him in the air allowed the team to catch back up there, and BetBoom team, they were full disengaging. Pure, a little bit of a weird waveform there too. Very short one, gets him caught. But the secondary catch on GPK, that was the really big one, catching him on that TP.
Yeah, these 2 kills, absolutely ones that Falcons can get something done with.
Yep.
Skeeter working his way down on the bottom lane.
SNY is done, starting to get the other big items as well.
Just got to keep that pressure up, Falcons.
I believe the Aghanims is about to be done for the Pango as well, so. It's very close, another 700. Up to a 5K lead.
Now we'll check it again here. Now they're clearly sticking around. They really wanted to get a mark, but it just took them a little too long. A little too much.
I guess like trying to get the last hit with the waveform, not saving it to disengage. It probably wouldn't save him anyway, of course, but bit of a slip up there as they get punished again. And now
look at the jump. But the borrowed time's there. Miro will have to drop the Doom down, but at full HP, Skidder should be able to safely walk out of this. And in fact, it's just the self-Doom that's going to cause more issues for Miro as he dies. Amara to pull himself away with the hammer, but Pure's looking to turn and chase. He pops the BKB, continues to commit on towards the Dawnbreaker. Miss Hill comes in from Skidder. Amara, he's able to get out. Now maybe with Marin rolling in, they can look to try and turn and take kills themselves. Skidder goes straight towards Toronto Tokyo. They bring down the Enchantress. Double kill for him. Marin continues to control save.
They're doing it.
They absolutely are now. Falcons,
they're too
beating it up.
Like we said, the sustain might start to be a problem, and it really is. They're just continuing to get healed. The target that's getting doomed isn't getting finished off.
Yeah, they just
not. They can just reset.
They're not giving BetBoom the time. Into the base they go. He turns into it, but it's a short swashbuckle as well.
He's in trouble. He's gone again.
He's panicking.
Uh-oh.
The pressure's getting there. Crit knows it. They're throwing the tips out the way of Pure.
Look at Maureen. He's dancing in the camera. He's starting to feel himself for sure. I mean, from this game, he's been an X factor, finding every single one of these little snipes on Pure. They matter. 10K lead now. They've blown this game open.
They know how much they've got to just go here on Falcons, and they're absolutely doing it with these last few minutes of play.
I mean, the last 12 minutes or so, it feels like, right? It's just been Falcons finding every single kill. Feels like the map has shrunk massively now for the side of BetBoom team just after that little situation there. Getting outside the base is going to be complicated. Snaking, same net worth as a Doom. Almost the same net worth as all of the cores on the side of BetBoom team now after all this pressure that's come out.
This is sort of the dream when you go for this Veto pick, right?
Again, they get the double. That's the third set of double wisdom runes.
That's a lot of wisdoms.
Save.
And Marin's in. Under the tier 2. Looking to make the play solo for save, and he gets away with it easily.
It's getting out of control.
It is. Falcons. There was sort of the moments where it felt like they weren't quite able to get that momentum going, but now at this point, barreling out of control, it's going to take a lot from BetBoom team to slow them down. As this fight, kind of a second time now in which Miro, he sort of struggled to find the Doom opportunities on the initiations.
That's what I'm just watching Skidder. He's playing this like kind of supporty Abaddon and getting this constant heals to reset the fight. So GPK, look at this. He stops his pulverize midway. He's like, this fight.
He just has to get out of there.
Yeah. They're just not able to finish off any of the targets that they initially go for, and they're just getting sandwiched. I mean, Pure back-to-back-to-back deaths. It feels like that they've been able to fight on top of him.
Now playing super smooth.
Look at him
Maureen just bopping along. Oh, crit.
He'll live.
He's going to be fine.
So I mean, this was also, right? I felt like what we were mentioning for BetBoom team, they were being a bit patient. They were hemorrhaging all these kills in the mid game, waiting for these BKB timings. The BKB timings hit, and nothing's changed. So what's the next thing that's really going to let them be able to fight into this very strong team fight lineup that we've seen Falcons be able to put together? Not sure what the answer really is. Somehow they need to find some better fights, but the synergy's just not really been there in comparison. Falcons is bringing the numbers, they're getting the better jumps, they're saving their buddies. And again, they're getting the flank around here.
Here they come with the smoke.
They've got the numbers here.
This could be quite a good hit. Crit can get the angle for the hook shot. Gonna try and go with the lasso first, but there's Crit coming in with the back.
They're all here.
With the hook shot. Pure pops the BKB, turns towards Amar, but again the Aphonic Shield comes out, the miscall as well. They're able to keep Amar alive. Amar survives. They're able to turn with the Rolling Thunder, take out the three of them. Falcons doing it every single move.
They're reading them like a book, it feels like, right? They knew, it looks like they knew this move was happening. They had 3 heroes smoked,
They
wrapping
were so
around.
ready for that.
One kiss.
Oh, that's what he's singing in his head.
He's got music on.
Yeah, there we go. I don't think he's got the music on. I don't think they're allowed to,
Well,
but
you know,
he's humming along in his head.
I don't think that's the lyrics, but it's close enough. But
Wait, is that not the lyrics?
Isn't it one kiss is all it takes?
What did he say?
That only takes.
Okay, that's definitely not the lyrics, yeah.
Close enough.
He's close enough.
He's feeling it.
You know, he's not listening to the song. He's having to do it from memory.
I
get the words jumbled up all the
14,000
time.
lead. What was the last? They've gotten. Yeah, they haven't found a kill in so long.
As we saw there, yeah, Falcons very much feeling that they may just have this one in the bag. With the way those last few plays have gone, getting this Aegis.
And the Abaddon's working.
It is.
He's top net
There's
worth.
still that timer that's going to be ticking. It's a quiet one. It's a little one.
I mean, is there now? I don't know.
I'm just saying, I think they got 10 minutes to close this up. Otherwise, things start to get a little bit funky.
I would agree on paper, right? But sometimes these games have just been getting weird.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's why I think, you know, if you're Falcons, you don't want to hold back. And I don't think they will.
They are.
With the way that they've made the moves.
No, they started striking exactly when they needed to in this game, and it hasn't stopped, right? It's been pretty much continuous momentum for them, and maybe even finding another one here. This might catch him up.
Now he's in. Straight away gets the opening crits in with a follow-up hook shot. There's no chance for Pure.
Just perfect stuff here. Actual perfect jumps every single time from Falcons. And so much farm coming their way. Their 3 cores are pretty much tied in net worth. They're all these semi-cores that are just hitting it right on the head. And look how, I mean, the map really does feel so small for the side of BetBoom team. Look how they're farming. Two heroes inside the base, one on the bottom side. Doom just having to push out the wave by himself. A very cool approach from Falcons. A very different one that we've seen from quite a bit of teams here too, trying out this carry Abaddon.
Yeah, no, Skeeter's showing it off this time.
And he struggled, right? In the laning phase, he started 0-2.
It was a slow start. I mean, if anything, that really just goes to show how comfortable he's become on this hero now.
Yeah.
Something that we don't see from him a lot. Last time we saw it was from him was, it was over a year ago.
I have to give a ton of credit to Malrine in this game, though. The fact that he was able to like swing around, steal the Wisdom Rune early, kill Pure Morphling with a little snipe, find all these extra grabs. He's been the difference.
And he's got another one here. He gets the setup. Easy interrupt there with the bash. 7-0-10 on this Pangolier.
Almost.
That was close. Nearly at the range.
Now, like I said, where do you go from here? Pure has somehow now become the bottom net worth core.
You don't see that.
You do not see that.
That is a rare sighting.
Especially after having a pretty solid start to things. It's just all falling apart so fast. I say so fast. It's been about 18 minutes of dominance from Falcons, but they just can't seem to find the catch that they want to do that they did in the last time with these Bat Riders, right? Get the catch, blow up a target. There's just too much save. Too much save versus save.
Now, of course, Falcons, even with this lead, they're going to be careful about how they approach the high ground.
How long?
2.5 minutes on the Aegis. Still very much a window to just try and see what happens when they just go for it. Obviously, with the blink as well, Skeeter can get straight in on whichever target he wishes. And yeah, kind of double basher between him and Malrine. Cause a lot of issues for anyone they find, even if it is this slippery Morphling.
I love their itemization really this game that they've ended up going for. Snaking's early Lotus has done massive work, reflecting 2 or 3 Dooms in particular, right? All the timings are hitting together. I think for them, they're really just looking to get like a big team fight outside the base before they can just fully break the high ground. Because high ground, like you said, that's one that can be a little bit more complicated versus the Bat. That's where it gives Pure opportunity to stand his ground, but they're kind of getting stuck in the base. 5 heroes on the side of BetBoom team now. Trapped on 10% of the map. Malrine just continuing to play near Skitter. GPK, does he have Ags yet? Not even having that finished yet.
He's close though, right?
I think one more component, right?
Yeah, you're correct. Yeah, just about 800 gold off the Ags.
I mean, the break will be useful for sure, but it's not. I'm looking and I'm worried about the damage massively for a BetBoom team, even though they have a morph. Just that sustain has just been too problematic for them. And now the high ground break.
Indeed, Malrine's ready to just go straight in. Finds the chance to make the jump over towards Toronto Tokyo. Toronto Tokyo, he's out.
Save. Will be able to get himself away, but the tower in jeopardy.
But look at this, Mira and Pure, they're going to see if they can try and find Amar before they head back to base.
This is how it feels like they have to find him, but
they don't continue for it. They feel the pressure, they have to come back because they're losing the barracks.
Another double Wisdom Rune. I think they've gotten all but 1 Wisdom Rune, I think it is in this game, so besides that gold lead, the experience is crazy. All right, Refresher purchased. It feels like they're at least committing to go all in here on the side of BetBoom team, but they're just losing their racks.
Yeah, Skeeter able to freely push, still has the Aegis here for 30 seconds.
His whole team is behind him. The Dawn is just farming in the meantime. The lead just continues to grow and grow and grow. BetBoom just, at least from what it looks like, just they don't want to make any type of jump. It's too hard for them to go for any target. And Falcons isn't really giving them those opportunities either. Immediately backing away. stuck in the base again. A Hex on snaking. He is soon to surpass all of BetBoom team. They're going to have 4 of the top 5 net worth. Well, they have 4 of the top 5 net worth, but he will be the 4th on the top 5. And there's the Bloodstone again. Amar, he does it again.
Talking about Amar, yeah, again, that's the catch the BetBoom team want to try and find.
And look where he is. He's in the base.
Yeah,
like,
he
good
knows.
luck finding me.
He knows anytime they're kind of off the map, making this sort of potential smoke move, Amar, it's just impossible to have any chance of catching him.
Really good calls that's come out from Falcons in this game.
And just the question really is, can BetBoom team afford to try and go on anyone else whilst they're this far behind?
I don't think so. Pure does not have the damage. Even before the Solar Guardian, it feels in a lot of situations to kill a target.
Now they can just kind of cut the creep waves, try and keep Falcons off the base for as long as possible.
I mean, it's like, can Miro find the double?
Mira's in. Gonna drop the Doom. They've got the lasso. Again, Saves just dead on the front lines.
Does get the double Doom
down here on towards Malrine. Have they got the follow damage? Here comes Pure in with the waveform. Looking to focus down the Pango. They'll be able to kill Malrine. Pure now turns over towards the second one, but he's caught by the Hex. They turn, they can't get with the bash. Pure, he's in potential trouble. He turns into about and uses the shield against him, but he's caught in the Cox. Can he get out? Waveform takes time, but he's dragged back into it by the Harpoon.
He can't do it.
Pure's gone. As Falcons, they'll take the fight despite BetBoom team's best efforts to get the jump.
They can't even, they got the double Doom on the perfect target too. They got Skitter and they got Malrine with the Dooms, and Skitter just withstands all of it. I mean, not the heals, but the barriers, the extra things that get put on him, he just is able to stand his ground. Pure, not quite there to be able to do it on his own.
And here's the push. They can take the mid-racks in terms of buybacks.
I mean, that's probably just the game.
I mean, Pure has got his buyback ready, but 30 seconds, no GPK, 20 seconds without Miro.
Just cannot do it alone. Just insane sustain, even if they're doomed. Like, they're actually just sustaining through these barriers. Snaking getting an extra barrier. Amar just hitting targets, getting the luminosity on the rest of the allies besides the Doom targets. It's crazy how much healing they actually have in this draft.
Pure.
He needs more time.
Yeah, did feel pressured to buy back there, so sets him back even more.
The lead continues to grow.
Yeah, coming up to a 30k gold advantage. Falcons, they've got this game exactly where they'd hope to have it.
Yeah, Malrine respawning in 5. They don't even need to force the issue so much here. Roche, 5 seconds till they find out if they want to just go for that. Skeeter, though.
Oh, they're going to know the Pure's in the area. Skeeter, can he get the bash? No.
Bad luck.
Not this time.
That's really bad luck. It was 4 hits, right? Because he missed coil hit him as well. Plus the attack. How long was that, Roche? 1 minute. Fairly quick. So very fortunate, I mean not very fortunate, but fortunate for Falcons, they can even go for that push even earlier. And I don't think BetBoom team can contest that, Roche. 2 sides of momentum pushing into their base.
Yeah, they've got to let Falcons take it.
And Amar, they just haven't been able to find him in most of these situations. Just constantly shoving the waves in and then being able to back away before they can catch him. And they're even looking for the catch. They expected them to maybe set up for Amar there. They get whole vision, so they know everywhere that the side of BetBoom team is positioned. They'll have to TP back to base. I wonder if anybody else is going to do this build, because it's literally just Amar who's doing it.
But Bloodstone. This good.
I mean, it's interesting to say the least, so.
Well, so the Guardians, you can't run from them.
So, in the words of No,
the whole
no,
screen.
right? Anything can work. How long on that Roche should be back up? It is. They're all positioned around the area. BetBoom team gathering together, looking to try to get at least some information, but they're under ward vision as soon as they step out too. I don't think, yeah, they can't contest it. They're just going to have to go for a
You just got to wait.
fight.
Just try and get the space to get Pure's next time online, get the Satanic, and just kind of hope for the best on the high ground defense. You're not taking a fight outside on the map right now. if your BetBoom team whilst you're this far behind.
You have to play versus another Aegis, a Cheese, and this Refresher shard that's likely to either go on Malrine or likely to go on, I mean, any of the 3 cores. It looks fantastic on, but probably Malrine.
I'm going to say just highly likely the Skitter can kind of just step up to the high ground, hit the buildings, and what are you going to do about it?
They've got a fresh banner. They could honestly probably just put the banner down and force that final Rax. Got a couple extra items being delivered. It looks like the smokes are coming out from Crit, so looking like he wants to try to get a catch. BetBoom team all stuck inside. Amar. Still hiding himself. He's not showing himself on these waves. Full Abyssal Blade now as well for Skitter. So definitely, I mean, even chances that they could just kill Pure so quick if he's not careful. They have the Hex from Snaking. They have the Abyssal from Skitter. They have a Basher on the Pango as well, too, so it could just catch him completely off guard.
Dita,
jump forward.
He's in with the jump straight away over towards Save. Save able to force away in time. Pure pop his BKB, stand his ground, looks to try and take down Crit, but now he has to back off. GPK is going to end up charging forward, looks over towards Hex. He's caught by the Hex by Snaking, now pops the BKB. The Solar Guardian backup coming in for the 2 of them. GPK, he has to get away from this. Is he going to be able to charge out in time? He's back up in a couple of seconds, but Skitter's already in with the jump upon him. The Bashers are there. GPK, he's able to charge out. Miro now pops the BKB, and he's in with the Doom. On towards Malrine, save. Jumps forward, he's got the last one. They drag back Malrine. Pure trying to focus in with the damage, but Snaking gets the Hex in. On towards Pure. Pure pops the Manta, but he's caught by the Bashers. And Skitter away from there just in time, but Crit ready to chase him down. Cox pushed back, the Vessel dropped down. Skitter blinks in. Pure is gone. No buyback on him. GG is called. Team Falcons will take the series 2-1 against BetBoom team.
A display of dominance really in this game. First 13 minutes or so, you can see, I mean, more farming. Well, then boom, they just get, I mean, complete control. Great execution, great shot calling. Whoever was calling the macro moves on Falcons in this game was on top of it. They were finding every single pickup. They weren't hemorrhaging kills at all. And even when BetBoom team, they patiently waited for their BKB timing, they still lost that fight massively. So yeah, great stuff coming out from Falcons in this game with a different type of style.
No, absolutely completely flawless movements really from that kind of 12-minute onwards from Team Falcons. And yeah, Skeeter is stepping it up massively. He struggled before on his Abaddon, but today, 10-2 and 13. He led the charge, you know, he led the pushes, and he was the one most of the time making the initiation.
He really
getting this blink online after the Basher. Fantastic stuff from him. The team all around, and BetBoom team, they just didn't get the space, they didn't get the time that they so desperately needed to try and have a chance with Pure's Morphling. And Pure, unfortunately for himself, one of the rougher performances, right? 4-8 and 4. Falcons did an excellent job of shutting him down, Fogged.
Yeah, they absolutely had his number. I mean, like you said, right after the 12-minute marker, so it felt like it was Malrine finding every single catch on his Pango. For me, he was the highlight this game. Just perfect rolling thunders, getting the team off to a good start, getting great initiations, and yeah. Great stuff there for Falcons.
Yeah, all around, Snaking as well. Yeah, he living in the perfect world with the money that he's having, getting that Hex caused a lot of issues in those last few fights as well. Well, there we go, ladies and gentlemen, as I say with that, BetBoom team, unfortunately for them, the end of the road here, a Blast Slam 2. Team Falcons will be the ones to move on today, 2-1.
A great comeback from you guys at the end of game number 2. We had a little bit of a shout coming out from you. Would you like to explain the reasoning or the emotion behind it?
I think like sarcastic more than anything. I think after the first game they were a little bit loud, and then I was like, okay, if they want to celebrate after one game, I'll do the same, and that's pretty much it.
All right, not much more to it, but you guys end up taking this series here. Still on the topic of that game number 2, you guys getting your hands on the Nyx. Were you a little bit surprised they let it through for you?
Not really. I don't think it's a hero we've played that much. I think it just fits well with Dawnbreaker, like lets you set up on the map and you can ult easily, so I think it's also a good hero against Dawn, like you can just carapace the ult, so we didn't want to let them have it, so it was just kind of an obvious pick for us.
Okay. And then also with this game number 3, you guys last picking this Abba, it being your carry. Where does it come from and what gives you the confidence to pick it in that position?
Well, we got destroyed by Nigma, so...
I just wanted to hear you say that.
Yeah, I mean, Nigma's just the goats of the meta, so you get a copy.
All right. But the confidence to pick it up there for yourselves?
Yeah, I mean, it's been like growing in popularity in pubs, and then I actually told them, I think it's a good hero, and then Skeeter was like, yeah, he's kind of an Abaddon player, and then he gave it a try, and then it looked good, so yeah, we've been working on it.
Awesome. Well, Crit, thank you so much for joining me, and congratulations again on this. Good luck for the future.
Thank you.
Incredible gameplay here. 2 best best of threes in one day, lots of high action. This was fun. As hard as it was to kind of watch them slowly like close out the game, it was still nice to have so many different opportunities to potentially combat. You know, we got a lot of different skirmishes and different types of fights in this game. So I don't know. I was satisfied. I thought it was a fun series and a good last game.
No, please, after you, Misery, please.
Okay.
One ball man to another.
I was just gonna say that I think that this game was very interesting. Not only, you know, because of the way it played out, but just in general, like these new heroes that you don't really see that often. It kind of changes the whole dynamic of how heroes play out. We saw this Abaddon hero is kind of a problem, I think, right now, because how do you actually fight into this hero? You can't kill him. You also can't kill his allies. He's going this Echo Saber, like Harpoon SMY build. It doesn't look that scary, right, on paper, but actually he keeps winning team fights. It looks really, really strong. I also think the Venomancer for snaking is like, I don't know, it's like this hero is made for him or something like that.
Kind of busted, yeah.
Yeah, he just slowly creeps himself all the way up to top of net worth and buys every item in the game pretty much for his team.
I thought the net worth chart was actually bugged when I was like, oh, maybe they just sorted it by team rather than by like overall net worth. But no, he was up there. He was above the 3 cores of BetBoom team. This ABBA, when they picked it, I also was a little bit worried, Rhea, because despite them getting destroyed by Enigma Galaxy with it, it was paired with the IO. And that's always one of those questions. Is it something that works because of supports it's with? It's put onto this pedestal and has a great building block. Turns out you don't even need to pair it with that. It's still functional and very impactful on its own.
Yeah, it caused a lot of problems. Like there was a flowchart in BetBoom's head of like how they had to execute fights in order to even kill him. All right, they're like, okay, well, I guess we could like doom him, but then we also need GPK to get in there with the break on the Ags, and because otherwise his ult's gonna pop, and oh god, everything sucks. And they're not even able to execute that at this point. He was farming so fast, and he could just be anywhere. And having this Dawnbreaker, I think, like if we talk about IO replacements, potentially, I think Dawn being there as a backup always to kind of keep you safe and give you a bailout is extra helpful. It just seemed really hard to deal with it, and I think like Morph being the lowest net worth core in the game for a period of time is like a big contributing factor because he's the one that's meant to be threatening him.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like the kind of the Abaddon and the idea that Falcons had just punished BB a lot in their approach to this, because you have your Doom going for here, it's a drum, he sells it, he buys Midas, then he goes BKB, then he's going Octarine. Like he's investing into, I want to have more Dooms. But then, like we've already mentioned, there's the Aghanim's on Dawn, so there's evasion. Who cares about that? If you're doomed, you're just going to stand still. You don't care about the healing. There's the Abba Shield. It now is going to eat through some of that Doom and not actually hurt the hero. It's a good counter. So for Miro to invest a lot of economy into the spell that is countered a lot in the draft, it felt a little bit weird. And in Misery, you're talking about maybe it could be a good aura game, but fundamentally, it was just too hard for BB to take any fights, and it's just because of how Falcons positioned, how they approached it. And you know, we're going to see some clips here, but a lot of this time it's like they're jumping onto a Dawnbreaker. He gets the very quick blade mail off, he presses the pipe, and then he gets the Solar Guardian with the cover of the shield, delaying, prolonging. And I think this is one of like the key fights, because every fight after, it feels kind of like the same recipe. Morph's not doing the damage, they eventually get the kill, but then Marine turns up, Veno turns up. Like this fight was like 15 seconds of nothing, into then the supporting cast coming in from Falcons. Like it wasn't even like a quick rotation.
Falcons had no right in winning that fight. Like let's be quite frank here. The fact that they're already down a hero and they still are delayed to come in and win it.
And it's the same again here, right?
I think it's kind of hard to see all the small things that Abaddon and Venomancer and Clockwork they do in this fight. It's very hard for BetBoom to assess, can we kill this guy or not? Like how much damage do we have? Like Abaddon kind of skews that whole conception you have in the game of how much damage you need to kill a hero. And I think that's something that you need to get used to as this hero. It will for sure be a bigger part of the meta. Like, what team fights can we actually take against this hero? I think it's very hard. It's a generally very hard draft to play against for BetBoom here. And to touch on the Doom, like Doom had almost no impact in this game for obvious reasons. Heroes he's playing against. That's also why we were talking about. What if he went for Pipe and Crimson Guard, right? I used all his gold to buff off this Morphling, to buff off the Primal Beast. Maybe then we have a different type of game, because then you can actually potentially 5-on-5 the Falcon lineup. And if BetBoom team were able to win a team fight, I think they could get ahead in this game, get an Aegis on Morph, and then perhaps it's a completely different story.
you also need your Ench to not die, what, 3-4 times in lane and give them all like this
great.
4K net worth. Like, when you look at that start of that game and you see Aber on like 2K net worth, we look at like, sure, he's got a Midas on Kuro, right? We check Kuro, oh, no, he's just that poor. I think giving Amar that much economy early on to accelerate his blade mail, to get his pipe, I think that gives him a little bit of a lifeline in a game that could have been different. So the laning from BB as well, maybe not the strongest, but yeah, I think this draft from Falcons, people are going to study it and realize that this is the new age of Falcons where they still get to scale, they still get to farm, and you jump one hero, someone else is going to save you. The roll, the shield, the hook shot, the solar guardian. It's like, you can never really jump one guy and feel confident because everyone else is going to join and counterplay it.
I mean, you just need different type of heroes against this type of stuff, right?
Yes.
You can't rely on Lasso at all.
Nope.
Bat is kind of a dead hero in this game.
Very dead.
Doom is kind of a dead hero in this game, right? So now you're playing pretty much 3 versus 5, right?
Yeah.
So you need to.
Solid.
It's a 2v5 now.
It's kind of 2v5.
Right. So you kind of need to start thinking.
Prime was countered, by the way, by the clock and the Pango.
I mean,
it's a 1v5.
It sounds
Happy birthday, Pure.
Pretty much. You kind of beat me to the punch. He got me to it. I was going to say, you know, for Falcons, it's great they were able to bounce back from that game 1 loss. They're able to get a little bit further in this tournament because Blast Slam 1, this is where we actually said goodbye to Falcons. They made it that little bit further for them. This time around, though, in Blast Slam 2, we do say goodbye to BetBoom team. They were our defending champions. They came in, they won the previous one. And if you guys are a big fan of this team, head on over to Blast TV. You can get yourself one of these signed nameplates. I got Pure's here, the creative, maybe we should say Pure, happy birthday. It is his birthday today. Feel a little bit bad bringing that one up after a loss, but I would have loved to have talked to him. Unfortunate that it played out that way for BetBoom team.
Well, I think we've talked about it a bunch, but if you do have a stand-in, you know, it can go one of two ways. You can either win the entire tournament or suffer. And I think that you can't feel too bad about it. They put up some really good games this tournament. I really enjoyed this best of 3, even though they ended in a loss for them. But like, that's life. Sometimes you have bad tournaments. Next one's coming up. Maybe they'll have better time then.
That is the benefit of how busy the schedule is. Sure, okay, you don't get the placement you want in the first one. Don't worry. It's going to happen again in another week, and you get to redo it all over again.
And then after that, and then the week after that, and then the week after that.
Just keep going for these players. So I'm sure it's a little bit bittersweet. They understand they had that stand-in as well. Toronto Tokyo looking to the future for his new team when it does eventually get there. And we're looking at our future for tomorrow, that is. It's going to be Enigma Galaxy up against PARIVISION, who have been able to continue their journey all the way from round 1 in this single elimination. On the flip side, though, Falcons knocking out BetBoom team means they're progressing on their way to verse your Colt Bros, who went 3-1 in their groups, had a fantastic, outstanding performance for themselves.
Yeah, and I think it's a little bit scary, right, for Enigma and your Colt, because coming into it, their group stage, we expected them to maybe be the round 2 team, right? Not to be last, not to be quarterfinals or semifinals. Like, we kind of felt like maybe their initial power ranking was they have to be the ones winning to get to tomorrow, right? But they're already there. And hopefully, for both of their team's sake, that they've utilized their days off, scrimmed accordingly, realized and kind of read the current tournament meta that's also shaping, because every day it slightly changes. And if you kind of ignore that, then you can get shocked by, you know, a PARIVISION, a Falcons.
But let's see. I mean, the Crit just called Enigma the goats of the meta.
They are very strong,
so
yes.
Maybe they are the inventor of all the stuff we're seeing now behind the scenes, so...
Yeah.
I'm telling you, there's something the audience doesn't know. These players, they're onto something. We don't know it, and I'm excited to see them tomorrow. Before we do close out our day, though, Ray, you were tasked with a very hard decision.
Was I?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you know what it is?
No.
I'm giving it to you right now. That's because I haven't told you already. Your favorite game of the day, do you have one?
The one we just watched?
Okay, you can say that one, but guys, you might not agree with us. Head on over to Blast TV and give us your play of the day. It is a lot of fun because at the start of our next day, so tomorrow, we will be showing that clip. A little bit of SFM magic goes into it as well, and it is always a joy to see what you guys wanted to see.
Can I skew the vote by...
Sure, go on. Try and sway the audience.
I'll be upset if Saberlight isn't in any way a contender. I don't know which options there are, but like his Darkseer performance was like some 1v9 material. Like
vacuum?
Yeah, like every vacuum wall. Like it's rare that you get games where you look at it and go, if that player wasn't like the shining star of the team, they're already getting sent home, right?
May I send a contender back?
Please send a contender back.
When Nyx got lassoed into 5 heroes and then Carapace.
Okay, all right. There we go. There's a couple contenders.
Cinema.
A lot of good Dota.
Cinema.
A lot of good Dota and more fantastic Dota will happen. Not today, though. You guys have to head to bed. We're going to say goodbye and we'll see you bright and early tomorrow.